a hapless principal investigator who could only rely on writing the coattails of others' articles to graduate, found himself unexpectedly crafting a virtual world accessed through a brain-computer interface, a feat deemed utterly impossible. Has the 21st century truly become the era of life sciences? Chapter 1. Retribution. Chi Min awoke at her desk, instinctively reaching for the water cup she usually kept beneath her bed. It was only upon her hand brushing against the keyboard that she realized she was no longer the disoriented loser, borrowing a friend's couch 3 days prior, with a future shrouded in uncertainty. At 28, Chi Min was a researcher. One might grandly label her a neurobiologist, though in reality, she was merely a beleaguered biology PhD who had faced countless rejections and nearly failed to graduate, only to encounter further refusals while seeking an academic position after graduation. Fortunately, she had finally found a school willing to accept her, albeit not into a neurobiology lab, but rather into a bioinformatics lab. That was of little concern compared to the myriad misfortunes she had endured. Being forced to shift her research focus was trivial. 5 years prior, while pursuing her doctorate in the United States, she had encountered a diverse array of fascinating individuals from around the globe: handsome men, beautiful women, members of the LGBTQ community, and more. It was indeed an eclectic environment. Yet, in that peculiar place, Chi Min met her longest-standing boyfriend, Anton, an ordinary mixed-race boy working as a delivery driver for a Chinese restaurant. No, Anton was not the one who had harmed her. In fact, it was Chi Min who had caused him pain. Initially, she was simply captivated by Anton's exquisitely angelic face. His features leaned towards the east, yet his large, slightly downturned eyes had a European flair, and his skin was fair and flawless, as if adorned with a filter. However, Chi Min later learned that Anton had been trafficked to the U.S. at a young age, nearly forced into the illicit child pornography industry. Fortunately, he escaped, and due to his resemblance to Chinese people, he was taken in by the owner of a local Chinese restaurant, where he worked in the kitchen and learned culinary skills. When the restaurant owner had to return to his home country due to family matters, he transferred the establishment to a newcomer from Southeast Asia. The new proprietor ceased traditional Chinese cuisine, opting instead for a modernized fast food version, leading to the dismissal of half the kitchen staff. While Anton retained his job, he was relegated to delivering food on the streets. Yet, he had indeed acquired culinary skills at the original restaurant. Chi Min was astonished to discover that this young man, who had learned to cook Chinese food in America, could replicate the flavors of the home-style restaurant just outside her door. Nevertheless, the exquisite Jingjiang Ritu could not stave off the eventual collapse of their relationship. 3 years ago, while delivering food, Anton stumbled upon a newborn baby girl beneath a bridge, likely the product of an unwed mother who, due to religious convictions, could not seek an abortion. Out of a sense of shared suffering, Anton brought the infant home to raise alongside Chi Min, naming her Meme, with the affectionate nickname of Mimi. Though the expenses of caring for an infant were substantial, Chi Min's doctoral stipend ensured they were not entirely destitute. Tragically, disaster struck a year ago when Chi Min was preoccupied with submitting her research paper. With Mimi still too young to be left alone, Anton had taken her along during his deliveries. However, the restaurant owner whimsically decided to expand the delivery radius, necessitating Anton to travel several kilometers away, leaving Mimi temporarily in Chi Min's lab. In her distraction, Chi Min failed to notice when Mimi wandered onto a balcony that was being painted and had its guardrails temporarily removed. Consequently, Mimi fell from the 4th-floor balcony, resulting in paralysis of her lower limbs, condemning her to a life reliant on a wheelchair. This incident not only severely impacted Chi Min's ability to focus on her paper, but also led to the dissolution of her relationship with Anton. At that moment, Anton accused her of being solely focused on her academic ambitions, intent on abandoning him and Mimi to return to her homeland without a second thought for Mimi's future. This remark hung over Chi Min like a curse. Indeed, thereafter, her papers were rejected time and again, compelling her to cling to the works of others just to scrape through graduation, and upon her return home, she faced continual setbacks in securing an academic position. During the period when Chi Min exhausted her finances in her pursuit of employment, finding herself in a state of disarray while couch surfing at friends' homes, she contemplated whether her perceived heartlessness in leaving Anton and Mimi behind was the source of her so-called karmic retribution. Yet, as a researcher, her life path ought to have unfolded differently. Had it not been for Mimi's fall, she might have been able to bring them both back home. Anton's biological parents likely included a Chinese individual, and Mimi bore at least half Asian heritage. However, unless Mimi could walk again like a healthy child, Anton would probably never forgive her. Fortunately, the curse did not linger for long. A month ago, Chi Min finally found a university willing to take her on, provided she engaged in bioinformatics research. For someone who had gone nearly 6 months without income, the specific research direction became inconsequential. Moreover, the institution boasted a commendable domestic ranking, which Chi Min perceived as a stroke of serendipity. Thus, she became a newly minted principal investigator in the biology department, inheriting a bare room furnished only with a handful of discarded computers, a refrigerator, and a PCR machine from other labs. Fortunately, upon further examination of her previously rejected research topic, Chi Min realized that if she expanded it, she could indeed relate it to bioinformatics. Her original project involved utilizing molecular biology techniques, such as antibody in situ hybridization and FRET, to investigate the typical connection patterns of cortical neurons, with the aim of constructing a model of authentic neuronal connections. Although this method yielded finer data, it was less efficient than approaches employed by other research groups using electrophysiology or fMRI, leading to her data being deemed inadequate for publication due to its limited volume. However, if she could mathematically formalize this model reflecting genuine neuronal connections and use it as a basis to establish a computational representation, perhaps this construct could encapsulate certain characteristics of a real brain. Chi Min dubbed this endeavor the brain-like entity and worked tirelessly through the night to draft a project proposal for funding. Those who have seen Transcendence know that neurobiologists have long envisioned simulating the human brain within a computer. Yet, Chi Min's brain-like entity did not genuinely embody the mathematical topology of the brain. Rather, it was merely an assemblage of digitalized neuronal representations. The extent to which it could reflect the properties of a real brain remained uncertain. Regardless, this project would allow Chi Min to secure funding to sustain herself. With a neuronal connection model already established and the new university's supercomputing resources at her disposal, Chi Min simply needed to input her data into the supercomputer cluster. As for the final outcomes, she was not overly concerned. Whatever results ensued, she would simply incorporate the findings of this brain-like entity into her results and continue submitting her paper, which had faced countless rejections. Consequently, last night, Chi Min spent 5 hours crafting the code for constructing the brain-like entity while perched atop a mountain of unpacked cardboard boxes in her office. Subsequently, she connected to the internet via a VPN and downloaded her previous lab's data to the new university's computing center at midnight. Chi Min finally uploaded her code and executed a trial run using a makeshift test dataset. As anticipated, she encountered several bugs. Thus, she embarked on the arduous task of debugging, consuming countless cups of coffee in the process. As dawn broke, she felt a sense of relief when the test suite finally passed without a hitch. It was only then that she could rest her weary head upon her desk, surrendering to sleep amidst a sea of empty coffee cups. Chapter 2. Power outage. Despite having consumed at least 5 cups of coffee prior to dozing off, Chi Min immediately sought another cup upon rising from her chair. Observing that the code on her computer screen had progressed into the second of her 6 major loops, she reflected on the impressive computational prowess of her school's supercomputer group. Oblivious to the fact that she was monopolizing nearly half of the institution's computing resources at that moment. A glance at the time in the lower right corner of the screen revealed it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Chi Min realized she had not only missed dinner the previous night, but had also skipped breakfast and lunch that day. What should she eat? She furrowed her brow, glancing at the coffee in her paper cup. The coffee dispensed from the biology department's machine was indeed lacking in flavor. Perhaps she should opt for a proper meal instead. With a light heart, Chi Min exited the departmental building, spotting a shared bike and pedaling her way to the cafeteria. Upon her arrival, however, she discovered that there were no dishes left at this hour, with only the crepe station still open. A boy clad in a baseball jersey stood at the window, seemingly awaiting his crepe. Approaching him, Chi Min realized he was actually waiting for grilled cold noodles, which did not conflict with her own cravings. The elderly vendor at the window inquired, "Student, would you like a crepe or grilled cold noodles?" Chi Min chose not to correct his misaddressing and replied, "A crepe. Please could you add 2 eggs?" $8.50, the vendor announced, tapping the card reader 3 times. Chi Min retrieved her newly acquired faculty card from her pocket, swiped it, only for the machine to display an error message. The vendor then revealed the rather embarrassing truth. "Student, your card balance is insufficient." Having been preoccupied with coffee, she had not paid attention to her remaining balance, and now she found herself unable to afford even $8.50. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chi Min inquired, "Is it possible to pay via WeChat?" "The cafeteria does not accept that," the vendor responded. "What if I transfer the money to you first?" Chi Min was not ready to give up. At that moment, the boy waiting for grilled cold noodles offered, "How about I pay for you now?" And you can transfer me the money via WeChat later? Thank you so much, Chi Min replied, glancing at him. The young man was quite attractive. Indeed, kind-hearted individuals often possess an appealing demeanor. Grateful for his assistance, Chi Min collected her crepe and followed him to an empty table nearby. She placed her crepe down and added him on WeChat. His name, Hua Ruiming, appeared to be genuine. After transferring the cost of the crepe, she surveyed the otherwise deserted cafeteria, opting to sit across from him. Finally securing a faculty position, she figured it was time to familiarize herself with others in the university. Why not get to know someone else who, like her, had neglected their lunchtime? Though not particularly outgoing, Chi Min initiated conversation with the stranger who had helped her. Hey, do you know where I can top up my card? Just go out that door and turn left, Hua Ruiming replied, swallowing a bite of grilled cold noodles. He smiled and asked, So, are you new to the university this semester? Yes. Chi Min continued the conversation, surprised at how early the cafeteria had run out of food. The cafeteria on the main thoroughfare runs out of food by 1 o'clock, she noted. The ones in the peripheral areas are slightly better. They usually close at 1:30. Hua Ruiming elaborated. Generally, after 2, don't expect to find anything to eat here. Only the crepe and beverage stations remain open. I arrived late today because our lab experienced a sudden power outage at noon, forcing me to redo my experiment. Upon hearing that he also worked in a lab, Chi Min deduced that he must be conducting an independent experiment, likely in a field such as biology, chemistry, or material science. What caused the power outage in the lab? Chi Min inquired with a smile. However, the industrious young man, newly enrolled at the start of the semester, grimaced as he replied, Who knows? I heard it was due to the supercomputer room being overloaded, which caused the entire building to trip the circuit. Chi Min pondered this. She had just checked the allocation of computational resources for the supercomputer, and aside from herself, everyone else was running short codes that required minimal time. It seemed no one else was particularly taxing the computational resources. Wait a moment. Could it be that she was the cause of the entire building's blackout? If so, she felt truly apologetic. Choosing not to dwell on this revelation, Chi Min redirected the conversation towards their fields of study. Are you in the chemistry department? Oh, I'm in the medical department, Hua Ruiming replied. The medical department offers not only clinical specialties, but also focuses on theoretical medical research, sharing many commonalities with the biology department's labs. In that case, our disciplines are somewhat similar, Chi Min remarked with a smile. I'm in the biology department, specializing in bioinformatics. Did the biology department experience a power outage as well? Hua Ruiming teased. I doubt it. After all, it's quite far from the supercomputer room. Chi Min shrugged, justifying herself, adding, but with the weather being so hot, labs are prone to power outages anyway. It might not necessarily be due to the supercomputer's overload. After finishing their meals, the two departed the cafeteria together. Hua Ruiming retrieved his bicycle from the rack outside, while Chi Min continued her search for a shared bike. You might want to consider purchasing a bicycle from that repair shop over there. It's generally more convenient to ride around campus, Hua Ruiming suggested. This was indeed a valid point. Chi Min had initially thought that, as a principal investigator in the lab, she should distinguish herself from the financially struggling students and drive to work. However, it now seemed that she might be poorer than those doctoral students earning only $2,000 or $3,000 a month. Considering the students could still rely on their parents for support, while she felt too embarrassed to continue depending on hers. Chi Min ended up purchasing a refurbished bicycle for just over 300 yuan. Riding back to her office in the biology department, she noticed that the code had progressed into the 3rd loop on her computer screen. This progress was indeed commendable. Chi Min had initially intended to work on something patentable, but regrettably, her experience limited her to this more theoretical topic. Upon returning to her home country, she had been eager to earn money, believing that financial stability might allow Mimi to receive better treatment. Despite the severe spinal cord injury, which would likely result in a poor prognosis even with surgical intervention, she clung to this hope. Thinking of Mimi, Chi Min opened Skype and noted that her conversation with Anton had remained stagnant for 8 months. She typed a line, I found a faculty position. Yet, she deleted it almost immediately. What difference did securing a faculty position make? Regardless, it would not restore Mimi to normalcy, and her current salary was insufficient to cover the exorbitant surgical costs. Chi Min felt it was time to release the heavy burden of guilt and look forward. Now that she had secured a faculty position in her own laboratory, everything would eventually improve. Chapter 3. Collaboration. As Chi Min left the laboratory, she had completed 5 of her 6 major loops. The final loop, which dealt with the hierarchical relationships of neurons, required an unusually long duration. She took her laptop and left the university, taking the subway back to her friend's home where she was currently staying. Her friend, Yin Zhaolan, had been her classmate in university. Having opted for a master's degree instead of a direct doctoral program, she was still not yet a PhD graduate. Nonetheless, she was attending a top-tier university in China, and during her doctoral studies, she had already gotten married. If it weren't for the strong bond between her and Chi Min during their school days, she likely would not have allowed Chi Min to stay in her home. However, Chi Min was acutely aware that residing in the couple's home was somewhat intrusive. So upon returning, she retreated to her own room, vowing to remain there unless absolutely necessary. From 5 o'clock that afternoon, she entered her room, connected to the internet, and opened Jupyter to continue tinkering with her code. Upon completing the 6th major loop, she effectively ran a network of 256.3.256.16.777.216 virtual neurons. Yet this figure still fell short of the human brain's neuron count, approximately 86 billion, by 4 orders of magnitude. This can only be regarded as a beta version of a brain-like entity, yet Chi Min has already begun to utilize it for various purposes. The simplest method of testing is to employ it for machine learning. There exists a plethora of ready-made code on GitHub, and Chi Min casually selected a segment to paste into her project. After adjusting the various parameters, she initiated the operation. Although the execution appeared to proceed without issue, it was not long before Chi Min's phone rang. "Ah, is this Professor Chi Min from the biology department?" A voice inquired. "I am the administrator of the school's computing center. Are you the one running the code?" That might be me," Chi Min replied nervously. "Could you please pause it? The server room is overloaded, and it has caused a power outage in the medical department," the administrator explained. "Oh, my sincere apologies." Chi Min hastily apologized. However, she glanced at Jupyter, noting that the code had already processed halfway. The supercomputer had its own backup power supply and could sustain operations for some time yet. "Perhaps we can push it a bit longer," Chi Min suggested. However, it's not entirely the server room's fault. The physiological and medical laboratories inherently consume a significant amount of electricity during hot weather. That may be true, but the power consumption of the supercomputer room is indeed excessive, the administrator insisted. "Please pause it for a moment. It will be easier for us to explain the situation to the medical department as faculty." Given this insistence, Chi Min felt it inappropriate to continue running her code. She paused the operation and inquired over the phone, "Is it all right now?" "Yes, it will be fine immediately. No issues now. Thank you," the administrator replied promptly. "Please wait for 2 hours before resuming." After 2 hours, when Chi Min attempted to restart the code, she discovered that the processing speed had evidently slowed. Upon checking with the computing center, she found that her resource allocation had been limited to 30, whereas previously her code had utilized 50 of the computing resources. This was quite frustrating. However, Chi Min felt powerless, as the computing center was shared among all departments except for the computer science department, and the biology department was unlikely to negotiate with the computing center over her project, which was simply aimed at securing funding and publishing articles. Originally, using 50 of the resources to run a 256 by 256 by 256 model would take an entire day. Now, with only 30 of the resources, she could only imagine how long it would take to run a full-size brain-like entity. Chi Min realized she had to devise an alternative strategy. Soon, this alternative presented itself. On Saturday, Yin Zhaolan's school hosted a doctoral forum. Drawn by the prospect of a complimentary lunch, Yin Zhaolan invited Chi Min along. During the forum, Chi Min learned that Yin Zhaolan's School of Life Sciences had a collaborative project with the Chinese Academy of Sciences supercomputer, Rain Cloud, which was significantly more powerful than the computing center Chi Min was currently using. Crucially, the supercomputer at the Academy had its own power supply system, ensuring it would not compete for electricity with the medical department's laboratories. Although Chi Min was reluctant to trouble Yin Zhaolan again, given the implications for her annual evaluation, she ultimately asked Yin Zhaolan to introduce her to the professors involved with the Rain Cloud team at the Academy. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhaolan readily agreed, saying, "Of course. My supervisor has connections with the professors over there. Follow me." Yin Zhaolan led Chi Min to an elderly gentleman in a blue suit with a rather distinctive colorful tie, speaking with a middle-aged lady. Chi Min recognized the gentleman as Professor Zheng Wenyu, Yin Zhaolan's doctoral advisor. The lady, wearing a visitor badge, was presumably a professor from the academy. Professor Zheng Wenyu was quite amiable. Upon seeing his student, he introduced Yin Zhaolan to his collaborator. "Xiao Shan, this is the doctoral student I mentioned, Zhaolan, who works on 3D bioprinting of stem cells." "Hello, Teacher Zhou," Yin Zhaolan greeted the lady, presumably named Zhou Xiaoshan, with a handshake. Zhou Xiaoshan, assuming that Professor Zheng's student had come to discuss an academic matter, excused herself to sign for the lower-year doctoral students registering. Professor Zheng Wenyu turned to Yin Jialan and asked, "What is on your mind, Jialan?" "Teacher Zheng, this is my undergraduate classmate, Qi Min." Yin Jialan introduced her friend to her advisor. "She is currently at..." At that moment, she forgot where Qi Min had secured her teaching position. But Qi Min promptly interjected, "I am at Zhongji University." "Yes, Zhongji University," Yin Jialan quickly added. "She is working in bioinformatics and would like to ask if we could collaborate to use the Rain Cloud supercomputer." Zhongji University. Professor Zheng Wenyu hesitated. It was understandable. Yin Jialan had attended one of the top 2 universities in the country for her undergraduate studies and was now at another top 2 university for her doctorate. Since Qi Min was Jialan's classmate, Professor Zheng assumed she was also pursuing a doctorate, but to find her at Zhongji University, which ranked at least a couple of places lower, was somewhat disconcerting. Nonetheless, Zhongji University was situated in Beijing, and cooperation among local institutions was expected. This request was merely to utilize the Rain Cloud as computational resources, which was not overly complicated, so Professor Zheng found it difficult to decline. "All right then, bioinformatics and interdisciplinary studies are worth supporting," he said. "Please send me the project proposal, and I will discuss it with Professor Zhou Xiaoshan from the academy." This was essentially tantamount to an agreement. Qi Min immediately expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much." She wished to say more, but was discreetly pulled away by Yin Jialan. Once they were in a corner, away from the academic elites, Yin Jialan gave Qi Min a disapproving pat on the back. "Professor Zhou Xiaoshan from the academy was right there. Why didn't you speak directly with her? And why were you stammering when talking to my supervisor? You are a legitimate lab PI now. There is nothing to be nervous about. It's different. Everyone here is from top 2 universities, and I'm just a loser from Zhongji." Qi Min hesitated to explain. "Nonsense. You're from the same school as me. We were both top students back in the day." Yin Jialan shot her a look, but then noticed someone bringing out the sweet treats for the tea break. "Forget it. Let us grab something to eat first." Chapter 4. The Supercomputing Center. That evening, Qi Min promptly sent her project proposal, intended for funding applications, to Professor Zheng Wenyu's email. The following day, while Qi Min was utilizing the supercomputer at her school's computing center to run larger test sets with her existing miniature brain-like entity, she received an email from researcher Zhou Xiaoshan regarding the Rain Cloud project at the academy. The email informed Qi Min that she could visit the Rain Cloud Computing Center in Fangshan District the next day to discuss usage arrangements. At that moment, Qi Min felt an overwhelming desire to give Yin Jialan a heartfelt kiss. Indeed, old friends are the most reliable. There was no longer any need to run the current test set. Qi Min halted the code that tested the learning capabilities of the brain-like entity in Jupyter and promptly revisited the code responsible for generating the brain-like model. She meticulously renamed the haphazardly named variables from her hurried work, aligning them according to their functions, and added comments to each segment of code. Qi Min then ran a highly miniaturized brain-like entity with merely 16 by 16 by 16 virtual neurons, confirming its correctness before saving the code. If researcher Zhou Xiaoshan granted her access to the Rain Cloud's computational resources, she could attempt to generate full-sized brain-like entities at ratios of 1, 512, 1, 64. Even 1, 8, and 1, 1. Once she achieved a 1, 1 brain-like entity, she could easily compile experimental data to complete her article. The following day, Qi Min arose early and, foregoing the school, directly took the subway to the Rain Cloud Computing Center. The Rain Cloud comprises a vast cluster of computational cores, housed in a separate server room for thermal management, adorned with a sophisticated network of interwoven liquid cooling pipes. Clearly, the staff at the computing center could not permit an outsider like Qi Min to enter the server room. Even the researchers working within the center seldom had intimate contact with the actual Rain Cloud. Qi Min's destination was the laboratory of researcher Zhou Xiaoshan, where they had arranged to meet. However, upon her arrival, she was informed by the graduate students working inside that their professor was in a meeting. The graduate students did not inquire about Qi Min's purpose, but merely suggested she wait for a while. As Qi Min entered their laboratory, she discovered that although it was indeed a bioinformatics lab, it was strikingly different from her expectations. The most significant distinction was the absence of a delineation between experimental and living spaces. Given that bioinformatics research involves very few wet experiments conducted on biological entities or biochemical systems, and there is minimal risk of harmful reagents or microbial contamination, there was no necessity to separate the laboratory benches from the desks. Correspondingly, Each workstation in the lab was equipped with at least 2 screens and extraordinarily large hosts. The air conditioning was set to a high level, and Chi-Min noticed on one of the continuously lit screens devoid of personnel that they were engaged in extensive two-dimensional Fourier processing of electron microscope images. Finding an unoccupied spot, Chi-Min sat down and observed a young man nearby, donning Sennheiser headphones. As he debugged some code, curiosity piqued. She glanced over and saw that he was developing an RNA structure prediction tool. RNA structure prediction is a well-researched field with existing algorithms showcasing their strengths and weaknesses. However, for certain specific types of RNA, it may be necessary to design suitable specialized algorithms based on known information. It appeared that this young man was crafting his own code, as Chi-Min had been watching him tweak it for nearly 10 minutes. Yet the output was still a series of negative numbers. Coincidentally, Chi-Min had previously written code for RNA structure prediction and, upon following his modifications, quickly identified the issue. This traversal method seems rather incorrect, she mumbled to herself, feeling hesitant to address him directly. Initially, the young man, absorbed in his work and wearing headphones, pretended not to hear her and ignored her presence. Observing his struggles, Chi-Min could not restrain herself and remarked, for the nearest neighbor algorithm, I. It should start from I being greater than or equal to 2. The case is for I being 0, and one should adhere to the principle of maximum hydrogen bonds. It's the minimum energy principle. The young man removed his headphones and turned to her, saying, but the experimental methods for initial test values differ. These 2 algorithms cannot be interchangeable. Who said that? The first hydrogen bond assignment does not influence the outcome at all. Just give it a try, Chi-Min suggested. Skeptically, the young man added an if statement and copied relevant code from another algorithm that solely utilized the minimum energy principle. Upon running it again, the output matrix was no longer exclusively negative. Yet, it was evident that the results were still incorrect. There were still too many negative values, resulting in a maximum of less than 4. While it was clear that the segment of the linear RNA consisting of 30 bases could not possibly form only one base pair. What could be the issue now? He directly inquired. Chi-Min leaned closer to the screen for a detailed examination and, while typing, stated, in your nested for statement for comparing max values, you haven't added a flag. Just incorporating it will suffice. After executing the code once more, the output matrix finally appeared normal. The young man exhaled in relief, just about to rise from his chair when Chi-Min interjected, but this is still incorrect. Look at the known structure of this RNA. It contains 3 loops, yet your algorithm calculates 4. Oh, I see now. We also need to add an if to prevent invalid pairings. Pairs of fewer than 2 bases shouldn't exist. After she incorporated this if statement, the resultant RNA secondary structure finally matched the known structure. You really? The young man gazed at the image on the screen, involuntarily breaking into a sheepish smile. He then glanced at Chi-Min and, somewhat puzzled, asked, are you new here? I recall that we aren't recruiting doctoral students this year. Are you a technician? No, I'm just here to meet Professor Zhou Xiaoshan regarding a matter. Chi-Min replied with a smile. What matter? He inquired, and then, as if realizing the potentially intrusive nature of his question, added, perhaps I could assist you. That could indeed be the case. Chi-Min stepped away from his screen, stating, I'm here to seek permission from Professor Zhou Xiaoshan to utilize Rain Cloud. Oh, that's easy enough. The young man readily agreed. If my boss declines, you can still use my account. That may not be appropriate. Chi-Min chuckled awkwardly. The computational resources required for running brain-like models are substantial, and secretly using a doctoral student's account would surely raise the administrator's suspicions. What's the harm? The young man shrugged. Rain Cloud has such formidable computational power that typical projects are no trouble at all. My boss wants to tackle some large projects to test its actual computational capabilities, which is why we biologists were summoned to take on various tasks. To be honest, I hadn't really learned Python before coming here. I can tell. Chi-Min silently assessed in her mind before teasingly asking, so if Professor Zhou Xiaoshan turns me down, I might just have to borrow your account? Sure, absolutely, the young man replied instantly. Let's add each other on WeChat. When this RNA algorithm encounters a bug, I might need to consult you again. Chapter 5. Looking youthful, Chi-Min opened WeChat to scan his code, and the verification message he sent was under the name Li of Zhou Xiaoshan's laboratory. Does this character read Li or Yue? Chi-Min inquired, pointing at the character for Li. You actually know it has the Yue pronunciation? Impressive. Li responded with surprise, glancing at her. In my name, it is pronounced Yue. Oh, Li, got it. Chi Min said, feeling undeserving of such praise. She had merely spent a considerable amount of time in a non-native language environment and had not even realized that the character in his name was simply the oak tree, Li. My name is Chi Min, she introduced herself in kind. Chi as in the Chi Mountains, and Min as in the literary term for the sun above and the text below. The sun above? The text below? Cooley switched to handwritten input and spent a moment writing the characters, exclaiming, "So this character is pronounced M-I-N. I thought it was W-E-N. At the beginning of the school year, many people mispronounce my name." Chi Min laughed. "Same here. My name is seldom pronounced correctly." Cooley chuckled back. "Yours is still better. Mine is a polyphonic character, and I happen to be using the less common pronunciation." Suddenly recalling something, he glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the screen and said to Chi Min, "The boss's meeting should be wrapping up. Why don't you head towards the staircase to greet her? Otherwise, she might walk directly into her office." "Oh, I'll go then. If it doesn't work out, I'll come back to borrow your account." Chi Min nodded and made her way toward the laboratory door. Indeed, she encountered Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan in the hallway, who was walking toward her. Upon noticing Chi Min, Ms. Zhou slowed her pace, appearing quite amiable and warm, and said, "I sincerely apologize. Something came up unexpectedly. Have you been waiting long?" "Not for long," Chi Min replied. Chi Min hastily interjected, eager to express her indifference, but after contemplating several phrases that felt inadequate, she settled on saying, "Your laboratory is quite cool, isn't it?" What a peculiar remark. A laboratory primarily dedicated to data analysis and processing is undoubtedly cool. Yet what biological lab truly experiences heat? Typically, such environments maintain a constant temperature of around 25 degrees Celsius. Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan noticed her slight unease and, in a more amiable tone, suggested, "The air conditioning is actually a bit too cold. Perhaps we should move to my office to discuss this." Chi Min followed Ms. Zhou into her office. Once seated across from each other, Ms. Zhou presented a printed copy of the brain-like project proposal and posed several technical questions to Chi Min, primarily to ascertain that the proposal was indeed her own work, given the immense capabilities of supercomputers and their strategic national significance. The theft of project proposals to misappropriate state computational resources could pose a significant threat, since Chi Min had authored the proposal herself. Even if she had been pressed for time during its creation, her comprehension of its intricate details would be beyond reproach. Ms. Zhou quickly confirmed that Chi Min possessed a deep understanding of the project and remarked, "To be candid, I find your project quite intriguing, and it appears to hold substantial practical significance. However, the computational resources it demands may be exceedingly vast, and we must ascertain its feasibility. Thus, I would like to discuss this matter directly with your supervisor." Chi Min was perplexed as to how this related to her doctoral advisor, but replied, "My supervisor is likely still in the United States. It's nighttime there now, so calling directly might not be convenient." "The United States? I recall Professor Zheng mentioning that you are from Zhongji University?" Ms. Zhou inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "Yes. I just arrived at Zhongji University this month," Chi Min responded, somewhat bewildered. "So, you are actually the new PI at Zhongji University?" Ms. Zhou chuckled. "It seems Professor Zheng may have misjudged, but it's understandable. You look remarkably youthful. While appearing youthful may not be a disadvantage." Chi Min felt unjustly diminished in others' eyes due to her age. Since she was indeed a PI at Zhongji University, there should be no issue. Ms. Zhou continued with a smile, "My dear, you can directly contact our computing center as a PI. There's no need to seek Professor Zheng's introduction." "Well, my friend is currently pursuing a PhD in Professor Zheng's lab, so it's quite convenient," Chi Min stammered softly. She was indeed not particularly skilled with words and often stumbled when unprepared. However, Ms. Zhou seemed unfazed by her hesitations and said, "I will first organize the projects currently running on Yuyun and send you the account and password shortly. You can run a test and contact me anytime if you encounter issues." Ms. Zhou handed her a business card from a box on the table. Chi Min accepted it but had no idea where to place it. Having never printed her own cards before, she awkwardly suggested, "I can email you my phone number instead." "That works too," Ms. Zhou replied with a smile. "But you need not send it. It's all available on Zhongji University's official website." Faced with such a friendly jest in a formal meeting, Chi Min was at a loss for how to respond. "Oh, that is true." Strangely, Ms. Zhou found her reaction rather amusing. Just as their meeting could have concluded, she suggested to Chi Min, "It's nearly noon. Why don't I treat you to lunch in our cafeteria? I feel quite embarrassed about being late." "Oh, that sounds great. Thank you, Chi Min replied, finding no reason to decline, especially since she felt a bit hungry. Ms. Zhou led her out of the office and away from the computing center's laboratory to the cafeteria. Unlike typical universities, which often have distinct cafeterias for faculty and students, the Union Computing Center shared a single cafeteria due to its small staff. Upon reaching the serving counter, Ms. Zhou selected her preferred dishes first. Chi Min, standing behind her, quietly told the server, "I'll have the same as the person in front." "What? Speak up, please," the server replied loudly. "The same as the previous customer," Chi Min mustered her courage to say, attempting to increase her volume. "Or you can just choose for me." "Isn't it just the same as the person before?" The server joked. "There's no need to be shy." Chi Min felt rather inept in such moments. Yet, she found it genuinely awkward to speak loudly in public settings, where strangers could easily hear her. Chapter 6. Strengthening Collaboration. Following Ms. Zhou, Chi Min found a seat in the cafeteria of the Yuyun Computing Center. Initially, Ms. Zhou remained silent, quietly enjoying a small fish on her plate. Chi Min sensed the atmosphere was somewhat strained. She felt too timid to pull out her phone and play with it, so she cautiously nibbled on the steamed cauliflower served as a side. After a while, Ms. Zhou broke the silence, saying, "Dear, why are you so tense? As a PI, you will encounter many collaborative opportunities in the future. I just am not accustomed to it," Chi Min murmured. "You will get used to it, Ms. Zhou replied gently. "In fact, you should learn to engage with others in academia during your doctoral studies." While her statement held merit, Chi Min had yet to master how to interact formally, resulting in numerous unsuccessful submissions and interviews upon returning home. She managed well with peers and anyone who was not a PI, but she felt intimidated in the presence of any supervisor. "Well, I will strive to adapt," Chi Min said, a touch embarrassed. "I believe you should engage more with the research groups associated with Professor Zheng and others," Ms. Zhou advised. "Our focus here is mainly on maintaining Yuyun, and research projects are just beginning. Moreover, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems Zhongji University is not particularly strong in biological research. If you wish to advance your career, collaboration with other institutions will be essential." Chi Min nodded in agreement, recognizing that if Zhongji University's biology department were robust, they would not have sought her out. She quietly thought that her own capabilities were merely on par with that of Zhongji University's biology department, and at best, she could hope to achieve a modest title in the future. Upon returning to her office at the university, Chi Min opened her laptop to find an email from researcher Zhou detailing the access method for Yuyun. Following the instructions, she reattached the previously halted code to Yuyun, and the test set, which had taken nearly an entire night to run at the university's computing center, was completed in under 2 minutes. Delightful! Chi Min halted the machine learning test code and initiated the brain-like code of 1024-1024-1024. After 5 minutes of running, she felt confident there were no issues and closed the Jupyter page. By chance, Chi Min opened Skype and noticed that, due to her earlier shutdown, Skype had not restarted upon rebooting her computer. She found that Anton had sent her 7 video invitations during their chat. A sudden pang of anxiety struck Chi Min. Could something have happened to Mimi? She quickly sent Anton a video call request, but there was no response. She then sent a voice request, still unanswered. Growing increasingly anxious, Chi Min sent him several messages inquiring about the situation. Nearly an hour passed with no reply. It dawned on her that it was afternoon for her, while it was still the middle of the night for Anton. Although Skype indicates that he is online, it is likely just that his computer has been forgotten to be turned off. Yet, why did he send her a video invitation in the middle of the night? Is there truly something amiss, or is he merely idle? She sincerely hopes that it is the latter. After all, if he is free, then it means he is still reaching out to her, suggesting that their relationship has not entirely faded away. This matter has rendered Chi Min unable to focus on her coding. When she first returned to the country, she thought that Anong was completely dragging her down. But now she longs to see both him and Mimi once more. Moreover, Chi Min and Anong had been relying on their combined salaries to support Mimi, leaving little surplus. Now that Mimi cannot walk normally, and with Chi Min back home, she wonders how Anong manages to earn enough to care for her. Chi Min feels the need to find a time to visit them, at least to check on their well-being. However, if she remains without funds, her presence would not alleviate Anong and Mimi's situation. Chi Min's inner turmoil persisted into the night. Around 10 o'clock, she had returned to the small bedroom she was temporarily residing in at Yan Zhelan's home when she suddenly noticed a message from Anong on Skype. "There is nothing going on. Please stop bothering us," his message read. Chi Min immediately sent a video invitation, which was swiftly declined. Undeterred, she sent another request, and this time Anong accepted, revealing the familiar face she used to see every morning upon waking. However, he appeared somewhat different from her memories. His hair had grown longer. The blue highlighted bangs were nearly faded, and the hair at the back was long enough to be tied up. His complexion appeared paler, and the dark circles under his eyes made his brown eyes seem unusually large, yet they conveyed a strong disdain and rejection. "Why are you still Skyping me? Do we have any connection?" he snapped. Due to the northern accent of the restaurant owner who adopted him, Enong's Mandarin bore a slight regional twang. Cheemin had originally been concerned about him and Mimi, but his cold demeanor irritated her. "What do you mean we have no connection? Regardless of anything, I am still Mimi's mother." As a single mother in America, Cheemin was entitled to benefits. Thus, legally, Mimi remained her daughter, a fact that Enong alone could not alter. "Hurry up and go write your worthless article," Enong retorted angrily. "Mimi's fine, right?" Cheemin seized the opportunity to inquire about Mimi's whereabouts. "Is it really fine that Mimi is disabled?" Enong countered. "You truly have a conscience." His words indicated that Mimi had not encountered any serious issues lately. Cheemin felt a wave of relief wash over her. If that were the case, there was no need for excessive worry. However, she still felt compelled to challenge him. "I'm looking for a teaching position to earn money. Yet you earn so little and still want to allow me to see Mimi. Are you intentionally trying to keep me from being happy?" "Damn you," Enong cursed, employing a phrase he had learned from Cheemin, before abruptly striking the keyboard and turning away. He seemed poised to end the video call, but, in a moment of haste, pressed the wrong shortcut. Cheemin watched as he angrily sank onto the sofa, then cradled his head and began to weep. Having known Enong for over 6 years, Cheemin had never witnessed him cry. Sitting in front of her computer, she felt utterly at a loss. In truth, she held no resentment towards Enong, as she recognized that much of the fault lay with her. Now, she wished to comfort him, yet an entire ocean separated them. Ultimately, Cheemin quietly ended the video call. She understood that Enong would not want her to see him in such a state, and she realized her mockery of his income had indeed been rather harsh. Chapter 7. PhD student. However, Cheemin's work was progressing exceptionally well. Utilizing the computing resources of Yuyun, the connections of 1024-1024, 1024 were completed swiftly, and the results of the machine learning tests met expectations. This brain-like entity, constructed from virtual neurons emulating genuine neuronal activity, often exhibited peculiar parameter fluctuations during the machine learning process. While it might suggest a semblance of conscious activity, as a researcher, Cheemin felt it prudent to temper her assertions. Subsequently, rather than running 204820482048, Cheemin commenced the generation of a full-size brain-like entity of 163841638416384, which would possess 4398046511110 virtual neurons, 2 orders of magnitude greater than the human brain. The code for this generation would likely require several months to run, during which she should ideally finalize her articles and complete the supplementary materials, ready to fill in the data and figures at that time. Beyond these documentations, Cheemin faced the task of supervising graduate students. Although she had just arrived at the university and had not yet been allocated a PhD student position, other professors could loan her their unfilled quotas, ensuring that the new lab PI had personnel under her guidance. In an effort to enhance the biology department's standing, the university had surprisingly assigned her 2 doctoral students this year. She reviewed their materials. 1 male, Chen Linyu, and 1 female, Wang Xian. Both held undergraduate degrees with backgrounds in biology. On the first day of rotation, Cheemin arrived early at the biology building. As she was to meet her students, she opted not to stay in her office, but rather waited in the lab. While waiting, Cheemin conducted another round of machine learning using her virtual neuron connections from the school's computing center. Just as she was modifying the code, 2 heads popped around the door, scanning the lab, seemingly hesitant to enter. "Are you Chen Linyu and Wang Xian?" Cheemin inquired, turning her head. "Yes. That's us," they quickly responded, stepping into the room. Chen Linyu was tall and thin, with a slightly darker complexion and glasses. Wang Xian was somewhat shorter, sporting a fair, round face. They bore the appearance of university undergraduates who had never ventured into the workforce. Their contrasting heights and complexions added an element of humor to the situation. Cheemin smiled. "You both arrived quite punctually." She surveyed the surroundings. "The lab is mostly empty now. Feel free to sit at any open desk." Chen Linyu and Wang Xian placed their bags on 2 vacant tables, awaiting Cheemin's further instructions. "Well, There isn't much in the lab just yet. Chi-Min continued, I reviewed your materials, and since you both have biological backgrounds, you should be familiar with programming, correct? The two first-year students exchanged glances, then Chun Linyu replied, I've learned C. And a bit of VB before. I can use MATLAB. Does that count? Wang Xine whispered, I have a basic understanding. That's a decent start. How about this? Go home and learn Python, as our current lab work is primarily done using Python, Chi-Min suggested. By the way, you both should have already selected a supervisor, so you'll be working in this lab, right? The two first-year students nodded. All right then, Chi-Min stood. Although our lab is categorized under bioinformatics, we primarily focus on neurobiology at present. There may be other directions in the future, but that's a matter for later. She wanted to add that everything would have to wait until her original PhD thesis was submitted. I see that you're not too familiar with Python, so let us start with some cellular work. You both have experience in cell culture, right? Yes. Wansin notet and tusitasti. Chun Linyu hesitated but eventually nodded as well. I have. That's great. Chi-Min expressed her satisfaction, stating that in truth, matters concerning cells are not overly complex. It merely involves cultivating a batch of embryonic stem cells, ESCs, and inducing their differentiation into neuronal cells, which would serve as a negative control for the neuronal cells developing within the brain. How about this? She proposed, I'll first provide you with 2 copies of the protocol, and once you've reviewed them, we shall proceed to the cell room to familiarize ourselves with the cells. The cell room, shared among the laboratories on this floor, had been allocated a cell culture hood for Chi-Min's use. The reagents, petri dishes, and other consumables arrived promptly, and since cells could be borrowed from other laboratories, she was indeed well prepared for her cellular experiments. Chi-Min waited for 30 minutes for the 2 new doctoral students to memorize the protocol, after which she led the novices into the cell room. Upon entering, they donned masks, gloves, caps, and shoe covers in the preparation area. The comical sight of the tall and short doctoral students fumbling about evoking a chuckle. Wang Xine, with her bangs, struggled to keep a few strands of hair tucked under her cap, prompting Chi-Min to assist her in readjusting it. Once inside the cell room, the 2 newcomers appeared even more flustered. While Wang Xine managed reasonably well, Chun Linyu trembled as he handled the cell plates. Chi-Min felt a wave of apprehension that he might inadvertently spill the culture medium onto the lid, risking contamination. Thus, she addressed the 2 novices, perhaps it would be best if I demonstrate the procedure for you first, and then you can practice afterward? In truth, Chi-Min was not merely keen on providing a demonstration. Her primary concern was to safeguard the EPS cells she had borrowed from the esteemed Zheng Wenyu, which had been painstakingly delivered by Shi Zhaolan on her bicycle, ensuring that they remained uncontaminated. Chi-Min needed to guarantee the healthy growth of this batch of cells so that she could preserve them for future use, as she could not afford to be left without viable materials. As for the 2 novices, she deemed it sufficient for them to perform routine passaging of ordinary EPS cells, as precious materials that were not easily replenished should not be entrusted to them carelessly. Thus, the scene unfolded with Chun Linyu and Wang Xine positioned on either side of the culture hood, craning their necks to observe Chi-Min as she conducted the cell passaging procedure. Given that cell passaging merely involved the repetitive actions of adding and withdrawing liquid, as well as centrifuging, it lacked any remarkable visual appeal. Before long, Wang Xine could no longer stifle a yawn. Noticing his friend's fatigue, Chun Linyu glanced at the clock. Hey, it's already 12:25. Is that so? Wang Xine murmured. I've heard that after 12:30, the cafeteria becomes overwhelmingly crowded. I suddenly wanted to inquire. Chun Linyu asked Chi-Min, who was scrutinizing the cell density under the microscope. How much longer will the cell passaging take? About 10 minutes. Chi-Min replied casually, her focus still on her task. If you're eager to eat, feel free to head out first. All right, Chun Linyu exclaimed cheerfully. Wang Xine expressed her gratitude, saying to Chi-Min, thank you, senior sister. We'll take our leave now. With that, the 2 hurriedly exited the cell room, discarding their disposable gloves, masks, caps, and shoe covers as they rushed away. After completing the last cell plate, Chi-Min paused to reflect, sensing something awry. Why did she feel as though she were working for the doctoral students? Chapter 8. Gaming friends with Chun Linyu and Wang Xine off to lunch. Chi-Min sat in front of the culture hood, contemplating that venturing to the cafeteria would be both cramped and sweltering. It would be far more prudent to order takeout and dine in the laboratory. Moreover, the takeout industry in China is remarkably developed, warranting a proper indulgence. As it happens, Anton had been delivering takeout since Chi-Min first met him, though he was solely responsible for the deliveries from a certain Chinese fast food restaurant, which Min found so unpalatable that she would rather have a simple meal of rice with Lao Ganma. However, in China, the variety of takeout options surrounding universities is abundant, and with just a gentle tap on her phone, she could have a meal delivered in less than an hour. After placing her order, Min grew bored, waiting in the laboratory, and habitually opened the mobile version of the popular Battle Royale game. During her doctoral studies in the United States, she had frequently interacted with friends and fellow international students from China, thus familiarizing herself with the games that had gained popularity in recent years back home. Yet upon logging into the game, she discovered that most of her former gaming companions were unavailable. Some were overseas, grappling with time zone differences, while many of her middle and high school friends had settled down and no longer engaged in such youthful pursuits. Sighing, she mused that while pursuing a doctorate felt more akin to working than studying, remaining in an academic environment for an extended period often made it difficult to shed the naivety of student life. Nonetheless, there were still friends online among her WeChat contacts. For instance, there was Hua Weiming. Oh, she recalled him as a medical student who had borrowed her car to buy pancakes in the cafeteria. Min sent an invitation, which was promptly accepted. Soon after, they matched with two strangers for a game. Within the first 2 minutes, one of their teammates disconnected. Min was merely an average player, and Hua Weiming did not seem to possess the skills to carry them to victory. As the player count dwindled to 40, Min suggested, "Let us find a spot to hunker down for a bit." Sure, he agreed. Given my skills, I doubt I could win a direct confrontation. Their silent teammate chimed in with a simple okay. Consequently, Min drove into a wooded area within the safe zone, parked behind a hill, and the three of them disembarked, entering a small house. Two of them guarded the windows while one kept watch at the door, an immediate sense of security enveloping them. At that moment, their matched teammate sent a message. "I'm eating, so I'll just lay low for a while." "No problem," Hua Weiming replied. Noticing their teammate crouched by the window and remaining still, it seemed he was preoccupied with his lunch. Curious, Hua Weiming asked Min over the voice chat, "Hey, number 2, have you eaten yet?" "I ordered takeout," Min responded. I ordered takeout too," Hua Weiming replied with a hint of mischief. "The cafeteria must be packed right now, and it's sweltering outside." Min chuckled in agreement. "What did you order?" Hua Weiming inquired further. Spicy hot pot. I think it's from a place with lawn in its name," Min answered, having ordered rather casually and forgotten the specifics. "Oh, that place. I've been there. It's just average," Hua Weiming remarked. "These days, the ratings on various platforms are manipulated. Next time, I'll recommend a few nearby takeout spots with better value." "Sounds good," Min replied with a smile. "By the way, isn't the biology building right next to the medical building?" Hua Weiming continued. "Next time we order takeout, we could do it together to save on delivery fees." While there was no fault in his suggestion, their acquaintance had only extended to borrowing a card in the cafeteria. They were hardly close enough to share a meal. Min wondered if he was attempting to draw closer to her, but given that she had initiated the gaming invitation, it was likely that this young man was simply friendly by nature. Regardless, having someone to share meals with occasionally was a welcome prospect. Although she had already become a principal investigator in her lab, she found it difficult to connect with older colleagues in the biology department and could not mingle with her own students, making friendships with students from other departments quite suitable. "That sounds wonderful," Min readily agreed. "From now on, we shall be meal buddies." Just then, a notification popped up on her screen announcing an incoming call. "Hold on, my takeout has arrived. I need to go grab it." At that moment, only 12 players remained in the game. While Min and her companions were fortunate to still be within the safe zone, she did not dare to waste any time. She hurried downstairs to retrieve her meal and promptly returned to the lab. Upon her return, she discovered that the safe zone had shrunk again. Hua Weiming and their other teammate had managed to slip into the new zone, while she found herself outside the perimeter. Min quickly exited the house and sprinted towards the safe zone's edge. As she donned her headphones, she heard Hua Weiming alerting their teammate, "Be careful. There are enemies over here." Min opened the map for a fleeting glance, realizing that their current location was likely a rocky mountain. Such terrain was not particularly conducive for concealment, yet it offered the advantage of elevation, providing a broad vantage point, which could facilitate survival. At that moment, a series of gunfire erupted ahead, indicating that different teams had encountered one another in the residential area beyond the Rocky Mountain. The map indicated 4 markers in that vicinity, suggesting that those 2 teams were likely either fully equipped or had just 3 members remaining. Currently, only 10 individuals were left, and aside from the 2 teams engaged in combat, It seemed that only Chi Min and her companion remained, or perhaps another solo player was still in the fray. Can you see the players from those two teams shooting? Chi Min inquired as she ran. I can see two. Oh, one has fallen. A teammate is coming out to rescue him. And he has fallen too, Hua Weiming relayed through the team voice chat, noting that there should still be someone on the first floor. A matched teammate typed a quick message. There is one on the second floor to the right. I'll circle around to the other side, Chi Min replied, altering her direction towards the adjacent hill. The two teams in the residential area had just exchanged fire, and realizing that such a direct confrontation would only result in mutual losses, they both ceased fire. Chi Min crouched behind some bushes. From her current angle, she could not see what transpired between the two houses, but Hua Weiming later informed her. One team threw a grenade to the opposite side, and the last member of Team 3 has also fallen. Can you see anything from your side? Before she could respond, the matched teammate fired at the nearest red house, and the left side of her view indicated that he had knocked someone down. However, at that moment, that player's teammate also discovered his and Hua Weiming's positions. Just as both sides were exchanging fire, a sudden explosion from another direction knocked Hua Weiming down. Chi Min quickly shifted her view, bringing her scope into focus to spot another individual hiding behind a tree in the distance. Indeed, there was another solo player. Chi Min equipped a suppressor, swiftly aimed, and took him down. Wow, impressive, Hua Weiming exclaimed, even in his incapacitated state, before urgently adding, Number 3, don't revive me yet. Take him out first. The teammate, who had not been using voice chat, quickly typed, there are two people in the red house. This implied that given their exposed positions, engaging in a 1 versus 2 scenario was far too risky. Number 2, why not flank around for a look? Hua Weiming suggested. Number 3, don't come to revive me yet. Even if I go down, it's still a 2 versus 2 situation. Chi Min confirmed that there was no one in the outer circle and swiftly moved from her previous position to the side of the red house. The larger windows on the side allowed her to see one person clearly. She peered out from behind the tree and quickly knocked him down. At that moment, their teammate took advantage of the chaos to emerge from behind the rock, ran to the base of the red house, and threw a grenade upstairs, effectively concluding the combat. They had surprisingly secured a chicken dinner. Chi Min joyfully exchanged compliments with the silent teammate and added him as a friend, only to realize when she turned back to her meal that her hot pot had grown cold. Number 2, you're quite skilled, Hua Weiming remarked in the team voice chat. Yet, Chi Min chuckled and replied, the match is over. Why are you still calling me Number 2? It's just that. Your in-game name is rather peculiar, Hua Weiming explained. Chi Min's username was her WeChat name, Precise Poverty Alleviation Object, which was indeed quite difficult to pronounce in real life. That is a bit. Chi Min felt a bit embarrassed, having not changed her WeChat name in a long time. My real name is Chi Min. Chi Min. All right, I'll note that down, Hua Weiming said. Are we playing again? No, I need to eat. I have an experiment to conduct later, Chi Min replied. Same here. I need to do my experiments as well, Hua Weiming added. Next time you order takeout, let me know. Chapter 9. Academic Self-Praise after Chi Min logged off. She was enjoying her takeout when she heard footsteps at the door. Turning around, she saw Chun Linyu and Wang Xian returning. The two freshmen, upon seeing Chi Min in the lab, were no longer reserved. Oh, senior sister, are you having takeout? She had no objections to being addressed as senior sister by her lab students, so she responded, yes, the cafeteria was too crowded. Indeed, the cafeteria is too packed. Wang Xian chimed in, peering into Chi Min's bowl. What is this? Is it delicious? Chi Min glanced at the receipt. This is called Dual on Hot Pot. It's all right, just a bit oily. So, senior sister, what are we doing this afternoon? Wang Xian continued to inquire. Chi Min found it strange. Hadn't they already discussed learning Python? Did they finish learning just by going to lunch? Have you two looked at Python? Oh, that. Can't we learn it at the library? Wang Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. Aren't there any experiments to conduct in the lab? You need to let the cells you've passaged grow overnight before you can check them, Chi Min calmly explained. Our bioinformatics lab generally doesn't spend all day doing wet lab experiments. There is still a substantial amount of data processing and coding work to be done. After her explanation, the two first-year students obediently returned to their seats to focus on Python, as they were all now doctoral candidates. Chi Min didn't assign them specific tasks, but simply emailed them to inform them that there would be a small meeting on Sunday to assess their progress in language learning. Afterwards, Chi Min opened Jupyter to check, and everything was functioning normally with the generation code for the full-size brain-like body, currently utilizing 35 of the computing resources at Rain Cloud. Chi-Min's brain-like body project at the Rain Cloud Supercomputing Center operated on a dynamic resource allocation basis. Theoretically, the resources allocated to her were limitless, but they needed to be adjusted according to the usage by other research groups at the computing center. Even though she was collaborating with researcher Zhou Xiaoshan, the Rain Cloud resources had to prioritize their group's needs. Thus, even though the total utilization of Rain Cloud's computing resources had not yet reached half, the resources allocated to the brain-like body project were limited due to the priority given to other research groups. Nonetheless, 35 of Rain Cloud was already quite fast. Truly world-class supercomputers were not something that a university's small setup could compare with. However, Chi-Min pondered whether she could find a way to request additional computing resources, which might allow her to resubmit her paper before the new year. As she contemplated how to approach researcher Zhou Xiaoshan with her request, as if reading her thoughts, she received a message from Kuli on WeChat. "How is your project going? Do you still need my account?" Kuli asked. Chi-Min found it odd that he asked such a question without any context, but she quickly considered that perhaps there was an issue with his RNA structure prediction algorithm that required her assistance. "Researcher Zhou approved my use of Rain Cloud," Chi-Min replied, then continued typing. "Don't you need to run the code?" This time, Kuli responded with a voice call request. "What's up?" Chi-Min asked after answering. "Is there a problem with the RNA structure prediction algorithm?" "Sigh, you guessed it," Kuli said somewhat sheepishly. "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that I found some strange results when analyzing sequences from deep sequencing done by the company." "Send it to me," Chi-Min instructed. Kuli forwarded a set of peculiar results to Chi-Min over WeChat, and she opened the compressed file on her computer. After glancing at the dozen or so sequences, she couldn't discern any clear pattern. "What's wrong with these sequences?" Chi-Min inquired. "Just a moment. I'm sending you the structure prediction results now." Kuli replied. "All right. Take a look at these sequences. Why do they appear so strange?" Chi-Min opened the newly released compressed file and accessed the predicted result graph corresponding to one of the sequences. The RNA indeed appeared rather peculiar. In fact, part of it seemed quite regular, yet the remaining segments resembled an entity incapable of forming a stable secondary structure. "This is mRNA, right?" Chi-Min inquired. "Did you forget to exclude the mRNA?" "No way. I utilized data processed by someone else using trim." Kuli hesitated to respond. "How do you exclude the mRNA?" "You simply map the sequence back to the genome and delete the portions that map to the coding region," Chi-Min explained. "Oh." Kuli replied, somewhat understanding, before asking, "But this data should already have excluded mRNA, along with our RNA and tRNA. If it is not mRNA, it ought to be functional RNA, yet the secondary structure is almost amorphous." Chi-Min suddenly recalled, "You didn't exclude the introns, did you? Eukaryotes experience RNA splicing. Certain functional RNAs only become active post-splicing. The secondary structures of RNA before and after splicing will naturally differ." "Wait a moment." Chi-Min opened a new Python file in Jupyter, importing the dozen or so sequences provided by Kuli and using an existing gene mapping package. Map them to the human genome. Indeed, several sequences mapped to the same locus, albeit some were missing certain segments, indicating they were actually precursors of the same functional RNA at different stages of the splicing process. Chi-Min forwarded the results, and Kuli quickly grasped the situation. "Oh. So these are all precursors." It seemed that although he might not excel in informatics, he possessed a solid foundation in biology. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't have identified the issue." Kuli expressed his gratitude, then added, "By the way, my structural predictions don't consume much computational resources. Running the code on the lab's own server would suffice. Why don't you also use my account? My supervisor is particularly generous with the lab members, and we can prioritize using 5 of the resources. Although May 5th not sound substantial, it is quite considerable given the total computational capacity of Yuyun. Furthermore, in relation to the 35 Chi-Min is currently utilizing, 5 is indeed 1/7. Then I shall generously make use of it." Chi-Min smiled, stating, "When I publish in Science, I'll make sure to acknowledge you separately." "Certainly, if my project gets published in Nature, I must also extend my gratitude to you," Kuli replied with a grin. "It's all about reciprocity. How about you wait for me to publish in Science first, and then you can follow up with Nature?" Chi-Min jested. "Let's stagger our publication times a bit to avoid the media getting confused. Most individuals engage in mutual academic praise, but their self-aggrandizement in academia is refreshingly novel." Hearing Chi-Min's remarks, the 2 first-year graduate students in the lab couldn't help but chuckle. After hanging up the WeChat call, Chi-Min teased Chen Linyu and Wang Xian. who were suppressing their laughter at their desks. Don't be envious of others. Whether I can publish in Science is still uncertain, but if I do, I will certainly include both of your names. Thank you, senior sister. The two new doctoral students immediately nodded in agreement. Wang Xian even continued joking, senior sister. Say that again. I need to record it as proof. What proof? I can simply write you a note. It would be quite clear, Chi Min retorted playfully. This sounded quite generous. However, upon closer reflection, it was merely a customary practice for a lab PI to include their students' names in publications. Moreover, since Chun Linyu and Wang Xian are also considered members of her brain-like body research group, it is only logical that their names would appear in the papers resulting from the project. Chapter 10. Ordering takeout, perhaps motivated by the lofty goal of publishing in Science. Chun Linyu and Wang Xian became particularly diligent in learning Python. Even as late as 9 in the evening, they showed no signs of leaving the laboratory, making Chi Min feel somewhat embarrassed. She had mentioned publishing in Science merely as a boast. In reality, she had never dared to submit her original paper to Science, let alone the subsequent submissions to second-tier journals, all of which had been rejected. Now, with the addition of constructing a brain-like body, the original sample size was already under scrutiny, and the constructed brain-like body might not necessarily provide salvation. Furthermore, if she were to supplement the data for neuron connection detection, Chi Min found it quite challenging within this laboratory that lacked any resources. She perceived her project as a means to secure funding, produce some publications, and at least publish the article that she ought to have submitted for her doctoral graduation, while also navigating the annual evaluations. The university placed greater emphasis on results translation, with relatively weaker support for pure natural science research. If she wished to thrive in this institution, she would need to engage in projects more closely aligned with practical applications. However, what should she pursue? If she could construct and test a fully sized brain-like body before the end of the year, she would need to commence a new project after the Spring Festival, to apply for funding for the upcoming year before the relevant review personnel took their holiday break. She would also have to begin drafting project proposals in advance. Thus, it was apparent that contemplating her future endeavors was already overdue. Chi Min perused the news sections of Science and Nature, discovering numerous intriguing topics, but regrettably, she found herself unable to pursue any of them in her current resource-deficient laboratory. However, she noted that environmental protection projects were receiving considerable attention, and the most advanced equipment in her bioinformatics lab consisted of PCR machines left behind by retired professors. Sitting in front of her computer for several hours, she finally devised a genuinely feasible new direction, through PCR identification of microbial genes in soil samples, simultaneously scoring the local soil based on pollution levels, and employing deep learning to uncover the relationship between soil contamination and changes in microbial communities. Although this may sound somewhat formulaic, this direction would necessitate the collection of a substantial amount of wet lab data, which a typical bioinformatics lab might be reluctant to undertake, thus providing an advantage for Chi Min, who hailed from a wet lab background. While the two doctoral students were immersed in learning Python, Chi Min utilized her time in the laboratory to review literature, spending 3 days drafting a preliminary project proposal. During the first Saturday of Chun Linyu and Wang Xian's week in the lab, Chi Min instructed them to return and complete a small exercise on protein sequence alignment using Python, to be presented during their meeting on Sunday, as a means to assess their learning progress. Naturally, they both completed the task, as this type of exercise could easily be found on GitHub, and if they learned to seek out open-source code on GitHub, it would still count as an accomplishment. However, Chi Min was interested in whether they could articulate the principles and logic behind their work, rather than simply copying from a tutorial or another's code. The task was executed quite satisfactorily by Chun Linyu and Wang Xian, although Chi Min could immediately tell they had undoubtedly conferred with each other, as the code displayed merely the difference of altered parameter names. After both had presented, Chi Min remarked, "Ah, you two collaborated on this, didn't you?" "Ah, yes. That's right," Chun Linyu stammered. Wang Xian, however, remained relatively composed and asked Chi Min, "Senior sister, how did you figure it out?" "The only difference in your code is the alteration of parameter names," Chi Min replied with a smile, reassuring them. "I'm not saying you can't draw inspiration from each other. Collaboration is essential in the same lab. However, if it's a collaborative effort, can you articulate your individual contributions?" The few lines of code in question evidently seemed to have been crafted by a single individual. Given the minimal workload, collaboration appeared to be an impractical choice. Chi Min initially presumed that the code had been written by Chun Linyu, who possessed a foundational understanding of the C programming language. However, the tall and slender young man remarked the code was originally pinned by Wang Xi. I had made an error in the structure of the loop, and it was she who pointed it out. Subsequently, I modified it based on her code. Upon hearing this, Chi Min was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that the two had each completed their respective codes before engaging in discussion. Such a spirit of honesty was indeed rare, especially considering there was no explicit requirement for independent completion. Do you still have the code with the erroneous structure that you wrote previously? Chi Min inquired casually. Chen Linyu promptly retrieved the original code from his notebook and projected it onto the screen. Chi Min glanced at it. While his approach was not entirely incorrect, it was somewhat cumbersome, as it involved comparing many points that did not necessarily require such scrutiny, resulting in potentially lengthy execution times. Nevertheless, it was quite normal for a novice to produce such code. This can indeed be utilized. But Wang Xian's version is certainly superior, Chi Min remarked. Given this, it seems you both have mastered writing in Python. I shall share the current project document with you for your review. If you have any questions, we can discuss them tomorrow. Chen Linyu and Wang Xian nodded eagerly, bringing the brief meeting to a close. As they were about to leave the conference room, Chi Min was in the process of disconnecting the projector from her laptop when Wang Xian asked, "Senior, shall we have lunch together?" Chi Min hesitated for a moment before replying, "All right. What would you like to eat?" "We." Wang Xian glanced at Chen Linyu, who shrugged nonchalantly, indicating indifference. Thus, she proposed, "Shall we order takeout?" "Sounds good," Chi Min replied without much concern. However, she suddenly recalled a previous promise made to Hua Weiming about sharing a food order, and added, "If we are ordering takeout, may I invite another person?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xian and Chen Linyu exchanged glances, a hint of playful understanding evident in their smiles. "Of course, why not?" Wang Xian replied with a mischievous grin. Consequently, Chi Min sent a WeChat message to Hua Weiming, who quickly responded, "Sure. What type of food are you in the mood for?" Chi Min turned to the two doctoral students and inquired, "What do you both wish to eat?" "I'm flexible," Chen Linyu stated. Wang Xian pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Since there are more of us, how about pizza?" Chi Min replied to Hua Weiming, "There are 2 more people in my lab who would like to eat. Shall we order pizza?" "Sounds good. Take a look at this place," Hua Weiming responded, including a link and adding, "You can place the order." Chi Min opened the link and displayed it on the projection screen, collaborating with Chen Linyu and Wang Xian to select enough food for 4. Afterward, while waiting for the takeout in the lab, Hua Weiming messaged again, "Shall we have a game while we wait?" Chi Min hesitated. As the principal investigator of the lab, it might not be appropriate to lead a gaming session, especially with doctoral students from another department, as it could be perceived as setting a poor example. Yet, abstaining from playing was out of the question, for it was impossible for the lab's PI to renounce gaming, even if her skills were lacking. Thus, Chi Min decisively replied, "Sure." However, as she opened the Battle Royale mobile game, Chen Linyu happened to catch sight of her. "Wow, senior, you also play this game?" he exclaimed. "Really?" Wang Xian chimed in eagerly. "Can you teach me? I'm just starting out." Chi Min couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of today as doctoral students, demanding that their lab PI guide them in gaming. Yet, it was indeed her own fault for playing games in the lab, especially as it was the weekend. Theoretically a time for relaxation. "All right. Fine," Chi Min conceded with a hint of resignation. "I'm not that skilled either, so let us help each other out." Chapter 11. No girlfriend. It became evident that the level of play Chi Min considered subpar was quite different from the expectations of Chen Linyu and Wang Xian. While Chi Min admittedly lacked practice compared to true hardcore gamers, she was still capable of dominating novice players. Moreover, what was truly commendable was her unwavering patience. Regardless of how inexperienced her teammates were, she never exhibited frustration. In fact, when paired with complete novices, she often devised strategies to assist her teammates, willingly sacrificing her own performance to ensure they did not perish too swiftly. In contrast, Hua Weiming appeared more utilitarian. During their previous match, he had preferred to watch his own health deplete rather than allow a teammate to revive him, fearing it would jeopardize their chances of victory. This time, with Chen Linyu and Wang Xian in the mix, he quickly discerned that Chen Linyu possessed some foundational skills in FPS games, while Wang Xian was a charmingly pure novice. Consequently, he kept Wang Xian at the rear, never granting her the opportunity to fire a shot. Thus, Wang Xian obediently followed Hua Weiming's lead, listening to his directions for Chi Min and Chen Linyu. Number 2. Why don't you position yourself ahead? Hua Weiming queried within the game. In this instance, number 2 referred to Chi Min, who, despite Hua Weiming being aware of her real name, had grown accustomed to using this designation. "I haven't found an appropriate sniper rifle, Nor do I have a scope above 4 times, Chi Min calmly replied. No suitable snipe? Then let us spread out a bit, Hua Weiming suggested. Number 3, head west. But don't stay too close to number 2. Number 4, follow me, and I'll find a place for you to hide. Hey, number 1, why aren't you protecting my senior? Wang Xin teased him. This was a matter of gentlemanly conduct in the context of gaming. However, Hua Weiming took it as a question related to gameplay. Number 2 doesn't have a sniper. Like us, she's south-equipped for close combat. So she doesn't require special protection. Number 1, do you have a girlfriend? Wang Xin unexpectedly inquired. Hua Weiming was caught off guard by the question and replied directly. Know why? Well, that explains a lot. Wang Xin muttered as she crouched in a corner. I can't believe my senior invited you to join for takeout. Her words clearly hinted at something, but Chi Min was entirely focused on the sounds of footsteps around her in the game and failed to notice. She quietly informed her team via voice chat, be cautious. There are individuals near me. Likely to. Do you need assistance? Hua Weiming immediately asked. No. Chi Min whispered, keenly listening to the footsteps as she continued. I'm well positioned on the 2nd floor. They will surely perish if they come up. Wait. One seems to have walked away, possibly heading towards number 3. I see him. Chun Linyu responded, and just then, the sound of gunfire erupted in the game, followed by the notification that the enemy had been taken down by Chun Linyu. With one already incapacitated, the remaining adversary was below Chi Min. She planned to reveal her position to lure them out. Thus, Chi Min took a few steps on the upper floor, ensuring her footprints would show on the enemy's map. To avoid any grenades being thrown up towards the 2nd floor, she swiftly concealed herself in a relatively enclosed bathroom after drawing them out. Indeed, moments later, a tremendous explosion echoed from the direction they had come, and her screen displayed that the enemy had eliminated themselves. What can one say? Perhaps Wang Xion's novice status led to matching them with equally inexperienced players? The subsequent encounters with several inept opponents confirmed the existence of a novice halo. As Chi Min's team remarkably secured a victory, and their new player, Wang Xian, managed to avoid elimination. Fortuitously, just as the match concluded, the takeout arrived. Chi Min had arranged to meet Hua Weiming at the public lounge on the 1st floor of the biology building, so she led Chun Linyu and Wang Xian downstairs to collect the food. Upon arriving, she spotted the delivery person waiting outside, and at the same moment, Hua Weiming was pedaling towards her, straightening up and waving. Is that him? Wang Xian remarked quietly. He is actually quite handsome. What, looking to find a boyfriend? Chi Min joked. Senior, I have a boyfriend. Wang Xian remarked with a smile. It's merely pursuing my doctoral studies at another university. This revelation took Chi Min by surprise. She had assumed that Wang Xian shared an unusual rapport with Chun Linyu, especially considering their inseparable companionship since joining the laboratory. However, upon reflection, it became evident that there were only 2 doctoral candidates in their lab, and as long as there were no past grievances, it was likely they would engage in activities together. Hey! Hua Weiming rode his bicycle into the bike shed and jogged over to them, rather astonished at how quickly he had arrived. Let me take care of this. He carried a large platter of pizza into the biology department building, inquiring, why is this so massive? That's a 16-inch pizza. Wang Xian replied casually. It should be sufficient for 4 people. 16 inches? My goodness! Hua Weiming interjected, correcting her. If we calculate based on a single serving of 6 inches, a 12-inch pizza is 4 times that, and a 16 inches. Over 7 times? He questioned, are you sure we can finish such an enormous amount of pizza? Chi Min had contemplated this very issue when placing the order, but her 6 years of living in the United States had dulled her appreciation for food. She explained, we must also account for size discrepancies. A 12-inch pizza might not suffice for 4 people, while a 16-inch, although larger, should certainly be adequate. Well, I suppose that's reasonable, Hua Weiming conceded, noting that once it had been delivered, there was no possibility of returning it. The 4 of them settled in the lounge area on the 1st floor of the biology department, each purchasing a beverage from the nearby vending machine. As they began to enjoy their pizza, the conversation naturally turned to their respective research endeavors. Chun Linyu initiated the discussion by asking Hua Weiming about his work. Our lab focuses on depression research. Currently, I'm optimizing a depression model in rats, Hua Weiming explained. This area of research was relatively straightforward to comprehend. However, when Chi Min reciprocated by describing her lab's work, Hua Weiming expressed his bewilderment, stating, this is quite complex. I'm not very versed in coding. But the power outage that occurred previously while running extensive code at the computing center was likely due to the bioinformatics lab's coding efforts, right? Cheeman admitted with a hint of embarrassment. She quickly added, however, I have since transferred the code to another supercomputer, so any future outages will not be our concern. Don't worry, it's almost autumn, Hua Weiming reassured her, quickly altering his tone upon realizing the prior outage was caused by her code. He continued, moreover, there were also power interruptions during the summer, particularly in the biology and medical labs. Cranking the air conditioning down to 16 degrees in such sweltering heat would undoubtedly overload the system. Chapter 12. Social event. Ever since playing chicken with Chen Linyu and Wang Xian, the duo had become somewhat addicted to gaming. Routinely engaging in matches at meal times and insisting on including Qi Min and Hua Weiming. Out of a sense of responsibility as the lab's principal investigator, Qi Min felt compelled to moderate the gaming habits of these two, lest they indulge in clandestine sessions while she attended departmental meetings. While it was one thing to delay experiments, it would be quite another if their gaming habits interfered with their classes, as their actual supervising professor would likely hold her accountable. However, she hesitated to state this directly, so she messaged Hua Weiming on WeChat. I wanted to ask if those two from our lab have been pestering you to play chicken lately? Hua Weiming did not respond immediately, likely occupied with his experiments. After more than an hour, he replied yes. He followed up with, aren't we on the same team? At that moment, Qi Min was reviewing literature and switched to the WeChat desktop version to respond. If they approach you to play during work hours, could you kindly decline on my behalf? What's the matter? Hua Weiming inquired. I'm concerned they might become addicted to gaming, Qi Min explained. Isn't it more accurate to say you're worried they might neglect their experimental duties because of it? Hua Weiming teased, sending a cheeky emoji. That's certainly part of it, Qi Min acknowledged. Isn't it a standard protocol to refrain from gaming during work hours? Yet you're chatting on WeChat during work hours, Hua Weiming quipped. All right, I'm logging off, Qi Min retorted playfully. Don't be like that. We're merely chatting during a break, Hua Weiming quickly replied. He then added, are you free this weekend? For what? Qi Min inquired. On Saturday, the biology and medical departments are hosting a social event for a hiking trip. Are you going? Hua Weiming asked. A social event? Qi Min recalled seeing a notice posted downstairs at the biology department, complete with an eye-catching poster. Aren't social events typically for undergraduates? She queried. This time, it's for both graduate and undergraduate students, Hua Weiming clarified, adding, we're heading to the Songzhan Forest Park in Yanqing, with entrance fees and round-trip expenses covered. The Songzhan in Yanqing was evidently less renowned than Xiangshan or Xishan, and even Qi Min, being a native of Beijing, had only heard of it in passing. Nevertheless, she quickly looked it up and found it to be quite a sizable attraction. I suppose the student union must have an abundance of funds to expend, Qi Min commented. That's because such events usually attract few participants, Hua Weiming replied, encouraging her once more, so, how about it? If you have time, you should join us this weekend. Contemplating the idea, Qi Min decided that occasionally venturing into nature would indeed be beneficial. Furthermore, as autumn approached, the weather was becoming more temperate, making it likely that the mountains would be pleasantly cool. Thus, she responded to Hua Weiming, all right. Hua Weiming promptly sent her the registration link. Qi Min clicked on it and completed the registration questionnaire. Returning to the chat interface, she noticed Hua Weiming had followed up with, are those two from your lab attending? Uncertain about Chen Linyu and Wang Xian's weekend plans, Qi Min reasoned that many laboratories typically did not offer a full weekend off, at most providing a single day or half a day. However, due to the small size of her lab and her amicable relationship with the doctoral students, she felt uncomfortable asking Chen Linyu and Wang Xian to come in on weekends. Moreover, they were primarily engaged in cell experiments, and the weekend provided ample time for cell culture, making their presence in the lab somewhat redundant. Nonetheless, given Hua Weiming's inquiry, Qi Min surmised he was hoping to gather more acquaintances for the outing. Thus she replied, I'll ask them. Despite feeling that it might not reflect well for the lab's PI to lead such an outing, Qi Min rose from her chair and approached Chen Linyu, who was practicing Python. Hey, Linyu, have you heard about the social event this Saturday for the biology and medical departments? Huh? Really? Chen Linyu appeared quite perplexed. We're going to the Songzhan Forest Park in Yanqing. Are you joining us? Qi Min asked. Being from out of town, Chen Linyu likely had little understanding of how far Yanqing was from the school. He might have assumed it was merely a quick outing, so he readily agreed. Oh. Sure. One down. Qi Min forwarded the registration link to him and inquired, what about Wang Xian? She went to the cell lab, Chen Linyu responded. Then realizing Qi Min was inquiring whether Wang Xian would attend, he added, she should be free on Saturday. Should I go ahead and register her? Let me ask her when she returns, Chimin quickly replied. After all, a trip to Yanqing would take 2 to 3 hours, and it was possible Wang Xan might not have time on Saturday. If she registered but ultimately could not attend, it would be quite inappropriate. However, it turned out that first-year doctoral students had relatively flexible schedules, and Wang Xan, like Chen Linyu, readily agreed without much hesitation. On Saturday morning, Chimin met up with them at the school gate to board the minibus, discovering that the 19-seat vehicle was far from full. Moreover, judging by the distribution of the passengers, it appeared that the participants of this social event were mostly friends who already knew one another. Hua Weiming claimed a seat in the back row, prompting Chimin, Chen Linyu, and Wang Xan to follow suit. Chimin originally believed that this would be an activity of a somewhat outdoor internship nature, and thus prepared a water bottle, a sun hat, a jacket, some floral water, and a few emergency medications. However, when Hua Weiming, Chen Linyu, and Wang Xan opened their backpacks, they discovered that theirs were filled entirely with food. Aren't we going to the forest park? Chimin hesitantly inquired. Without food, are we supposed to just walk in the park? Hua Weiming chuckled. It doesn't matter that you didn't bring any. I can share some with you. Wang Xan also took out her chips, offering them to Chimin. Sister, you can have some of mine. Chimin expressed that she wasn't particularly interested in eating. She merely found the situation curious. While it was one thing to share food with Hua Weiming, as a principal investigator in the lab, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate to mooch off her doctoral student snacks, as it seemed to border on the misuse of authority. Once the minibus started, Wang Xan, sitting next to Chimin, began watching a show on her phone. Chimin glanced over and noticed she was watching Futurama. Having seen every season of this sci-fi animated series, Chimin couldn't help but lean closer to Wang Xan. Sister, would you like to watch together? Wang Xan removed her left earphone and offered it to her. Chimin felt a bit shy, but since Wang Xan had already expressed interest, she had no reason to refuse. Thus, they began to watch together. As Chimin had already seen it, the current plot held little novelty for her. However, the thought that the main character, Fry, was a delivery person inevitably reminded her of Anong. Chimin irresponsibly pondered whether the time she spent with Anong could also be considered a magical experience for him. Truth be told, Anong was merely an unfortunate orphan who had been trafficked to America, without the kindness of the previous Chinese restaurant owner. He would likely only be working in delivery and could never have found a girlfriend with a doctoral degree. Yet perhaps Andong's fate was such that he could never become a true chef or maintain a long-term relationship with a girlfriend who held a doctoral degree. But Mitsai was innocent. Chimin felt compelled to rectify the mistake she had made, but even if she secured a teaching position, published papers, and earned money, could Mitsai ever regain her legs? Moreover, it was evident that Anong was adamant about not letting her see Mitsai, which was truly vexing. Chapter 13. The so-called breakup. Due to the limited number of participants, everyone was free to explore once they arrived at their destination. Hua Weiming carried a large hiking backpack, having originally intended to climb, while Chimin, dressed comfortably, had no issues. Chen Linyu and Wang Xan were taken aback to find that Songshan Forest Park truly resembled a deep mountain forest, and they felt daunted by the distant trails. Indeed, after crossing 2 streams, Wang Xan could go no further. She had thought they were merely going out for a stroll in the park, so she wore a pair of cute, candy-colored canvas shoes, now regretting not having worn sneakers, even if they were unsightly. Noting that Wang Xan's shoes were ill-suited, Chimin suggested to Hua Weiming and Chen Linyu, "Why don't you 2 boys go ahead? We'll take our time." Chen Linyu, aware that she was merely accompanying Wang Xan, replied, "Sister, I can't walk fast either. Why don't you and Hua Senior go ahead?" He was actually worse off than Wang Xan, having worn sandals to the forest park. However, his physical advantage as a male prevented him from being left behind by Hua Weiming and Chimin. Observing that he was in sandals, Chimin thought it wouldn't be safe for him to follow Hua Weiming into the woods, so she agreed. "All right then. You 2 take care and apply some floral water." She retrieved the floral water from her backpack for Chen Linyu and Wang Xan, then followed Hua Weiming onward. In the absence of the chattering Wang Xan, Chimin found the surroundings somewhat quiet and unconsciously began conversing with Hua Weiming. As this was a social event, Hua Weiming seized the opportunity to discuss matters concerning the school. Compared to the less competitive sciences, the applied majors at the technical university, such as mechanical engineering and medicine, actually held respectable rankings. Hua Weiming, having transitioned directly from the undergraduate medical program to a doctoral program, had chosen research over clinical practice and was now in his 3rd year. Conducting research was undoubtedly exhausting. It involved not only the fatigue of continuous hours spent on experiments, but also the mental strain of having one's schedule dictated by the needs of the research. There were no weekends, no summer or winter breaks, and even public holidays were spent in the lab. If an experiment consumed excessive time, one could find themselves unable to have lunch from morning till afternoon. Furthermore, when it came time to publish, there were days and nights dedicated solely to that, leaving no room for anything else, not even the energy to respond to messages on WeChat. Few outsiders could endure such a situation with their partners, which led many researchers to seek companionship within their own circles. However, a characteristic of the technical university was that, being a strong engineering school, the male-to-female ratio was generally skewed in favor of males. In fields with particularly high male enrollment, the students would often proactively organize social events with departments that had a higher female population, such as the biology department seeking collaboration with the medical department. This resulted in females from those departments having more opportunities to meet males from other fields, thereby broadening their choices, while paradoxically making it more challenging for those males to find girlfriends. Upon hearing Hua Weiming's account, Chimin curiously inquired, "So, as a male from the medical department, have you found a girlfriend?" "Well, not yet," Hua Weiming sighed in resignation. "I'm so busy with experiments. When would I have time to look for a partner?" "You don't seem too busy this semester. You still have time to hang out on Saturdays," Chimin replied with a smile. "That's true. Actually, I'm nearing the completion of my current project and am just waiting for the results of our drug screening." Hua Weiming spoke with a degree of confidence regarding his research direction, indicating that he would likely wrap it up by the next semester, followed by writing and submitting papers. Chimin thought to herself that writing and submitting papers was the most arduous part, yet she refrained from dampening his spirits. This would be the perfect time to find a girlfriend, she teased. Hua Weiming did not pursue the topic further, but instead asked, "By the way, do you have a boyfriend?" "Me?" Chimin hesitated, uncertain about whether to classify her situation as having a boyfriend or not. Perhaps due to anger, Enong had literally tossed her belongings out of the apartment, and at that time, Chimin had been too preoccupied with her graduation to address the matter, leading her to tacitly accept that Enong had unilaterally ended their relationship. To be honest, Chimin felt quite guilty towards Enong, setting aside other matters. Just considering the financial aspect, Chimin's stipend as a doctoral student was meager. Although they had been sharing the burden of living expenses, the financial ratio was quite apparent. Moreover, beyond the economic support, Enong had consistently taken Mitsai to work, also bringing Chimin lunch and dinner. When Chimin returned home late from her experiments, she had hardly contributed to household matters, essentially serving as a caretaker who provided meals and managed chores, a role that would cost several thousand yuan a month in China. Andong's relentless, unpaid labor, coupled with the fact that he even subsidized her, filled Chimin with shame. She felt embarrassed to declare that she had no boyfriend, but objectively, it seemed as though she had already been broken up with. After a moment of hesitation, she could only say, "My situation is rather complex." "How complex?" Hua Weiming asked. "Well, I suppose I could be considered to have been broken up with, but there hasn't been a formal breakup, and there are still unresolved matters." Chimin responded. In order to qualify for social welfare for single mothers, Mitsai was registered under Chimin's name, meaning that legally she was Chimin's daughter and had no connection to Enong. Therefore, Chimin could not entirely sever ties with Enong, at least not without addressing the issue of custody over Mitsai. Moreover, she believes it would be best to bring Mimi back to China, as Mimi is of Asian mixed heritage. The example of Anton has already demonstrated that individuals of mixed Asian descent often do not fare well in the racially discriminatory environment of the United States. However, for Hua Weiming, who is unaware of these underlying issues, the notion of being broken up with is quite astonishing. Broken up with? How did that happen? This complicates matters further. Chimin waved her hand dismissively, asserting that it is not a pleasant situation and that it is better not to know the details. "If you have already been broken up with, what else can't be severed?" Hua Weiming retorted. "It's not that simple," Chimin replied with a smile, noting that sometimes being in a relationship can be quite exhausting. "In that case, perhaps one should simply forego dating altogether," Hua Weiming jested, as if merely engaging in research isn't exhausting enough. Yet, Chimin quipped that if one were to seek a partner, it would be best to do so during their doctoral studies. Given the meager stipend of a PhD student, you can be assured that the other party is not after your money. Chapter 14. Insufficient funding aside from the discussions regarding breakups, the hiking trip was relatively enjoyable. However, upon completing their circuit, Chi Min and Hua Weiming discovered Wang Xin and Chen Linyu still by the stream, sitting on a rock, applying floral water to themselves. "Sister, you finally returned," Wang Xin exclaimed upon seeing Chi Min. "Do you have anything like cooling oil? I've been bitten by mosquitoes at least a dozen times." Chi Min leaned in to inspect her legs. The pale skin was adorned with conspicuous pink welts, easily numbering 8 or 9 at first glance. Chen Linyu, although his darker skin rendered the bites less visible, could not restrain himself from incessantly scratching his legs due to the local immune reaction triggered by the mosquito bites. "Did you not apply floral water beforehand?" Chi Min queried in bewilderment. "We did. But it was ineffective," Chen Linyu replied while scratching. Chi Min was puzzled. Floral water typically yielded results for her, so why had it failed for these two? At that moment, Hua Weiming interjected to reveal the truth. "You two weren't just sitting here playing games, were you?" Wang Xin and Chen Linyu exchanged bashful glances, nodding obediently. "Isn't that courting disaster? Sitting by the water's edge playing games, no amount of floral water could save you from that." Hua Weiming shook her head, adopting a tone of a seasoned mentor. "Let me tell you, if you must play, at least do so while walking. Looping around is acceptable, just don't remain stationary." "Seems you have some experience," Chi Min teased. "Indeed. Whenever our lab has outings, I simply lag behind, playing on my phone, and my supervisor never catches on," Hua Weiming said with a hint of pride. Chi Min couldn't help but think that he had to sneak around to play games, while Wang Xin and Chen Linyu were fortunate enough to be taken along by their boss. Wasn't this a rather unfit way for her to manage her responsibilities? After returning from the team-building event at Songshan Forest Park, Wang Xin developed a profound aversion to mosquitoes. Although summer had long passed and the mosquitoes had significantly dwindled, she remained ever vigilant, prepared to eradicate them. While typically demure in the lab, she would not hesitate to climb atop her chair to eradicate any mosquito she spotted. Chi Min, seated across from Wang Xin, worried that she might fall while swatting at them. It would be a minor issue if she broke a few old PCR machines, but if she were to injure herself, it would constitute a safety incident in the lab, leading to trouble not only for Chi Min, but also for Wang Xin's supervising professor in administration. Finally, one day Chi Min could no longer stand idly by and said to Wang Xin, "Wang Xin, climbing on the table to kill mosquitoes is quite dangerous. The weather has cooled down, and the mosquitoes will hardly be around much longer. Let them be." "How can I? If I don't eliminate these remaining mosquitoes, they hibernate in the lab during autumn and winter, leading to an even larger mosquito population next year," Wang Xin retorted with conviction. "Then, why don't we buy some electric mosquito repellent to drive them out of the lab?" Chi Min suggested. Wang Xin, perched atop the desk, set aside her experimental notebook used for swatting mosquitoes and pondered for a moment before hesitantly agreeing that could work. Thus, she leaned over to Chi Min's computer and began purchasing electric mosquito repellent online. Since this fell under the category of communal supplies for the lab, it could also be covered by the lab's funding. Why not utilize these funds that would otherwise go unused? Spending someone else's money was certainly more liberating. As they were at it, Chi Min decided to check for other potentially needed items. For instance, the current water dispenser had been in use for so many years that even the most carefree Chen Linyu dared not drink from it. It was time for a replacement. Additionally, office supplies, ranging from paper cutters and staplers to copiers and printers, were also in need of procurement. Furthermore, based on Chi Min's previous experience studying for her PhD in the United States, the lab should ideally be equipped with a microwave, an oven, and a refrigerator, enabling everyone to gather without needing to seek out external venues. She added all these items to her shopping cart, only to discover that the total far exceeded the available budget for communal living supplies. "Sister, we've exceeded the budget," Wang Xin noted the issue as well. "Alas, the funding is still too limited," Chi Min lamented. "We definitely need the electric repellent. We must buy stationery, and we cannot do without a printer. Let's skip the oven for now, and perhaps we can find a second-hand water dispenser at school." "No worries, other labs don't have those either," Wang Xin reassured her. "If we want to eat in the lab, we can just order takeout." However, Chi Min mused thoughtfully, it appears we need to apply for more funding. She lifted her head and inquired of Wang Xin, "What do you think would help us secure additional funds?" "In order to obtain more funding, I believe we need a project with significant impact," Wang Xin pondered before adding, "By the way, isn't there an academic lecture every Thursday? I think we should submit our lab's project for that. Perhaps if you charm the audience during the lecture, those professors might agree to allocate more funds." Chi Min considered this rationale. She labored diligently day in and day out. Yet the funds she received were barely sufficient to purchase a printer for the lab, which seemed rather futile. It would be more worthwhile to spend time devising ways to persuade others, secure the funding, and subsequently procure the necessary items for the lab. However, she had no desire to speak in front of an audience. Even addressing Mr. Zheng Wenyu, her supervisor, was challenging for her, let alone presenting before a crowd of professors and PhD students. Fortunately, such academic lectures typically featured PhD students as speakers, so Chi-Min asked Wang Xian, "Would you be able to present?" "I might be able to," Wang Xian quickly demurred. "I haven't truly gotten the hang of it yet." And Chen Linyu, "Probably can't either. We're only first-year students. How could we present such an important topic?" "You should take the lead," she insisted. Chi-Min thought to herself that she indeed had a sense of loyalty and recognized the importance of not abandoning her teammates. However, upon further reflection, these two were only just beginning their work with coding, and sending them to present might lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, this academic exchange lecture did not explicitly prohibit principal investigators from presenting, so it seemed reasonable for her to sign up. As for how well she would perform, that remained to be seen. Ultimately, the decision regarding whether those professors would allocate funds would not hinge on the quality of her presentation itself. If all else failed, she could always prepare some animations to showcase during her talk. Chapter 15. Academic lecture. In order to ensure that she could speak confidently in front of a large audience, Chi-Min dedicated an entire week to creating 2 descriptive videos. One detailed how the original data for constructing authentic neuron models was collected, while the other explained how brain-like bodies were built. As the Thursday approached for her academic presentation, Chi-Min had thoroughly memorized her script, ensuring no room for error. Armed with her PowerPoint and videos, she took the stage, and due to her diligent practice sessions, the delivery proceeded unusually smoothly. However, when it came to the question and answer segment, Chi-Min found herself somewhat flustered. Who could have anticipated the bizarre inquiries that these eccentric doctoral students would pose? Some questions were clearly posed by individuals who hadn't paid proper attention to her presentation. Yet, as the main speaker, she had to respond patiently and directly. In summary, her performance during the Q&A was less than satisfactory, both in content and demeanor. Just when she thought her presentation was doomed, the microphone was unexpectedly handed to a distinguished professor seated in the front row. According to the nameplate before him, this venerable gentleman was named Zhang Jiushu. Chi-Min was unaware of his specific field, yet he began by commending her work. "I find your topic quite intriguing. Previously, we believed that to imitate the human brain, one could either replicate its structure from top to bottom or design artificial intelligence without adhering to physiological characteristics. Your design of a brain-like entity neither fully imitates nor completely disregards the brain. It mimics the real brain at the neuronal level, while the overarching structure deviates from that of the brain itself. This brain-like entity is not a brain, yet it possesses brain-like qualities. To be honest, I cannot envision what the final outcome might be. I genuinely believe this is worth pursuing, and the design of this pipeline, whether for initial fluorescence data collection or subsequent computer simulations, is remarkably clever." With just a few succinct statements, he clarified the points Chi-Min had struggled to articulate, effectively elucidating them to the audience of less experienced doctoral students. The professor then turned to the other attendees, stating, "I believe some among us are lacking in courtesy. I've heard that attending academic lectures can earn you credits, but surely the intention behind this credit system is not to encourage time wasting, but rather to foster genuine learning. In particular, refrain from immediately linking discussions of simulated brains to AI, playing Go. If you continue this way after graduation, others will perceive it as a failure of your education." He then addressed Chi-Min directly. "Regarding the presentation, I must speak candidly due to your relative youth. The design of this academic report has its flaws, particularly with the 2 video segments. The main presentation is in Chinese, yet the videos are in English without subtitles, which clearly does not take into account that most of the audience are doctoral students who may not have a solid grasp of this background knowledge. Listening to English without comprehension is a significant barrier. While this may suffice for a general academic lecture, such an approach in a classroom setting could lead to poor evaluations." Chi-Min nodded in agreement, well aware of her shortcomings. In her current state, she certainly could not teach effectively. Once Professor Zhang had made his points, no one dared to pose any more foolish questions. With her academic presentation concluded, Chi-Min was unexpectedly called over by Professor Zhang after the session. He inquired, "Young Chi, you are the new PI in the biology department at Zhongji University, correct?" Are you teaching any courses this semester? Not yet, Chi-Min replied honestly. Ah, that explains it, he chuckled. Your presentation skills certainly need some refinement. Yes, I'm not particularly adept in that area, Chi-Min admitted somewhat sheepishly, which is why I haven't started teaching. It's no concern that you haven't begun teaching. I've heard that the biology department at Zhongji University already has several hundred credits worth of courses. The absence of one additional course one team make a difference, he remarked. However, I believe the Beijing Systems Biology Forum is approaching, and your project is quite fascinating and relevant to systems biology. You should consider presenting there. Oh, is that so? Chi-Min reflexively thought to decline, but realizing this was an opportunity, she hesitated to dismiss it outright. Would I be capable of that? What should I do to improve those 2 video segments? Professor Zhang regarded her with a warm smile and said, I am neither your school's teacher nor your mentor. Such matters are best left for you and your colleagues to address. With a nod to Chi-Min, he turned and walked away. Once he exited the auditorium, Wang Xin and Chun Linyu approached Chi-Min with an air of excitement. That Professor Zhang Jiushu is an expert from the funding committee overseeing bioinformatics. Who would have thought he would speak on behalf of your project? What extraordinary luck! Chi-Min's eyes widened at this revelation. The funding committee? Aren't they the ones responsible for project reviews? Indeed, you've struck gold. Who could have predicted that Professor Zhang would attend this week's lecture? Wang Xin urged, Senior sister, hurry back and draft an application for a key project in bioinformatics. Strike while the iron is hot, and you might just secure funding. Chi-Min felt skeptical that fortune would favor her in this way. After all, presenting on the brain-like entity project and having an expert from the funding committee take notice seemed too fortuitous. Nonetheless, applying for a key project did not seem overly challenging, and even if it were unsuccessful, the repercussions would be minimal. She returned to revise her initial project proposal, reformulating it into the application format for key projects, and subsequently submitted it to the funding committee. After a considerable wait for review, Chi-Min, as anticipated, received notification that the biology department had selected her to present at the Systems Biology Forum. From the moment she learned of this opportunity to the actual presentation, only 2 weeks elapsed. It was predictable that her performance at the forum was not significantly better than at the university's academic forum. Fortunately, the audience consisted of scholars with a solid foundation in the field, thus comprehension issues were not a concern. Ultimately, Chi-Min emulated Professor Zhang Jiushu's earlier approach in summarizing her work. Despite her somewhat halting delivery, she still garnered considerable applause from the audience. Perhaps this showed a collective encouragement for young researchers, but Chi-Min felt a genuine joy in witnessing her research receive such recognition. The subsequent Q&A session unfolded smoothly, with an abundance of questions posed, each succinct and not overly challenging. When addressing one inquiry, Chi-Min briefly outlined her planned future work, and one questioner remarked, I believe that if you merely input numerical signals and observe the output, that may not suffice. If you expect it to exhibit some characteristics of a brain, you might consider connecting it to an animal brain. This suggestion, while seemingly straightforward, left a lasting impression on Chi-Min. She had always regarded the brain-like entity as akin to AI, yet had never contemplated the implications of its application in brain-machine integration. Of course, she was still unaware of what a full-size brain-like entity would ultimately entail, but approaching the concept from the perspective of brain-machine integration might indeed clarify the matter. Chapter 16. A failed confession inspired by the idea of brain-machine integration. Chi-Min delved into the literature and began designing experiments. She planned to utilize the previously generated 256 by 256 by 256 micro brain-like entity in conjunction with rats, but the interface for connecting the rat's brain to the brain-like entity required careful design. Fortunately, research in the field of brain-machine integration had been underway for quite some time, and many international scholars were engaged in this area. Chi-Min quickly discovered a new technique called minimally invasive corpus callosum interfacing. This method involves inserting specially designed, non-invasive microelectrodes into the corpus callosum region, allowing for the capture of electrical signals from brain activity while simultaneously releasing corresponding electrical signals, thus achieving the goal of brain-machine integration. Note, this technology is fictional. And of course, the brain-like entities themselves are also imaginary. This serves as a reminder that this text is a science fiction narrative and should not be taken seriously. Thus, Chi-Min contacted the research group that developed the minimally invasive corpus callosum interface, only to discover that the group was based at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. There had been little collaboration between the university and institutions in Europe, but fortuitously, The head of this corpus callosum interface group was a fervent admirer of Althusser and held a favorable view of China. Coincidentally, in the latter half of the year, Paris was engulfed in protests for open access, and the principal investigator at the Col Normand Sup Rieur readily agreed to send Chi Min a dozen physical models of the minimally invasive corpus callosum interface, accompanied by detailed structural diagrams of the device. This breakthrough opened new avenues for the brain-machine interface experiments. Chi Min was deeply moved by this international comrade's socialist spirit and promptly expressed her gratitude in a letter before hastily arranging for animal experiments. Conducting animal experiments at the university required approval from the ethics committee. However, beyond this bureaucratic hurdle, Chi Min faced a more daunting challenge. There was no one to assist her. Handling rats was significantly more demanding than managing EPS cells, and Chi Min could not rely on two novices, Wang Xian and Chen Linyu, to accomplish this task. Moreover, they still needed to conduct control experiments on cells, and if they spent too much time on the animal experiments, they might fail to complete the cellular component, which would affect their ability to publish. As a result, she contemplated enlisting someone to assist with the animal experiments. After much deliberation, Chi Min concluded that it would be ideal to solicit help from Hua Weiming, who was experienced in rat experiments and currently had a lighter workload. If he agreed to lend a hand, he could even be credited on the project, which he believed his supervisor would not oppose. However, learning from her previous misstep when approaching researcher Zhou Xiaoshan, Chi Min decided to directly contact Hua Weiming's doctoral advisor, Professor Bai Shihong from the medical school. Professor Bai, being one of the more senior faculty members at the university, was known for not pushing students too hard and for considering their well-being. Upon hearing that Hua Weiming might receive authorship credit for the project, he readily consented. Afterward, Chi Min happily sought out Hua Weiming. However, recognizing the significance of the matter, she did not casually mention it to him via WeChat. Instead, she invited him to dine outside the campus. A new Japanese restaurant had recently opened just outside the southern gate of the university, offering numerous discounts since its inception. Chi Min chose this venue, believing that the tranquil ambience of the Japanese eatery would facilitate an academic discussion. To her surprise, Hua Weiming arrived precisely on time, clad in a brand-new black suit and carrying a large bouquet of white roses. Chi Min stared in astonishment as he approached her table and presented the bouquet. "What is this?" Chi Min asked, somewhat taken aback. "For you," Hua Weiming replied nonchalantly. "I saw these beautiful flowers at the florist on the way and decided to buy them." "That is, thank you." Chi Min was at a loss for words, realizing he might have misunderstood her intention behind inviting him to dinner. The bouquet was placed in a vase brought by the waiter, and due to their proximity, the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. In fact, the flowers commonly referred to as roses are often hybrids of traditional Chinese monthly roses and other members of the Rosaceae family from Europe, with the most prevalent being the fragrant tea rose. As the name suggests, these flowers emit a rich scent reminiscent of perfume, intermingled with a hint of tea fragrance. However, if this aromatic essence is placed near food, it can dilute the food's aroma, resulting in a distracted dining experience. Such an atmosphere was not particularly conducive to discussing experimental matters. As Chi Min pondered the meaning behind Hua Weiming's gesture, he casually inquired, "By the way, are you considering finding a boyfriend again?" Chi Min shifted her gaze from her plate to his face, pausing for 2 seconds before replying, "I haven't thought about it." "Why not?" Hua Weiming pressed. "Aren't you recently single?" "I have too much going on, and I haven't had the leisure to contemplate that." Chi Min replied evasively. "But you still find time to go out for dinner," Hua Weiming pointed out, "and you also have weekends free for hiking, not to mention your frequent gaming sessions." Chi Min found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. In retrospect, she felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she had no idea how Mimi was faring while she enjoyed herself so freely. However, she also reasoned that it was ultimately Andong's unilateral decision to sever ties, something she could not prevent, right? Yet, seeking a new boyfriend was an entirely different matter. Although Chi Min believed that a bit of leisure was harmless, she did not feel morally justified in leading another unsuspecting young man astray, especially since Hua Weiming was the first new friend she had made upon returning to her homeland. Those were merely ordinary recreational activities. Chi Min attempted to clarify, asserting that even the busiest individuals need to unwind, don't they? This rationale seemed rather flimsy. Her sense of relaxation primarily stemmed from her time spent with Hua Weiming, Wang Xian, and Chen Linyu, indicating that what she truly sought was not solitary rest. Engaging in outings and gaming sessions, evolving into romantic relationships was nothing out of the ordinary. Hua Weiming refrained from offering immediate commentary, instead shifting the conversation after a few moments. I don't quite understand, since you've already been broken up with. What is there to hold on to? This situation is somewhat unique. Chi Min evaded the question. Then, what does your ex-boyfriend do? Hua Weiming inquired further. He delivers takeout. This question was quite easy to answer. However, Hua Weiming clearly found it hard to believe. I was just curious. It really is takeout delivery, Chi Min stated calmly, so you can try to empathize. If you were in a relationship during your doctoral studies, say with someone working as a waitress earning $3,000 a month, and she used all of her earnings to pay your rent, then one day you made a mistake that caused her significant trouble, leading her to break up with you, what would you think? Should you break up or not? Hua Weiming fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Chi Min sighed. If you don't break up, then that is her unilateral decision to end things, and you cannot prevent it. If you do break up, having relied on her income in the past, wouldn't it seem rather heartless to abandon her in her time of need? Hua Weiming regarded her, keeping his gaze fixed for quite some time before looking away, expressing a sense of regret. So that's how it is. Yet, he added, somewhat unwilling to concede. But ultimately, it was her decision to break up. Perhaps she didn't want your assistance at all? Her unwillingness to accept help is a separate issue from your decision to provide it. Chi Min countered. Philosophically speaking, the success of scientific research often hinges on luck. Those lacking integrity are unlikely to be fortunate. Chapter 17. Animal Experiments. After rejecting Hua Weiming's confession, Chi Min felt she could no longer hope to enlist his help with the animal experiments. Fortunately, she was not entirely without prospects, as she was collaborating with Zhou Xiaoshan's research group. Any experiments she could not conduct on her own could be discussed with researcher Zhou. Upon receiving Chi Min's email, Zhou Xiaoshan promptly called her, warmly informing her that there was no need for such formal communication. She could simply call or message on WeChat for any issues. Chi Min felt a bit embarrassed. Although she was not adept at formal interactions, her research topic had indeed caused inconvenience for several individuals. However, since she was already a PI in the lab and relied on this project for her livelihood, she had no choice but to seek assistance. She explained to Zhou Xiaoshan that the brain-like entity testing would likely require animal experiments, but she lacked personnel capable of conducting them. Zhou Xiaoshan readily replied, "Sure, I have a student who has previously conducted animal experiments. However, the Yuyun Computing Center lacks the necessary facilities for animal housing, so the experiments would need to be conducted on your side." "That sounds fantastic," Chi Min quickly remarked. "I have already discussed this with the department. The shared animal facility is available for use. The other necessary instruments are not too many, and I have already placed the order. They should arrive in about 2 weeks." She added, "Let me first check who is available here." The sound of mouse clicks came from Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan's side. "Li Mingna, my postdoctoral fellow here, worked with mice during her doctoral studies. Qiu Junfeng also conducted animal research during his master's. And then there's Ku Li, who previously worked in a laboratory researching Alzheimer's disease. I believe he would be quite suitable," Chi Min suggested immediately. If collaboration is necessary for work, familiarity is clearly advantageous. To provide a compelling rationale, Chi Min further noted, brain-machine interfaces differ somewhat from conventional animal experiments. A foundational knowledge in neurological diseases is certainly preferable. "Then it shall be Ku Li," Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan responded. "He is currently engaged in informatics experiments, which could seamlessly integrate into your work. I'll send you his WeChat contact shortly," she added. Chi Min expressed her gratitude repeatedly and briefly mentioned her progress on generating full-size brain-like bodies, sincerely thanking Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan once more before hanging up. Feeling a sense of relief, Chi Min waited for 2 hours until Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan sent her Ku Li's WeChat contact card, indicating that she had already briefed him on the situation. Now it was up to Chi Min to connect directly with Ku Li. This time, she was determined not to hastily invite him to dinner, especially since Ku Li was in Shuani, quite distant from the city where Zhongji University was located. If she wished to invite him for experiments, she first needed to report to the school and arrange for a temporary technician's accommodation for him. Thus, Chi Min sent him a message on WeChat. "Hi, Ms. Zhou mentioned the brain-machine interface experiments with rats, right?" Within seconds, Ku Li replied, "Just finished talking about it. How does this relate to you?" Chi Min suddenly realized that he was unaware of her position as the principal investigator at Zhongji University, which struck her as amusing. Intentionally, she refrained from revealing the truth. "Of course, this is the very project I am working on. Does that mean I will be coming to your lab?" Ku Li inquired. "Yes," Chi Min confirmed. "You can apply to stay in the technician's dormitory. Anywhere is fine as long as I don't have to commute 4 hours daily. Ko-lee responded with a laughing emoji. So, I can come then? Chi-min confirmed. Of course, I have experience with mice, and working with rats should not pose a problem. Ko-lee replied, adding, moreover, I need your assistance in improving my algorithms. He concluded with a fist emoji, eliciting a smile from Chi-min. It seemed quite reasonable for Ko-lee to assist her with brain-machine interface experiments while she helped him with his RNA prediction experiments. Yet, Chi-min whimsically pondered whether she could request Ko-lee to include her name on any publications, considering her collaboration with researcher Zhou Xiaoshan, whose group would certainly involve their members' names in any resulting papers. If Ko-lee neglected to include her name, would that not be to her detriment? Thus, the arrangement for the brain-machine interface animal experiments was solidified. Chi-min informed Mr. Zhang Jiushu, who Weiming supervisor, that she no longer needed to seek someone for the animal experiments, as her collaborator, researcher Zhou Xiaoshan, could provide the necessary personnel. It was only logical to prioritize her own collaborative group for assistance, and Mr. Zhang understood. Next, she needed to report to the school and figure out how to arrange accommodations for Ko-lee during his upcoming experiments. Zhongji University already had provisions for short-term staff accommodations, and Chi-min initially thought Ko-lee could stay there. However, when she inquired, she was told that such short-term dormitories were already full, leaving only shared doctoral student accommodations available. Shared doctoral accommodations it is then? Chi-min asked Ko-lee, who stated that sharing a room was not an issue for him. He added that although his current single room in Yu Yun's dormitory was quite cramped, he would prefer a double room. With the administrative procedures completed and accommodations arranged, they awaited the arrival of the remaining instruments. However, Chi-min soon learned that the School of Science was preparing to send some personnel on a business trip to the very city where she had pursued her doctorate. This presented an opportunity for Chi-min. If she could coincide her trip with theirs, she would not have to worry about taking leave or incurring travel expenses, and it would provide a valid reason to return. If she were to meet Anton again and fail to reach any consensus, at least it would not feel like a wasted trip. Thus, the once reluctant Chi-min, who had never wished to engage with superiors regarding her personal matters, mustered the courage to approach the department leaders. Whether it was her character finally being recognized or merely a stroke of recent luck, her request for a business trip was indeed granted. The dean of the School of Science, Wang Xinghai, aged between 40 and 50, was considered relatively young for someone in a leadership position at the university. He had studied abroad and was previously a professor in the physics department before assuming his administrative role. This young dean, known for his serious demeanor and strict approach, was not particularly known for his good temper. However, perhaps due to his uninterrupted funding since transitioning from studying abroad to becoming a physics professor, he was relatively lenient regarding business travel and conference attendance. You have a valid point. It's important for young people to gain international conference experience. Dean Wang replied to Chi-min, which made her admire his commitment to fostering the development of younger colleagues. However, when the candidates for the trip were finalized and a preliminary meeting was held, Chi-min discovered that the others selected for the trip were also young principal investigators. Chapter 18. Business Trip. Chi-min secured an opportunity for a business trip, necessitating some arrangements in the laboratory. Since Chun Linyu and Wang Xin had taken over the EPS experiments, Chi-min had not been heavily involved in their work. Logically, a 3 or 4 day absence should not disrupt the laboratory operations significantly. Nevertheless, to be prudent, she deemed it necessary to provide some instructions, particularly regarding Ko-lee's arrangements. On Friday afternoon, just before mealtime, Wang Xin and Chun Linyu approached Chi-min to order takeout. As Chi-min placed her order on her phone, it was customary to engage in a game while waiting for the food. This time, as everyone settled in the laboratory, Wang Xin asked, "By the way, senior sister, why haven't you been hanging out with that brother Hua lately?" Chi-min had intentionally distanced herself from Hua, aiming to allow him some time to cool off. But she felt it best not to disclose this to Wang Xin and the others. "Oh, he's been quite busy lately." She then continued, "Now that our project requires animal experiments, researcher Zhou Xiaoshan from the Chinese Academy of Sciences is sending someone to assist. I will be on a business trip for 3 or 4 days starting the day after tomorrow, so I may need you two to help oversee things." "We're collaborating with the Chinese Academy of Sciences on something?" Wang Xin asked, somewhat perplexed. "I hadn't heard about that before." Chun Linyu posed a more pertinent question. "What's the name of the person coming? Will they be temporarily residing at the school?" "His name is Ko-lee. He should be a year ahead of both of you. I've shared his WeChat contact in the group," Chi-min replied. "I've already discussed the arrangements with the academic and logistics departments. The school will provide him with an available doctoral dormitory. Right? The male students in the biology department are all in the same building, Chenlin nodded. I can take him there when he arrives. With that, Chi Min had conveyed the essential information. She added, I won't be away for long. You both should manage well in the lab. If any issues arise with Kali's arrival, please inform me first. Absolutely. Wang Xin and Chen Linyu readily agreed. Wang Xin then lowered her voice to ask, Senior sister, is this collaborator someone specifically assigned by the professors over there? Not quite. I proactively suggested seeking assistance because our team is stretched too thin, Chi Min explained. That's a relief. Wang Xinsong sighed. I was starting to think that the collaboration team was dissatisfied with our progress. Why would they be? Our pace isn't particularly slow, Chi Min replied. I've already completed over half of the full-size brain-like body experiments on my end, and your work on the EPSL negative controls is progressing smoothly as well. Is that so? It just feels like we've been engaged in redundant tasks, Wang Xinsong murmured like endlessly culturing cells. Chi Min couldn't help but chuckle at her remark. To be honest, biological research is inherently a labor-intensive field, and that won't change in the short term. Perhaps once AI technology reaches a certain level, repetitive experiments could be automated. Then wouldn't we all be out of jobs? Chen Linyu interjected. Similar to how automation displaces manual workers on assembly lines? Perhaps, Chi Min shrugged. Welcome to the capitalist society. On Sunday, Chi Min boarded a plane with other PIs attending the International Nature Science Conference. Due to a precise 12-hour time difference with the United States, they took off Sunday morning, with a flight duration of 13 hours, landing at local noon. Upon exiting the airport, the young PIs were escorted to their hotel for check-in, followed by what should have been a late-night meal, but was instead lunch. Due to the time zone adjustment, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest after the meal. The following day marked the official start of the conference. 2 PIs scheduled to present went off to prepare, while those like Chi Min, who were merely there to absorb knowledge, settled in their rooms to watch television. The television was rather entertaining, especially since Chi Min was currently staying at Yin Jialan's home, where her small bedroom lacked a TV. The pleasure of lying in bed watching television was quite delightful. The conference proceeded smoothly the next day. Simply sitting there and listening posed no risk of misunderstanding. During the coffee break, Chi Min spotted her former advisor from the lab next door during her doctoral studies. But as someone afflicted with social anxiety in public settings, she had never interacted much with the lady, so she refrained from approaching. However, this made Chi Min realize she needed to ascertain whether her doctoral advisor would be attending. Otherwise, an unexpected encounter without prior notice of her return would be exceedingly awkward. Chi Min hastily inquired via Skype to her classmate Yi Lian Na, who had yet to graduate. Yi Lian Na replied, She definitely isn't here. She's in her office. Then, in a quick follow-up, she added, Have fun. I guarantee you won't run into her during these 3 days. She appended a playful tongue-out emoji. Taiba Liu Laina. Chi Min responded joyfully. EW. Yi Lian Na replied, It sounds fine in English, but in Russian, it's somewhat nauseating. Don't worry. It sounds equally nauseating in Chinese, Chi Min retorted. Are you free to come back and visit? Yi Lian Na asked. Chi Min pondered for a moment. She indeed had some free time, as such business trips usually allowed for a half-day of leisure at the end. However, she needed to deal with matters concerning Anong, making a return to her doctoral lab inconvenient. Our schedule is quite tight. Perhaps next time, Chi Min replied. Then wish me luck in graduating next year. Yelian na optimistically typed. They were in the same cohort, and theoretically, she should have graduated in the first half of the year. Previously, Yi Lian Na had been in a slightly better position than Chi Min. Chi Min's article had been rejected, while Yi Lian Na only needed to supplement a few data points. However, after returning to St. Petersburg during winter and facing a visa rejection upon her return, she experienced significant delays. Unexpectedly, Chi Min managed to graduate by leveraging others' articles, while Yi Lian Na remained unable to complete her degree. You'll definitely graduate, Laina, Chi Min jested. Just make sure you don't return to Russia this year, and avoid any more visa rejections. Ha! Yi Lian Na replied, Once I obtain my degree and return, I won't be coming back to this wretched place that deliberately hinders Russian students' degrees. Chi Min couldn't help but laugh at her comment. It was widely acknowledged that the U.S. government harbored disdain for immigrants and international students. Chi Min was too apprehensive to return home during the spring festival for fear of being caught in visa issues upon returning to school. Yet Yi Lian Na seemed carefree enough to plan a return for the new year, just before graduation. Wasn't he that inviting trouble? However, the U.S. government was indeed frustrating. Chi Min and Yi Lian Na exchanged a few more disparaging remarks about the U.S. government before contentedly bidding each other farewell. Chapter 19. Attempting to meet with no risk of encountering her former advisor at the conference, Chi Min felt considerably at ease. Although her doctoral supervisor was genuinely a good person, despite her articles being rejected multiple times, she had never impeded Chi Min's graduation and even allowed her to leverage another's article for her own graduation. This leniency might have stemmed from the fact that Chi Min hadn't produced particularly commendable results during her doctoral studies and wasn't the most industrious type. Her former supervisor likely felt that retaining her in the lab would yield little benefit, preferring instead to facilitate her normal graduation and return home. In this day and age, it had become common for outstanding doctoral students to face graduation hurdles, while ordinary individuals, provided they committed no serious errors, could typically graduate without issue. This phenomenon mirrored the dynamics in enterprises, where average employees received promotions while exceptionally capable individuals remained in frontline roles. Yet, crucial work often materialized during doctoral studies or postdoctoral tenures. If significant contributions weren't made during this period, one might only secure a position as a PI at an average institution, much like Chi Min's current situation. At least in her home country, the allocation of research resources among various universities was markedly uneven, and the prestige of a university could heavily influence a research group's ability to secure funding. Consequently, first-rate results predominantly emerged from top-tier institutions, while many second-tier groups could only consistently produce second-rate outcomes. As a PI at a second-tier university, Chi Min's opportunity to advance the project she brought from her first-rate doctoral institution was, in fact, a stroke of luck. However, if she failed to produce results in 2 to 3 years and the lab lacked experience in microbiology experiments, the likelihood of completing her newly proposed soil microbiome analysis project in the remaining 2 years was slim, jeopardizing her tenure prospects. Thus, pursuing high-caliber projects harbored both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits lay in the potential to engage in genuinely valuable work and publish several papers, even if they were of lower quality. The drawbacks, however, were significant. If the experiments failed or disproved the hypothesis, she might not even be able to publish a mediocre paper. Fortunately, Chi Min had already begun utilizing a microbrain-like body with dimensions of 256 by 256 by 256 for machine learning tests, yielding positive results. Should animal experiments prove unattainable, she could still rely on the machine learning results to publish, albeit at a lower level of prestige. Yet, attending this international conference, she was surrounded by top-tier presentations from high-level research groups, which inevitably stirred feelings of discontent regarding any potential downgrading of her work. Listening to the prominent figures' presentations only deepened her frustration, prompting an internal interrogation. Why hadn't she conceived such ingenious methods? Why didn't their group possess such compelling projects? Why couldn't their department or institution provide that exceedingly expensive yet highly effective equipment that could save time and enable them to publish ahead of others? Truly, comparisons with others could be disheartening. PIs from top universities, inspired by the presentations, returned from lunch with fresh ideas, while small PIs from second-tier institutions in third-world countries, lacking funds and resources, were left with nothing but envy after listening to the talks. Chi Min absorbed the various feelings of envy as she concluded the final presentation. Back at her hotel, after much contemplation, she surmised that her academic future might be limited, but she needed to address her personal relationships. Lying on the bed in her hotel room for an extended period, she pondered how to arrange a meeting with Anong. However, before considering how to meet, she first needed to ascertain whether Anong would be willing to see her. To speak candidly, if Anton's blunder were to result in Mimi suffering permanent harm, it is likely that Chi Min would have been enraged enough at that moment to stab him. Anton refrained from retaliating against her, and Chi Min felt that he had exercised considerable restraint. It has now been over 6 months since she returned to her country, and she has not once video called Mimi on Skype, which suggests that Anton likely does not wish for Mimi to see her again. If she were to directly inform Anton of her presence here, it is certain he would refuse to meet her. Furthermore, Chi Min is at a loss as to where to find him, especially since she is scheduled to depart on a flight later that evening. And Anton would probably not finish his food delivery shift until later. Even after finishing work, he might not be able to return home immediately. Moreover, Chi Min is unaware if they have moved, and seeking him out impulsively would likely yield no results. However, upon further reflection, she deduces that Anton must be in the midst of his delivery rounds. If she were to order takeout, he would have no choice but to come over. Yet, it cannot be Chi Min placing the order herself, as Anton would surely recognize her accent, even if he could not discern her voice. Therefore, she must enlist someone else to place the order on her behalf. After some contemplation, Chi Min realizes that finding someone to order takeout for her is not particularly difficult. Several young principal investigators have come to their event this time, and being peers, they are easier to converse with. Living next door to Chi Min is a young man named Zhang Jiong, a PI from the chemistry department who arrived at Zhongji University last year. Chi Min remembers his name distinctly. It is because his Jiong means wisdom like a fountain rather than wisdom and bravery combined. Perhaps due to the auspiciousness of his name, this outstanding student from a top-tier university in chemistry published in Science at the age of 25 and became a PI the following year after completing his PhD. In terms of age, Chi Min seems to be ahead of her peers as well. However, her position as a PI without any significant achievements does not necessarily bode well for her career development. Regardless, she and Zhang Jiong can be considered akin, leading to pleasant conversations between them. Now, asking Zhang Jiong to help her place an order should be feasible, and if the voice on the phone is male, even with a Chinese accent, Anton would certainly not connect it to her. Thus, Chi Min steps out of her room and knocks on Zhang Jiong's door. Shortly, the door opens, revealing Zhang Jiong, who has changed out of his formal attire into casual wear. Chi Min, what's up? Jiong, does your phone work in the United States? Chi Min inquires. I had a SIM card from America before, so it should still function, Zhang Jiong replies. Who do you need to call? I want to order takeout. Chi Min hesitantly states, to be precise. I'd like you to help me place an order. Help you order takeout? Zhang Jiong seems puzzled, but recognizing it as a minor request, he sees no reason to decline. Where should I order from? Chi Min produces a note she had prepared, containing the phone number of a Chinese fast food restaurant and the names of the dishes she wishes to order. Zhang Jiong retrieves his phone, switches to his American SIM card, and promptly dials the number on Chi Min's note. It appears he connects swiftly. He orders the dishes in English and specifies that they should be delivered to Chi Min's hotel room, leaving his own surname as the contact. Done, he says after hanging up. They said it will arrive in about half an hour. Thank you so much. Chi Min expresses her gratitude immediately. No need for thanks. Zhang Jiong smiles, but I'm a bit curious. Why have someone else order for you? It's a bit complicated. Chi Min stammers, quickly concocting a reason. I frequently order from this place while pursuing my doctorate here, and payment is settled monthly. However, I did not settle my final month's bill before returning home, so I worry that if I order now, they might refuse delivery. This explanation sounds somewhat reasonable, and Zhang Jiong simply chuckles. Then you should settle your bill with them promptly this time. Chapter 20. A reunion with the takeout successfully ordered. Chi Min returns to her room and waits for Anton to arrive, to prevent him from turning away the moment he sees her. She deliberately leaves the door ajar and hides in the bathroom. When Anton knocks and receives no response, he will surely push the door open. As he steps inside, Chi Min can emerge from the bathroom and lock the door behind her. This way, even if Anton intends to leave upon seeing her, he would not have time to reopen the door. Of course, this plan is not entirely foolproof. While a physical confrontation is a secondary concern, an unexpected police intervention could prove troublesome. The notorious brutality of American police and their presumption of guilt are well known, and legally, Chi Min is a foreigner. While Anton is a U.S. citizen, this status gives him an advantage. Consequently, Chi Min carefully considers how to communicate with Anton when the moment arises. She is acutely aware that although Mimi fell from the fourth floor due to her negligence, a child cannot comprehend concepts of responsibility. Regardless, from Mimi's perspective, Chi Min is her mother. Furthermore, to prevent Mimi from developing feelings of inferiority, Chi Min and Anton have publicly claimed that Mimi is their biological child. How could a child possibly harbor resentment toward her own mother? To avoid leaving any emotional scars on Mimi, even if Anton harbors animosity towards Chi Min, he cannot openly tarnish her image in front of the child. Thus, leveraging their familial bond may be effective. Moreover, it is universally acknowledged that children require their mothers. In the lower echelons of American society, many children grow up without fathers, yet those without mothers, unless their mothers have passed away, are essentially orphans. Chi Min's reasoning is sound. She will refrain from mentioning separation and instead express her desire to see Mimi, who surely misses her as well. By framing her intentions this way, she occupies the moral high ground. No matter what mistakes Chi Min may have made, her relationship with Mimi remains that of mother and daughter. Regardless of Anton's attempts to obstruct her, he is, after all, a father whom the law does not officially recognize. Should she find herself provoked by Anton, Chi-min could easily pursue legal avenues to reclaim Mimi and take her back home, leaving Anton with no recourse. Although Chi-min does not possess such a ruthless disposition, she must make Anton aware that even as the party at fault, she still has ample means to confront him should he refuse to cooperate. Less than 30 minutes pass before a knock resounds at the door. Anton's familiar voice filters through the door. Is anyone there? The delivery for Mr. Zhang has arrived. Chi-min remains silent. Indeed, the door swings open and footsteps enter the room. As Anton walks in, he calls out, Mr. Zhang, are you inside? Upon hearing him approach the bedroom, Chi-min quietly emerges from the bathroom and gently secures the door. When Anton hears the sound of the door locking, he turns and, upon seeing Chi-min, his eyes widen in disbelief. It's you? Hi. I came here on business and thought to find you, Chi-min awkwardly explains. Anton appears somewhat different from how she remembers. He has grown his hair long and tied it in a short ponytail beneath the helmet he wears as a delivery person, giving him a clearer and more refined appearance compared to his previous shoulder-length curls. Additionally, he seems thinner, with dark circles forming under his large, hazel eyes, indicating that he has likely been struggling during this period. His gaze upon Chi-min is charged with an intensity that suggests he is on the verge of confrontation. I have nothing to say to you, Anton states as he strides toward her. Move aside. I need to leave. What about the delivery payment? Chi-min attempts a jest, but immediately realizes the inappropriateness of her comment. Given Anton's financial strain, such remarks come off as harsh. She quickly backtracks. And even if you don't want to see me, Mimi surely wishes to see her mother, doesn't she? How can you even say that? Anton retorts coldly. Do you deserve it? Regardless of whether I deserve it, at the very least, Mimi recognizes me as her mother, right? Chi-min counters and legally. That is also the case. This statement renders Anton momentarily speechless. He knows that legally, only Chi-min is recognized as Mimi's guardian, and it is evident that Mimi longs for her mother. Even if Anton firmly believes that Chi-min is responsible for Mimi's fall from the 4th floor, the young girl will only remember that it was her own carelessness that caused her to tumble, completely oblivious to the negligence of her mother. I wonder, might you allow me to see Mimi? Chi-min sees the opportunity to say, I can take her back to my country for treatment. The medical expenses there are significantly lower, and the insurance is far more affordable than in the United States. How is Mimi's leg now? Does she need to use a wheelchair? Anton did not immediately respond to her inquiry. He stared into Chi-min's eyes for about 2 minutes before shifting his gaze and saying, I took Mimi to Canada for surgery. She hasn't fully recovered, but at least she doesn't need a wheelchair. Canada offers universal free healthcare, and every year, many Americans living near the U.S.-Canada border go to Canada for treatment. However, this city is quite distant from Canada, and the costs for accommodation and daily care are not insignificant. Even if the medical treatment itself is free, Anton must have spent a considerable amount of money taking Mimi there. How much did you borrow? Chi-min asked. You don't need to concern yourself with that. Anton replied coldly. Why wouldn't I? Chi-min retorted. The expenses for Mimi's leg should rightfully be my responsibility. Just tell me how much. Yet Anton raised his voice in anger, exclaiming, Is that all you can think of? Chi-min was momentarily taken aback by his sudden outburst, and perhaps seeing her lack of reaction only fueled Anton's ire further. You haven't seen Mimi in over half a year. What good does it do to talk to me about money now? You're insane. Wasn't it you who wouldn't let me Skype with Mimi? Chi-min shot back. What good is Skyping all day? Anton snapped, refusing to even come back. You'd be better off donating money to impoverished children in Africa. Chi-min wanted to argue that she had just secured a teaching position and lacked the time and financial means to fly back and forth. If she couldn't pass the first year's assessment smoothly, with Anton's meager salary, wouldn't they all be left to fend for themselves? However, she refrained from discussing financial matters and simply said, Do you think I can just return whenever I wish? Don't plane tickets cost money? Oh, aren't you wealthy? Anton mocked. Thanks to your uncle's money. Chi-min countered, if it's for Mimi's leg treatment, I would borrow money if necessary. But why should I spend that money just to visit? Her words left Anton speechless. In fact, even after Mimi's fall, both she and Anton still had the opportunity to return to their homeland with Chi-min. However, Anton's unilateral decision to break up effectively rejected that chance. Consequently, he had to spend a considerable amount of money to take Mimi to Canada for treatment, which in a sense could be considered an unnecessary expense. Yet Anton coldly remarked, Should I thank you for leaving so abruptly and not returning for a year, thereby saving money for Mimi's medical expenses? How could you? Chi-min felt it was impossible to communicate with Anton, wondering why she couldn't make herself understood. Forget it. Let's not dwell on the past. Can't you just let me see Mimi for a moment? Chapter 21. Farewell to Mimi. Just as Chi Min and Anton were locked in their dispute, a sudden knock echoed at the door. They both instinctively halted their quarrel, hearing a voice outside that seemed to belong to a front desk attendant. Is Mr. Anton Yang here? Your daughter is looking for you. Daughter? Mimi? Chi Min hurried to open the door, revealing a young woman dressed as a front desk attendant leading a little girl waiting at the entrance. The little girl was unmistakably Mimi. Chi Min found herself momentarily stunned upon seeing Mimi. Children grow quickly, and the difference between her appearance 6 months ago and now was quite pronounced, the most notable change being her increased height. What truly relieved Chi Min was the sight of Mimi standing upright like a normal child, rather than sitting in a wheelchair or leaning on crutches. Mama? Mama? Mimi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Chi Min, immediately rushing into her embrace, tears streaming down her face. Mama, where have you been? Mama, why have you been gone for so long? Compared to Mimi's height, her weight now seemed somewhat lighter. Chi Min could clearly feel that the little girl in her arms had lost some weight since their last encounter, which tugged at her heartstrings. God only knows how Anton managed to borrow money to take Mimi on such a long journey across borders to Canada for treatment, considering he had never even left the state before. During this ordeal, how much suffering did Mimi endure? This was something she could not ascertain. Mimi, don't cry, don't cry. Mama is back. Chi Min comforted the little girl, gently patting her back, then looked up to thank the front desk attendant, saying, Thank you for bringing her up. I sincerely apologize for leaving her downstairs. Actually, she had been left waiting outside on the motorcycle. The front desk attendant replied, glancing at Anton, who stood behind Chi Min looking somewhat at a loss. You are Mr. Anton Yang, aren't you? I advise against leaving the child alone outside. I'm terribly sorry. Anton quickly apologized. I was working, so I couldn't. The front desk attendant looked at him with a hint of confusion, likely unable to comprehend how a little girl's mother could be staying in such a high-end hotel, while her father was merely a delivery worker. However, this was not the hotel's concern, so she refrained from asking further and left. She understood that most of the guests on this floor were researchers from around the world attending an international conference, and such incidents, if publicized, could tarnish their reputation. Although the circumstances were unexpected, Chi Min finally reunited with Mimi. Once they met, it became nearly impossible to sever their connection completely. Chi Min noticed that Mimi's legs were in far better condition than she had anticipated. She could even walk, albeit with a somewhat peculiar gait, resembling the severity of a child suffering from polio, yet not to a degree that could be deemed disabled. However, such a noticeable defect could still invite ridicule from her peers, which was Chi Min's primary concern. Therefore, she believed that since a full recovery was unattainable, she must provide Mimi with a better environment for growth. At the very least, Mimi should have the opportunity to learn alongside children raised in cultured families, which implied that she could not be left in the United States under Anton's sole guardianship. This was not discrimination. Objectively speaking, given Anton's income and social standing in the United States, the educational level of those he could interact with would not be particularly high. After the initial excitement of their reunion had worn off, Anton fed Mimi a few bites of the takeout noodles Chi Min had ordered. Watching Mimi struggle to use chopsticks to pick up the noodles one by one, he finally lifted his head and said to Chi Min in Mandarin, Mimi doesn't understand anything right now, but when she grows up and learns how her leg was broken, can you guess what will happen? Nothing will happen, Chi Min replied. I will be there for her as her mother, growing alongside her. Mimi will eventually understand that it was indeed my mistake, but I am, after all, her mother. Do you think that after something like that, you could still raise Mimi as her mother? Anton asked with a sardonic smile. If not, then what? Chi Min retorted. Am I to let my daughter mingle with a bunch of illegal immigrant children from a young age? Bringing up illegal immigration was indeed somewhat harsh. Although Anton had become an immigrant against his will, he had still faced considerable discrimination from mainstream society throughout his life. In society, strangers do not concern themselves with whether you are a descendant of ABCs or someone unfortunate enough to be trafficked to America. Perhaps it was for this reason that her words successfully rendered Anton silent. He cast a sidelong glance at Chi Min, not bothering to look directly at her, instead focusing on the abstract oil painting hung on the wall. The painting was enigmatic, offering no clear interpretation, yet Anton found himself lost in contemplation. Chi Min was equally perplexed by his thoughts. However, after a mere 5 minutes, Anton swiftly declared, You cannot take Mimi away. You must admit that over the years, My role in Mimi's life has far exceeded yours. For the sake of that wretched article, you would let her fall from the fourth floor. Do you truly believe you can care for her moving forward? He was undeniably correct. For nearly 4 years, Anton had primarily taken care of Mimi, while Chi Min's experimental work consumed her time. Moreover, the majority of her social circle was composed of individuals who either worked diligently while young or indulged in a carefree lifestyle, lacking any semblance of family life. Consequently, she had never taken the initiative to manage matters concerning Mimi. It could be said that although Chi Min subjectively believed herself to be an irreplaceable mother to Mimi, it was evident that Anton, as her father, held a more irreplaceable position in Mimi's life. However, Chi Min had never contemplated raising Mimi by herself. She was acutely aware of her limitations. Being a principal investigator in a laboratory was already exhausting, and the thought of also caring for Mimi, let alone managing her schooling in the future, was utterly overwhelming. Thus, in her mind, the primary issue had shifted to persuading Anton to reconcile with her. Anton had ended their relationship with such finality that he had even discarded her belongings from the apartment, indicating his resolute stance. Nevertheless, Chi Min felt that for the sake of Mimi, he ought to be willing to compromise to some extent. Cautiously, she remarked, caring for Mimi alone is quite challenging, so I will need your assistance. To her surprise, Anton was momentarily stunned by her response, and then incredulously replied, I thought you wanted to take Mimi back to your country. Upon hearing this, Chi Min suddenly realized that their lengthy argument stemmed from Anton's fear of her taking their daughter away. I do intend to bring Mimi back home, she said, unable to suppress a laugh. But do you truly think I would take Mimi and leave you here to deliver takeout alone? I wouldn't be so heartless. Chapter 22. Bringing her back home, having established their respective goals and boundaries. Chi Min and Anton swiftly reached a fundamental consensus. They would first bring Anton and Mimi back to their homeland, and how to arrange matters thereafter could be discussed later. Chi Min had indeed contemplated how to facilitate Anton and Mimi's return to China. Since Mimi was legally Chi Min's child, her identity upon returning would not pose any issues. Her lineage would not be denied. While Anton was presumed to have been abducted from China years ago, the passage of time had rendered any evidence of his identity non-existent. If he could not trace his ancestry, the process of obtaining citizenship through lineage would be rather complicated. Therefore, she planned for Anton to first obtain a tourist visa from Mimi to travel to China, and once there, they could address issues regarding nationality or permanent residency. Well then, in 2 hours, I will be heading to the airport with others, so you should prepare all the necessary documents for the visa, Chi Min instructed Anton. The Chinese embassy should not have any issues issuing visas to Americans. I estimate you could complete the process in a week or 2. Okay, if you believe there will be no problem with the tourist visa, then let us proceed, Anton replied, not one to complicate matters unnecessarily. Given that Chi Min was 3 years his senior and possessed a wider breadth of experience, he was inclined to heed her advice in such significant affairs. China is not particularly strict about this. I know someone who used a tourist visa to work as a foreign teacher. When I was in high school, our Japanese teacher was in that situation, but he was eventually deported, though that's beside the point. Chi Min waved her hand dismissively. Once you secure the visa, let me know. I will purchase the tickets for you online. Anton shot her a disdainful glance. Is there no trust left between us? Who cares about your ticket money? What does trust have to do with this? Chi Min was bewildered, only to later realize that he might have mistakenly thought her reluctance to directly purchase their tickets stemmed from a fear that he would abscond with the money. Chi Min couldn't help but laugh. Have you lost your mind? With that little money, even if you pocketed it, where could you run off to? It wouldn't even cover your debts. She explained, I'm buying the tickets because the school provided me with a VIP card for business trips, allowing me to accumulate mileage points. Realizing his error, Anton acknowledged his misunderstanding. However, it was not entirely surprising, given Chi Min's previous actions, such as allowing Mimi to fall from the 4th floor, which understandably diminished his trust in her. Yet, he refused to back down and replied defiantly, fine. I was just thinking about asking you for money to pay off my debts. Is that acceptable? The amount you're thinking of must be quite substantial. Chi Min seized the opportunity to inquire. By the way, how much did you borrow? At this question, Anton turned his face away. I borrowed $20,000. I still owe $17,000. $17,000 equated to nearly 1,200,000 yuan. Chi Min couldn't help but think that this amount could cover 2 surgeries in China, not even factoring in public health insurance reimbursements. Fortunately, Mimi was now able to stand. The expenditure was secondary. As long as it remained within their means, it was manageable. No worries, it's not too much, just a matter of a few 100,000 yuan. Even if I can't earn that much immediately, I can still ask my parents for help. Although Anton was an orphan, Chi Min hailed from a conventional family. Yet, out of concern for Anton's feelings, she often downplayed this fact. However, when mentioning her parents, Anton couldn't help but question, can your parents really come up with that much money in a short time? In America, individuals in Anton's socioeconomic status generally lack savings habits, relying instead on credit cards and installment payments. Thus, while $20,000 was relatively insignificant in the context of American income levels, Anton still had to borrow extensively to gather that sum. Of course, Chi Min responded without much thought. My parents managed to support my doctoral studies. Isn't it normal for them to be able to produce a sum like that? Upon hearing this, Anton narrowed his eyes, hesitating. Why? Didn't you mention this earlier? If you had this money before, I could have hired someone to look after Mimi when I was away, and she wouldn't have fallen from the balcony because you couldn't keep an eye on her. This was a pointed issue. Logically, Chinese grandparents typically place great importance on their grandchildren. If Mimi's maternal grandparents had known that their daughter couldn't manage the child alone, they would have offered assistance. Even if they were thousands of miles away and unable to care for Mimi directly, they could at least provide financial support. The only explanation was that Chi Min's parents were entirely unaware of Mimi and Anton's existence. They had sent Chi Min abroad for her studies, never anticipating that she would return with a mixed-race daughter, let alone a father. However, if Chi Min were to claim that her parents would not expect the existence of Anton and Mimi, it would likely lead Anton to feel rejected. Thus, Chi Min had to fabricate a response. Well, I'm an adult now. I can't always rely on my parents, can I? She added, look at you. You grew up without your parents and turned out just fine. Chi Min's offhand remark often provoked Anton's ire. The topic of being parentless was a sensitive issue. Yet she had so bluntly brought it up, causing Anton to furrow his brow in frustration. I meant to say that you are quite independent, which is commendable. Chi Min awkwardly attempted to salvage her words. Anton understood that she had simply spoken without thinking, mentally chiding the highly educated for their lack of emotional intelligence. Such incidents had occurred frequently in the past, and she had numerous other issues to address. At times, Chi Min would unexpectedly return home earlier than Anong, only to find herself seated there, absorbed in video games, oblivious to the need to visit the supermarket. You certainly have a way with words. Perhaps you should temper your speech a little. During his culinary training at the restaurant, Anong had grasped the essence of ironic expression in the Chinese language, and subsequently inquired, if Mimi and I were to visit Beijing, where should we reside? Chi Min contemplated this, feeling quite embarrassed about her current temporary accommodation at Yin Xiaolan's home. While it might be somewhat acceptable for her to stay alone, bringing along her boyfriend and daughter would likely be inappropriate. Perhaps I should rent a place in the family housing area near the school, Chi Min suggested. You should be able to manage that when you apply for your visa. The residences in the family housing area might be rather old, but they are conveniently located and affordably priced. The crux of the matter, however, was that she could not hastily invite Anong and Mimi to live with her parents. Although her parents' home could indeed accommodate such a number of guests, gaining their acceptance of a mixed-race son-in-law and granddaughter would not be an easy feat. What a predicament. Despite Andong's daily assertions of being a quintessential Chinese person, particularly in the culinary realm, even threatening to involve the Chinese embassy during street altercations, he undeniably bore half of Eastern European heritage. If he were a truly authentic Chinese individual, her parents would likely have welcomed him without hesitation. Likewise, if Mimi were a bona fide Chinese girl, her parents might not have objected to Chi Min formally adopting a child. Yet, with her mixed heritage appearance and the residual effects of her gait, she would undoubtedly become the target of ridicule from other children, indirectly drawing unfavorable comments about Chi Min's family. Ultimately, the Chinese are still wary of losing face. Being sensitive about appearances and prioritizing reputation can often serve as a means to maintain social order. Yet the fear of losing face can sometimes lead to greater losses. Chapter 23. A strong bond. Chi Min departed by plane with the other PIs from the Zhongji University, and upon her arrival at the laboratory the following day, it was hardly surprising to spot Kuli. As she approached the laboratory door, she saw Kuli emerging in a white lab coat and blue mask. Hey, you're back. Kuli greeted her with a smile, and even behind the mask, the joy in his eyes was evident. How was your time in the United States? It was all right. I basically just sat there listening, much like attending a lecture. Chi Min replied casually. Have you settled in here? Yes. The PhD student dormitory is quite nice, though the limited hot water supply is a bit of a nuisance, Kuli remarked as he stepped outside. Honestly, if I have to finish showering before 11, I need to return by 10:30, right? 10:30? The nightlife hasn't even begun yet. Is it the same in your girls' dorm? It was then that Chi Min recalled her deliberate misdirection to make Kuli believe she was a PhD student. She had initially intended to add a touch of amusement to Kuli's meeting with Wang Xin and Chen Linyu, but it seemed those two had played along, never revealing the truth. Chi Min had never visited the girls' dormitory for PhD students, yet she assumed the hot water situation would be similar, so she fabricated. It's the same everywhere. The school is all about energy conservation, and they have to consolidate shower times. The university environment still leans towards campus life. In our computing center, each suite shares a single water heater. However, that arrangement actually increases the electricity bill. Kuli chuckled again, waved his hand, and said, "Let us chat later. I'm off to the mouse facility." Did the rats arrive that quickly? Chi Min exclaimed in surprise. Of course, Kuli replied. They arrived just after you left, and those little rascals were quick to call me over. With that, he tucked his hands into the pockets of his lab coat and strolled away leisurely. Chi Min found it amusing. He was only a year or two ahead of Wang Xin and Chen Linyu, yet he referred to them as little rascals. Besides, if it weren't for Wang Xin, Chen Linyu was also a direct PhD student, so he might not even be older than them. With Ko Li's arrival, animal experiments could finally commence. The research group from the École Normale Supérieure in Paris had informed her via email that they had dispatched the corpus callosum interface and detailed documentation, which should arrive within a week. Before that, however, Chi Min needed to further calibrate the 256 by 256 by 256 microbrain model she had stored at her university's computing center, while Kuli needed to stabilize the newly acquired rats for the installation of the corpus callosum interface. Yet beyond these tasks, Chi Min had more pressing matters to attend to. She urgently needed to find a rental apartment. Upon returning to Yin Jialan's home, she broached the topic during dinner. Initially, Yin Jialan assumed Chi Min felt uncomfortable about overstaying, and promptly reassured her, "Minzi, you can stay here without worry. Renting a place outside is quite expensive. Once you pass your tenure, you can move into the faculty apartments. Indeed, renting within the third ring of Beijing is notoriously costly, and it is rare to find such a loyal friend." Yin Jialan and her partner were childless by choice, living with a cat instead, and both were often out early and home late due to their academic pursuits, making Chi Min's presence hardly a bother. However, while it might be acceptable for one person to stay, bringing along her boyfriend and daughter would truly be inappropriate. Yet, none of Chi Min's friends in China were aware of Anong and Mimi. She certainly could not casually broadcast this information, lest her parents find out and inundate her with long-distance phone calls. I just find it a bit inconvenient," Chi Min awkwardly explained. "My boyfriend is coming to Beijing, so I need to find a place of my own." "You have a boyfriend?" Yin Jialan exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "That's wonderful. When did you meet?" Not long ago," Chi Min stammered, feeling embarrassed. "You've been quite secretive about it," Yin Jialan said, patting her shoulder with a sense of satisfaction, as if to imply even her pet pig could venture out to forage for cabbage. "All right then, since you want to live with your boyfriend, we won't intrude. Would you like me to keep an eye out for anyone renting a place in our circle?" "That would be immensely appreciated," Chi Min smiled, and then, opening WeChat, she transferred 3,000 yuan to Yin Jialan, thinking it would be more fitting to send a monetary gift than to ponder what else to offer. "Hey, that's not very friendly of you," Yin Jialan remarked, glancing at her phone only to find no payment received. "Who are we kidding? We never submitted 2 assignments simultaneously during school. You certainly don't need to pay double rent. As a major PI, I might need your help once I graduate." Chi Min realized the truth in her words. She and Yin Jialan shared a bond of mutual understanding and support. When Chi Min struggled to find a teaching position, it was Yin Jialan who took her in, and now as Yin Jialan neared graduation, Chi Min could very well play a significant role in her job search. It was precisely their shared circumstances that forged such a strong friendship. Friends like them need not repay favors with money. "Well, that certainly saves me some cash," Chi Min joked, "but when I do move, you both must come out for a celebratory meal." "Absolutely," Yin Jialan replied, glancing at her partner across the table. "Given our appetites, just let us know. If we don't find that buffet restaurant to our liking, we might just drive them to bankruptcy." Upon hearing this, He-Jin, who had been quietly eating, raised an eyebrow and said, "Why all this talk about food?" "It's precisely because we think about eating that we can't seem to lose weight. We should eat less and leave some room for the buffet." "Look at you, so ambitious," Chi Min chuckled. "You need to keep it up, Lon Lon." "Ambitious my foot," Yin Jialan replied half-jokingly. "Ever since they started delivering takeout to our building, this one has gained nearly 10 pounds in a month. It's all those kids in the lab insisting on ordering, Heejin defended himself. If I didn't join them, they would just say I'm too aloof and unsociable. Yin Xiaolan's partner, Heejin, is a top 2 undergraduate direct PhD student who remained in his doctoral laboratory to undertake postdoctoral research. In his lab, most of the doctoral candidates hail from institutions of a slightly lower tier, and during his PhD, Heejin even published articles in high-impact journals, earning considerable trust from his supervisor. Upon becoming a postdoc, he assumed an almost managerial role. Consequently, he harbors concerns that the students in the lab may not regard him as one of their own. In contrast, Chi-min feels a sense of relief. The doctoral students in her lab treat her as one of their own, to the extent that they even message her at midnight to ask if she wants to join them for a late-night snack. This makes Chi-min apprehensive that if the Academic Affairs Office discovers that she, as the principal investigator, is playing games with her students, she might find herself in trouble. Nonetheless, she ponders whether frequently ordering takeout could truly lead to a 10-pound weight gain in a month. It is indeed a daunting thought, and she resolves to eat out less often, which could also save her some money. Chapter 24. Renting a house in the ensuing 4 days. Chi-min explored a dozen rental listings on various housing agency websites. After gaining a clear understanding of the exorbitant rental prices in Beijing and the disproportionately small size of properties in the city, she ultimately settled on a residence that she found satisfactory after numerous compromises. The apartment is situated in an older community, on a lower floor of a tower, yet it is quite well decorated and conveniently located. Although the space is somewhat limited, it surprisingly boasts 2 bedrooms and a small corridor suitable for children to run about. Chi-min shared the photos with Anong, who also deemed the apartment acceptable. The rent, approximately $1,000 per month, seemed reasonable to him, given his unfamiliarity with domestic prices. Thus, Chi-min proceeded to finalize the rental agreement. The landlords, a couple of similar age to Chi-min's parents, had once resided in the apartment during their youth, but moved away to a location far from the city center upon retirement. They were eager to rent to a family with children like Chi-min's, leading to a swift negotiation. The apartment was already impeccably clean and ready for immediate occupancy. After purchasing pillows, bedding, and other essentials, Chi-min moved into her new home. Yin Xiaolan paid a special visit to see the place and found it quite agreeable. However, she had other concerns. "Why are you here alone? Where is your boyfriend?" He hasn't arrived yet," Chi-min replied. "You've already moved in. So why hasn't he come? He didn't even join us when you treated us." Yin Xiaolan remarked, her curiosity piqued. "Is everything all right? There's nothing to worry about." Chi-min responded awkwardly, thinking to herself that Andong's visa was still being processed, and he needed time to resign and terminate his rental agreement. "Really? That's good to hear. If there are any issues, feel free to reach out to me," Yin Xiaolan offered, and Chi-min felt a surge of gratitude, promptly responding, "Of course. We are like family." After moving out from Yin Xiaolan's home to her own rented apartment, Chi-min found her new residence to be closer to the university. However, since her current research in the lab does not involve wet experiments, she felt no need to stay in the lab all day, resulting in a slight reduction in her lab hours compared to before. Previously, after dinner, Chi-min would linger in the lab until Wang Xian and Chen Linyu completed their experiments, leaving together. Now, she could simply ride her bike home, avoiding the crowded subway during peak hours, prioritizing safety while cycling home before it got dark. Thus, she departed shortly after dinner. Wang Xian expressed dissatisfaction with this change. They used to enjoy playing games together after dinner, but now Chi-min's early departure left the remaining duo and Ku LV at a disadvantage for teaming up. Ku LV, a gaming enthusiast, preferred card games featuring anime characters and matched Wang Xian's skills in first-person shooters, making it difficult for them to manage a game without Chi-min. Chen Linyu, being a junior doctoral student, felt uncomfortable directing seniors or peers from other labs. Consequently, Wang Xian suggested inviting their former gaming companion, Hua Weiming, to join them. Wang Xian was aware that Hua Weiming had a slight interest in Chi-min, and given that Chi-min had abruptly stopped gaming with him recently, she could guess that some unpleasant incident had occurred. To be fair, despite Hua Weiming's somewhat oblivious demeanor, he treated the members of their lab quite well. So Wang Xian was internally supportive of him. However, she initially thought that whether things would progress between Chi-min and Hua Weiming was solely a matter for the two of them, with no external influence. Yet now that a new male presence, Ku LV, had entered the picture, and Chi-min appeared to be getting along well with him, Wang Xian felt it was the prelude to a potential romantic development. Additionally, Wang Xian was displeased that Ku LV had requested her sister to assist him with coding. which she deemed excessively inept compared to Hua Weiming. To guide her sister towards the right choice, Wang Xian felt compelled to devise a strategy to reintroduce Hua Weiming into Qi Min's life, enhancing his visibility. That evening, as Qi Min lingered in the lab, Wang Xian and Chen Linyu opened a mobile game and intentionally invited Hua Weiming to join. Qi Min was busy tidying her belongings at her workstation and paid little attention to Wang Xian and Chen Linyu's gaming. They were indeed playing, but they had also completed their experiments. Qi Min disapproved of encroaching on her subordinates' leisure time, especially since she had been playing games with them. However, just as she was about to leave the lab with her bag, she remembered that Professor Lin's lab downstairs still needed assistance transferring the surplus ice maker to her. She required someone to help lift the cumbersome appliance upstairs. Originally, Chen Linyu would have been the most suitable choice, but noticing he was engrossed in the game, she turned to KLV. By the way, KLV, are you available right now? I'm free, what's up? KLV inquired, looking up. Let's head down and bring the ice maker upstairs, Qi Min suggested, adding, it's not too heavy. There's an elevator and a cart. But we'll need 2 people to lift it onto the cart. That sounds fine, KLV replied eagerly. Let's go. Their conversation traveled through Wang Xian and Chen Linyu's microphones to Hua Weiming's side. As they remained in the same building, Hua Weiming asked, hey, was that person speaking just now a newcomer from your lab? Oh, KLV is from the collaborating lab, Chen Linyu answered without much thought. Wang Xian, however, casually remarked, I heard he's here specifically to help our sister with animal experiments. It seems like he's quite familiar with her. This information was evidently useful to Hua Weiming. Previously, Qi Min had declined his advances, citing her inability to sever ties with her ex-boyfriend. Yet now she appeared to be getting close to the new doctoral student, which seemed contradictory. He probed further, asking, what do you mean by familiar? Doesn't he play games with you? Oh, LV doesn't really play these kinds of games. Wang Xian replied. Right now, he's downstairs with our sister moving the ice maker. Moreover, she added, and you see, our sister hasn't been playing much lately either. In reality, Qi Min had merely reduced her gaming after dinner, but she still indulged during her lunch breaks. However, the 2 labs had different lunch schedules, and Hua Weiming's online presence did not coincide with Qi Min's. In truth, she still played occasionally, but as Chen Linyu was about to correct her statement, Wang Xian shot him a glance, prompting him to alter his response to something more ambiguous. Upon learning this news, Hua Weiming lowered his voice and asked, what has your sister been up to lately? It feels like I haven't seen her in ages. This was precisely the question that satisfied Wang Xian. Actually, our sister attended a conference in the United States a couple of days ago. She just returned and started spending time with KLV recently. However, she noted, but our sister has been leaving the lab around 6 lately, so she probably has other commitments. Chapter 25, A Private Invitation. However, Qi Min's closeness to KLV did not necessarily imply anything significant. The social circle of those engaged in scientific research is inherently narrow. Within the laboratory, only a handful of individuals meet daily. As long as there are no animosities, familiarity gradually develops, leading to shared takeout meals, visits to the cafeteria, and even gaming sessions, none of which is particularly noteworthy. However, when Qi Min invited Kuli to dinner at the Japanese restaurant where she had previously taken Hua Weiming, it began to deviate from the norm of typical colleague relationships. Qi Min's invitation to Kuli was, of course, a gesture of gratitude for his assistance. Yet, Chen Linyu inadvertently learned of this from Kuli and relayed it to Wang Xian, whose inquisitive mind immediately began to race. The senior sister is treating him to dinner? Why? Wang Xian quietly inquired of Chen Linyu. I don't know. Chen Linyu, with a rather straightforward mindset, was focused solely on the laboratory's surface matters. I suspect they will dine for 2 or 3 hours, and afterward, they might not return to the lab. Are you going to the mouse room tonight? No. Wang Xian promptly replied to his mundane question, then lowered her voice to ask, why isn't the senior sister inviting us? I don't know. Perhaps she thinks it's too expensive. Chen Linyu hadn't pondered much on this, especially since the senior sister had treated them previously when they first arrived. Wang Xian shot him a look of exasperation, realizing that discussing gossip with a straightforward man was futile. However, unable to imply anything to Chen Linyu, Wang Xian directly hinted to Hua Weiming via WeChat. Within a minute of sending the message, Hua Weiming replied with a simple thank you. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, Qi Min and Kuli settled in and placed their orders. The waitress poured them both a low-alcohol plum wine, after which Qi Min, candidly raising her glass, said, let us take a moment to express my sincere gratitude for your help in our lab. Kuli, taken aback, had initially assumed that Chi Min merely wished to indulge in some fine cuisine. He expected a personal invitation. Oh, em flattered. I'm merely here at my boss's request. ISNT at all work, regardless of location, but you've been a tremendous help to us. Chi Min replied with a smile. If it weren't for you, I would have been at a loss on how to manage the rat experiments. They clinked glasses, and each took a sip of plum wine. Kali joked, had I known you were treating, I wouldn't have ordered so much. This will likely consume my entire week's salary. Indeed. Chi Min laughed in return. Perhaps we should split the bill? Well, Kali, knowing she wouldn't shy away from footing the bill, deliberately remarked that splitting seemed rather impersonal. How about this time you treat, and next time I will? Certainly, this time I'll treat as a token of appreciation for your help with the animal experiments. Chi Min clinked glasses with him again, adding that when your RNA algorithm is ready, you must also express your gratitude toward me. Absolutely. Our labs are collaborators, and when I publish, you shall be included. As they dined and engaged in academic banter, a tall figure approached. It was Hua Weiming. Upon spotting Chi Min, he feigned a chance encounter and greeted her. Oh, long time no see. Number 2. Chi Min, having distanced herself from past incidents of his awkward attempts at confession, replied casually. Yes, number 1. It's been a while since we teamed up. She took the opportunity to introduce Kali. This is Kali from the Yuyun Computing Center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, here to assist us with animal experiments. Hua Weiming shook hands with Kali. Yuyun is located in Shuani, right? ISNT it tiring to run back and forth? I'm currently residing in the PhD dormitory at Zhongji University, so I don't have to commute daily. Kali responded calmly. Chi Min then introduced Hua Weiming. This is Hua Weiming from the medical department. You may have heard about him from Wang Xian and Lin Yu. Oh, the Hua senior who teams up with them for games. Kuli recognized him. In the public setting, the trio engaged in customary academic flattery before Hua Weiming remarked, well, I'll leave you two to it. I must take my leave. Chi Min found his sudden appearance puzzling. She hadn't seen him at any table prior, and his brief visit left her questioning his intentions. Yet, with an abundance of food before her, she had little time to contemplate his motives. Previously, when living with Anong, she had dined on his cooking daily. Anong's culinary skills were commendable, but in a world increasingly globalized, consuming the same traditional Chinese cuisine day in and day out for 365 days could become monotonous. Moreover, whenever she indulged in a hot dog from outside, Anong would scold her for eating junk food. Ironically, while in America, she had no choice but to eat Chinese food daily, but upon returning home, the lack of home-cooked meals afforded her more options. Although these alternatives weren't necessarily gourmet, they at least brought a semblance of novelty. Since she had specifically chosen to dine on Japanese cuisine, she felt compelled to savor the experience, justifying her expenditure. Unexpectedly, the following day, as Chi Min arrived at the entrance of the biology department, she spotted Hua Weiming waiting for her. Hi, Chi Min greeted him casually, inquiring, are you here to find someone? Yes, I'd like to ask you a few questions, Hua Weiming replied. Oh, feel free to ask, Chi Min responded, somewhat perplexed. The research focus of her lab was worlds apart from his brain-like body project. What questions could he possibly have for her? To her surprise, Hua Weiming's inquiries were utterly unrelated to their fields. Why did you invite that guy to dinner yesterday? Chi Min was momentarily taken aback, then stifled a laugh. You mean Kuli? He came to help in our lab, so it was only right to express my thanks. Why choose that restaurant? Hua Weiming pressed on. To him, perhaps that Japanese eatery symbolized the failure of his confession, but to Chi Min, it had simply been the place designated for those she intended to thank for their assistance. Initially, she had deemed Hua Weiming appropriate for this gesture, and after he became unsuitable, she felt no hesitation in inviting Kuli to the same establishment. I think that restaurant has excellent hand rolls. Chi Min replied with a hint of amusement. And that was the truth. Had the restaurant not met her expectations the first time, she would not have returned for a second visit. Yet, Hua Weiming asked, so, you've broken up with your ex-boyfriend? Why does that concern you? Chi Min felt a headache coming on as he insisted on intertwining unrelated matters. I've already stated that these dinner invitations pertain to laboratory affairs. If it were truly about lab matters, why not invite the entire lab? Hua Weiming seemed to have adopted an unyielding stance. I had already treated Wang Xian and Lin Yu when the semester commenced, Chi Min explained. No one's money grows on trees, and I can't afford to treat everyone every time something arises. She glanced at Hua Weiming, suspecting that his discomfort stemmed from her previous invitation being muddled by emotional issues. Thus, she attempted to reassure him. if you still wish to go. I'll treat you again next week after payday." Having said that, she hurriedly swiped her card and entered the biology building, leaving Hua Weiming standing there, somewhat astonished and perplexed. Chapter 26. Long-term experiments. The miniature corpus callosum interface and protocol sent from the École Normale Supérieure in Paris finally arrived in Chi Min's hands. She had encountered this interface in a paper from that research group. Rather than being an interface, it resembled an array of inserted electrodes. Moreover, its name suggested a direct connection between these electrodes and the neural fibers of the corpus callosum. In practice, due to the evident variations in the shape of the corpus callosum among different individuals and even between genders and humans, the electrode array merely needs to connect with the neurons in proximity to the corpus callosum. Traditional neurobiology posits that brain-computer interfaces must not only transmit and receive signals, but also possess the capability to demodulate these signals. This necessity arises because the fundamental aim of researching brain-computer interfaces is to deepen our understanding of the brain itself. However, Chi Min only needs to investigate whether brain-like entities can exhibit characteristics akin to those of animal brains, thus negating the need to demodulate the collected electrical signals. Essentially, a finely crafted electrode array functioning as a miniature corpus callosum interface conveniently fulfills her requirements. Yet, to explore the practical applications of this device, it may take some time. Having conducted neuron measurements on live tissues during her doctoral studies, Chi Min is relatively familiar with animal experiments. Upon receiving the corpus callosum interface, she commenced experiments alongside Kuli. This was partly to expedite the experimental progress and partly because the interface had been painstakingly sent from the Paris École Normale Supérieure. And if anything were to go awry, Kuli would bear the responsibility alone. Fortunately, while Kuli may struggle with coding, he possesses a commendable proficiency with rats. Unlike molecular biochemistry experiments, which can easily translate into shareable knowledge, the techniques for conducting operations on living animals cannot simply be learned from literature or lectures. After observing his operations, Chi Min had to concede that the frequent bugs in her experiments during her doctoral studies might be attributed to her own lack of dexterity. It seems she might be better off engaging in experiments that do not require such meticulous handling or biochemical cell experiments. After a full day of work in the clean room, Chi Min and Kuli finally managed to install the corpus callosum interface on a rat. Although they inadvertently created several innocent rats that became biochemical waste due to experimental failures. Stepping out of the clean room, Chi Min checked the time and realized it was already 7:30, only to find they had missed lunch and were on the verge of missing dinner. "Perhaps we should install the remaining 3 interfaces tomorrow," Chi Min remarked, removing her headgear. "Since we won't be able to finish all 3 tonight anyway. We need to eat first. Otherwise, the cafeteria food will be gone." "At this hour, the cafeteria food is likely already finished," Kuli replied. "The regular cafeteria is probably out of the question, but the hot pot place is likely still open," Chi Min suggested. "Let us hurry. We wouldn't want to miss out on today's meat rolls and end up having to eat a purely vegetarian hot pot." Chi Min and Kuli hastily rode their bicycles to the only hot pot restaurant on campus. Fortunately, patrons of hot pot typically do not rush, so the establishment usually remains open until nearly 9 o'clock, allowing them to arrive during normal operating hours. After a long day of experiments, both were ravenous, hastily ordering a few set meals and urging the waiter to expedite the service. As they dined, an uncommon silence enveloped them. They quickly retrieved the food just as it finished cooking. They continued in this manner until, with only a few ingredients left to cook and some noodles to add, Kuli, after finishing his last sip of cola, remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "It's been a long time since I've conducted experiments for such an extended period. Indeed, I've seldom engaged in such lengthy sessions myself." Chi Min responded with a smile. During her doctoral studies in the United States, the members of her lab generally did not rush, and it was rare for anyone to skip lunch for the sake of an experiment. Tinkering with animals truly invites self-inflicted hardship," Kuli quipped. "If we were working with bacteria or yeast, we could pause for half a day and resume the next day. But with rats, even if initial attempts fail multiple times, we cannot afford to pause. Otherwise, they might perish in an instant." "Yes, we can scarcely spare the time for a meal in between," Chi Min concurred. However, in this context, researchers are not the most unfortunate. Being a doctor is far more perilous. In particularly complex surgical procedures, some can last for over 10 hours, and those absolutely cannot be interrupted. "That's true," Kuli smiled. "Experimental animals simply cannot be compared to humans. Furthermore, Even if we connect a brain-computer interface to a rat and it fails, resulting in its demise, it merely amounts to a financial loss. While this observation holds merit, Chi-Min's funding is indeed limited, and she cannot afford to be extravagant. Although she has applied for a key project in bioinformatics, which has now been approved, it will take some time for the funding agency to disburse the funds. Even once the funds are available, they cannot be spent frivolously. The budget for various reimbursement items is clearly outlined, and it is not justifiable to allocate excessive amounts to animal experiments within her bioinformatics project. Thus, she must exercise caution in spending, lest the expenses exceed the budget, complicating future applications for funding on other projects. I believe we should strive to save some money, Chi-Min diplomatically suggested. If we exceed the budget for animal experiments, it would be problematic to rob Peter to pay Paul. What? Are we really unable to manage 30 rats without exceeding the budget? Quelle inquiétude? Perplex. For my bioinformatics project, I initially did not intend to allocate much workload to animal experiments, Chi-Min explained somewhat awkwardly. However, conducting behavioral studies with rats is inherently costly. You seem uninformed about the costs, Kali remarked resignedly. If we had collaboration with the computing center, dry experiments would incur minimal expenses. However, once we involve corresponding in vivo experiments, monthly expenditures can easily reach hundreds of thousands. Chi-Min genuinely lacked familiarity with these financial dynamics. During her doctoral studies, her advisor, being relatively senior, had a dedicated administrator for the lab. Consequently, whether purchasing supplies or repairing equipment, arrangements were made through the administrator, leaving her with little awareness of the monthly budget for her project. Moreover, expenses in the United States would likely surpass those incurred domestically. Chi-Min mused. No wonder most PIs in the U.S. prefer to engage in research with practical applications. They pursue whatever has market potential. This may not solely be for profit, but perhaps because experimental costs are so high that they must align with research directions others are willing to fund. Chapter 27. For the experiment, after nearly 10 consecutive hours of animal experimentation the previous day, Chi-Min felt disinclined to return to the lab on the following day. Since moving out from Yin Xiaolan's residence, no one was there to leave her breakfast. After rising from bed, she donned her clothes, washed up, and simply consumed a carton of milk before heading out. Upon arriving at the school, she caught the last wave of breakfast at the cafeteria, allowing her to enjoy a little porridge and a few dumplings. Taking her time to scroll through her social media feed, she inevitably noticed her former university classmates still active in the academic realm, posting about new articles, attending conferences, and sharing their reflections, alongside those who had secured postdoctoral positions in large laboratories and were advertising technician vacancies. In truth, hiring a technician experienced in animal experimentation to assist her would be quite beneficial, yet the technician's salary would need to be covered by the lab's budget, which Chi-Min found to be inadequate. Moreover, the hired technician might not be any more adept than her. Otherwise, there would be no need to recruit someone from a bioinformatics lab. After scrolling through her feed, Chi-Min rode her well-used bicycle to the biology department building. Upon entering and ascending to the lab, she surveyed the area only to find Kuli absent. Could he have overslept? Chi-Min inquired of Chen Linyu, who was busy reviewing literature nearby. Linyu, has Kuli arrived? Oh, it seems he is in the clean room upstairs, Chen Linyu replied. Surprised, Chi-Min did not expect Kuli to already be in work mode so early, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. She ascended to the clean room designated for animal experiments, first donning gloves, a mask, a cap, and shoe covers in the preparation area, then circulating the air shower twice before entering the laboratory. There, she spotted Kuli seated before the biological safety cabinet. As Chi-Min approached, she noticed him deftly shaving the fur from the top of a rat's head. Upon hearing her approach, Kuli evidently guessed her identity. You're here. Yesterday's task appeared to be devoid of any issues, and I am eager to proceed with the installation of these 3 additional components. Is it feasible to complete this within a single day? Chi-Min inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Approximately, Kuli responded cheerfully. I have nearly grasped the intricacies of this apparatus from yesterday's experience. Subsequent installations should be expedited. How about we tackle this separately? Chi-Min proposed. Turning to face her, Kuli hesitated momentarily before stating, I believe it would be more efficient if someone were to clean the electrodes. Collaboration would yield better results. Chi-Min understood his underlying sentiment, his subtle expression of doubt regarding her experimental skills. In the past, she would have felt compelled to defend her capabilities to preserve her pride. However, as this project was now vital for her livelihood, she deemed it unnecessary to complicate matters for the sake of appearances. Very well then, Chi-min acquiesced, settling beside him and spraying her gloves with 75 alcohol. Despite having the previous day's experience, performing the installation of the corpus callosum interface on the rat manually remained a cumbersome task. After more than 4 hours, Kali had managed to complete just one. It was now nearing 2 o'clock. Chi-min rose from her position at the safety cabinet, using absorbent paper to wipe away the residual PBS and rat tissue fluid from her gloves. Perhaps we should take a break and have some lunch. You go ahead. I need to observe this one for a while longer before returning it to the animal facility, Kali replied. By the time you finish, it might be too late. Chi-min glanced at the pitiful rat still under anesthesia. What would you like to eat? I can bring something back for you. At this hour, it seems the only options left are pancakes and grilled cold noodles, Kali mused. If there's any left, I would like a serving of grilled cold noodles with a side of seaweed. As Chi-min made her way to the cafeteria to purchase the grilled cold noodles, she was greeted by a familiar voice from a short distance away. Hey, why are you having lunch so late today? Turning around, Chi-min was unsurprised to see Hua Ruiming. Though autumn was now in full swing, he remained clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans, seemingly unchanged from the first time she encountered him at the start of the semester. Just busy with experiments, Chi-min replied with a smile. What about you? Same old. Same old, Hua Ruiming chuckled, addressing the vendor. I'll have a set of pancakes with ham. Thank you. Noticing that the vendor had not immediately commenced preparing his pancakes, Hua Ruiming then realized that Chi-min was waiting not only for a serving of grilled cold noodles, but also for pancakes. Wow, you have quite the appetite, he joked. Not really, I'm just bringing a portion for Kuli, Chi-min clarified. Oh, is it because he is helping you with your experiment? Hua Ruiming inquired cautiously. Indeed, that contraption is rather troublesome, and I hardly have time to eat while managing it. Chi-min admitted, I truly owe it to Kuli. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits. What experiment is so challenging? Hua Ruiming asked. Installing electrodes into the rat's brain, Chi-min responded vaguely. Although Hua Ruiming's laboratory would likely not engage in such research, she remained wary of divulging details about her project. I could manage that, Hua Ruiming stated. Our lab works on depression, and we also employ electrode stimulation methods. Why didn't you mention this to me earlier? It would have saved me the trouble of seeking assistance from someone at the Computational Center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Chi-min felt she had clarified her feelings regarding Hua Ruiming, so she saw no reason to conceal the truth. The reason I invited you to dinner was to discuss this matter, but you brought Hua along, and the conversation veered off in that direction. So I didn't bring it up again. After she spoke, Hua Ruiming fell silent for a moment, turning to observe the vendor as he added seaweed to the grilled cold noodles. A few seconds later, he turned back, hesitantly asking in a low voice. But I still want to know, aside from the rat experiments, what do you think of me? Or to put it another way, if it weren't for the experiments, you probably wouldn't have considered inviting me to dinner, would you? Chi-min regarded him with some surprise, taken aback that he still clung to such notions. During her undergraduate studies, her laboratory had experienced an unfortunate incident involving an office romance between a senior doctoral student and a peer, which resulted in a bitter breakup and mutual retaliation that even drew the attention of the department. This experience instilled in her a deep-seated belief that colleagues should avoid any semblance of romantic entanglement. Furthermore, colleagues who work closely together share a relationship akin to siblings within the same species. Evolutionarily speaking, animals tend to exhibit aversion to mating with close relatives to prevent inbreeding. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that co-workers would regard one another as gender-neutral entities. In Chi-min's view, Hua Ruiming's inclination to enjoy meals and games with his peers stemmed from a scarcity of meaningful interactions with women, leading him to misinterpret friendships as romantic pursuits. With a sigh, Chi-min pondered whether she would have to take on the responsibility of introducing Hua Ruiming to potential partners to rectify this misguided infatuation. Even without the experiments, I would still invite you to dinner. For instance, if we were to go out and you forgot your wallet or phone, I would certainly cover the bill. However, if it were a specific invitation, there ought to be a valid reason. Chapter 28. Having a boyfriend after finishing her pancakes, Chi-min found herself musing over the peculiar coincidence of encountering Hua Ruiming after inviting Kuli to lunch. He was not someone who frequently indulged in Japanese cuisine, and at that moment he did not appear to be dining there. It dawned on her that perhaps someone from her laboratory had inadvertently informed Hua Ruiming of her whereabouts. This was not an egregious breach of trust, but rather a well-meaning friend who mistakenly believed they were aiding him, potentially wasting his time or even causing him harm. Although Hua Ruiming was likely to graduate next year, Being a doctoral student still placed him within the confines of regulations that forbade romantic relationships between faculty and students. Even unreciprocated affections could have detrimental effects, especially since there were relatively few principal investigators in the biology and medical departments of the university. It would be wise to consider the implications if he were to require Chi Min as an evaluator for his thesis defense, as it could raise suspicions among others. Chi Min resolved to have individual conversations with Wang Xian and Chen Linyu, urging them to refrain from discussing personal matters when teaming up with Hua Weiming for games. Upon returning to the laboratory with Ku Li's lunch, Chi Min realized she could not conduct experiments while he was eating, so she decided to call Chen Linyu, who had just finished cryopreserving cells in the liquid nitrogen tank, for a private discussion. Chen Linyu appeared somewhat puzzled when summoned, but upon hearing Chi Min's account of her encounter with Hua Weiming at the restaurant, he understood. Oh, that. Wang Xian mentioned it casually. She could be a bit petty. It's only natural for you to treat Ku Li since he just joined. Chi Min learned that Chen Linyu was not the source of the information passed to Hua Weiming, but she still cautioned him. Please refrain from mentioning such matters in the future. You know. She fabricated a reason, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Professor Zhou Xiaoshan prefers to keep her collaboration with our research group under wraps. Moreover, the computational resources from Yin are limited. If other groups attempt to encroach upon them, our progress could be severely hindered. Chen Linyu nodded vigorously. Understood. Wang Xian likely just mentioned it in passing. I doubt Hua would spread it further. Chi Min patted his shoulder and asked, by the way, how is the differentiation of your neural organoids progressing? It's going all right, I suppose. Chen Linyu replied hesitantly. However, I believe the batch of differentiated neural cells lacks purity. It might be due to the feeder's quality. Would you like to take a look? After Chi Min reviewed the cell feeder photographs taken by Chen Linyu with a differential interference microscope, she observed that this batch of feeders was indeed rather heterogeneous. Feeders are typically fibroblasts that have lost their ability to divide, serving as a substrate for the cultivation of EPS cells. However, given that the feeders had already been prepared in this manner, they could only be utilized as such. Chi Min suggested that he attempt another round of preparation. If that failed, they would have to start the feeder creation process anew. Subsequently, Chi Min sought out Wang Xian. When dealing with females, one must always exercise greater caution. Chi Min did not reveal that her visit was specifically regarding Hua Weiming. Instead, she feigned an impromptu interest in Wang Xian's experiments while collecting PBS and culture medium, thus initiating a conversation. Chi Min mentioned that she had been quite busy with her experiments recently and inquired about Wang Xian's progress. She then asked, are you still teaming up for chicken dinners at noon? Not really. We usually play during dinner time now, Wang Xian replied. It's rather dull at noon with just Chen Linyu and me. In the evening, though, Hua Xixiang joins us. Oh, senior sister. Why aren't you playing anymore? In truth, Chi Min had not ceased gaming. She had merely shifted to playing late at night after returning home. Just busy with experiments, Chi Min explained somewhat sheepishly, adding, with number one leading your group, it should be quite stable, right? He could probably recruit another player. Where would he find another player? Senior sister, if you don't play, even Hua Xixiang can't keep us motivated, Wang Xian quickly responded. He often asks about you. It seemed that Wang Xian indeed kept Hua Weiming informed, prompting Chi Min to subtly steer the conversation. He overestimates my skills. I'm merely average at gaming. There are certainly teammates in the medical department with superior skills. Indeed, but Hua Xixiang has his eyes set on you, Wang Xian remarked, unable to contain herself. Moreover, I think he is quite a decent person. Have you considered it? This struck a chord with Chi Min, who smiled and replied, but I have a boyfriend. Wang Xian was taken aback, realizing she had inadvertently put her foot in her mouth. Wait, what? You've never mentioned this, she said in a hushed tone, visibly awkward. There's really nothing to discuss, Chi Min replied with a hint of resignation, thinking it would be far stranger if a lab PI were to openly share their romantic status with a doctoral student. Although they were not far apart in age, their roles bore a subtle distinction. As a mentor, she held a quasi-parental status, making discussions of personal matters somewhat inappropriate. Well, that is my fault. I just assumed. Wang Xian said, awkwardly tugging at her shoulder-length, wavy hair. Forget it. Focus on your experiments instead of matchmaking. Those won't yield any papers or income. Chi Min teased lightheartedly. Understood. Wang Xian promptly nodded, then hesitantly asked, Senior sister, is your boyfriend from our school? No, Chi Min answered. She had no intention of introducing Anton to her lab colleagues, considering the unconventional nature of her relationship with a delivery worker and his adopted daughter. Good. Wang Xian sighed in relief, Then with a serious tone said, "Senior sister, Hua Shixiang genuinely wishes to pursue you. From my perspective, he is quite determined. You should keep your distance lest the brother-in-law sees." Qi Min was amused by how quickly she had turned against Hua Weiming. Yet she replied, "It's not that serious. I've made it clear to number one that we are still friends. We just need to avoid discussing such topics." As she took PBS solution and antibiotic supplemented culture medium from the refrigerator, she heard Wang Xian ask from behind, "Hey, senior sister, what about you and Shi Xiao?" "Ken? We're just working on experiments together," Qi Min responded, perplexed by her line of thought. "It's similar to your relationship with Lin Yu." "Oha, Wan Si not that." Feeling a bit guilty, she realized she had overthought things. Although Qi Min was attentive towards Kuli, she was actually more caring towards Wang Xian and Chen Linyu. It became evident that Qi Min merely wished to maintain good relations within the lab. Furthermore, Wang Xian and Chen Linyu were from other PIs in the department, while Kuli was assigned by researcher Zhou Xiaoshan to assist her, all of which warranted a respectful relationship. Qi Min couldn't help but feel that being a PI was no easy feat. She hadn't even published a paper yet, and was already in debt to others. Chapter 29. Not repaying debts. Aside from the matter concerning Hua Weiming, the laboratory's work was progressing smoothly. What brought her joy was that on one morning, as the sound of the garbage collection truck downstairs roused her from sleep, she happened to open her laptop to check on the status of the full-scale brain-like structure generation and discovered Anton had sent her a Skype call invitation. Qi Min answered, glancing at the time in the lower right corner. It was barely past 6. "What's up? Calling at such an unholy hour?" "It's not that late. It's almost 7 where you are," Anton replied. "The visa has been processed. Did you return the apartment?" Qi Min inquired. "Yep. But I need to cover last month's rent," Anton continued. "Do you have any money on hand?" "Ido." Qi Min calculated, noting that the funding for her key project had come through, leaving her fairly comfortable financially. "Once the bank opens, I'll exchange some currency and send it over to you. 10,000 should suffice, right?" 10,000. That's about 1,400. What is the exchange rate again?" Anton pondered. "I meant 10,000 US dollars, Qi Min clarified. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Anton's surprised query. $10,000? Where did you get that much money?" His reaction filled Qi Min with pride. Not long ago, she had been poorer than a delivery worker, and now she finally had some standing. "The project funding was approved," she explained, reveling in her accomplishment. "However," Anton remarked, "you're not misappropriating funds, are you?" "What misappropriation?" "The project funding includes labor fees, Qi Min retorted, feeling somewhat disheartened that her attempt to impress had failed. "I've worked hard writing project proposals and conducting experiments. Surely I deserve some compensation. When you were a doctoral student, your monthly salary was only a little over 1,000. Yet you were doing the same work," Anton questioned skeptically. "Or have you become petite bourgeoisie now?" "Petite bourgeoisie?" "During my doctoral studies, I was severely exploited. Now I'm finally receiving fair compensation," Qi Min stated deliberately. "Are you starting to doubt the ordinary laborers who earn a normal wage after being exploited for too long under capitalism?" "Nonsense, that is not the case," Anton replied firmly. Whenever ideological issues arose, he was always decisive. Although he had long forgotten his experiences before being brought to the United States, he identified himself as a genuine Chinese person and a communist, thanks to the lessons from the Chinese restaurant owner. Before the incident with Mimi, Anton had fully supported Qi Min's swift graduation and return to their true homeland. "Then, just withdraw the money when you can and pay the rent quickly," Qi Min advised through the headset microphone. "I still need to catch some more sleep. And aside from the rent, you should repay part of the money. We'll figure out the rest later." "About repaying, it could just be forgotten," Anton whispered. "We're leaving this wretched place, and even if we don't repay them, they won't be able to find me." It then dawned on Qi Min that Anton, having no fixed assets, must have borrowed the money for Mimi's treatment in Canada from sources other than a bank loan. He is most likely borrowing money from someone privately, and the promised interest rate is probably not low, which amounts to a form of usury. The lower strata of American society is quite chaotic, and there are indeed numerous avenues for obtaining money in times of urgency. "One must find a way to repay it," Qi Min remarked, "not to mention that I might have to go there for a meeting later. For now, I might only have to pay a few $100s in interest, but a year from now, you really are—" "What is that phrase again?" "Worrier of the skies." Anton interjected somewhat irately. "It's my borrowed money. No one will come after you. And if I could leave this place, I would never return." Qi Min couldn't help but wonder how he had managed to grow up alone with such a tendency to default on debts and entangle himself with others. Perhaps this was a form of reckless abandon. After all, being at the bottom, surrounded by losers and trash, one could treat them all as mere NPCs during interactions. Fine. Whether to repay or not is up to you, Chi-Min said helplessly, but when you bring Mimi, make sure to have all the luggage sorted out. Bring everything you need. We aren't short of a couple of shipping fees. However, Anton replied, I've already sold everything I could. He quickly added, of course, I sold it all for no less than 70% of the original price, most of it to my former boss. All right then. Chi-Min thought to herself that he must have engaged in some sort of coercive selling. She knew that Anton had always harbored a deep resentment towards the current owner of the restaurant, who had taken over after the previous Chinese restaurant owner left. This guy from Southeast Asia had transformed what was once an authentic high-end Chinese restaurant into the current mishmash of a fast food establishment. Ironically, this fast food place, serving subpar Americanized Chinese cuisine, was making more money, evidently relying on delivery workers like Anton, who had to expand their delivery range and run longer routes to earn a meager living. Yet, he simultaneously looked down upon the current restaurant owner. In Anton's eyes, this present owner was merely a bourgeoisie reeking of money, utterly ignorant of what true cuisine entails. He had no passion for his business or work and only cared about the numbers that represented profit, a person completely consumed by capital and devoid of self. Were it not for the rent that needed to be paid and Mimi that needed to be cared for, Chi-Min's meager stipend from her doctoral studies would hardly suffice. Otherwise, Anton would have likely quit long ago. Thus, Chi-Min felt that Anton might very well take advantage of his former boss before parting ways. Yet she harbored no sympathy for this unscrupulous merchant who called his boiled broccoli with a touch of Korean chili sauce from an Asian supermarket Chinese food. Not only had he shattered Anton's dream of becoming a chef, but he had also severely tarnished the image of Chinese cuisine in the area. After finishing her conversation with Anton, Chi-Min managed to sleep for another hour. She then got up, dressed, washed up, and headed out to the bank to exchange currency before transferring money to Anton and purchasing weekend tickets for him and Mimi. Chi-Min sent the ticket information to Anton via email, and within half a minute, she received a reply. Why is it 3 days later? Where are we going to stay for those 3 days? Chi-Min replied, I can conveniently pick you up on the weekend. As for accommodation, please negotiate with the landlord. Anton did not respond immediately, and Chi-Min speculated that he might have Googled the meaning of negotiate. Anton's spoken Chinese was flawless, yet his written skills were less certain. After a while, Anton replied, It's fine to stay a few extra days. Of course, the rent was just paid last month, and they had already overstayed for more than half a month, so staying a few more days was certainly acceptable. Chi-Min couldn't help but smile as she looked at her phone. What kind of life had she been living in America? Relentlessly borrowing money and failing to pay rent was something she wouldn't have dared to contemplate during her undergraduate years. Chapter 30. Clumsy hands. The issues with Anton and Mimi seemed to have been resolved. Chi-Min arrived at the laboratory later than usual, finding that the 3 doctoral students had already begun their experiments. She had intended to find Kuli in the clean room, but then recalled that he might be in the animal facility, and waiting in the clean room without the ability to use her phone would be quite dull. Thus, Chi-Min settled at her workstation in the lab, opened Jupyter, and checked the progress of her code, which appeared to be running smoothly. It was expected to finish in a week or 2. Currently, the machine learning approach was yielding stable positive results, though the fluctuations remained unexplained. Previously, researcher Zhou Xiaoshan had suggested that she could first publish a small article to gauge interest before releasing the full-size brain-like body paper. This was a common tactic in academia for generating significant buzz, yet Chi-Min felt hesitant to pursue it. She depended on this article for her livelihood. If the full-size brain-like body turned out to have little difference in performance compared to the 256 by 256 by 256 model, the second article would lose its uniqueness and might even have a lower impact factor than the first exploratory article. Since assessments were based on impact factors, she thought it better to wait until the full-sized brain-like body was completed before publishing, thereby presenting a complete logical chain encompassing her doctoral research data, theoretical models, and subsequent applications of the brain-like body. Even if she couldn't create a major sensation, surely she would earn some recognition for her efforts, right? While lost in thought, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. The laboratory door was typically open, and she turned to see Kuli entering with a cage of rats. Kuli glanced inside the lab upon reaching the door and exclaimed, Hey look, these rats really seem to be just fine. Chi-Min quickly got up from her seat and walked over, observing the experimental rats in the cage. Despite having electrodes implanted on their heads, they were behaving like ordinary rats, eating and scurrying about. It appeared that the miniature corpus callosum interface invented by the research group from Paris was quite reliable. How is the metabolic data looking? Chi Min inquired. It just got uploaded to the cloud. I haven't looked at it yet, Kali replied. I plan to take them for a water maze test now. Shall I accompany you? Chi Min suggested. Kali hesitated and asked, have you ever conducted a water maze test before? Chi Min shook her head, uncertain. Her focus was on neurophysiology, and she lacked sufficient experience in memory and learning. Although she had participated in a few memory and learning verification experiments, those were usually outsourced to companies. Now that she was leading her own lab, funds were limited, and they needed to conduct the water maze tests multiple times, so it was necessary for her team members to handle them. Then, I will go by myself, Kuli said with an awkward smile. It's fine, there are technicians at the animal facility who can assist. He clearly felt that Chi Min was not adept at conducting animal experiments. Chi Min had to agree with him, and as the principal investigator, she didn't need to be involved in every experiment. She replied, you go ahead, I'll analyze the metabolic data first. Do you want me to bring lunch? Kuli pondered for a moment and said, just bring something casual. Conducting metabolic monitoring on rats using metabolic cages was somewhat expensive. At the university's animal facility, the rental cost for an imported metabolic cage, along with consumables, could exceed $1,000. However, since Chi Min's research involved only a small number of rats, she could afford to keep them in metabolic cages for the time being. The advantage of comprehensive metabolic monitoring was that it provided a highly reliable assessment of how the implanted corpus callosum interface affected the rats. Nevertheless, Chi Min had not observed any significant differences in the metabolic data between the rats with the implanted brain-machine interface and those in the sham surgery control group, as the ranksum test also indicated no significant disparity. This result supported the previous paper published by the Paris research group. It seemed that this brain-machine interface was indeed viable. The next step was to see how Kuli performed in the water maze test. If the corpus callosum interface did not impair the rat's memory and learning abilities, subsequent experiments would proceed more smoothly. Chi Min's design for the animal experiments was, in essence, quite straightforward. She previously harbored suspicions that the fluctuations within the brain-like entities of 256-256-256 could be akin to some form of consciousness, prompting her desire to connect them to an animal brain to observe any potential impacts on memory and learning functions. However, since the corpus callosum interface did not resolve the demodulation of neuronal signals in the brain, it limited the feasibility of conducting more complex experiments. Nonetheless, should it be demonstrated that the connection to brain-like entities indeed influences animal behavior, packaging this finding in a publication could attract some attention within the academic community. At noon, Chi Min, along with Wang Xian and Chen Linyu, made their way to the cafeteria, only to be taken aback by a sudden downpour. Wang Xin, hesitant to ride a bicycle while holding an umbrella, suggested they walk instead. As they strolled, they engaged in conversation about their recent experiments. Chi Min, currently collaborating with Kuli, found herself less involved with Wang Xian and Chen Linyo's progress, seizing the opportunity to share a meal and gauge their advancements. She also aimed to gently prompt them along. As they ascended the cafeteria stairs, Chi Min listened intently to Chen Linyu discuss the challenges he faced with his neuroorganoid research when, unexpectedly, someone greeted her from the side. Hey, Chi Min? Reflexively turning around, she was surprised to find it was Zhang Jiong, accompanied by two young men who appeared to be doctoral students from his lab. Although she typically had little interaction with the chemistry department, Zhang Jiong had once assisted her with a food order during a business trip, establishing a slightly more familiar rapport than that of ordinary colleagues. Zhang Jiong, what brings you out for lunch? Chi Min inquired. Just out for a meal, and it happens to be raining, he replied with a smile, perhaps amused by the sight of another PI dining with their doctoral students. However, for Chi Min, Zhang Jiong was a renowned figure in the field, having published in science during his doctoral studies, a stark contrast to her own struggles with publication. In the realm of academia, when young talents engage amicably with their students, it is seen as approachable. Conversely, when ordinary PIs indulge in leisure activities with their students, it is often viewed as neglecting their duties. Noticing that the two young men accompanying Zhang Jiong were huddled under a single umbrella, Chi Min took the initiative to offer her spare umbrella, saying, I have an extra umbrella, please take it. Thank you, Zhang Jiong replied, unfolding the umbrella and returning what appeared to be another student's umbrella. I'll return it to you before the end of the day. This gesture could be seen as a way of reciprocating the kindness he had once shown her. Contemplating the importance of maintaining communication with esteemed figures in the field, Chi Min recognized that despite her near miss with graduation, It was more realistic to foster connections with promising PIs like Zhang Zhiyong rather than striving for the unattainable. Chapter 31. Riding on coattails encountering Zhang Zhiyong was merely a minor interlude. Once he and his students had moved on, Wang Xian quietly inquired, "Senior sister, who was that just now?" "That was Zhang Zhiyong from the chemistry department," Qi Min responded, carefully modulating her words. Despite feeling inferior in comparison to his accomplishments, she maintained a composed demeanor, remarking, "He's quite impressive." "The chemistry department. I rarely go there," Wang Xian murmured. "How do you know him?" "We met during a business trip. He was staying next door to me at the accommodation," Qi Min explained. While this might suggest a budding relationship with a future luminary, in reality, it was a rather superficial acquaintance. Qi Min was not well acquainted with the lives of those wholly devoted to research. She imagined that Zhang Zhiyong did not spend his leisure time indulging in trivial pursuits. Like many researchers, Qi Min aspired to publish in Nature and Science and to become a prominent figure in academia. Yet, she understood that success is not always a straightforward path, often influenced by chance. In fact, her fortune was relatively favorable, although her research during her doctoral studies had not yet yielded publications. She had at least graduated and secured a stable academic position. Many others, less fortunate, struggled with their research, faced exploitation by their advisors, or found themselves unable to secure suitable employment after graduation. Life is undeniably challenging. Who wouldn't wish to publish in science by the age of 25? Yet, the current societal structure can hardly accommodate numerous figures like Zhang Zhiyong. Reflecting on this, Qi Min felt it inappropriate to cite Zhang Zhiyong as an exemplar. Just as the working class cannot blame the academic elite for their struggles, the low incomes of ordinary PIs and the exploitation of average doctoral candidates are not the fault of those at the top. However, delving deeper into the issue would inevitably touch upon topics that are not permitted to be discussed publicly within academic institutions. During her doctoral studies, Qi Min often returned home to engage in discussions with Anton, referencing the English translation of Das Kapital, critiquing the various forms of exploitation and misfortune stemming from the capitalist social structure. Yet, the following day, she would find herself subjected to similar exploitation in the lab, while Anton endured his own at a Chinese restaurant, and life would continue as before. Wang Xian and Chen Linyu were not particularly interested in who Zhang Zhiyong was. As first-year students, their knowledge of other departments was limited, and it was not surprising that they had not attended many lectures. However, the doctoral students in Zhang Zhiyong's research group were somewhat curious about Qi Min's identity. Given the connections between biology and chemistry, most senior doctoral students in the biology department had likely heard of Zhang Zhiyong, but few in the chemistry department were familiar with Qi Min. It seemed that the doctoral students in Zhang Zhiyong's group had privately researched Qi Min's background, which was not difficult given that the information of all PIs in the science faculty is readily available on the faculty's website. They discovered that her doctoral thesis listed her as the second author, with the first author clearly bearing a native English surname and a male name. In the eyes of certain gossip enthusiasts, this might appear somewhat dubious, especially given Qi Min's notably youthful appearance, making it all too easy to concoct a story. Fortunately, the chemistry department, possibly due to the hazardous nature of their experiments, had a predominance of male students, and most of them were not adept at engaging in the kind of speculation that might arise in such a context. Hence, no rumor circulated. Instead, the doctoral students in Zhang Zhiyong's lab teased their advisor about delivering an umbrella to a young female PI in the bioinformatics lab late at night, questioning whether he was harboring feelings for her. Of course, Zhang Zhiyong could not possibly be romantically interested in Qi Min. However, after leaving the university on Friday evening, he sent her a WeChat message. "I heard from our lab students that your doctoral thesis was a co-first author. I'm quite curious." Qi Min was puzzled as to why such a prominent figure would suddenly express interest in this matter. After all, those who publish in science in less popular fields are typically perceived as being removed from mundane concerns. Yet, she had no conflict of interest with Zhang Zhiyong, and since this was something previously explained to the university leadership, she responded, "The paper I published during my doctoral studies was a collaborative effort. Gary was a year ahead of me, and he took a gap year due to marriage, so I assisted him with some experiments for a few months." "Ah, I see," Zhang Zhiyong replied, adding, "What about your current research?" "It hasn't been completed. I'm still working on it," Qi Min replied succinctly. "Is that all? I expected some dramatic backstory." "How boring," Zhang Zhiyong responded, punctuating his message with a sweating emoji. Qi Min felt a mix of confusion and surprise. Was he truly asking about this simply to satiate his curiosity? Contrary to her expectations of him, as a serious young PI. He seemed to exhibit more curiosity than his own doctoral students. Even without any sensational tales to share, did he really need to express that it was boring? After all, she had nearly failed to graduate. As a colleague, wouldn't a perfunctory expression of sympathy be appropriate? It certainly isn't as entertaining as the fabricated stories one might find on certain forums, she replied. After sending her message, she switched back to her game. Upon finishing a round, she noticed Zhang Ziyong had messaged her again. Sorry, I might have overthought that sweat smile emoji. Let us chat more often. I'd love to hear some stories from the biology department, smirking emoji. While Chi-Min was not particularly interested in gossip, this could serve as a means to cultivate a favorable relationship with a future key figure in academia. Moreover, since Wang Xin enjoyed sharing gossip in the lab, she would at least be aware of some relevant anecdotes. The following day, Saturday, at 11 o'clock in the evening, Chi-Min was scheduled to pick up Anton and Mimi. She had not arranged any experiments in the laboratory during the day. As dinner time approached, Chi-Min initially intended to invite Wang Xin and the others to the cafeteria, but then she noticed a WeChat message from Zhang Ziyong. Are you at school? Let us grab a meal and chat. Chi-Min could easily deduce that he was simply eager to hear the gossip from the biology department, and she couldn't quite fathom how a promising young talent in the field of chemistry could possess such trivial interests. Nevertheless, a chat was a chat, and Chi-Min responded affirmatively. Zhang Ziyong specified the meeting place with precision, indicating exactly which cafeteria, which floor, which row, and which table to enter. Chi-Min made her way there. Initially, the two of them purchased their meals, and before Zhang Ziyong had even touched his chopsticks, he inquired in a surprisingly serious tone. You are aware of the situation with Director Li from the chemistry department, right? Chi-Min genuinely did not know. He is about to enter his third marriage, this time to a graduate student from the chemistry department, Zhang Ziyong stated earnestly, as if discussing a matter of professional significance. Indeed, it was somewhat related to their field, given that it might involve academic misconduct, which could be deemed an important issue. What is going on? Chi-Min felt a bit bewildered. His second marriage was also to a former graduate student, Zhang Ziyong added. You mean you really didn't know about this? It seems we have much to discuss. Chapter 32. My circle is truly chaotic. Through her conversation with Zhang Ziyong, Chi-Min learned a great deal about events that had transpired before her arrival at the university. For instance, the tales of the director and his two ex-wives, and how he transformed a colleague-s student into his third wife. Additionally, there was the revelation that a renowned principal investigator, PI, demanded 3 or 4 extra slots for recruiting doctoral students from his colleagues each year, while the laboratory operated under a model of intensive labor and assembly line work. Furthermore, there was a newly arrived, strikingly handsome male PI whose relationship with his doctoral advisor was rumored to be rather unusual, with his placement at their university post-graduation seemingly serving as a mere cover. Chi-Min could hardly believe her ears. How could so much drama unfold within such a small department? Is it true that Bai Kunda has a relationship with his advisor? Chi-Min whispered. Wasn't it said that his advisor is quite impressive? Indeed, he is impressive, but a middle-aged divorced woman also has her own needs. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Ziyong replied with utmost seriousness. This matter is no longer news within our department. Bai Kunda himself has stated that he is here merely to hold a title. Goodness. Is it really like that? Chi-Min furrowed her brow. She had exerted considerable effort to secure such a position, only to discover that for those with connections, it was merely a fade. Then why doesn't he just marry his advisor? That would not do, Zhang Ziyong replied, lowering his voice. Divorce can be interpreted as prioritizing research at the expense of family, which could lead to misunderstandings. But marrying one's own student would be exceedingly difficult for the public to accept. And what about Director Li? Chi-Min questioned, somewhat perplexed. Director Li is at our university, in a small place where no one is watching, Zhang Ziyong explained. But at a first-rate university, it's a different story. That made sense. Otherwise, why would he choose to cloak himself at their university? It's utterly chaotic. By the way, I heard that a cell biologist PI in our department had a female student who transferred, and there are rumors that she had a prior relationship with her advisor. Chi-Min ventured, attempting to share a related tidbit. Most likely, they had a falling out? Not necessarily. It could also be a cover-up, Zhang Ziyong countered. Although there are no explicit regulations, it is generally understood in the College of Science that PIs should not engage in romantic relationships with their own students. If it were with someone else's student, it might not be an issue. This is truly toxic, Chi-Min exclaimed, exasperated. Your circle is truly chaotic. No, my circle is chaotic. Well, one gets used to it, Zhang Zhiyong replied calmly. There are also unreliable sources. Dean Wang is still unmarried and may possibly be gay. Upon hearing this, Qi Min nearly spat out her spinach egg flour soup. What? This is merely hearsay, Zhang Zhiyong stated. It is said that he had a boyfriend while studying in the UK who was British. The UK. That makes it quite understandable, Qi Min chuckled. Due to certain television shows and popular culture, many referred to the UK as the land of homosexuality. What happened after he returned home? He has shown no indications at the university, but he likely still interacts with the gay community outside, Zhang Zhiyong replied with a smile. If he truly is gay, he probably wouldn't come out at the university. Society is still not accepting of that. How many years has it been? Maybe 10? Qi Min mused. 16 years, Zhang Zhiyong corrected her. But what can be done? If this were to be exposed, he could no longer serve as dean. Alas, how tragic. Qi Min murmured. What is so tragic about it? Zhang Zhiyong retorted. Those who studied abroad over 20 years ago are on an entirely different level from us. Let us not even discuss it. You just returned to the country this year. Do you think you could become dean in 16 years? No, Qi Min replied without hesitation. Thus, one cannot detach oneself from the times, Zhang Zhiyong stated evenly. Those who could pursue doctoral studies 2 or 3 decades ago are now leaders in their fields. Yet being a dean still cannot be achieved if one is gay. In the future, while homosexuality may not be an issue, it will not suffice to merely possess a doctoral degree and publish a few articles to become a dean. His remarks elevated the simple gossip about Dean Wang Xinghai to the level of societal development trends. However, the fact that ordinary PhD holders today cannot attain the position of dean may not necessarily be a bad thing. 2 or 3 decades ago, the stark disparities in social stratification were at their peak, and those who could pursue doctoral studies abroad had significantly better backgrounds than the current crop of returnees. Nevertheless, Qi Min sincerely remarked, that being said, I believe you have a good chance of becoming dean in the future. The previous dean was from the mathematics department. Dean Wang is from the physics department. It should be the chemistry department's turn next. While this could be regarded as a compliment, Zhang Zhiyong did not appear particularly pleased. That is rather unrealistic. The students recruited by the university lack research capabilities. The more advanced the research, the harder it becomes to carry out. Every day, projects must be closely monitored, and even the experiments need to be guided step by step. You can't compare your current students to your peers in your doctoral lab. This university isn't even in the same league, Qi Min countered, remaining generous on this matter. When I first entered the lab, I couldn't conduct experiments either. After a year of guidance, I managed to catch up. That was the senior guiding the junior. One cannot expect the boss to lead all the time, Zhang Zhiyong sighed. If that were the case, why would I bother being a PI? I could join a large group as a postdoc, publish papers, and earn money. Hearing him say this, Qi Min fell silent. As a PI, she had been guiding Wang Xin, Chen Linyu, and others through their experiments, even taking on the more challenging aspects herself alongside Li. Was it somewhat unfair for her to be burdened with such responsibilities as a PI? Those in prominent labs earned salaries 2 or 3 times hers, while she, holding a civil servant position, was both a PI and a postdoc, truly dedicated. Alas, the disparities among PIs are vast. Those leading first-rate universities can arrange for their lovers to become PIs at their institutions, while the director of the chemistry department has married 2 students. Even Zhang Zhiyong, who complains about being a PI rather than a postdoc, has published in Science, while I have yet to achieve anything. I must soon find a way to resolve the issues with Anton and Mimi. As she thought of Anton and Mimi, Qi Min glanced at her phone. Amidst their conversation, it had already turned 7:30. I might need to leave early, Qi Min announced. Do you have other matters this evening? Zhang Zhiyong inquired casually, as if he were merely making small talk. Such routine collegial queries were typically answered without much thought. However, Qi Min has now learned that Zhang Zhiyong actually has a penchant for gossip. And knowing that her boyfriend is a food delivery worker with an adopted daughter is likely to become common knowledge throughout the entire courtyard. Thus, she cautiously replied, it's nothing. Just going home for the weekend. The implication of her words, under normal interpretation, should indicate that she usually resides in a rented apartment in the city and that returning to her parents' house in the suburbs during the weekend is what she truly considers going home. Are you a local? You must be wealthy, Zhang Zhiyong teased her, adding, there is a guy in my lab who is also from here. He only chose to pursue his doctorate at our university because he didn't want to study elsewhere. Qi Min did not expect him to delve into such trivial information and refrained from explaining that she was indeed a local, but quite impoverished, hastily taking her leave. As she walked towards the subway station, Min felt her worldview was truly being shattered. The image of such an eminent figure as Zhang Zhiyong enjoying gossip was completely overturned. Chapter 33. The airport pickup. Min took the subway to the capital airport, arriving an hour earlier than the scheduled flight time. She sat in a fast food restaurant in Terminal 3 of the capital airport, waiting while utilizing the Wi-Fi available. At this hour, the Wi-Fi speed was quite decent, and she opened the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, discovering that Hua Weiming was also online. Naturally, she seized the opportunity to team up with a familiar face. After forming the team, Min asked Hua Weiming through voice chat, on a weekend, "Why are you playing on your phone?" "What weekend?" "I'm still in the lab," Hua Weiming replied with a laugh. "Have you completed your experiments?" Min responded, "I didn't really schedule any experiments for today." After hearing Zhang Zhiyong's complaints, she too felt that being both a principal investigator and a postdoctoral researcher was indeed quite unfortunate. It seemed she needed to meticulously plan her schedule for animal experiments, as consistently missing lunch was unbearable. Not to mention that Kuli was constantly working under high pressure. Even she, who was merely assisting and slacking off, found it overwhelming. "You all are so fortunate. Right now, we're conducting drug validations. And as long as someone is using mice, I have to supervise in the animal room," Hua Weiming said with a smile. "Which image do you want to choose?" The desert, Min casually selected, thinking of it as a junkyard. When playing PUBG, if it's a solo or duo match, Min generally prefers to land in less populated areas to gather equipment, then find a spot to hide, minimizing unnecessary movement. Hua Weiming did not insist on engaging in a fight. They found a vehicle and drove to a small housing area, concealing the car behind a building, then took refuge on the second floor of an adjacent house. "There's a 6x scope. Do you want it?" Hua Weiming asked Min. "No need. I already have a 6x scope," she replied while adjusting her view to observe outside. "What about an 8x scope?" Hua Weiming inquired again. "No," Min responded. "Why? Do you have an extra? Here, take it. I'm not that skilled with a sniper." Hua Weiming tossed the 8x scope to her. Min automatically picked it up but then tossed it back to him, saying, "There's no need to search for loot while hiding in the house. It makes no difference for us sniping." Hua Weiming said nothing and picked up the 8x scope again. After a while, the circle shrank, and they remained within it. It seemed fortune was on their side this time. "Hey, what are you doing now?" Hua Weiming suddenly asked. "I'm at the airport, waiting for my boyfriend," Min replied, "but I arrived early." "Your boyfriend came to Beijing?" Hua Weiming seemed to ask casually. "Isn't that obvious?" Min thought to herself, unsure how to respond. "Yes. Why is he arriving so late, and you have to pick him up?" Hua Weiming chuckled. Under normal circumstances, a girl might find it a bit unpleasant if her boyfriend booked a flight arriving late at night and expected her to pick him up. However, since Min had purchased the tickets for Anong and Mimi herself, she knew that if she did not go to pick him up, given Andong's struggles with Chinese characters, relying solely on Google Translate and spoken directions would likely make it impossible for him to find his way home. With the subway already out of service at this late hour, having to pick someone up from the airport was not her choice, was it? "There's no helping it. He's here now, and I can't just go back," Min said half-jokingly. "If there are vehicles passing by, don't shoot. Let him through." Perhaps due to the weekend, most players at this hour were internet-addicted youths, and Min and Hua Weiming only managed to place in the top 5 in their duo match. They both met their demise from a headshot fired from a distance during the final circle, indicating that their opponent was a skilled player. Since this match lasted a while, after finishing, Min glanced at the time and realized it was nearly the landing time for Anong and Mimi's flight. So she said, "It's time. I'll log off first." "All right, see you later," Hua Weiming replied. After that, Min exited the game and opened her email interface using the built-in mail app on her phone, skimming through her subscribed science news. Almost at the designated time, Min walked to the exit, idly scrolling through her social media feed. Before long, she spotted a group of people hauling large bags and dragging luggage emerging from inside. Anong was accompanied by Mimi, and they were unlikely to be among the first batch to disembark. Patiently waiting, Min indeed saw a tall young man with curly black hair struggling to emerge, bearing a large hiking backpack on his back while cradling a pink and blue Mimi in his right arm and pulling an extraordinarily oversized piece of luggage with his left hand. She expected him to bring such a large amount of baggage. It appeared he had strapped together the largest suitcase with an overstuffed bag. Clearly, he wasn't one to skimp on the extra baggage fees. This was rather extravagant, wasn't it? Min approached him, genuinely surprised, and said, "Why did you bring so much stuff?" "Shoo, Mimi is asleep." Anong quickly hushed her, casting a warning glance. Chi Min had initially considered taking the airport shuttle, but seeing the situation, she knew she would have to take a taxi instead. She took the luggage that Anong was dragging with his left hand and walked towards the direction marked for taxis, only to be stopped by Anong. Where are you going? ISNT, the subway over there? It says subway. The airport signage was also in English, so he had no trouble reading it. The subway has already stopped operating. We need to take a taxi back, Chi Min explained. A taxi is so expensive, Anong hesitated. We can afford it, Chi Min replied calmly. Let us go. I'm already tired. Upon landing, the taxi station was still bustling with passengers waiting. Coincidentally, most of the people in this batch were returning home, and late at night in the airport, they were all eagerly chatting away. Soon, Mimi woke up and excitedly cried out for her mama to hold her. Chi Min had no choice but to lift Mimi into her arms, allowing the little girl to play with her hair, braiding it with delight. Mama, your hair has grown long, Mimi exclaimed in English while playing with Chi Min's hair. I'll braid it for you. Alhaita. Chi Min winced as her hair was tugged, but she managed to stroke the little girl's head gently. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Anong watching her with a smile. However, when he realized she was looking back at him, he quickly masked his smile, adopting an expression of indifference and distrust. This detail made Chi Min realize that Anong was not as disappointed in her as he pretended to be. After all, objectively speaking, people inevitably consider their own interests. From the perspectives of evolutionary psychology and economics, Anong had already invested too much in her as a partner. After finally having secured funding for her research project, to withdraw now would be too great a loss. Furthermore, Chi Min narcissistically reflected on her own interesting and principled nature. Her ability to blend in while still maintaining original thoughts, and her commitment to working diligently while enjoying life. Could she truly be dismissed entirely because of a single mistake? Chapter 34. Cooking. By the time Anong and Mimi arrived home, it was already quite late, and there was no time to unpack their belongings. So they washed up and settled in. The second bedroom of the apartment Chi Min rented had originally been a children's room, featuring a wooden single bed that was 1.8 meters long, just right for accommodating Mimi's plush white whale toy as well. The young girl, having finished her bath, changed in her sleepwear and lay on the bed with her plush white whale, yet she still requested someone to tell her a story. In the past, this was not a task that Chi Min would undertake. On one hand, her experiments often kept her out late, and on the other, she primarily aimed to teach the little girl English, which would not be ideal coming from Chi Min's Chinglish accent. However, now that she had returned to China, the focus had shifted to teaching Mimi Mandarin, where the accent posed no issue. Anton glanced at Chi Min, silently suggesting that it was her turn this time. Chi Min felt a twinge of guilt. She had always read texts with little emotion, let alone narrating a storybook while making slight adaptations. Nevertheless, she thought to herself, with such a vast reservoir of Chinese cultural stories, surely she could manage one for a little girl? Thus, Chi Min rummaged through the collection of old books left by the landlord and found a simplified version of Journey to the West. She turned to Mimi and said, well then, today let's tell a story from Journey to the West. This was originally a safe choice, and Mimi was quite eager about this storybook that began with the character for Watermelon. However, after Chi Min read for 5 minutes, even Anton, who was listening nearby, could no longer bear it. Can you not just read it like that? Anton said helplessly. If you're going to read, at least add some expression. Then you do it. Chi Min retorted, standing up from the bedside and tossing the book to him. Anton flipped it open, scrutinizing the pages for a few seconds before he had to give up. Is there another version that has phonetics? This was indeed a perfect moment to mock Anton for being illiterate in Chinese characters. In the past, she might have laughed for 5 minutes, but this time, Chi Min wisely suppressed her amusement. She understood that it wasn't the time for jokes, and that she must first offer him affirmation. Ultimately, Chi Min had no idea what story Anton told Mimi, for by the time he returned to the master bedroom, she had already fallen asleep. When she woke again, even before opening her eyes, she heard the little girl's voice calling from nearby. Chi Min opened her eyes and sat up, seeing the master bedroom door ajar. With Mimi limping yet swiftly running in, "Mama, get up!" Mimi clambered onto the bed, using both hands and feet, tugging at Chi Min's blanket. All right. Chi Min stood up, smoothing her hair as Mimi pulled her out of the bedroom, only to see Anton emerging from the kitchen with bowls, and the table already laid out with a variety of dishes. Upon closer inspection, Chi Min noticed sliced pork belly, boiled eggs drizzled with a special sauce made of soy sauce, vinegar, and sesame oil, spinach and aged vinegar without peanuts but replaced with almond slices, and a spinach and pig liver porridge that seemed to utilize nearly everything left in her refrigerator. He actually cooked. Chi Min murmured to herself. She realized it had been quite some time since she had enjoyed Anton's cooking, having been relegated to the bland offerings of the cafeteria and takeout. Her taste buds had grown weary. If you don't cook, are you going to feed me that junk? Anton feigned indifference as he placed a bowl of porridge in front of her. Chi Min took this as Anton's gesture of sincerity, and indeed, the quality of this sincerity was quite commendable. The porridge, prepared in a pressure cooker, though cooked for a short time, was well executed, likely seasoned with just the right amount of salt and sesame oil, harmonizing beautifully with the flavors of the spinach and pig liver. The pork belly had been purchased by Chi Min on Tuesday at the supermarket alongside corn sausages, but she had been too lazy to slice it. Now, cut into evenly thick pieces and drizzled with rice vinegar, it appeared to have been elevated to a whole new level. The aged vinegar spinach was undoubtedly commendable. Anton's formal culinary training set him apart from the average self-taught cooks. The sauce on the boiled eggs was nothing short of miraculous. A secret recipe often employed in upscale cold dishes at restaurants, which enabled Mimi, who usually detested eggs, especially boiled ones, to devour 1.5 in quick succession. As Chi Min ate, she found herself reflecting for the umpteenth time on how Anton truly excelled in this regard. He had painstakingly honed his skills in a reputable Chinese restaurant, only to be forced into food delivery due to a change in ownership. A tragic waste of his culinary talent. Countless times, Chi Min had nearly voiced her intention to help him secure a proper chef position once she graduated. But she had always refrained from making such promises, mainly out of fear that she might not be able to fulfill them. She knew that Anton had aspired to be a chef since childhood, a serious dream rather than merely a job. Thus, she felt reluctant to make casual promises. Moreover, realistically speaking, applying for chef positions at reputable restaurants typically required a culinary certification. At 25, Anton should have already obtained his intermediate chef certification. However, having not studied at a formal institution in China and facing difficulties with recognizing Chinese characters, he would likely struggle to complete the requisite coursework quickly. If he truly wished to pursue this certification, he would first need to start with the basics of character recognition, which seemed rather cumbersome. Of course, if Anton desired to undertake this path, Chi Min felt it would be worthwhile. After all, in reality, considering the financial support he had provided during her doctoral studies and the guilt she felt over Mimi's leg injury, Chi Min fundamentally owed him. Perhaps sensing Chi Min's distraction, Anton inquired, "What are your plans for today?" Chi Min was jolted back to reality, momentarily taken aback. "Pack my things? I've nearly finished packing." Anton replied, "While you were sleeping until 10:30. Chi Min thought to herself, "Can you blame me?" Anton, who had been sleeping right beside her, didn't he wake her up, and then he complained about her sleeping in and not getting to work. Was that her fault? Then, let's go buy some essentials, Chi Min suggested after some contemplation. Mimi needs to focus on learning Mandarin, so we should get some basic books with pinyin. And we need to buy some clothes too. I need a clay pot. The one left here is completely unusable. Anton added, and we need to buy ingredients. This fridge is nearly empty. It hardly resembles a place where a normal person lives. So, in essence, she was not normal. Chi Min mentally scoffed at this, but had to admit that she had indeed been living a rather decadent life, resorting to takeout and fast food during her time alone. However, thinking further, they needed to find a place that sold not only books but also clothes and kitchenware, as well as some vegetables and meat. Chi Min considered a shopping plaza approximately 5 kilometers away, which had a supermarket where they could buy food. Chapter 35. Dear daughter, before heading off to the shopping plaza, Chi Min checked her WeChat and email. Upon confirming that neither her department, her lab colleagues, nor researcher Zhou Xiaoshan had sent her any urgent messages, Chi Min sent a WeChat message to Kolu. I have matters to attend to today and won't be able to make it to the lab. Could you please keep an eye on things for me? This ellipsis represented Wang Xin, Chen Linyu, the 30-plus rats in the animal room, and all other people and matters related to her laboratory. It was indeed quite a responsibility, but Kolu was likely accustomed to it. At the Rain Cloud Computing Center, researcher Zhou Xiaoshan's lab also had weekend duty rotations. Before long, Kolu responded with an OK emoji, and Chi Min felt reassured as she led Anton and Mimi to the shopping plaza. It was uncertain whether Anton was simply accustomed to entering various places due to his food delivery routine, or if he was intentionally trying to appear indifferent in front of Chi Min. But he hardly initiated conversation during the journey. On the contrary, Mimi found everything to be novel, incessantly asking questions. Chi Min attempted to converse with the little girl in Mandarin, but Mimi had yet to fully transition her context. Even when she understood some words, she still responded in English grammar interspersed with Chinese words. This was utterly frustrating. Meanwhile, Anton observed with an expressionless face, likely stifling laughter. He knew Chi Min was ill-equipped to handle a child, but who could she blame? It was her fault. She had been preoccupied with her experiments during the critical phase of Mimi learning to speak. Ultimately, Chi Min had no choice but to temporarily abandon her efforts to have Mimi speak using Mandarin grammar. In her heart, she consoled herself. The language environment is subtly transformative. Once fully immersed, Mimi would naturally correct herself. Moreover, as she currently took Mimi shopping, the little girl seemed to manage speaking Chinese with an English grammatical structure without significant hindrance. The subway station led directly to the second floor of the shopping mall. Observing Mimi's awkward gait, Chi Min decided to pick her up. Yet Anong, standing nearby, casually reminded, let her walk on her own. Just as Chi Min intended to remark that Mimi's peculiar way of walking might invite ridicule, she suddenly realized that if they always did this, it would instill a sense of inadequacy in Mimi, ultimately causing greater psychological harm. Thus, she set Mimi down, and the little girl immediately dashed toward a Chinese women's clothing store. Despite her limp, Mimi was surprisingly quick on her feet. Anong, seemingly intent on watching how Chi Min would handle the situation, stood back, leaving her no choice but to chase after her daughter. Mimi, where are you going? Chi Min called out, grabbing the little girl's hand and speaking in English, which Mimi would surely understand. We need to go to the 4th floor. Mommy, look, isn't that the dress the First Lady wears? Mimi exclaimed, pointing at a modified qipao displayed on a plastic mannequin. The First Lady she referred to was evidently the spouse of China's leader. Influenced by the identity recognition from Chi Min and Anong, Mimi naturally regarded herself as Chinese. Even though she likely wasn't born in China, even if her biological parents hadn't abandoned her, she would probably be an ABC, American-born Chinese. Ah, indeed. Chi Min attempted to lead her daughter back. Isn't the First Lady's dress beautiful? But it's too big for you, Mimi. Let's go to the 4th floor to find clothes that fit you, shall we? However, Mimi was still keen on touching that dress. Fearing that the sales associate might notice and initiate unnecessary conversation, something she dreaded in public, Chi Min promptly scooped up Mimi and carried her away. Anong, waiting at the elevator, couldn't help but smile victoriously upon seeing Chi Min struggle with Mimi. Subsequently, purchasing clothes for Mimi proved to be quite challenging, as Chi Min and Mimi conversed in English. And given that Mimi appeared to be of mixed heritage, the sales associate hesitated to intervene. Furthermore, Mimi was unwilling to merely try on clothes per Chi Min's instructions. Having previously indulged her at home, Chi Min's daughter had developed a tendency to disregard her directives. This was to be expected. Children of that age are in a phase of wild growth, akin to the primitive accumulation of capital. Grabbing something leads to it breaking, and letting go results in chaos. When Chi Min attempted to take clothes from Mimi to try on, the little girl unilaterally engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. Chi Min could see her darting from one row of clothing racks to another, but felt too self-conscious to chase her in public. At her wit's end, Chi Min set down the clothes and turned to Anong, who was comfortably seated 5 meters away, observing the scene. Previously, Chi Min had only rationally understood how challenging it was for Anong to manage Mimi. She hadn't anticipated it would be this difficult. Recognizing Chi Min's silent plea for help, Anong stood up and approached. Mimi, unafraid of either parent, continued to weave between the clothing racks in the children's section. Without regard for appearances, Anong directly pulled the little girl out from behind a rack, frowning as he said, "Listen to your mother and try on the clothes. Or you want to have any sweets for a week." Mimi immediately halted, turning her little head towards Chi Min. This time, Chi Min expressed her absolute support for Anong with silence. Consequently, the little girl reluctantly picked up the clothes Chi Min had placed on the chair for her to try on. "Come, Mommy will help you try them on." Chi Min was surprised at how simple it was. However, this time, Anong finally couldn't bear to see Chi Min and Mimi tormenting each other any longer. "Let me handle it," he said. "Come on, Mimi, take the clothes and follow Daddy." Watching Anong lead Mimi to the fitting room, Chi Min sighed in relief and, reverting to Chinese, remarked, "This is truly exhausting. Cursing feels good." Now, Chi Min not only couldn't express such sentiments in front of Mimi, but also had to refrain from doing so in Andong's presence, which was utterly maddening. At that moment, the sales associate finally chimed in. "The little girl is quite lively. I apologize, she tends to run around." Chi Min hurriedly apologized. "Oh, it's nothing. We deal with much rowdier children in children's clothing," the sales associate replied with a smile. "Regardless, taking care of children is a challenge." Indeed, Chi Min sighed, muttering to herself, "Even the language is a problem." Suddenly, the sales associate remarked. Miss, you aren't her biological mother, are you? Chi Min was taken aback by how the woman had discerned this. Her perception was quite sharp. Although it was normal for a child of mixed heritage to exhibit certain traits, some stable genetic characteristics made it evident that Mimi could not possibly be Chi Min and Andong's daughter. For instance, Chi Min had straight black hair typical of the Han ethnicity, while Anong had slightly wavy black hair. However, Mimi's hair was noticeably lighter and wavy, which would violate genetic norms if she were their biological child. Generally, even if people noticed these discrepancies, they wouldn't delve deeper. Thus, Chi Min and Anong had always claimed her as their own without ever being questioned. Just as Chi Min was about to commend the sales associate for her keen observation, the woman continued, being a stepmother to a foreign girl is truly not easy. What? Chi Min realized she had been misinterpreted as something strange and quickly clarified. What are you talking about? She is my biological daughter. Chapter 36. Bargaining. After nearly 20 minutes, Anong finally emerged with Mimi dressed in new clothes. In fact, the garments Chi Min had chosen for Mimi were quite ordinary. A bee mimicry style striped top paired with brown-pink trousers, topped with a small jacket lined with cotton, primarily to prepare for the impending winter. As the little girl tried on her new clothes, she continued to run about, completely oblivious to the mirror. Fortunately, Chi Min didn't expect her to have developed her own aesthetic sense at such a young age. As long as she found it pleasing, that sufficed. This looks good. Let's go with it. Chi Min glanced at the sales associate who had been conversing with her earlier. Let us go with this size. One in each color, please. Wait. Anong quickly interjected, deliberately speaking in English to ensure the associate wouldn't comprehend. You don't intend to buy one in every color, do you? What? Do you want to try other stores? Chi Min asked, somewhat exasperated. Just getting Mimi to try on one outfit had been quite the endeavor. If it fit, why wouldn't they buy enough at once? However, Anong seemed to have other concerns in mind. Each of these comes in 3 or 4 colors. That would be far too many. Mimi will grow taller next year. Why spend so much on clothes? Despite this, Chi Min had grown up receiving a plethora of new clothes each year. She had never faced poverty in her childhood, and it was unreasonable to deprive her daughter of such a privilege. Taking a deep breath, Chi Min patted Andong's shoulder. In the grand scheme, it's not that much. We can afford it. Bourgeois Asai. Anong commented somewhat disgruntledly, but since it was for Mimi, he was willing to comply. Why don't you go negotiate with that lady for a discount? Chi Min couldn't help but scoff at his penny-pinching attitude, thinking to herself that she was now a PI at a prestigious university. Did she really need to haggle over a meager discount? No need. Mimi is the daughter of a proper university professor and deserves to buy clothes at full price. Once the clothes are worn, who can tell whether they were bought at full price or on sale? Anong countered, if you can't negotiate, I'll handle it myself. Chi Min realized that if Anong were to speak, he would likely attempt to haggle down to half the price and argue for ages. This children's clothing store would turn into a marketplace. In a hurry, she interjected, you can't articulate that clearly, The notice already delineates the discount rules. So allow me to explain. Ultimately, the children's clothing store granted Mimi a discount of 15%, followed by the purchase of 2 pairs of shoes at a 10% discount. Next, it was time to procure the desired clay pot for Anton. However, with her arms laden with various bags and having to keep an eye on Mimi, navigating to the kitchenware section proved both inconvenient and somewhat unsafe. Consequently, Chi Min noted Anton's specifications for the clay pot and instructed both of them to sit in the rest area while she ventured to the kitchenware section herself. Given that Chi Min could not keep a watchful eye on Mimi and Anton struggled with recognizing all the Chinese characters, it was unavoidable that she, an outsider, would have to make the purchase of the pot. Upon arriving at the kitchenware section, Chi Min was immediately overwhelmed by the myriad of pots, each with distinct shapes and functionalities. She found herself perplexed, questioning why these utensils could not adhere to a standardized design, which would certainly make selection more convenient. Nevertheless, as long as she adhered to Anton's requirements, it sufficed. After all, he did not require an exceptionally sophisticated pot for simmering porridge or making soup at home. Initially, Chi Min believed this task would be relatively straightforward, but after visiting 2 or 3 shops, she discovered that the clay pots either had a glazed interior or were excessively thick, making it quite challenging to find a suitable option. Just as she was about to inquire at the next store, she turned and spotted a somewhat familiar figure. Oh, isn't that Chi Min? It was her former high school classmate, Du Yalan, who recognized her first. Du Yalan, adorned in a deep blue qipao and a set of jade jewelry, presented an image reminiscent of affluence. Chi Min recalled that during high school, She and Du Yalan had little personal interaction, and as far as she remembered, Du Yalan was not from a wealthy family. However, now she was accompanied by a slightly older gentleman, modestly dressed but sporting a mechanical watch that Chi Min could not identify, suggesting that her former classmate may have ascended the social ladder through marriage. "Hi," Chi Min greeted hesitantly, uncertain of how to address her, given their previous lack of familiarity. "It's been a while since I last saw you. You didn't attend the last gathering." Du Yalan spoke to her with ease. "What have you been up to lately?" Chi Min was entirely unaware of any recent gatherings involving her high school classmates. During her high school years, she had been somewhat of a geek, far removed from the popular crowd and social butterflies, and rarely socialized with them. "I'm currently working, sort of as a teacher," Chi Min replied. "A teacher? That fits your persona quite well." Du Yalan chuckled softly, seemingly still viewing Chi Min through the lens of her geek phase. Yet this was hardly surprising. Chi Min was still dressed in a plaid shirt and jeans, increasingly embodying the geek aesthetic. "Oh, I lost your WeChat after changing my phone. Let us add each other again," Du Yalan suggested, retrieving her phone from a Prada bag. Chi Min noticed her manicured nails, which were at least 2 centimeters long. After adding Du Yalan as a friend, Chi Min casually browsed her moments, filled with what appeared to be travel photos from around the world. "You must come to the next gathering." Du Yalan smiled at her before gracefully departing with her male companion, walking elegantly in high heels. Chi Min scrolled through her moments again, marveling at the stunning photographs and noting how much more beautiful Du Yalan had become since learning to enhance her appearance. Finally, at the 5th store she visited, Chi Min found a pot that met Anton's specifications. She purchased the pot and then took Anton and Mimi to a nearby underground chain supermarket to buy fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat, and she also indulged Mimi with a few snacks according to her preferences. After hauling all these items home via the subway, Chi Min felt utterly exhausted. To make matters worse, throughout their journey, Mimi had insisted on being held by her father, leaving Chi Min to carry the heaviest clay pot. Fortunately, once home, they had a sofa and a television, allowing her to rest as she pleased. As Anton began preparing dinner, Chi Min reclined on the sofa and noticed a WeChat message from Kuli. Kuli wrote, "I've discovered that the stability of the fluorescent markers in the area where the interface is installed for the rats is insufficient. It won't last through the water maze." In his subsequent message, he added, "I've tried changing the dye, but that didn't work either." Chi Min pondered that conducting learning and memory studies was undoubtedly not as swift as her previous neurophysiology experiments, and the fluorescent markers in the rats' brains needed to last long enough without significant quenching, particularly for the duration required to connect with the 256 microbrain models. It seemed current fluorescent dyes were not up to the task. "I'll take a look at this issue tomorrow when I go in," Chi Min replied. Relying solely on contemplation would yield little insight regarding materials. The stability of organic fluorescent dyes that are harmless to living organisms was generally insufficient. Perhaps a search for inorganic alternatives was warranted. Chi Min suddenly recalled that consulting Zhang Zhiyong might prove beneficial. In Chapter 37, Quantum Dots, Chi Min inquired via WeChat whether Zhang Zhiyong knew of any fluorescent dyes with better stability. Zhang Zhiyong promptly responded, "Why not consider quantum dots?" "What are quantum dots?" Chi Min asked. Instead of an immediate reply, Zhang Zhiyong sent her a review article. "Well, that's rather hardcore," Chi Min mused, thinking that ordinary principal investigators lacked autonomy. If a leader from the biology department were to inquire about fluorescent dyes, he might not dare to be so forthright as to send literature. Reclining on the sofa, Chi Min perused the review, gleaning from the abstract and conclusion that quantum dots were tiny semiconductor particles at the nanoscale, and research in nanotechnology had progressed significantly. Their electrons could undergo quantum transitions from the valence to the conduction band, hence the name quantum dots. In biological applications, quantum dots could replace conventional organic fluorescent dyes and could be approximated as point dipoles in models, thus applicable in FRET technology. This was excellent news for Chi Min, as she had previously used FRET to detect neuronal activity. Continuing with FRET would greatly enhance the coherence of her article. However, for in vivo experiments, metallic quantum dots, which typically possessed biological toxicity, could not be utilized. Regarding non-metallic quantum dots, Chi Min only found peptide quantum dots mentioned in the review. And earlier articles indicated that peptide quantum dots were still in the research phase. Chi Min messaged Zhang Zhiyong, "If used on living brain tissue, do you think peptide quantum dots would be suitable? Shouldn't be an issue. My lab has some. Do you want them?" Zhang Zhiyong replied. Chi Min hesitated. She had never operated quantum dots before, so her lab members would need to learn from Zhang Zhiyong's team. Yet, asking Kuli to learn felt somewhat presumptuous, as he was a doctoral student under researcher Zhou Xiaoshan. Allowing Wang Xin or Qin Linyu to handle it might lead to unforeseen complications, given that they were both first-year students. At that moment, Zhang Zhiyong seemed to notice her prolonged silence and sent another message. Mutual assistance among peers is provided free of charge. Rest assured. I want to take credit for your joint communication. His message made Qi Min chuckle softly. In her eyes, Zhang Zhiyong was a significant figure, and such individuals typically look down upon taking credit for others' work. Moreover, Qi Min was already collaborating with researcher Zhou Xiaoshan on this project, and since co-authorship would need to include a senior's name, she could hardly include Zhang Zhiyong as well. Objectively speaking, if he were merely providing a peptide quantum dot, it hardly constituted grounds for co-authorship. When can I come by to pick them up? Qi Min inquired. Zhang Zhiyong responded, even if you come to collect them yourself. You want to manage it. First, send me your lab's protocol to review. Qi Min sent Zhang Zhiyong the protocol for the brain-computer interface experiment that Kuli had conducted. She wasn't too concerned about leaking confidential information, as Zhang Zhiyong's chemistry lab could not replicate her work. Zhang Zhiyong took about 20 minutes to respond, finally saying, "All right, I'll prepare the samples by Tuesday and come over to teach you a bit." The mention of Tuesday generated a subconscious notion in Qi Min that she could possibly take Monday off. As it was not imperative for her to visit the laboratory on Monday, Qi Min refrained from contemplating any experimental matters on that Sunday evening. Habitually, she reached for the remote control of the set-top box, just as she was about to delve into a movie collection, when she heard Anton calling out from outside, "Come out for dinner." Upon hearing the summons, Qi Min could only comply. She couldn't help but reflect on how, in the past, Anton would come closer to her, addressing her with some form of endearment before inviting her to dine. Now, he merely shouted her name from a distance, devoid of any title, and yet she felt compelled to approach him. Truly, this was of her own making. Nevertheless, the meal was quite delectable. The main dish for the evening was braised beef, accompanied by stir-fried eggplant with mushrooms and garlic sautéed lettuce, along with a delightful shrimp dish, complemented by a sweet pear soup simmered in a new clay pot. Mimi was diligently scooping pear soup from her bowl with a small spoon when Anton, noticing, quickly interjected, "No, Mimi, wait until it cools down before drinking." Upon seeing Qi Min emerge from the bedroom, he directly instructed her, "Serve yourself." In truth, he had already prepared the meal, and it would have been just as easy to ladle a bowl for Qi Min. However, Anton chose to express his dissatisfaction in this manner, and Qi Min had no choice but to accept it. After serving herself, she took a seat at the table and instinctively picked up the remote to switch on the television. Despite the modest size of her rented apartment, it surprisingly boasted 2 televisions. A standard-sized set connected to a set-top box was situated in the master bedroom, while the dining area, adjoining the kitchen, housed a small television that could neither connect to the set-top box nor access the internet. Even so, the small TV was still functional. Qi Min enjoyed watching nature documentaries while dining, but upon turning on the television, she found it fortuitously tuned to the animation channel. Observing Mimi's evident interest in the content, she reluctantly abandoned her intention to change the channel. Suddenly, Qi Min realized that allowing Mimi to watch Chinese television could be a beneficial strategy. By watching animated shows in Chinese, she would naturally acclimate to the linguistic context. After all, it was futile to prevent children from watching television. With no suitable programs available, Qi Min had no choice but to focus on her meal, which was indeed quite enjoyable. After her taste buds were revived by spinach and pork liver congee at noon, she found her sense of taste significantly sharpened during this dinner. However, just as she reached for another piece of shrimp, Anton abruptly tapped her hand with his chopsticks. "Perhaps you should eat a little less." "What's the matter?" Qi Min asked, puzzled. "How many pieces have you had?" "There aren't many in total," Anton replied. "Save some for Mimi." Qi Min glanced at the plate, noting that there was still an abundance of shrimp. In her memory, Mimi could hardly consume much food and ate quite slowly, which was why she had always felt free to take as much as she desired. After more than half a year, Mimi might have developed a larger appetite, but it was unlikely she could devour an entire plate of shrimp in one sitting. The only plausible explanation was that Anton was deliberately challenging her. "Fine. If that's how it is," Qi Min conceded, retracting her chopsticks and instead picking up 2 pieces of lettuce to chew. Seeing her reduced to munching on plain greens, Anton finally appeared satisfied. Yet upon glancing back, he caught Mimi stealthily using her spoon to transfer some of the lettuce from her bowl back into Qi Min's. He immediately frowned and admonished her. "Mimi, Eat your vegetables properly. Mimi promptly returned the lettuce to her own bowl. However, less than half a minute later, the little girl asked Chi-Min, "Mommy, do you want to eat some vegetables?" Before Chi-Min could respond, Mimi pushed her small bowl next to Chi-Min's and began shoveling the lettuce into her bowl. Chi-Min could only chuckle in disbelief and gently decline. "Mommy doesn't want to eat vegetables anymore." Hearing this, Mimi immediately turned to Anton. "Mommy doesn't want to eat vegetables. Why must I?" Chapter 38. Arranging work on Monday. Chi-Min did not rush to the laboratory, but instead took Anton and Mimi for a stroll around her school. As the semester was nearing its end and the weather had turned quite cold, the campus pathways were almost deserted except during meal times. Mimi picked up a handful of golden ginkgo leaves along the way, prompting Chi-Min to suddenly realize that autumn was nearly over, a season she had scarcely acknowledged. "Your current school. The campus seems smaller than before," Anton remarked. "Of course," Chi-Min sighed. "The level of school where I pursued my doctorate is incomparable to this one." Just as she anticipated, Anton would seize the opportunity to mock her for having to settle for a second-rate institution. He merely commented, "But this school has quite a variety of trees." At that moment, Chi-Min felt a surge of emotion. In truth, Anton had never truly disdained her preoccupation with her research while neglecting domestic affairs. He understood how significant her projects and career aspirations were. Perhaps it was precisely because his culinary career had been thwarted that he could empathize with the pressures Chi-Min faced regarding graduation and securing a teaching position. Chi-Min suddenly felt that she should also consider Anton's perspective. Mimi was now of an age to attend kindergarten, despite her physical challenges. The affiliated kindergarten of the vocational college would likely accept her. If Mimi were to enroll in kindergarten, Anton's role as a stay-at-home guardian would lose its purpose. "By the way, if Mimi goes to kindergarten, what job would you like to find?" Chi-Min inquired of Anton. "Can you help me find a job?" Anton asked, somewhat surprised. "Is it acceptable if I don't know many Chinese characters?" "That depends on the type of job," Chi-Min replied. "Then I must become a chef," Anton stated, never having considered an alternative. However, Chi-Min hesitated. She had previously contemplated that reputable restaurants required chefs to possess certification, which Anton could not obtain at present without first systematically learning Chinese characters and completing the requisite culinary coursework. It seemed unlikely he could find a position in a high-end establishment. "What do you think about those small eateries?" Chi-Min suggested diplomatically. "You mean those casual dining places?" Anton responded, "That seems a bit lacking in challenge, doesn't it?" Chi-Min mused that she was referring to the roadside diners, and it was likely that even casual restaurants now required chefs to hold certification. This was simply a society characterized by information overload and singular measures. Restaurant owners lacked the time to sample the dishes prepared by each applicant. "If you were willing to consider working as a kitchen hand, I believe you could try for a slightly larger restaurant," Chi-Min said somewhat reluctantly. "That would truly be a waste of time," Anton retorted. "I've been working in kitchens since I was 10, starting as a kitchen hand." Anton possessed considerable culinary talent. It was said that the previous owner of a Chinese restaurant, who had been the head chef, once suggested that Anton join the restaurant as his assistant after graduating from high school. This meant that once the owner retired, Anton could ascend to the position of head chef. While being a head chef at 25 might be considered rather young, Chi-Min felt it would be a pity for him to start from scratch as a kitchen hand again. "You don't want to be a kitchen hand, nor do you wish to work at a small restaurant," Chi-Min muttered, jokingly saying, "Let us put it this way. If I could arrange for you to be the head chef at a prestigious restaurant, the circumstances would be as follows. One day, when I earn a fortune and establish a company, it would have to be substantial enough, with a cafeteria and a high-end restaurant dedicated to hosting guests, where I would appoint you as the head chef. If you had money, why not directly open a restaurant?" Anton inquired. "Because I don't know how to run a restaurant. I would undoubtedly incur losses," Chi-Min replied earnestly. Anton sighed, not feeling any regret. "Well, you were saying that it's impossible for me to become a head chef." "Not entirely impossible," Chi-Min reassured him. "I mean, I could try to arrange for you to work in the cafeteria at our school." Chi-Min had indeed considered this. Although she was merely an ordinary principal investigator, finding someone to arrange such work was quite feasible. Anton found the idea acceptable, and preparing meals for students seemed to him a meaningful endeavor, given his caring nature. However, he had specific professional standards. "I need to see the quality of your cafeteria first." As the time for lunch arrived, Chi-Min led Anton and Mimi to the cafeteria. Upon seeing the disheveled red braised eggplant and the kung pao chicken adorned with an abundance of diced cucumbers and carrots in the stainless steel serving dishes, Anton resolutely declined, stating, "Let us forget about work for now. The school cafeteria insults Chinese cuisine with such abominable concoctions. A chef with aspirations should not demean themselves by preparing such travesties. Thus, the matter of finding a job for Anton came to an inconclusive end. After reluctantly finishing their lunch, Chi Min returned briefly to the laboratory, instructing Anton to let me frolic on the campus lawn. As she stepped into the laboratory, she heard Kali inquire, "Chi Min, have you prepared the fluorescent labeling dye?" "Not yet," Chi Min replied, recalling that she had forgotten to inform Kali about the peptide quantum dots. "I consulted with someone from the chemistry department, and they mentioned we could utilize peptide quantum dots. It's rather inconvenient for us to synthesize them ourselves, but they should arrive tomorrow. Will we use them in place of the fluorescent dye?" Kali asked. Chi Min speculated that Zhang Zhiyong, given his stature, would likely not come personally to demonstrate the experiment, but would send a doctoral student from his lab with the samples. Therefore, she replied, "A doctoral student from the chemistry department will come tomorrow to guide us. Let us refrain from working with the rats today." However, Kali still harbored reservations regarding the chemical substances, particularly those involving the enigmatic concept of quantum mechanics. "What about the toxicity of the peptide quantum dots?" he inquired. "It's said to be non-toxic. Any non-functional peptides that enter cells will likely be degraded," Chi Min explained. "Would you like to review an article I have on the topic?" "Sure," Kali readily agreed. He was quite conscientious about the experiments he conducted and would not blindly follow others' instructions without understanding. Chi Min sent him the review via WeChat, and upon receiving it, Kali remarked, "I'll take a look now." He walked back to his seat, while Chi Min noticed that Wang Xian and Chen Linyu were also absent. She casually asked, "Where are Wang Xian and Linyu?" "They probably went to eat," Kali responded. "They'll all be back shortly. If they're not around, I'll take my leave," Chi Min said to Kali, adding, "I must trouble you to keep an eye on things for the day." Kali, sitting at his computer, opened the review on quantum dots and nonchalantly replied, "No problem. There is not much happening in the lab anyway. I'm quite accustomed to being on duty." Chapter 39. Fluorescent Labeling. On Tuesday, Chi Min finally arrived at the laboratory on time. Although her dedication was not particularly profound, it would be quite unfortunate if Zhang Zhiyong's team arrived and found her absent. Since she was at the lab, she joined Kali in preparing the rats. The fluorescent labeling needed to be performed on the nerve cells connected to the electrodes near the corpus callosum of the rats, necessitating a surgical procedure. Frequent surgical procedures could easily lead to infections. Hence, meticulous disinfection of the area around the rat's incisions was essential. However, this time Chi Min was merely experimenting with the peptide quantum dots for fluorescent labeling. So she opted to use new rats rather than those already connected to the corpus callosum. She and Kali first needed to create an incision on the rats' heads, mimicking the one made during the connection to the corpus callosum, through which they would then conduct the fluorescent labeling of the nerve cells. Just as Chi Min was sanitizing the skin on the rats' heads with alcohol swabs, her phone suddenly rang. It was likely a call regarding the delivery of the peptide quantum dots. After exchanging pleasantries with Kali, she exited the sterile area to remove her gloves and checked her phone to find it was indeed Zhang Zhiyong calling. "Hey, how is it going?" "I'm all set and waiting downstairs at your department building," he said. "Which lab are you in?" Surprised that he had come in person, Chi Min felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "I'm currently in the sterile area on the 3rd floor. How about you come up directly? We have sterilized lab coats here. Are you working with the rats right now?" "Looks like I arrived just in time," Zhang Zhiyong chuckled. After hanging up, Chi Min donned a new head cover, gloves, mask, and shoe covers, then disinfected with 75 ethanol, proceeding through the air shower before re-entering the sterile area. As Kali was performing a craniotomy on one of the rats, he asked, "Have the peptide quantum dots arrived?" "They should be here shortly," Chi Min replied, feeling a bit guilty. "How about you operate on this rat instead? I haven't finished with mine yet." Kali, aware of her slower pace, accepted this as a routine arrangement in their collaboration. Unfortunately, the rat assigned to Chi Min would have to endure lying in the safety cabinet under cold air for an extended period after anesthesia. Chi Min observed as Kali swiftly completed the mock surgery on his rat when, shortly thereafter, the sound of the preparation room door opening echoed from outside the sterile area. After a flurry of rustling, as someone donned shoe covers and gloves, the air shower opened, and a fully equipped Zhang Zhiyong entered the sterile area, carrying an icebox. Upon entering, he surveyed the room and teased, "Wow, I didn't expect the biology lab to be so clean. This is a shared sterile area for animal experiments. The lab itself isn't nearly this tidy." Chi Min explained with a laugh. Zhang Zhiyong placed the icebox on the central lab table and retrieved a 15 milliliters centrifuge tube wrapped in aluminum foil. containing the peptide quantum dot solution, which required protection from light. Where is your refrigerator? Our lab is downstairs. Perhaps it's best to keep it in the icebox for now, Chi Min said, feeling somewhat awkward. All right then, Zhang Zhiyong continued, taking out another one. 5 milliliters centrifuge tube. Can you handle this rat? Chi Min glanced at Ko Li, who looked perplexed by Zhang Zhiyong's sudden enthusiasm, then turned to Zhang Zhiyong and said, the incision is ready. Should we wash it? Zhang Zhiyong looked at Ko Li, who was still seated at the safety cabinet, and asked Chi Min, are you familiar with the biological procedures? Should I teach him, or directly instruct you? Initially, Chi Min had forgotten to introduce Ko Li to Zhang Zhiyong, but it was evident that anyone collaborating with her in the lab was either from her lab or a partner lab, all considered her subordinates. Like many senior PIs at the university, Zhang Zhiyong maintained a hierarchical attitude toward his doctoral students and technicians. However, Chi Min was considerably more amiable with Ko Li and did not wish for him to be subordinate to Zhang Zhiyong's commands, so she replied, you should teach me directly. Ko Li, bewildered, stood up from his chair, allowing Chi Min to take his place as he sanitized his gloves with 75 alcohol and extended his hand into the safety cabinet. With Chi Min personally engaged in the experiment, Zhang Zhiyong felt compelled to join her rather than merely directing from the sidelines. And he found a chair to sit beside her. You should spray some alcohol, Chi Min joked. Actually, you're not allowed in the sterile area without passing the biological safety exam. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Surely the head of your biology department wouldn't T-bar me from entering here? Zhang Zhiyong playfully retorted, then instructed, flush the rat's brain. That looks a bit gruesome, he added. In reality, the exposed part in the safety cabinet was not the rat's cerebral cortex, but merely the skull. The connection to the corpus callosum was minimally invasive, requiring a needle to be inserted. Nevertheless, Chi Min rinsed the incision with saline. This doesn't seem right. Shouldn't the brain be less smooth? Zhang Zhiyong remarked. That's the skull. The fluorescent substance needs to be injected through the needle, Chi Min clarified. Then why are you flushing it? Zhang Zhiyong exclaimed. Oh dear, you've rinsed the surface, and now there's water in the needle hole, diluting the peptide quantum dots. Chi Min, feeling exasperated, replied, you were the one who told me to rinse it. Who exactly is involved in the biological sciences? Zhang Zhiyong expressed his exasperation, questioning how, despite being an adult, one could still be so unreliable and not think things through. He reiterated the importance of contemplation twice. Chi Min vaguely sensed an underlying trap in his words, but nonetheless replied affirmatively, yes, yes. However, it has already been diluted, so there's nothing to be done. What do you mean there's nothing to be done? Zhang Zhiyong countered. The peptide quantum dots must also be diluted with an appropriate solution before use. Simply reduce the dilution factor a bit. Thus, he emphasized the need for more thoughtful consideration, asserting that conducting experiments is a fusion of intellect and physical effort. And all he could tell her was that previously, one ought to have pondered more. This sentiment seemed rather disjointed, did it not? Chi Min finally realized that the phrase about thinking more and his prior assertion were reminiscent of words spoken by Zhang Beihai's father in the three-body problem. Wait a moment, are you taking advantage of me? She turned to Zhang Zhiyong. To her surprise, he replied, you just noticed? You're rather slow on the uptake. He glanced back at Ko Li, who had already begun to laugh. Truly tedious. Chi Min thought Zhang Zhiyong's mind was somewhat eccentric. Perhaps he had indulged too much in science fiction. Nonetheless, she found that his initial exhortation to think more did not feel out of place. In fact, the reference was quite fitting in this context, particularly when she had the opportunity to benefit at someone else's expense. However, regardless of being mildly taken advantage of through such a niche reference, the experiment still had to be conducted. Zhang Zhiyong proceeded to perform a gradient dilution of the peptide quantum dots to prevent the nanoparticle colloids from aggregating. Subsequently, Chi Min carefully injected the diluted peptide quantum dots into the needle hole at the simulated interface of the rat. After 5 minutes, Zhang Zhiyong instructed her to wash the needle hole with saline solution to flush out the unbound peptide quantum dots. This marked the completion of the fluorescent labeling. As they retrieved the anesthetized rat from the safety cabinet, Zhang Zhiyong cautioned, if you wish to maintain it for a while, be mindful of light exposure. Also, remember to administer immunosuppressants or similar substances. I recall that peptides can be antigenic. Such advice was commonplace for those working with animals, and Chi Min merely acknowledged it. Zhang Zhiyong then glanced at the clock in the sterile room and suggested, it's already past 11. Shall we go for lunch? Chi Min and Ko Li exchanged glances. They typically lunch together after experiments. Yet Zhang Zhiyong showed no inclination to invite Li, uncertain of Li's thoughts. Qi Min understood that Zhang Zhiyong's demeanor towards doctoral students was not as amiable as hers, so she simply replied, "All right, let us go." Chapter 40. Going out for lunch. As Qi Min exited the biology building with Zhang Zhiyong, she recalled that if she did not return for lunch, she ought to inform Anton. During her doctoral studies, she usually brought her lunch due to time constraints. However, it seemed to be assumed that as a principal investigator, she would not be in such a rush. Hence, Anton had not prepared lunch for her that morning. Should she return for lunch or not? It posed a dilemma. Qi Min deliberated for a moment before deciding to call Anton. He was currently using Qi Min's old phone, thus it was a local number, alleviating any concerns about call charges. The call connected swiftly, and Qi Min inquired, "Is there lunch?" Anton responded somewhat puzzlingly, "Aren't you eating at school?" So, he assumed she wouldn't be going home for lunch? Qi Min felt a twinge of being overlooked and remarked, "You know how the food in our school cafeteria is. Not particularly good, but passable." Anton countered, "It's far better than the fries you used to have for lunch at your previous school's cafeteria." Qi Min realized then that he disapproved of her choice of American fast food for lunch. However, anything that could be considered proper Chinese cuisine, regardless of taste, was deemed acceptable in Anton's eyes. Very well. Qi Min thought of saying she wouldn't return for lunch, but then remembered that it wasn't meant for her anyway. So she merely said, "I'll come back tonight." After hanging up, Zhang Zhiyong seized the moment to tease. "Calling your mother?" "It's my boyfriend," Qi Min corrected him. She was not so dependent on her parents, especially at her age and living independently, that she needed to report daily matters to them. Qi Min had expected Zhang Zhiyong to envy her for having someone to cook for her. Instead, he remarked, "Having a boyfriend is nice." Qi Min nearly stumbled in surprise. What did he mean? Did he think she looked like someone who couldn't find a boyfriend? However, recalling Zhang Zhiyong's penchant for gossip, she decided not to steer the conversation towards Anton and instead asked, "What about you? Don't you have a girlfriend?" "Huh. I broke up during my third year of doctoral studies," Zhang Zhiyong replied coolly. She couldn't stand me being in the lab all the time. "But how else would I publish papers? It's not like theoretical physics where one can just jot down a couple of calculations to publish a paper on matter waves." Qi Min thought that writing the famous paper on matter waves by de Broglie was not that straightforward. However, both chemistry and biology were indeed labor-intensive fields, and conducting research in these areas required considerable effort and energy. "Why don't you find another one?" Qi Min asked. "You have science publications and a teaching position now. It should be easy to find someone." Many female doctoral students would aspire to be with a young PI like Zhang Zhiyong, choosing to pursue a career in research. Seeking support from a senior colleague in the same field was not unreasonable, as long as there were no violations of regulations or academic misconduct. Such age differential pairings were quite normal. "I don't want to date anyone in research," Zhang Zhiyong replied candidly. "There isn't a single normal person in research." He glanced at Qi Min and added, "myself included." The implication was that he included her in that assessment as well. Qi Min could accept others' judgments about her being unconventional. She simply changed the subject, asking, "Which cafeteria are we going to?" "Why go to the cafeteria?" Zhang Zhiyong immediately replied, "A new bullfrog hot pot restaurant has opened outside the school. I want to try that." "Did you come by bike or car?" Qi Min and Zhang Zhiyong rode their bicycles out of the campus. Upon arriving at the newly opened Bullfrog Hot Pot restaurant, they discovered they would need to take a number and wait. Nevertheless, since they were already there, Qi Min took a number and inquired with the front desk attendant, learning they might have to wait over half an hour. Qi Min felt that waiting so long for a simple meal was somewhat unreasonable. However, Zhang Zhiyong did not appear anxious at all. He leisurely suggested, "Let's wait a bit. We can browse around here. Do you drink milk tea?" Having not had milk tea in quite some time, Qi Min recalled that she used to drink it frequently during her undergraduate years, but it had become less common after going abroad. The suggestion felt quite novel to her. Sure. Qi Min and Zhang Zhiyong walked to a nearby milk tea shop. She familiarized herself with the menu before ordering a grass jelly milk tea with 3 parts sugar and ice, while Zhang Zhiyong promptly ordered something at least twice as complex as her choice. "You must be a regular," Qi Min remarked, surprised to discover Zhang Zhiyong enjoyed milk tea, which she perceived as primarily a female drink. "I usually just order takeout," Zhang Zhiyong replied. "It's just a habit. During my doctoral studies, we often ordered together in the lab." He had pursued his doctorate in the chemistry department at one of the top 2 universities in China, where the surrounding area was rather bustling, and it was likely that the lab frequently dined out together. Qi Min surmised that his eagerness to wait for a table at the hot pot restaurant stemmed from nostalgia for the time spent dining with lab friends. Restaurants near top universities often required waiting, and while waiting, they would naturally buy some drinks. You could find someone to order milk tea with now, Chi Min suggested. Yet, Zhang Zhiyong frowned slightly. The other PIs in the chemistry department wouldn't drink milk tea. Those people rarely meet, even when they dine together. It's usually at those formal restaurants, and their entertainment is limited to playing cards. He spoke the truth. In a relatively smaller institution like Zhongji University, there weren't as many young PIs available at any given time. Most teachers are married, with responsibilities towards both their parents and children. They must juggle the demands of the laboratory, attend classes, hold meetings, and give lectures, leaving little time to engage in frivolities with the younger generation. Perhaps it would be worth attempting to coax the doctoral students in the lab, Chi Min suggested. Isn't it the case that when someone mentions bubble tea, everyone ends up ordering it? Many have become quite addicted to it. But it's best not to involve the students, Zhang Zhiyong chuckled lightly, taking a sip of the frosty orb from his bubble tea. I would advise you to refrain from mingling too much with the students. Currently, supervising their projects is manageable, but if you assign them independent topics in the future, they will inevitably come to you whenever something goes awry. Chi Min pondered this, realizing that such signs were already manifesting. While Kuli was manageable, Wang Xian and Chen Linyu were particularly prone to seeking her out whenever there was a minor issue. And sometimes, even when there was none, they would inundate her with questions about whether something was normal. They should possess their own judgment. Yet they had developed a dependency on Chi Min, which posed a challenge. Though she yearned for companionship to share meals and games, she did not wish to spend her days merely attending to the first-year students' experiments. The absence of senior students to guide their juniors was indeed troublesome. Let us drop the subject, Zhang Zhiyong interjected, shifting the topic. Have you heard about the new visiting scholar from England in the medical department? It seems she has some connection with Li Huandong from the physics department. Chapter 41. Accompanying the PI for a game of chicken dining with Zhang Zhiyong. Chi Min learned many intriguing secrets about the school that were seldom revealed. However, she also noticed that while some teachers shared special relationships with their students, most maintained a relatively normal dynamic, leading to a scarcity of gossip regarding romantic affairs. Alarmingly, there were tales of students from various departments cheating, purchasing major assignments, and even engaging in bribery during student council elections. Chi Min listened in awe, occasionally lamenting how she had never considered such tactics during her own academic journey. After a lengthy discussion, the bullfrog in the copper pot was nearly finished. Zhang Zhiyong summoned a waiter to refill the soup and remarked, "How could you be unaware of the cheating incident involving external students during last semester's linear algebra final? Wasn't it discussed in the faculty meeting for the College of Science? I haven't attended any meetings this semester," Chi Min explained, "and besides, my major, even if it were to be offered, would unlikely involve closed-book examinations. It would be quite inhumane to conduct a closed-book exam in bioinformatics. The field inherently relies on modern information technology to aid biological research. Reverting to a paper-based, brain-only approach would indeed betray its essence." "That makes sense," Zhang Zhiyong replied with a hint of regret, as if her absence from the teaching meetings was a significant loss. "The senior faculty members in charge of teaching are quite interesting, far more so than those engrossed in research." The more Chi Min interacted with Zhang Zhiyong, the more she felt that the oppressive research atmosphere at Zhongji University had stifled his naturally cheerful disposition. It became evident that the so-called young talents in the chemistry field were not so different from ordinary individuals. After all, we are all human. Chi Min reflected on how Zhang Zhiyong did not quite connect with other young PIs in the school, and she feared that spending too much time with the doctoral students would foster a sense of dependency on her. Perhaps it would be better to associate more with Zhang Zhiyong. This way, she could elevate her standing within the school, while Zhang Zhiyong would at least have someone to share bubble tea with. However, constantly discussing campus gossip seemed rather unfulfilling. "By the way," Chi Min shifted the conversation, "what do you do for fun around here, considering you don't conduct experiments?" "Fun? I usually have to keep an eye on the school and can't go anywhere. I mostly just watch movies or binge-watch shows in my office," Zhang Zhiyong replied. "Do you play games like chicken?" Chi Min seized the opportunity to inquire. "I've never played that," Zhang Zhiyong admitted. "Have you played CS before?" Chi Min asked. "I have, but that was a decade ago." Zhang Zhiyong hesitated. "No worries, it's just a casual game," Chi Min encouraged. "It's very accessible. Even girls who have never played FPS games before can easily pick it up." "Really? So you team up with students to play chicken in the lab? I should inform the dean." Zhang Zhiyong joked, yet he proceeded to download the mobile version of the game on his phone. However, the internet connection at the Bullfrog Hot Pot restaurant was somewhat lagging, rendering it unplayable for the time being. Min thought it best to enjoy their meal first and planned to introduce Zhang Ziyong to gaming later when they returned home. That evening, after returning home, Min played games with Zhang Ziyong. As a young talent in the chemistry field, he was indeed quick to adapt, showcasing remarkable proficiency in the game, reminiscent of his past CS experience. Even Anong, passing by, couldn't help but glance at her gameplay and exclaim, "Your teammate is quite solid." Andong's voice came through the phone's microphone into the game, catching Zhang Ziyong's attention. "Hey, is he your boyfriend?" Min had initially wished to keep her romantic life under wraps from Zhang Ziyong. However, upon reflection, she realized her relationship with Anong was entirely legitimate. And since Anong was outside their academic circle, it bore no resemblance to student-teacher romances or academic misconduct. Therefore, revealing this information to her gossip-loving colleagues seemed harmless. "Yes," she replied, adding, "How about we team up for the next round?" As a self-proclaimed genuine Chinese, Anong had, of course, played the domestic version of Chicken. He downloaded it on a Min's old phone, and by the time Min and Zhang Ziyong finished their match, he had completed his download. Anong logged onto his account and joined the team. Zhang Ziyong, glancing at his performance stats, expressed surprise. "Wow, you're quite strong." "Of course," Min said with a hint of pride. "But your stats aren't looking too impressive," Zhang Ziyong bluntly remarked. Min, feeling slightly exasperated, explained, "Well, it's not the same. I've been playing with the novices in the lab." In fact, Anong typically played the domestic version of the game with Min and her friends, often winning due to favorable team compositions. Meanwhile, Min frequently matched with random players upon returning home, encountering all sorts of inexperienced players. However, Andong's driving skills were quite impressive. Whenever they played together, they would secure vehicles early on, making it nearly impossible for others to find them before reaching the final circle, perfectly suiting Min's cautious playstyle. With Andong's assistance, Min and Zhang Ziyong effortlessly secured 2 victories, and before they knew it, it was already 9 in the evening. Anong glanced at his phone's status bar, noting the time. "It's already 9. Mimi should be going to bed. Then I should log off as well. Let us do this again sometime." Min replied, and they both logged off, conveniently avoiding the need to explain to Zhang Ziyong who Mimi was. With the Chinese pinyin version of the storybook already available, Anong had no trouble reading Chinese stories to Mimi. Min watched for a while until the little girl fell asleep before leaving with Anong. Back in her main bedroom, Min felt no inclination to play games anymore. However, she found herself feeling serene. After gaming together, there seemed to be a subtle shift in the dynamic between her and Anong. As she settled back onto the sofa, Anong instinctively sat beside her. Min sensed it was a perfect opportunity and reached out, asking, "Are we good now?" Anong appeared momentarily taken aback, chuckling through a hint of exasperation as they shook hands. "We're good." Sitting side by side on the sofa, Min turned on the television. Within 2 minutes, Anong quietly remarked, "Actually, I didn't want to hold a grudge against you. I know, you were just upset." Min responded, "No." Anong hesitated. "I've actually completely moved past it. After thinking it over, I realized it wasn't solely your fault. What can we do? Life is inherently complicated when time and money are limited, making it impossible to cater to every aspect." Although Min still harbored a sense of guilt, she felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing his words. "It is truly wonderful that you can think this way." However, Anton cast her a sidelong glance and cautioned, "But be careful not to repeat your mistakes." "What is the phrase? To take it as a lesson?" Min nodded quickly, yet deep down, she sensed that such errors were unlikely to recur. Furthermore, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her daughter. The young girl was unable to play freely outside due to her leg condition, and Anton's constant supervision at home felt akin to being confined in a detention center. Reflecting on this, Min inquired of Anton, "Don't you find it boring just watching over Mimi at home?" "Not really," Anton replied. "When I last visited your school and took Mimi around the campus, I joined a WeChat group for a leftist student organization, and it was quite interesting." Chapter 42. The organization in light of previous issues with leftist groups at the top 2 universities, student organizations at colleges were now exercising caution, primarily hosting theoretical lectures and engaging in discussions concerning theory and its relevance to daily life. Anton had initially joined this group with the intention of learning Chinese characters, planning to remain a silent observer indefinitely. However, shortly after joining, someone posed a straightforward question regarding classical economics and the theory of surplus value in Das Kapital, which could be resolved with less than 2 lines of calculations. Given that the inquiry was made during afternoon class hours, There was a moment of silence in the group. Recognizing that he could respond to the question within the bounds of his written Chinese proficiency, Anton attempted to craft an answer. After using Google Translate to convert it into English and ensuring no typographical errors were present, he submitted his response. Previously, the owner of a Chinese restaurant had taken a great liking to Das Kapital and selected works of Mao, so Anton had indeed read the Chinese version of Das Kapital, allowing him to match most specialized terms between the two languages. Moreover, utilizing opinion input method proved exceedingly convenient. Even when he struggled to recall how to write a character, he could often find the correct option by entering its pinyin. As anticipated, around 5 in the afternoon, after classes ended, numerous students began discussing the question. These undergraduates, in the prime of their typing speed, flooded the chat with messages, outpacing Anton's ability to read the Chinese characters. They exchanged approximately 70 to 80 messages before a senior member of the organization concluded, "I recommend that we avoid straying off topic with random examples. You may refer to mental poverty alleviation object's explanation. This example from the original text of Das Kapital can clarify. Note, Chi-Min's WeChat nickname is precise poverty alleviation object, while Anton's is mental poverty alleviation object, indicating a distinction, rather than guiding the group's discourse. This comment inadvertently sparked a discussion on dogmatism. However, within 2 minutes, Anton received a friend request from the group leader. Once accepted, a classmate named Jean Mingjia, likely her real name, asked Anton, "Excuse me, which department are you in?" Anton recognized these few characters and replied, "I am not a student," followed by, "But my girlfriend works at the school. Does that make you a family member of a worker? Would you be interested in joining our formal group?" Jean Mingjia responded promptly, "I see you have some understanding of theory." Anton checked the pinyin of these 2 sentences using Google Translate and cheerfully replied, "Sure." Engaging in conversation with young individuals who are deeply rooted in their homeland and possess communist ideals was indeed a splendid opportunity. Anton was added to the formal group of the Work-Study Integration Society, and the student who added him was a third-year undergraduate from the Chinese department, also a core member of the organization. After bringing the mental poverty alleviation object into the group, Jean Mingjia introduced him as a family member of a worker from the school with a certain foundation in theory, so feel free to engage in discussions. This was followed by a chorus of welcomes. As Anton had little to do while watching Mimi at home, he viewed the discussions in this group as an opportunity to learn Chinese characters. Occasionally, he would contribute a few comments, but since he meticulously crafted his responses using Google Translate, they came across as somewhat awkward. Aligning with the notion of being a family member of a worker due to his perceived lack of educational background, Anton did not fully grasp the term worker, interpreting it literally as a mutual designation among the working class. According to the theory of scientific socialism, all proletarian laborers could be considered broadly as members of the working class, so referring to the school staff as workers seemed reasonable. This understanding allowed him to quickly familiarize himself with the students in the organization. Had he introduced himself as the boyfriend of a school PI from the outset, he probably would have been quietly removed from the group. Upon discovering that the mental poverty alleviation object was at home, caring for a child, while the child's mother worked at the school, the students regarded him with considerable respect. After all, men who made such choices were still a rarity, and it was commendable within a leftist organization that advocated for the liberation of thought. The students began calling Anton Big Brother, and he swiftly integrated into the WeChat group. Observing the regular conversations, Anton noted that undergraduates at this university faced significant pressure as well. Whenever they struggled to grasp course material, failed to complete assignments, or encountered difficulties in other aspects, they sought help in the group. Perhaps due to the diminished role of class dynamics in university, students began to seek a sense of belonging within other student organizations. Additionally, since these organizations included students from various faculties, the types of assistance available were more diverse, with many first-year students seeking help in the group. One first-year student, whose WeChat nickname was Stars in the Sea, suddenly requested to borrow a bicycle. The school prohibited shared bicycles from entering, so most undergraduates owned bicycles for convenience in commuting to classes, but these were typically in regular use, making it uncertain whether one could be borrowed on short notice. However, Anton knew that Chi-Min owned a well-used second-hand bicycle and that she did not always need to ride it to the lab. He mentioned in the group that he could check with her. At that moment, Chi-Min was conducting an experiment connecting the cerebral cortex of a rat to a 256 by 256 by 256 microbrain. However, after several attempts, she found that once the rat was connected to the microbrain, it would lapse into a coma, only regaining consciousness 3 to 5 hours after the connection was severed. This indicated that the microbrain had a significant impact on the rat's brain. Chi-Min could not determine whether this was due to the electromagnetic waves generated by the interface with the computer damaging the rat's brain, or if the microbrain genuinely had an effect. Regardless, if the connection consistently resulted in a coma, such animal experiments could yield no valuable conclusions. To prevent the rat from suffering from frequent disconnections, Chi-Min decided to pause the experiment. However, unable to identify the issue within the current experimental process, she contemplated whether to regenerate the 256 by 256 by 256 microbrain. Just then, she received a phone call from Anton after leaving the clean room. "What's the matter?" Chi-Min answered the call. "A fellow from the group wants to borrow a bicycle. Are you using yours right now?" Anton inquired. "Not at all. It's just that the bike is quite worn out," Chi-Min replied nonchalantly. "You can tell him to come to the entrance of the biology building to pick it up. I'll just give him the key." Chi-Min hung up the phone and went downstairs without changing out of her lab coat. After finally managing to install the corpus callosum interface and encountering this bug during testing, she felt disinclined to continue working. Chapter 43. Borrowing the bicycle. Chi-Min waited at the entrance of the biology building for nearly 10 minutes when she spotted a young man hurrying towards her, clad in a baseball-style cotton jacket and carrying a backpack. In Chi-Min's system of address, anyone from their teenage years to their 30s could be referred to as a girl or a young man, but this boy appeared distinctly younger than the doctoral students. Typically, undergraduate students do not frequent the laboratory gathering area. Thus, Chi-Min easily surmised that the individual before her was the freshman seeking to borrow a bicycle. Stepping out of the building, she retrieved the key from her pocket and inquired, "You are here to borrow a bicycle, correct?" "Indeed." The young man hurriedly approached, gingerly accepting the key, expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you. Chi-Min led him to the bike shed, positioning herself in front of her well-worn 28-inch bicycle. "The bike is a bit battered, but it should still be rideable. I hope. Just be careful. The right brake is loose, so it's best to use the left one." "Understood, no problem," he replied with a sheepish smile, appearing rather naive. "Thank you, sister." Sister. As a serious principal investigator, Chi-Min had transitioned from being a senior to doctoral students to now being referred to as sister by undergraduates. She sighed, acknowledging that her lab coat, stained with various reagents, hardly exuded authority, and decided to take his comment as a backhanded compliment on her youthful appearance. "No worries," she reassured him, "just ride slowly." As she watched the freshman ride away on her bicycle, Chi-Min glanced down at her lab coat, now splattered with pink DMEM culture medium and dried rat blood, contemplating the need to purchase a new set of lab attire. Returning to her workstation, she re-uploaded the code for generating the 256 by 256 by 256 miniature brain model. The full-size brain model had been completed, but if any issues arose during the animal experiments with the miniature model, it would be prudent to avoid hastily utilizing the full-size model, lest further complications ensue. Rerunning such a substantial project would be exceedingly time-consuming. Cooley also felt disheartened by the results of their animal experiments. He meticulously reviewed the indices of the virtual neurons in the 256 by 256 by 256 miniature brain model on his computer, unable to discern any faults. Furthermore, even when employing it for machine learning, the outcomes remained as anticipated. After an afternoon of discussion, Chi-Min and Cooley resolved to draft an email to the research team at École Normale Supérieure in Paris, inquiring about their experiences with animal experimentation. Following the dispatch of the email, Chi-Min, still unsatisfied, began scrutinizing her brain model generation code. As she meticulously read through each line in Jupyter, she found no apparent errors. Suddenly, a WeChat notification popped up on her PC, indicating a friend request from someone named Lu Kuan, accompanied by the message borrowing a bicycle. Recognizing him as the young man who had borrowed her bike, she accepted the request. Since her current analysis of the code seemed futile, she decided a quick trip downstairs to retrieve the key would not be a waste of time. Lu Kuan messaged her, "Sister, I've finished using the bicycle. Is it convenient to pick up the key now?" "Sure, I'll be right down," Chi-Min replied. As she stood up from her seat, she noticed the waste liquid container outside the lab was nearly full. Consequently, she donned her lab coat and put on 2 layers of latex gloves before taking the waste container downstairs. Chi-Min's research group conducted only dry experiments within their designated lab space, with cell and animal experiments relegated to the public experimental areas. Thus, they typically produced minimal waste and had not employed anyone specifically for cleaning. The cleaning lady from the adjacent lab was quite kind, often disposing of Chi-Min's lab waste during her rounds, occasionally even taking care of the liquid waste. However, Due to the increased volume of liquid waste generated by ongoing animal experiments, the cleaning lady could no longer assist, leaving Chi Min to manage on her own. As she struggled to carry the waste container downstairs, she was surprised by its considerable weight. 1 liter of water equals 1 kilogram. And this container must have held at least 30 liters, making it quite cumbersome to maneuver. Under normal circumstances, a typical PI would summon male students for assistance with such tasks. However, Chi Min eschewed hierarchical notions and felt it unbecoming to seek help from Chen Linyu or Kuli after having insisted on handling the waste herself. Thus, she dragged the container toward the exit, only to encounter Lu Kuan waiting outside. Upon seeing her laboring with the waste container, he rushed over to offer assistance. Chi Min quickly interjected, "Don't touch that. You aren't wearing gloves." "Oh." Lu Kuan retracted his hand, hesitating before inquiring, "Is it toxic? It looks quite heavy. Perhaps I should help." Chi Min considered that since he had borrowed her bicycle, it was reasonable for him to assist her in return. Although her bicycle was rather dilapidated, the liquid waste from the cell experiments was not hazardous. Consequently, Chi Min set the container down and retrieved 4 latex gloves from her lab coat pocket. "Then you must wear gloves." Lu Kuan donned the gloves and, though it was a struggle, managed to lift the waste container. He carefully navigated to the designated waste collection area, swaying slightly as he walked. After he emptied the container, Chi Min sincerely thanked him. "Oh, I truly appreciate your help." "Not at all," Lu Kuan replied, slightly out of breath. "It wasn't that heavy. I was glad to assist." Chi Min felt a pang of guilt. It seemed rather exploitative to have an undergraduate handle the waste container that she herself could not manage. To avoid leaving a negative impression of faculty members on the young man, she suggested, "How about I treat you to a meal?" No, that's unnecessary." Lu Kuan quickly waved his hands in refusal. "Then let me buy you a cup of coffee." A cup from the coffee machine downstairs in the biology building costs around 5 or 6 yuan, which is quite reasonable. "Just take off your gloves and wash your hands well." Lu Kuan glanced at the gloves, noting the streaks of grime left on them from the dirty waste container. Although latex gloves generally provide protection from the harmful reagents used in biological experiments, their appearance was nonetheless unsettling. Lu Kuan accompanied Chi Min back into the biology building. While he washed his hands, Chi Min took the opportunity to prepare a mocha coffee. When he returned, he found the coffee ready and accepted it with gratitude. As he sipped his drink, Chi Min casually inquired about their student organization, focused on integrating academic and practical experiences. Lu Kuan replied, "I also joined the club this semester, so I'm not entirely clear on the details. Our group primarily studies the theories of socialism and such. If you're interested, sister, you are welcome to join our chat group." Chi Min contemplated the notion, but ultimately decided against it. As an officially employed teacher at the school, lurking in a student organization chat group would likely raise eyebrows. Chapter 44. Anomalies with little progress in the animal experiments. Chi Min returned home, collapsing onto the sofa in a state of distress, preoccupied with thoughts of what might have gone awry. She felt a creeping anxiety reminiscent of her prior struggles to graduate. Indeed, if she failed to publish her work and did not pass the evaluation, securing tenure would be beyond her reach. Mimi, her young daughter, came into the master bedroom to play with her string games, but Chi Min was only half-heartedly participating, repeating a couple of movements absent-mindedly. Fortunately, Mimi was still young and found joy in repetitive actions. They played for a while until Mimi grew weary of the string games and climbed onto the bed to watch television. Concerned about the distance between the bed and the screen, Chi Min rushed over to lift her daughter up, saying, "Mimi, don't sit too close to the TV." "Will the TV eat me?" Mimi asked innocently. "No, but..." Chi Min pondered for a moment before explaining, "The TV will take away your eyesight, and then you won't be able to see things clearly." "Then, will the TV give my eyesight back to me?" Mimi asked timidly. "If it takes away your sight for too long, it may not return," Chi Min replied. At that moment, she suddenly realized perhaps the brain model operated similarly. The 256 by 256 by 256 miniature brain model connected to the rat's brain, siphoning away something essential. Much like myopia, which often begins as a temporary condition, the rats were able to awaken after entering a state of coma. But if this were indeed the case, what could possibly be extracted from the rats by the brain-like entity? Chi Min speculated that it could perhaps be some form of working memory. Although this does not elucidate why the rats devoid of working memory would succumb to a state of coma, it at least presents a hypothesis that holds a modicum of plausibility. With this thought in mind, she resolved to conduct another experiment involving the brain-machine interface. This time, Chi Min refrained from contacting Kali and instead returned to the school alone, entering the animal facility. In the dead of night, the animal room was deserted. Yet the incessant sounds of numerous rats scurrying about in their cages and scratching at the wood shavings were audible. Chi-Min located her 5 experimental rats and observed that they had all regained consciousness. Without the luxury of time to scrutinize their states, she promptly transported them to the sterile room. She connected the computer in the sterile room to the school's computing center. Booting up the 256-256-256 micro-brain-like entity and preparing the specialized data cables for the micro-corpus callosum interface. Each interface required a dedicated data line for transmission to achieve the theoretical speed. Afterward, she gingerly extracted a rat from its cage, gently inserting the electrode interface onto the rat's head via the master interface on the computer. She connected it for but a moment before swiftly detaching it. The rat did indeed tremble upon connecting to the 256-256-256 micro-brain-like entity, yet it remained alert after the disconnection. Chi-Min realized she might have taken her first successful step. However, fatigue from the late hour weighed heavily upon her, leaving her without the energy for a second endeavor. She returned the rats to the animal room and found her home engulfed in darkness upon her arrival. Anton and Mimi had already succumbed to slumber. Thus, she hastily washed up and retired for the night. Due to her late bedtime, Chi-Min did not awaken until after 9 the following morning. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Anton was absent from the bedroom, prompting her to roll over for an additional 5 minutes of sleep, only to be abruptly roused by the sound of her phone ringing on the bedside table. Reluctantly, she reached for her phone and was surprised to see it was Kuli. "What is it?" Chi-Min answered the call. "There's something quite peculiar." Kuli's voice conveyed a hint of confusion. "I've observed some abnormal behavior in rat number 3. Did you administer any medication to the rats yesterday?" "None at all." Chi-Min recalled that rat number 3 was the one she had connected with the 256-256-256 micro-brain-like entity. "I tried connecting it to the 256 again. Did it fall into a coma at that time?" "Quelle inquiétude curieusely." "No," Chi-Min replied, "the connection was brief, so it wouldn't have induced a coma." "That's truly strange." Kuli mused, his tone tinged with excitement. "I'll give it another go. When will you arrive?" Chi-Min hesitated to admit she had just awakened, so she fabricated an excuse, saying, "I have a few matters to attend to this morning. I might not be able to make it until noon." "All right, I'll try it first," Kuli responded eagerly. "This is quite remarkable." After hanging up, Chi-Min intended to steal 3 more minutes of sleep, but was interrupted by the sound of the bedroom door creaking open. Anton entered, holding a glass, and upon seeing her awake, he asked, "Would you like some soy milk?" "Soy milk is a must," Chi-Min said as she propped herself up to accept the cup, savoring a sip. Indeed, nothing could compare to her homemade soy milk. "Get up quickly," Anton urged. "You're not adhering to a proper schedule for the lab anymore." "Of course not. I am the PI now," Chi-Min replied with a hint of pride. "Even PIs have to show up for work," Anton said, sitting down at the edge of the bed and instinctively ruffling her hair. Chi-Min, though 3 years Anton's senior, often felt like the perpetually childish girl in their relationship. With a partner like Anton, who could seamlessly navigate both formal gatherings and domestic life, her self-sufficiency had gradually diminished. "Anton," Chi-Min yawned, then continued, how should I put it? My experiment is currently at a critical juncture. If I obtain a positive result, I should be able to publish a paper. But if not, I may have to toil for another 6 months." "So?" Anton smiled at her from beside the bed. "This is materialism." "What was that phrase again?" "Objective things cannot be altered by human thoughts. Objective truths are independent of human will," Chi-Min corrected him. "Indeed, no matter how much I ponder, I cannot influence the definitive results of an experiment. That is precisely why it is termed objective truth." "That much is true," Anton comforted her. "If anything were to change simply because a PI needed to pass their evaluation, it would only serve as evidence of academic misconduct. I never expected something could go awry at this juncture." Chi-Min sighed, realizing her words were more self-reflective. "Previously, I thought this was merely a verification experiment. But it seems the results of this experiment may hold greater significance than any prior outcomes. If the brain-like entity housed within the computer can indeed influence the animal's brain, thus affecting its behavior, the implications of such a discovery far exceed the mere construction of a brain-like entity. However, if I cannot replicate the experiment and provide an explanation, it may merely serve to demonstrate that the brain-like entity is yet another harmful artificial product for the animals. Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from conducting animal experiments for now and instead publish the results of the machine learning?" While this might diminish the stature of the brain-like entity, it could prove to be a more prudent approach. Yet, as Chi-Min pondered, she felt compelled to thoroughly understand the brain-like entity's workings. The emergence of unanticipated experimental phenomena might very well represent a breakthrough, both logically and emotionally. She should not recklessly publish her findings at this moment, thereby forfeiting the opportunity to investigate this phenomenon. Chapter 45. Experimental validation. By the time Chi-Min arrived at the laboratory, Kali had already established multiple instantaneous connections between the rats and the 256-256-256 micro brain-like entity. Indeed, as long as the connection time was sufficiently brief, it would not induce a coma in the rats. However, the rats exhibited a state of lethargy for 30 minutes to an hour post-connection, only to subsequently engage in erratic, frantic movements within their cages, as if on the brink of madness. This was a fascinating phenomenon, if one were to follow the line of reasoning sparked by Chi-Min's sudden inspiration. Should the brain-like entity absorb some essence from the rats akin to vitality during the connection, it might have stored this vitality and subsequently released it back to the rats upon disconnection. Yet, given that previous prolonged connections had absorbed a considerable amount of vitality without release, the micro-brain-like entity may have inundated the momentarily connected rats with an excess of vitality, leading to their erratic behavior. If this conjecture bears any resemblance to reality, then it could be surmised that this so-called vitality is essentially a form of neural activity, transmitted to the brain-like entity through the corpus callosum interface, stored as data, and subsequently relayed back to the rat's brains via the same interface. Chi-Min had initially aimed to construct a virtual cerebral connection that accurately reflected the characteristics of a real brain. However, it now appeared more akin to an entity incapable of deciphering brain signals, but potentially capable of storing fragments of information originating from the brain. Regardless, she firmly believed that this entity possessed significant research value. But how should it be studied? Ultimately, it still did not resolve the issue of brain signal demodulation. Even if it stored some information, comprehension remained elusive. Chi-Min contemplated that even if she could not interpret the information stored within the brain-like entity, they could at least design an experiment to demonstrate its capacity to store data from the brain. Despite her aspirations for grand discoveries, she had to acknowledge that she was not rigorously trained in computational science. Her second-rate team was unlikely to decipher the information stored within the brain-like entity. To design an experiment that would prove the brain-like entity could store data from the brain, Chi-Min's first instinct was to consult researcher Zhou Xiaoshan. As she had already composed the message on WeChat, just before hitting send, she recalled that researcher Zhou Xiaoshan was not her mentor. She had now become an independent principal investigator in her own laboratory, and such matters were to be decided by herself. However, Wang Xian and Chun Linyu had little knowledge regarding animal experimentation and were unlikely to be of much assistance. Thus, Chi-Min opted to find a quiet place to discuss thoroughly with Kuli. They arranged to meet at a CAF by the campus pond. With the weather having turned cold, the CAF was relatively empty. Seated under the outdoor umbrella, they disregarded the CAF's recommendations and ordered 2 cups of lemon black tea. Chi-Min began by stating the need to design an experiment to demonstrate that the brain-like entity could indeed store information from a rat's brain. In response, Kuli immediately suggested that shouldn't be difficult. We can establish a long-term connection with rat A and then create a momentary connection with rat B to see if it can acquire the information originally belonging to rat A's brain. The basic idea is as such. Chi-Min inquired, but how do we measure whether B has obtained A's information? What exactly is this information? That is crucial. Do you have any hypotheses? Well, at least part of it could be memory, Kuli speculated. Chi-Min took a sip of her tea and pondered before replying. There are 2 hypotheses. The first is that if the information written and output by the brain-like entity follows a stack model, then the output should be the most recently written information, possibly data from the hippocampus such as working memory. The second hypothesis is that if writing and output are circular, then the output would occur before the writing, which should correspond to visual imagery. It might not even be linear at all. Kuli added, in that case, it might be impossible to measure. Regardless, Chi-Min suggested, let's design the detection methods based on working memory and visual imagery. These 2 can be tested with the same experiment. Kuli immediately replied. The water maze should suffice. His design involved marking 4 distinct patterns on the walls of the water maze at equal distances, one of which corresponded to the position of an underwater platform. Rat A would first complete the water maze test, storing the pattern information related to the underwater platform's location in its working memory and ultimately seeing this pattern. Following that, It would be connected to the newly generated 256 by 256 by 256 micro-brain-like entity to induce a state of coma, after which Rat B would establish a momentary connection with the micro-brain-like entity to acquire Rat A's brain information. And then Rat B would undertake the same water maze test. If the working memory or visual imagery information could indeed be transmitted from A to B via the brain-like entity, then the average time taken by the B group in the water maze test would significantly decrease. To validate the experimental design, at least 2 control experiments were necessary. The first would be a blank control experiment, in which Rat A would not be connected to the brain-like entity long-term, but rather, Rat B would be momentarily connected to a newly created empty brain-like entity to rule out any influence of the momentary connection on Rat B's performance in the water maze. The second control experiment would involve altering the position of the underwater platform in Rat B's water maze test to verify whether the information input through the brain-like entity would indeed guide Rat B to the position of the underwater platform from the first water maze test. Such a design would require the preparation of at least 3 groups of newly generated 256 by 256 by 256 micro-brain-like entities. Moreover, if there were multiple rats in each group, a total of 3 micro-brain-like entities would be needed. Fortunately, Chi-Min's full-size brain-like entity had already been completed, and the computing resources at the Rain Cloud Supercomputing Center had become available, making it relatively easy to create the 256 by 256 by 256 miniature entities. At the CAF, Chi-Min and Cooley meticulously drafted the experimental design. Given the constraints of experimental equipment, Chi-Min decided to limit the number of rats in each group to 3 pairs. The blank control group only required 3. Afterwards, she returned to the laboratory to begin preparations for the experiment. The rats that had previously had the corpus callosum interface installed could no longer be used, necessitating the removal, cleaning, and reinstallation of the interface. This task would fall to Cooley, while Chi-Min would be responsible for generating 9 new 256 by 256 by 256 micro-brain-like entities and preparing all other experimental apparatus. Even with overtime, working from 9 in the morning until 9 in the evening, such preparations still consumed a week's time. Fortunately, they were ultimately ready. Chi-Min and Cooley, carrying their computers, data cables, and 15 cages of rats, arrived at the animal experimentation platform and installed the 4 marked patterns in the water maze. They first allowed the experimental group A1 rat to undertake its initial water maze test, after which they connected it to the prepared data cable interface and the interface on its head. As anticipated, Rat A1 fell into a coma. They then disconnected from Rat A1 and reconnected the brain-like entity interface to Rat B1 for a momentary connection, successfully keeping Rat B1 awake. Thus far, everything was proceeding smoothly. Cooley positioned Rat B1 at the starting point of the water maze. As soon as he withdrew his hand, the overhead camera began recording, and Rat B1 commenced its swimming. However, it did not swim directly toward the pattern indicating the underwater platform. Chapter 46. Experimental success. The time taken by Rat B1 to complete the water maze test was not only not less than that of Rat A1, but was, in fact, approximately 1/3 longer. From the final results, the average time taken by the B group of rats in the experimental group to complete the water maze test increased by 27. For compared to the A group, suggesting that they likely did not acquire interpretable information regarding the position of the underwater platform from the brain-like entity. The emphasis on interpretable was crucial, as Chi-Min almost immediately realized that the corpus callosum interface could not demodulate the brain signals, and similarly, Rat B's brain could not demodulate the information from Rat A's brain. Although the fundamental structure of the brains of the same species should be similar, individual differences in detail were still quite pronounced, and it could not be guaranteed that each electrode was inserted into the exact position down to the individual neurons during the installation of the corpus callosum interface. Thus, it was entirely natural that different rat individuals could not interpret each other's brain information. Chi-Min couldn't help but tap her wrist against her forehead, clearly unable to use her palm due to wearing gloves. This experimental design is simply foolish. The encoding methods for brain information between different individuals cannot possibly be universal. Upon hearing this, Kali also understood. So, should we use the same rat? But how do we prove that? Wait. Chi-Min interrupted him, her mind racing as she contemplated altering the experimental design on the fly. With the remaining 9 rats, she proposed to divide them into 3 groups, each containing 3 rats. The experimental group rats would first undertake the water maze, induce a coma through long-term connection, then be awakened to perform a second water maze test, and finally establish a momentary connection to undertake a third water maze test. The positions of the underwater platform in the first and third water maze tests would be identical, whereas the position in the second water maze test would differ. If the hypothesis were correct, there should be no significant difference in time taken between the first and second water maze tests, while the time for the third would be shortened. Cooley immediately grasped the implications. If the brain-like entity extracted the rat's memory, leading to a coma, then the second water maze test would effectively be devoid of prior memory, thus not significantly differing from the first. The third water maze test, having received the memory feedback, would enable it to swiftly locate the underwater platform position and therefore rapidly complete the maze. With no change in procedure, the experimental group, Rat 1, undertook its first water maze test, inducing a coma through long-term connection, followed by awakening it with ammonia, and then conducting the second water maze test. After a 10-minute wait, they established a momentary connection before proceeding with the third water maze test. Remarkably, during the third water maze test, Rat 1 swam directly toward the pattern indicating the underwater platform. The experiment was unexpectedly successful. Even though it was already 3 in the morning after completing the blank control group experiment, Chi Min and Kuli remained in a state of exhilaration. They were even indifferent to the plight of the poor rats, and after uploading the recorded experimental results to the cloud, they felt as if their paper had already been published, reveling in their triumph. Returning the rats to the animal facility, Chi Min suggested they go for a drink. "Come on, buddy, how about hitting the club?" How to hit it? As a devoted homebody, Cooley was surprisingly open to the idea of a public outing, even though he had never been to one before. "No need to dance. Let us just go in for a casual drink. My treat. I'll cover everything," Chi Min remarked while removing her mask and hood, astonished that such a thing could even exist. Utterly surreal. She and Cooley excitedly chattered as they walked back to the laboratory, only to catch sight of her phone lying on the table, forgotten before they headed to the animal platform that morning. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Chi Min as she quickly picked up the phone and unlocked the screen, revealing an alarming 11 missed calls from Anton. "They've both left. We'll have to go ourselves," Cooley said while donning his coat, turning back to see Chi Min on the phone. "So, are we still going?" "Wait a moment," Chi Min frowned and, once connected, hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I've been tied up with experiments." She braced herself for Anton's reproach for her irresponsibility, but instead, he calmly responded, "I'm just relieved you're all right." "I'm fine," Chi Min murmured. "I know you are," Anton replied with a hint of exasperation. "Around midnight, I checked with your colleague, the one we game with, who asked the security at your building and was told you were still in the lab. In reality, the nighttime security in major cities, particularly in China, was quite reliable, offering little reason for concern. Yet, Anton's apprehensive demeanor stemmed from his past experiences living near impoverished neighborhoods in the U.S., where venturing out alone after 9 or 10 at night was unthinkable. "So should I head back immediately?" Chi Min asked, feeling a bit flustered. "Are there any suitable late-night buses?" Anton inquired. "If not, just wait another 2 or 3 hours." In 2 or 3 hours, the subway and the early morning buses would commence operations. Meanwhile, Chi Min could easily catch a few hours of sleep on the sofa in the biology building. She had initially entertained the idea of a night out, but was now suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. "All right, I'll catch some sleep at school," Chi Min said, resembling a child eager to make amends for her mistakes. "I'll head back once the buses start running." She hung up and noticed Kali had already leaned against the wall, yawning. "Maybe you should head back and rest," Chi Min suggested apologetically. "That would be wise." "I am feeling a bit tired," Kali replied, his demeanor indicating he was far from merely slightly fatigued. "Ah, the years are catching up, not like before." Chi Min chuckled at his words, amused by how young people often feigned aging. In truth, it wasn't merely aging. The weight of responsibilities and the pressures of life could be utterly exhausting. Cooley returned to the temporary dormitory assigned to him in the PhD student housing, while Chi Min made her way to the lobby on the first floor of the biology building. She had barely settled on the sofa before sleep overtook her. She did not awaken when the subway began running. Instead, it was the footsteps of the PhD students arriving at the lab in the morning that roused her. As she opened her eyes, she found herself staring at the door to the plant physiology laboratory across from her. Quite a few young people had begun to trickle in, making their way to their respective labs. With so many present, it must surely be past 9 o'clock. Chi Min reluctantly pushed herself up from the soft sofa and glanced at her phone, which read 9:17. She dialed Anton's number, but upon speaking, she realized her voice had become hoarse and dry. "Hello. I just woke up. Are you all right?" Anton asked. "Yesterday, He had been concerned about Chi Min's safety while wandering outside at night. And now he worried about her health due to her extended work hours. Being her boyfriend was indeed exhausting. I think I might be coming down with a cold. Chi Min cleared her throat, acutely aware of the symptoms of her inflamed tonsils. She had slept awkwardly on the sofa, her head directed toward the door, effectively exposing herself to the chilly air all night. Can you still take the subway? Anton asked with concern. Never mind, I'll come pick you up. No need for that. I'm not incapacitated, Chi Min quickly declined. However, Anton insisted, just let me bring you a warm coat. Chapter 47. Culinary exchange. Chi Min had overestimated her immune system. Though her physical condition had always been robust, even she could not withstand a week of excessive work followed by a full day of intensive experiments. Of course, one could not entirely blame her immune system for the cold, given that she had spent the night in the draft. In any case, Anton arrived bearing her down jacket and a thermos of ginger-flavored cola. After putting on the down jacket and sipping the ginger cola, Chi Min suddenly inquired, by the way, if you're out, where's Mimi? Hadn't you taken Mimi to the nearby community kindergarten for a trial run? Did you forget? Anton retorted somewhat disgruntled. It was only then that Chi Min recalled her discussion 2 days prior with the kindergarten administrator about enrolling Mimi for an experience. Mimi had yet to finalize her residency paperwork and, as such, could not attend the public kindergarten designated for faculty families at Zhongji University. Moreover, due to limited slots at the public kindergarten, there was a waiting list. Chi Min thought it better to let Mimi try out a privately run kindergarten established in the community first. Did you take Mimi there directly? Chi Min asked. Yes, Anton sighed. Mimi was quite happy at first, but when she saw I was leaving, she began to wail. Unlike most children who would cry at their parents' departure, Mimi's response was to shout, her voice far louder than any typical child's cry, possessing an intensity that could easily be double that of an ordinary child. Did they dare to accept her? Although Chi Min recognized the unkindness of the situation, she couldn't help but laugh. Many children are like that, Anton replied resignedly. They'll get used to it. While Anton certainly cared more about Mimi than Chi Min did, as Chi Min's boyfriend, he was hardly an expert in childcare. After all, they were both first-time parents, and doing their best was all that mattered. Chi Min leaned back against the sofa, taking another sip of her ginger cola. Then there's no rush to head back. How about we go out for a meal? Why not just eat at home? Anton glanced at the time on his phone, noting it was only 10 o'clock, just the right time to cook at home. Come on, you've finally returned, and you Haven Tea had a chance to savor the culinary delights of a proper restaurant here, Chi Min said with a twinkle in her eye. Don't you think it's time we exchange some culinary experiences? Speaking of culinary skills, Anton was equally enthusiastic. Sure, let us go try something new. But who knows who us better? Let us go, Chi Min exclaimed as she stood from the sofa. But after being prone for too long, she momentarily lost her balance. Swaying slightly, Anton quickly steadied her. Are you all right? You don't need me to carry you, do you? I'm not that incapacitated, Chi Min replied, her spirits high as she zipped up her down jacket and donned her hood. Let us go. I'll treat you to something delicious. Chi Min was optimistic about the outing. Setting aside the specifics of the trip, if Anton were to work as a chef in a reputable restaurant in the future, he would undoubtedly need to familiarize himself with the current dining trends in Beijing. Although Anton had learned authentic Chinese cooking at a previous restaurant, Chi Min noted that the previous owner, being from the north, had predominantly taught Anton northern culinary techniques. While specializing in northern dishes would suffice for a casual eatery in Beijing, a high-end restaurant required a standardized menu, meaning the kitchen staff needed to know how to prepare even the less popular dishes. Furthermore, as Sichuan cuisine had become immensely popular in Beijing, even hot pot establishments had begun to rival traditional copper pot dishes, and it was reasonable to expect that most restaurants would feature a few common Sichuan dishes on their menus. Chi Min felt it was crucial for Anton to gain insight into this aspect. Thanks to Zhang Jiong, Chi Min has a keen awareness of the dining and entertainment establishments surrounding the school. She took Anton directly to a popular restaurant in the area, specializing in Sichuan and Hunan cuisine. It was just past 10 when the restaurant opened its doors, and Chi Min and Anton were practically the first customers, which naturally led to attentive service from the staff. Having recently accomplished a pivotal experiment and feeling quite self-satisfied, especially with a bit of disposable income from a recent paycheck, Chi Min exuberantly placed the menu in front of Anton and said, "Go ahead, order whatever you like." Anton flipped through the menu, momentarily taken aback by the abundance of spicy dishes, as he curiously browsed from top to bottom. The nearby waiter, noticing Anton's appearance did not conform to the traditional Chinese look, hesitated to recommend items from the menu, considering the presence of many international students in the vicinity. Chi Min, noticing Anton's reluctance to order, realized that his proficiency in recognizing Chinese characters might be limited, and she was reluctant to expose him as somewhat illiterate in front of others. Thus, she took the menu away from him, explaining, "Well, it's just that you're not from around here. It's understandable to hesitate over the dishes. Let me take care of it." Her comment about not being a local was intended to convey that a northerner visiting Beijing might be surprised by the number of spicy dishes. But the waiter misinterpreted it as her indicating that an international visitor was overwhelmed by the choices. When entertaining foreign guests, it is generally understood that one might incur higher expenses than usual, as Chinese culture often emphasizes face saving. Consequently, the waiter enthusiastically recommended several signature dishes, each substantial enough to serve as a main course. Chi Min, eager to introduce Anton to the nationally acclaimed Sichuan cuisine, ordered nearly everything that was suggested, along with a variety of other specialty dishes. Finally, the waiter inquired, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" "None," Chi Min replied with a smile. "Just prepare everything as standard." The waiter nodded, reiterated the lengthy list of orders, and couldn't help but add, "Madam, you've ordered quite a bit." "That's all right," Chi Min cheerfully responded. "It's my first time treating, so I want to make it a bit grand." With that, the waiter had no further objections. Once the waiter departed, Anton couldn't help but tease her. "You really know how to put on a show. What is wrong with that? Am I mistaken?" Chi Min retorted, adding a piece of rock candy to her goji and chrysanthemum tea. "I brought you out for a meal, and I'm not worried about the expense." She felt quite pleased with herself, and it seemed Anton genuinely appreciated her gesture. His smile was like the blossoming of spring, and if beauty had a price, it would surely match the cost of this meal. He then joked, "Are you planning to take all this food home to last a week?" "Whether I take it home is another matter. I just want you to sample each dish," Chi Min replied with a playful tone. "After all, this is a renowned restaurant in the area. If you aspire to be a head chef someday, you must surpass them in skill." Chapter 48. Relaxation. Anton approached the experience of tasting the restaurant's offerings with a learning mindset. However, when the dishes arrived, spicy hot pot, spicy duck intestines, spicy brain matter, boiled fish, chopped pepper fish head, stir-fried pork slices, and dry pot fish medley, he found himself staring at the myriad of chilies and glistening red oil before he could muster the courage to ask, "Just how spicy is this?" "It's just a tad spicy," Chi Min replied, already lifting a piece of tender-boiled fish to her lips after a brief blow to cool it down. Not bad." Anton, skeptical, picked up a piece, leaned in to sniff it, and couldn't help but frown. "It's fragrant but spicy." Chi Min then picked up a piece of duck intestine, seemingly unaffected by the heat. Anton took a small bite, but immediately reached for his goji and chrysanthemum tea. He returned the majority of the fish back to the plate, saying, "It's not overwhelmingly spicy, but the numbing flavor is quite intense. It's just a lingering numbness." "People these days certainly have a taste for this," Chi Min remarked. "Regardless of the dish, it must pack a punch." "The wasabi is quite potent as well," Anton disagreed. "Why must we torture others with such strong flavors?" "While the wasabi is indeed strong, not everyone can handle it." Given the current popularity of Sichuan and Hunan cuisine across the nation, one wonders why certain dishes, like spicy brain matter, are still so prevalent. Chi Min placed a piece of brain matter onto Anton's bowl of rice. Seeing the red oil atop it, Anton felt disinclined to eat. The culinary styles he had studied primarily emphasized freshness, and such overpowering flavors and seasonings were rarely used in main dishes. Drowning a fine dish in chili oil seemed to him a tragic waste. Nevertheless, having already placed it in his bowl, he took a bite and was somewhat surprised. "It's not too spicy. It's quite acceptable." The broth for the spicy brain matter was rich, but since the brain itself lacked flavor, the seasoning created a balanced taste, with a moderate spiciness adding complexity. "Not bad, right? There's a reason why it's popular," Chi Min said, adding a piece of chopped pepper fish head for him to try. She hoped Anton would taste each dish in turn, but her efforts were in vain. Initially, Anton could discern which dishes were well prepared and which were not, but as they continued, the heat dulled his senses, leaving him unable to distinguish flavors. And he found himself constantly drinking tea to alleviate the fiery sensation in his mouth. "That's enough. I can't eat anymore," he declared, returning the items she had placed in his bowl back to hers. "These are all good dishes. Why must they be so spicy?" The heat masks all the flavors, and several of these dishes share the same seasoning. Can others tell? Perhaps many simply cannot, Chi Min pondered. With the pressures of modern life, people are so busy. Without something stimulating, it's challenging to shake off the numbness of daily existence. This might explain why, despite the many famous non-spicy dishes in Sichuan and Hunan cuisine, only the spicy ones are widely known in Beijing. But there's little choice. If a restaurant wants to draw a crowd, it must cater to customer preferences. That's because everyone enjoys this flavor. The ingredients are secondary. What matters is the taste, Chi-Min asserted. Thinking like that, you might as well just eat spicy snacks. Anton replied, a dish is not merely a simple combination of ingredients and seasonings. Cooking is a non-linear process. You can't reduce it to a formula. In high school, Anton had taken an AP course, and although he couldn't afford to pay for the final exam, it laid the groundwork for explaining cooking scientifically. However, from another perspective, no matter how complex a dish may be, the genuine experience for customers is merely a combination of a few sensations, Chi-Min countered. Theoretically, if one exhausts all these combinations, the experience a dish provides must belong to one of them, she continued. Then why don't you go and exhaust all the combinations? Anton challenged. If you could solve that, you'd probably be able to publish a paper. Chi-Min fell silent. No matter how eloquently she spoke at the dining table, without a published article, her words would amount to nothing. After they finally finished their meal, the two of them shared a 1.25L bucket of cola to quell the spiciness. We should think about what to do next, Anton suggested. Are you going back to the lab? During her doctoral studies? Even if Chi-Min had fallen while riding her bike, as long as she hadn't sustained a fracture, she would still return to the lab. This was a necessity. The cells she cultivated had to be digested from living tissue, and their vitality was already compromised, so even a day's delay could lead to significant problems. Moreover, she was the sole person working on her project. If she didn't go, no one would. However, now Chi-Min had 3 people assisting her with her research, so her occasional absence for a day or two was no longer a major issue. Given the circumstances, Chi-Min felt no obligation to force himself. I am suffering from a severe cold, so why should I even consider going to the laboratory? Sighing, he mused. Now that Mimi has gone to kindergarten, do you have any place in mind that you'd like to visit? Aren't you the one who has a bad cold? Anton inquired with a chuckle. Are you not in the mood to go out? Chi-Min countered. Who exactly is the one eager to venture out? Anton thought to himself. But he replied, all right then, would it be acceptable if I wished to visit the botanical garden? A botanical garden. What is there to see? Chi-Min questioned, somewhat puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to bring Mimi along to the botanical garden? Why insist on going when it's possible not to bring her? Your place feels stifling, devoid of any greenery, Anton remarked. It was then that Chi-Min comprehended Anton's desire to visit a place that sells flowers and plants. And he couldn't help but feel that despite Anton being raised by a restaurant owner, his command of the Chinese language still required refinement. If you wish to visit a place selling greenery, it should be referred to as a flower, bird, fish, and insect market. Chi-Min corrected him, sure, that works. A flower, bird, fish, and insect market? If the flowering plants have pollen, it might not be wise to purchase blooming ones. Anton hesitated. In such moments, Chi-Min found Anton adorably naive. It was perhaps one of the rare instances where Chi-Min surpassed Anton in everyday matters. For instance, when it came to placing a flower pot on the balcony, the term flower could refer to potted plants, which might sometimes not bloom, yet could still be called so. Chi-Min elucidated. Oh, I see. Anton nodded, suddenly struck by an idea. What if a merchant sells a pot of orchids, and the buyer discovers they do not bloom? Wouldn't that make it impossible to return to the merchant? After all, the term flower does not guarantee blooming, does it? Chi-Min found himself wanting to say, are you lacking in common sense? He chuckled and replied, do people not know whether orchids should bloom? Even if they are sold as orchid grass, they still ought to flower. Chapter 49. Acquaintances. Anton had a fondness for plants. Regardless of whether they were cultivated varieties or wildflowers, he held an appreciation for all things botanical. Yet, there were certain plants he limited himself to merely admiring. Others he could delve into their taxonomic details, and a few he might even take home to nurture. Nevertheless, the plants Anton wished to cultivate were few and far between. Some appeared appealing, but were quite challenging to keep alive. Others, while survivable, were overly cumbersome to maintain. And then there were those from the Araceae family, deemed unsuitable for households with children due to their toxicity. Thus, when Chi-Min escorted Anton to the floral supermarket, it presented a splendid opportunity for him to browse and select. It was a welcome change from the meager selection found in the typical supermarket's plant section, where only a handful of plants seemed to silently challenge, by me or not. Faced with a vast array of succulent potted plants, Anton could spend an hour selecting just the right one. While Anton perused the pots, Chi Min found herself increasingly uncomfortable in the greenhouse's humid environment. With her cold, the high humidity caused her nasal congestion, prompting her to bid Anton farewell and retreat to the ceramic pot section at the back to wait. As she pondered how to transport the potted plants Anton would purchase, she was suddenly called by her childhood nickname from behind. Lele? Glancing sideways at the reflection from the shelves, she saw a young woman clad in a brown woolen trench coat, her hair lightened with a few strands of flaxen. And to her astonishment, it was Ding Wenjing. Ding Wenjing was Chi Min's cousin, just a year her senior. However, due to Chi Min's aunt attending university far from her mother and subsequently settling down and working locally, Chi Min had not often seen her cousin during their childhood. It was only when Ding Wenjing came to Beijing for college that their encounters increased, yet she still retained the childhood nickname for Chi Min. After Ding Wenjing graduated, she left Beijing to seek employment, and thus many years had passed since they last met. Chi Min was taken aback to see her. Sister, what brings you here? On a business trip? I've relocated my job to Beijing, Ding Wenjing replied, stepping forward in her high-heeled boots. Among young women, Chi Min was relatively tall, matching Ding Wenjing's height with her flat shoes. Yet it was evident that Ding Wenjing epitomized the fashionable career woman, while Chi Min appeared as if she were still a student. Why didn't you inform me? I had no idea. Chi Min promptly complained. We ought to catch up properly. At this moment, she noticed a young, yet mature-looking gentleman accompanying Ding Wenjing. And who might this be? This is my boyfriend Lu Chun, Ding Wenjing introduced. This is my cousin Lele. Chi Min felt a twinge of embarrassment being introduced by her nickname. However, Lele it was, she had grown accustomed to it. Surely, Ding Wenjing must refer to her as Lele in casual conversation. A pleasure to meet you. Chi Min feigned formality as she shook hands with her cousin's boyfriend. We've rented a place in Beijing, and we initially intended to inform aunt and uncle after settling in, Ding Wenjing explained. But since we ran into you here, why not gather for a small reunion today? Just as Chi Min was about to agree, she suddenly remembered Anton. Normally, this would be the moment to introduce their respective new partners. Yet if Ding Wenjing learned that Chi Min had returned from America with a boyfriend, it would inevitably reach her parents' ears. It was prudent to exercise caution at this juncture. Therefore, Chi Min replied, perhaps we should save our gathering for another time. I have some matters to attend to at home. Matters at home? Ding Wenjing keenly picked up on the nuances in her choice of words. If it referred to her parents' household, Chi Min's parents would be her aunt and uncle, thus it would be considered family matters. Typically, one does not use family matters as an excuse, indicating that this home referred to Chi Min's own. Additionally, her habitual use of family matters as an excuse suggested that this situation had persisted for some time. Ding Wenjing pondered, having never heard of her research-focused cousin having a partner. Could it be that Chi Min found someone and moved in together during her 6-month return? This was indeed significant news. Ding Wenjing quickly pulled Chi Min aside and whispered, Lele, you have a partner now, don't you? Yes. What of it? Chi Min hesitated, weighing the pros and cons before opting to deflect. I've been so busy with experiments that I haven't had time for that. Really? Ding Wenjing pressed. No. Chi Min shook her head. At your age, why haven't you found a partner yet? Ding Wenjing playfully poked her forehead. Should I introduce someone to you? No, that is quite all right. I'm not in a hurry, Chi Min responded with an awkward smile. Not in a hurry, you say? My aunt is eager for grandchildren. ISNT she? Ding Wenjing patted her shoulder. All right then, do your best. This was the prelude to their farewell. Chi Min inquired about where Ding Wenjing and her boyfriend were currently residing, and they agreed to meet for a meal together next time. Just as she was about to depart, her phone rang unexpectedly. Chi Min took out her phone and noticed it was a number from her old phone, perplexed as to why Anton would call her from the succulent plant section. Hello. What is up? Anton's voice came through. I've finished my shopping. Where are you? Didn't I say I'd be waiting for you in the ceramic pot section? Aren't you getting a pot? Chi Min asked helplessly. What pot? A flower pot? Each plant already comes with its own pot. Why buy another pot? Anton replied. All right then, I'll be right over. Chi Min acknowledged, then hung up the phone. So, you came with someone else? Ding Wenjing inquired. Ah, yes. Chi Min felt a bit embarrassed and had to fabricate an explanation. It's a friend. Just moved in, so we came to buy some greenery. Indeed, this floral supermarket is far more convenient than the old flower, bird, fish, and insect markets, Ding Wenjing remarked casually. Everything is clearly priced, making selection much easier. Then she asked, by the way, Lele, did you drive here? I have no car. I took the subway. Chi Min replied with a smile. Are you not going to take your uncle's car to buy flowers? Ding Wenjing inquired, somewhat puzzled. Carrying flowers on the subway seemed quite a hassle. We could drive you back instead. No. It's fine, Chi-min replied, unsure how to decline. During her university days, she often went out driving with Ding Wenjing, sometimes accompanied by other friends. If she were to refuse a ride now, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. My friend lives far away in Shuani. It would be too much trouble for you. She feigned a glance at her phone and added, "Oh dear, it seems I don't have enough money in WeChat." With that, Chi-min hurriedly left the pottery and flower pot area, leaving Ding Wenjing with a nagging suspicion about her behavior. Chapter 50. A class reunion. After nearly exposing herself during the encounter with Ding Wenjing, Chi-min realized that as long as she, Enong, and Mitsai remained in Beijing, intersections with her relatives and friends in the city were inevitable. While a chance meeting with Ding Wenjing was manageable, a sudden encounter with her parents would jeopardize her advantage. Consequently, she had to contemplate how to introduce Enong and Mitsai to her parents. Chi-min had previously hesitated, knowing her parents would likely disapprove of her dating a delivery man. It wasn't that working in delivery was inherently bad. Rather, dating someone from a lower social strata would undoubtedly attract gossip from their peers. Moreover, having their daughter, who studied in the United States, involved with a non-purebred Asian partner was an odd and somewhat disreputable circumstance in itself. No matter how Enong viewed himself as a true Chinese and a communist, the visible differences would remain stark. Not to mention, there was Mitsai, their mixed-race daughter. If Mitsai were her biological child, the fact that Chi-min had a daughter with a foreigner during her PhD studies would be quite embarrassing and hard to believe. If she were to reveal the truth that Mitsai was adopted, her parents would likely think she had lost her mind, struggling with her own life while taking in an abandoned foreign child. If Chi-min had adopted an orphan from a poverty-stricken area in China, that would undoubtedly be seen as a commendable act of social responsibility. If the little girl were exceptionally adorable, people might even say she had struck gold. However, if the child were found in a developed country as metropolis, others might label her as an easy girl enamored with foreign trash, neglecting her own child, yet still having the leisure to adopt one. While such comments would be unsavory, it was unlikely anyone would voice them in front of Chi-min and her parents, yet nosy neighbors might think so. Chi-min pondered over her teacup for quite some time, concluding that this dilemma was temporarily unsolvable. In contrast, conducting experiments and writing papers seemed comparatively simpler. Thus, she picked up her notebook and began reviewing the results from the last rat water maze test. The footage captured by the camera mirrored her own observations, but transforming it into data suitable for statistical analysis required some effort, though not much. Chi-min swiftly completed the task. Afterwards, she logged onto WeChat, intending to check on Kuli's status. Like her, Kuli had been working late into the night on experiments, and she was curious about how he was faring. Upon messaging, Kuli replied shortly, "I just woke up at noon. I didn't go to the lab today, Shy." It seemed she was not the only one absent from the lab. Chi-min responded, "I didn't go either. No worries, I processed all the water maze data." Kuli sent a thumbs-up emoji, which Chi-min interpreted as a compliment to her dedication. Just as she was about to turn off her phone screen to integrate the graphs created in MATLAB into her paper, she noticed a message from Du Yalan, buried beneath several group notifications. Chi-min found it strange that Du Yalan suddenly reached out to her, only to discover it was an invitation to a reunion dinner with their high school classmates. It then struck her that Du Yalan had mentioned this during their last encounter. Curious about who would be attending, Chi-min inquired via WeChat. After nearly 10 minutes, Du Yalan replied with a lengthy list of names. Chi-min scanned through the names, noting that there were no close friends from high school, but given the small size of their year, she recognized everyone to some extent. This gathering felt somewhat awkward for Chi-min. There were neither strangers nor familiar faces, and since these individuals had never quite belonged to her social circle during high school, attending felt like merely crashing a meal. However, declining would be impolite. Reluctantly, she asked, "Are Zhang Songxue and Wei Siyue not coming?" Zhang Songxue and Wei Siyue were Chi-min's closest friends from school. Zhang Songxue had been her first desk mate when she entered middle school, a girl with striking looks whom Chi-min often referred to as her G-friend. Wei Siyue was a buddy from the adjacent class, thus another tale of a friend snatching away her G-friend. Yet, even though the friend-stealing buddy remained a buddy, having them both present would significantly alleviate Chi-min's social anxiety at formal events. However, Du Yalan replied, "They aren't coming. I asked Songxue, and they're both on a business trip in Hangzhou." There was no alternative then. Yet, Chi-min felt a twinge of discomfort when Du Yalan referred to Zhang Songxue simply as Songxue. True friends called her Song Song, so hearing someone else use the more formal name felt dismissive. Moreover, Chi-min recollected that Du Yalan had never been particularly fond of Zhang Songxue during high school, possibly out of jealousy over her looks, especially since a notably cool boy in their grade had a crush on her. However, those childish grievances were likely long forgotten. Now, it appeared Du Yalan was doing well, while Zhang Songxue, who studied architecture in college, was stuck working on construction sites. Likely not a life Du Yalan would envy. All right then, where is the gathering? Chi-min inquired. Du Yalan sent her the time and location, adding, "This is just a casual get-together, not too formal. Next time, we'll plan it on a holiday when more people can join." Even for an informal reunion, Chi-min was not particularly eager to attend. The fact that she was notified just a day before the gathering made her feel as though she was a last-minute addition, summoned only after someone else had dropped out. Nevertheless, she decided to go. After all, she had always relied on crashing social events back in high school. Since she would be crashing, she aimed to remain inconspicuous. Du Yalan hadn't mentioned anything about bringing a +1, which suited Chi-min just fine since she hadn't planned to bring Anong and Mitsai. Generally, high school classmates belonged to the same social class, and it was uncommon for people in their late 20s to already have children. To avoid drawing attention, Chi-min donned a long-sleeve plaid shirt that she had frequently worn during winter back in high school and even swapped her contact lenses for her old rectangular glasses. Back then, Chi-min sported a messy, layered short haircut that complemented this attire, rendering her the very epitome of a geek. Now, even a decade later, she still appeared as a socially detached bookworm in this outfit. As Chi-min departed from her home, Anong couldn't help but chuckle at her appearance. "You should wear a long trench coat." "Why?" Chi-min asked, somewhat puzzled, though she did enjoy wearing trench coats. "Well, don't exhibitionists usually dress like that?" Anong joked. "What exhibitionist? Do I really look that strange?" Chi-min shot back. "Please don't stereotype the socially anxious. Not everyone with social anxiety turns into a weirdo." She shot him an exasperated glance, and upon stepping outside, she overheard Mitsai asking her dad, "Daddy, what is an exhibitionist?" Chi-min lingered by the door, listening to Anong's explanation. "An exhibitionist is just someone who works at an exhibition." Mimi knows how to say exhibition in Chinese, right? Exhibition translates to, "Do you understand?" Chapter 51. Almost Straying. Chi-min took the subway to the gathering venue, which was a barbecue restaurant. It appeared rather casual, alleviating her social anxiety in formal settings to some extent. However, Chi-min arrived somewhat late. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, she discovered that most of the others were already present. She recognized nearly half of them as classmates she had not seen since graduation, and their reunion evoked a sense of surprise. In her memory, they were all vibrant, cool individuals who had even pierced their ears and tattooed themselves during high school. Yet now, many seemed to have aged considerably since her recollection. Indeed, regardless of how stylishly they once dressed, they were all nearing 30 now. Chi-min suddenly remembered that she had only graduated less than a year ago. While her high school classmates had been navigating the trials of society since their undergraduate days 6 or 7 years prior, truly, pursuing a PhD had slowed her down. Her former classmates recognized her with ease, despite her different hairstyle, as her current look was unmistakably reminiscent of her high school style. Nevertheless, whether as the high school Chi-min or the present-day version, she typically did not stand out in a crowd. Chi-min settled into a seat at the edge, quietly eating while listening to her unfamiliar classmates recount their recent experiences. Several of her high school peers had indeed made significant strides in their careers. Of course, it was likely that those who had fared poorly were simply absent from the reunion. Chi-min was uncertain whether her position as a PI at a technical university was commendable or not, but it was clear that her income as a lab PI fell short compared to her classmates now firmly established in their fields. Historically, those engaged in natural sciences either hailed from affluent backgrounds or had external funding. In essence, it was a costly endeavor, and few found wealth through this profession. After a lengthy meal of barbecued meat, her classmates excitedly transitioned to karaoke. For Chi-min, this activity felt akin to merely snacking on fruit on the sidelines. Although several former acquaintances, with whom she had once shared a degree of familiarity, encouraged her to join in singing, she remained unmoved. Just then, as Chi-min sat on the sofa enjoying a slice of cantaloupe, Wu Ling, freshly finished with her song, plopped down beside her, pouring beer as she asked, "Hey, Chi-min, why don't you go up and sing?" "I'll pass. My song choices are rather niche," Chi-min demurred. "It's all online now. You can find anything." Wu Ling laughed, playfully patting her hand as if coaxing a child. "Go on, it's all in good fun." Despite having been a geek in high school, Chi-min could discern that some people had ulterior motives. Wu Ling had been a classmate since middle school and often found ways to belittle her. Qi Min, unsure of the rationale behind this behavior, had intentionally avoided her. Now, Wu Ling clearly aimed to make Qi Min a spectacle, a geek who rarely sang karaoke, whose singing would likely be less than melodious. Regardless of her singing ability, Qi Min was resolute in her decision not to participate, responding, "I have a cold. My throat is sore, and I'd rather just listen." She coughed a couple of times, not entirely untruthfully, as she was indeed still recovering from her illness. This excuse failed to satisfy Wu Ling, who was about to further press her when Du Yalan called out, "Wu Ling, Zhang Wanghuai seems to be looking for you." In high school, Wu Ling had always stuck with Du Yalan, who was rumored to have harbored a crush on Zhang Wanghuai. However, truth be told, Qi Min did not know Zhang Wanghuai well and was unfamiliar with the gossip. Upon hearing his name, Wu Ling abandoned her pursuit of Qi Min, opting instead to seek out her former crush. Du Yalan took a seat beside Qi Min, grabbing the cup Wu Ling had just used to pour beer. "Ugh, I'm parched. Is this your cup? Mind if I take a sip?" "It belongs to Wu Ling," Qi Min replied. "Oh, that explains it." Du Yalan took a napkin from the coffee table to wipe the rim of the cup, leaving traces of lipstick. Qi Min glanced at the napkin, where the remnants of a youthful pink hue were evident. Wu Ling's overall attire today leaned towards a girlish pink, yet honestly, her looks paled in comparison to those of Du Yalan and Zhang Songxue, the class beauties. Her darker complexion did not exude youthfulness. Her color palette resembled that of a 28-year-old woman attempting to wear the clothes of someone 18, which was somewhat unbecoming. Nevertheless, as it was not a formal occasion, she was free to dress as she pleased. Qi Min returned her gaze to the cantaloupe, continuing to eat. "Stop it, you're nearly finishing the fruit platter," Du Yalan teased. Qi Min swallowed her bite of cantaloupe and set down her fork. "Oh really? I was just idly passing the time. Why are you still the same as before?" Sigh. Du Yalan looked at her, revealing a hint of an ambiguous smile. "There's a bit of a difference, I suppose." To avoid awkwardness, Qi Min forced a smile. "I never used to go to karaoke. Even now that you're here, you haven't sung," Du Yalan remarked, laughing as she poured 2 empty cups of beer. Handing one to Qi Min accepted the beer, but only took a small sip. She belonged to a genetic type that could not handle alcohol and had never forced herself to build a tolerance for health reasons. "Not drinking? Oh, right." Setting an example for the students, Du Yalan stated, naturally leaning closer, her hand draping over Qi Min's shoulder. This was undeniably uncomfortable. Qi Min shifted a few centimeters to the left, yet it was awkward to directly evade her. So she inquired, "What's wrong? Have you had too much to drink?" "Not at all. I haven't had any yet." Du Yalan suddenly leaned in closer, as if scrutinizing Qi Min's glasses. "These glasses seem to be the same ones you wore in high school. After all these years, they're still intact." Perhaps it was her perfume, or perhaps the scent of her clothing, or simply the aroma of her shampoo, but a delicate fragrance of roses mixed with fruit wafted about. Being so near, Qi Min could still discern that Du Yalan's features remained exquisite. Her long, curled eyelashes appeared genuine, and the color of her lipstick was strikingly vivid. Qi Min was known to be attracted to beauty, and many were likely aware of this. Du Yalan was indeed beautiful, and after her makeover, she looked even more stunning than before. Yet Qi Min truly felt it was utterly baffling for her to stray in such a manner. "Yalan, have you had too much to drink?" Qi Min gently disengaged Du Yalan's arm and shifted half a position to the left. "Shall I get you some cola?" "You're quite strange." Du Yalan leaned back on the sofa, smiling at her. "Are you still thinking about Songxue?" Qi Min was a bit perplexed by this logic. Did she really appear to resemble a pure lesbian? "No, Songxue has long since moved on. What does that have to do with me? If it doesn't then isn't it fine for me to find you?" Du Yalan took a sip from her beer, while everyone else immersed themselves in the joy of karaoke, oblivious to the conversation on the sofa. "Do you think I'm inferior to Zhang Songxue in some way?" Just the thought of comparing Du Yalan to Zhang Songxue made Qi Min uncomfortable. It wasn't that she particularly disliked Du Yalan. She was quite attractive, but Qi Min felt they were entirely different types of people. "I really have no interest," Qi Min replied helplessly, "and besides, you're not single anymore, are you?" Upon hearing this pointed observation, Du Yalan's expression immediately soured. She slammed her cup back onto the coffee table, muttering a dismissive remark before standing up and leaving. Qi Min could only feel more bewildered, but she continued to munch on another piece of cantaloupe from the fruit platter. Chapter 52. The Monkey Experiment. It was during an ordinary, casual gathering of classmates that Chi-min realized that Du Yalin's earlier insistence on attending the reunion was likely a pretext for her advances. Yet, why had Du Yalin singled her out? Their encounter at the shopping mall had been merely coincidental. Chi-min, possessing a degree of self-awareness, understood that her high school persona, characterized by a geekish charm, was hardly captivating enough to linger in the mind of a social butterfly like Du Yalin for a decade. Although it did not directly concern her, curiosity piqued within Chi-min. However, directly inquiring with Du Yalin was out of the question, and consulting Zhang Songxue and the others would likely yield no fruitful insights. Therefore, she decided to message another high school friend, Sun Huihui. Sun Huihui had maintained a cordial rapport with Du Yalin during their school days, possibly due to her petite and charming appearance, which might have stemmed from her being Jiang Wangwei's desk mate in middle school. Indeed, as Chi-min was returning home on the subway after leaving the karaoke bar, Sun Huihui called her on WeChat. "Hello, Chi-Chi, I was just thinking about when to tell you all about Du Yalin." "Oh, is this a significant matter?" Chi-min asked, somewhat astonished. "Not really, just an ordinary piece of gossip," Sun Huihui replied cheerfully. "The version I've heard goes like this. Du Yalin is at her university's film and drama academy, where many beautiful girls are courted by various big shots and rich heirs." "Oh?" Chi-min had indeed heard whispers regarding the academy. It is said that before graduating, Du Yalin found herself a wealthy boyfriend, but I've only heard rumors that this man deceived her into a threesome with another guy who was also presumably affluent. Sun Huihui lowered her voice, almost whispering into the phone's microphone. "I don't really know if they actually went through with it, but regardless, those two men were truly despicable." After that, Du Yalin quickly cycled through several boyfriends. I suspect nothing good transpired during that time. Wow, deceiving her into that is indeed quite vile. Chi-min couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, but Du Yalin later found a business magnate and is presumably married now. I've heard he's decent, albeit a bit older, Sun Huihui continued. However, I believe those earlier experiences must have inflicted considerable psychological harm on her. Subsequently, I heard she began dating women, though this is just what I gathered from other classmates. It appears her husband is completely unaware. So, this could be considered a form of self-therapy. Yet, regardless, it constitutes infidelity, especially since Du Yalin is already married. Chi-min reflected, typically indifferent to others' affairs, yet half-jokingly remarked. So that's the story. You've genuinely startled me today. What, did she approach you? Sun Huihui laughed, huh? Who would have thought? Chi-min joined in the laughter, playfully teasing the situation. While she understood that Du Yalin's circumstances were tragic, the peculiar gossip amused her. Perhaps it was a reminder that human sorrows and joys often remain unshared. Outsiders tend to find entertainment in the uncommon tragedies of others, viewing them without disturbance, even with a hint of curiosity. After 2 days of idleness, Chi-min finally returned to her laboratory to earnestly contemplate her cerebral model project. The animal experiments involving the 256-256-256 cerebral models had made significant strides, and she could almost publish her findings. Nonetheless, Chi-min felt that the evidence from the rat experiments regarding memory storage was somewhat lacking. Moreover, utilizing the water maze to demonstrate that the 256-256-256 microcerebral model could retain a rat's memory did not clarify whether the stored memories pertained specifically to the direction of the submerged platform. If she could conduct memory storage experiments using more complex animals such as cats or dogs, the evidence would be far more compelling. To this end, Chi-min made her way to the Rain Cloud Supercomputing Center to consult her collaborator, researcher Zhou Xiaoshan. Upon her arrival, Zhou Xiaoshan did not immediately delve into the matter at hand. Instead, she first escorted Chi-min to the cafeteria's top floor to enjoy lunch. During the meal, Chi-min felt relatively relaxed. Zhou Xiaoshan kindly remarked, "I've reviewed your current progress. I've always believed that your project might yield significant results. So, don't rush. Proving your hypothesis about memory storage using cats and dogs might be a bit juvenile. I think you should consider using crab-eating macaques. There's a team in Yunnan that specializes in them, and we're quite familiar with them. Crab-eating macaques have become a popular primate model in research. Yet Chi-min was entirely unfamiliar with their care. Crab-eating macaques, I'm not sure how to manage that, she admitted. You can hire someone to handle it, or even conduct the experiments here at Rain Cloud, Zhou Xiaoshan suggested. Our biology lab has ample space, making modifications easier. Chi-min hesitated. On one hand, there were financial concerns, and on the other, if she brought in personnel from other research groups, it would lead to an overwhelming number of co-authors on any resulting publication. Sensing Chi-min's apprehension, Zhou Xiaoshan chuckled. Bringing someone in to conduct the experiments would indeed be outsourced to a company, so you needn't worry about authorship issues. The team in Yunnan has a company dedicated to crab-eating macaques. That must cost quite a bit, Qi Min responded, as she was particularly wary of expenditures. The costs for the animal experiments related to the cerebral model project were already nearing their budget limits. However, Zhou Xiaoshan reassured her, you need not fret about the finances. I may not be able to assist much with the animal experiments, but I can draft a grant proposal. Given the results we've observed, securing funding for this application shouldn't be too difficult. Thank you so much. Qi Min expressed her gratitude immediately. Zhou Xiaoshan looked at her with mild surprise and chuckled. What else there to thank me for? This is our collaborative project, after all. Little Qi, you're a PI now. Try to be a bit more composed and not so excitable. Upon hearing this, Qi Min straightened in her chair, feeling a bit bashful as she smiled shyly. At times, she felt as though she had not yet fully graduated, with Zhou Xiaoshan acting as her current mentor or perhaps resembling a university counselor more closely. Yet, considering it from Zhou Xiaoshan's perspective, collaborating with a freshly graduated PI might also be somewhat taxing. Chapter 53. Conclusion of Assistance Researcher Zhou Xiaoshan contacted the team in Yunnan and secured a friendly price within the Chinese Academy of Sciences system, arranging for both personnel and macaques to conduct the experiments. However, given the use of such primates, it was only logical to test the full-size cerebral models as well. Considering that the data within the cerebral models needed to be cleared after each experiment, it was essential to first draft a code for data clearance. Due to the immense storage space occupied by the cerebral models, traversing the data took an excessive amount of time. Thus, Qi Min devised a plan, segmenting the cerebral model into 1024, 1024, 1024 regions based on the physical storage locations and inserting if statements to detect whether the data within each region had been modified. Consequently, upon completing an animal experiment, she could clear only the data from the regions flagged for modification rather than traversing the entire cerebral model. She initially implemented a detection system for the 160,616 segmented regions in her 256,256,256 microcerebral model and found the results satisfactory. Subsequently, she dedicated an entire day to writing the detection system for the full-size cerebral model, creating 1024, 1024, 1024 regions and testing it with random signals, which also yielded promising outcomes. After finalizing the arrangements for the crab-eating monkey experiment, Qi Min specifically invited Kuli out for a meal, seizing the opportunity to express her gratitude for his assistance with the rat experiments. As they savored the hot pot, Kuli remarked, "You are being overly polite. Ultimately, it was my boss who sent me here. I receive a salary and allowances, so this is hardly pro bono labor or selfless dedication. It's merely work." Despite this, Qi Min sincerely replied, "Nevertheless, you have been an immense help to me." "Well, you did promise to include my name in the publication, did you not?" Kuli chuckled. "The data is nearly complete, isn't it? Professor Zhou intends for us to conduct animal experiments on the crab-eating monkeys," Qi Min disclosed, not concealing any details regarding the experimental arrangements. "Oh, I've never worked with primates before." Kuli hesitated. "Neither have I," Qi Min said, retrieving the tripe from the copper pot. "Hence, we have outsourced that part of the experiment to specialists. By the way, it's being conducted at your Yin Center." "That's quite amusing." Kuli laughed. "I've been visiting you all this time, and soon it will be your turn to come to us." "Indeed, Yin Center is rather far from here." Qi Min agreed with a smile. "Shall I head back to Yin now?" Kuli raised his glass. "When you come to our side, I will treat you to a meal." "Sounds good, but you should also focus on your own research." Qi Min clinked her glass of cola with his. "I am still looking forward to benefiting from your publication." Kuli completed his preparations and returned to the Yuyun Computing Center in less than a week, presumably summoned by researcher Zhou Xiaoshan. On the day he left, the laboratory felt somewhat desolate, but the following day, Hua Weiming began arranging takeout with Qi Min's lab members, and the atmosphere seemed to revert to its pre-animal experimentation state. Furthermore, a heavy snowfall graced Beijing, and despite the imminent end of the semester, the campus remained vibrant with joy. A student organization took the opportunity to launch a snowman building contest with prizes, attracting many participants. Coincidentally, on this day, Qi Min, along with Wang Xian and Chen Linyu, joined Hua Weiming for lunch at the cafeteria, and on their way back, they joined in the festivities. They were not motivated by the desire to win grand prizes. They simply wished to build a snowman and receive a set of leaf bookmarks as souvenirs. One set comprising 4 bookmarks, perfectly matching their group of 4. However, Just as Chi Min was frolicking in the snow with the three doctoral students, she was spotted by Zhang Ziyong, who was clad in a black wool coat and a thick gray cashmere scarf, carrying a DSLR camera bag, suggesting he was not merely returning from lunch. Upon seeing Chi Min, he approached her, teasing, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so fond of that bit of fun." The first prize for the snowman contest was a semi-cooked cheesecake. Despite only being 3 boxes, their market value exceeded 100 yuan, which was quite a luxurious treat for an ordinary student organization. "Am I that desperate? I'm just out to enjoy some activity," Chi Min explained with a smile. Zhang Ziyong, with his hands in his pockets, approached them, casting a somewhat condescending glance at the 3 doctoral students beside Chi Min, before pointing at Hua Weiming and asking Chi Min, "Isn't this one from your lab?" His attitude was a bit dismissive, but it was not entirely unfounded given the context of PI-to-PI interactions, which were typically irrelevant to students. However, Hua Weiming and the others were unaware that Zhang Ziyong was a PI from the chemistry department and felt slightly offended. "This is Hua Weiming, a 4th-year doctoral student from the medical department," Chi Min cautiously introduced, aware of Hua Weiming's somewhat sensitive nature and feeling the need to protect him. Yet, Zhang Ziyong disregarded the distinction between departments and inquired, "What about that fellow from before? The one who could understand the ethical humor in the 3-body problem? Are you referring to Kuli? He is from the Yuyun Computing Center at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He came here to assist before returning," Chi Min clarified. "He was quite interesting," Zhang Ziyong joked after he left. "You must be dreadfully bored, resorting to playing in the snow." This comment struck Hua Weiming as quite unfriendly. Was he implying that Chi Min only found enjoyment in activities when Kuli was present? Unbeknownst to Zhang Ziyong, his remarks seemed to have a negative impact on others. As he continued, "I am heading to Taoranting to capture some snowy scenery. Since you appear so bored, would you care to join me? Afterwards, we could grab a bite at Nyojia, and since you're a local, you could help me avoid any pitfalls." Wang Xin felt a sense of wariness towards this suddenly appearing young man and couldn't help but ask Chi Min, "Shouldn't we stick to building snowmen? That's more of a first-year undergraduate activity." Zhang Ziyong seemed to be in high spirits and dismissed Wang Xin's interruption, adding, "Besides, I drive, so I can take your lab members along too. What do you say? Chi Min, are you in?" Chi Min was about to question why he wasn't inviting her lab members, but then recalled that Zhang Ziyong's lab members wouldn't fit in either of his 2 cars, and he had always preferred to maintain some distance from students. Perhaps mingling with students from other departments was acceptable, but he certainly needed to keep a certain decorum with his own students. However, Chen Linyu, her senior, quietly advised, "Let's skip the other lab members." Zhang Ziyong straightforwardly replied, "I can take 3 people comfortably, 4 would be too cramped." Seeing Chi Min still hesitating, he took the initiative to tug at her sleeve. "Come on, stop dawdling. Let's go, let's go. The others should hurry up." Chapter 54. Capturing snowy scenes. Zhang Ziyong's vehicle was a Volkswagen Magoden, a rather inexpensive model ubiquitous on the streets, even less luxurious than many postdocs' cars. However, given the modest salaries provided to PIs at Zhongji University, affording an expensive car was simply out of the question, leaving them to prioritize cost-effectiveness. Nevertheless, having a car was already a step up compared to Chi Min. Zhang Ziyong drove Chi Min, Wang Xin, and Chen Linyu to the vicinity of Taoranting Park, parking in the spaces of nearby old residential complexes, and then the 4 entered the park. The snowy landscape of Taoranting was indeed deserving of its reputation, especially as light snowflakes drifted down, creating a somewhat ethereal, ink-wash painting ambience, with the visibility reduced. Despite being situated in the city, the light snow blurred the outlines of the surrounding buildings, making it feel as if they were truly amidst a pastoral scene. Evidently, Zhang Ziyong had done his homework, as he quickly established his shooting route upon entering the park. Chi Min had visited this place numerous times in her childhood, and nothing felt novel anymore. She simply followed his lead. In contrast, Wang Xin and Chen Linyu were quite bewildered, even uncertain about the relationship between this man and their senior, so they continued to trail behind in confusion. The Huaxiao Mingting Garden at Taoranting Park had replicas of 11 historically significant pavilions from various regions, constructed to a 1:1 scale, including the famous Zuowang Pavilion that many had studied in high school. Upon reaching the Zuowang Pavilion, Zhang Ziyong requested Chi Min to take a photo of him. He probably assumed that being a novice, her photography skills would be subpar, but upon seeing the photo, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Your framing skills are quite impressive." "Of course, I've dabbled in DSLR photography myself," Chi Min replied with a smile. "You don't pursue it anymore?" Zhang Ziyong asked. "I can't afford it now. I used to use my parents' DSLR when I was in school, but now, with my own salary, It's beyond my means, Min shook her head. It's just casual fun. Photography is an art. It's not solely about the equipment, Zhang Zhiyong remarked with a rather laid-back attitude. By the way, Min, why not invite your old brother over? Old brother? Min was taken aback for a moment before realizing whom Zhang Zhiyong was referring to. She couldn't help but laugh. You call him old brother? You're much older than him, you know. Is that so? Zhang Zhiyong raised an eyebrow. How can that be? We are the same age, and I am significantly older than your boyfriend. Min realized that her additional role was certainly inappropriate. Yet it remained a fact that she was 3 years older than Zhang Zhiyong. Not too much, just 3 years. Oh, so he is 3 years younger than you? Zhang Zhiyong teased her. But when it comes to gaming, he is remarkably steady, whereas you fall far short. Min was tempted to argue that Anong was not steady at all. Rather, his Mandarin proficiency had yet to reach a level where he could fully express his real-time emotions, which was why he was rather silent during games. Moreover, as he was responsible for driving the vehicle, with Min providing cover, he seldom encountered unexpected situations. What, you don't want to show us a thing or two? Zhang Zhiyong inquired again. Min was reluctant to invite Anong, despite her inner desire to flaunt her boyfriend's extraordinary looks. However, explaining Andong's identity and profession to others was cumbersome for her. Besides, after kindergarten dismissal in the afternoon, Anong still needed to pick up Mitsai for dinner. He's busy. Let's just skip the meeting, Min politely declined, adding that they could play games together later that evening. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiyong, an avid gossip enthusiast, became even more intrigued. What are you hiding? Is he not presentable? No worries, even if he lacks in looks. I would still be impressed simply because he is your boyfriend. This remark made it seem as though Min were some kind of monster. Was it truly that difficult to have a good-looking boyfriend? Nevertheless, even when merely speaking about Andong's appearance, she could not help but boast. There's no way he is unattractive. To be honest, I bet you haven't encountered anyone as stunning as him in your life. Talk is cheap, Zhang Zhiyong chuckled. If he can't come, could you at least show us a picture? This is my boyfriend. Do you think I would just show a picture on demand? Min firmly refused. No pictures? Then we'll resort to referring to Song Xiaobao, Zhang Zhiyong jested. Then go see Song Xiaobao, Min retorted. My boyfriend's looks are private information. They do not belong to the public domain. How stingy, Zhang Zhiyong remarked. I suppose I can ask for a photo myself then. Previously, when Min was burning the midnight oil on her experiments, Anong had added Zhang Zhiyong on WeChat to inquire about Min's whereabouts. In fact, Zhang Zhiyong had helped Min and Anong even in the dead of night, as Anong was somewhat familiar with him, albeit they had never met in person. However, Min merely commented on Zhang Zhiyong's notion of asking others for photos. He would think you're out of your mind. What if I trade my photo for his? Zhang Zhiyong suggested. Yet, Min countered, don't even think about it. I fear he might send you a picture so handsome that you wouldn't know how to face it. Min's remark about being unable to face such looks made Wang Xian and Chen Linyu chuckle. To be fair, Zhang Zhiyong's appearance was rather ordinary. He wore a pair of oval thin-frame glasses, embodying the quintessential image of a typical science and engineering student. Beyond being slightly taller, he had no remarkable features. His looks were clearly not a point of pride, but to bluntly state that he was unattractive was a bit excessive. However, Zhang Zhiyong likely understood what kind of person Min was. If a beauty enthusiast was praising her boyfriend's looks, it indicated that those looks might genuinely be exceptional. Hearing Wang Xian and Chen Linyu laugh, he turned around jokingly and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." "Nothing at all," Wang Xian quickly shook her head. "Nothing at all is right," Zhang Zhiyong said earnestly. Young people should focus on their research, not spend all day thinking about relationships and gaming. If you neglect your studies, how can you publish papers and graduate? They're only in their first year. Graduation is far off, Min interjected. No rush in the first year. Play around in the second year, coast through the third, but by the fourth year, it becomes critical. By the fourth year of a PhD, if your research isn't nearly done, you might not graduate normally in the fifth year. Zhang Zhiyong spoke with conviction on this point. He had not faced such issues during his doctoral studies, especially since he published in Science at the age of 25. However, this point weighed heavily on Wang Xian and Chen Linyu. Min, not wanting to engage in frivolous activities while feeling anxious, shifted the topic. Why bring this up? Zhiyong, could you take a photo of the three of us? It would count as one of our lab activities. To showcase this photo, Min had even created a website, realizing that her lab previously lacked an online presence. No wonder no one had ever emailed her school account in such a long time. Chapter 55. Undergraduates. After Chi Min completed her website, she reported it to the School of Science. The faculty member managing the website added the biology department's bioinformatics laboratory site to the department's page, thus granting Chi Min a sense of ownership over her lab's online presence. However, since she had not published any significant articles and her lab had few members, with only one photo to showcase, Chi Min did not promote it widely after the website launched. Although she hoped to attract attention to her research, she feared being perceived as a pitiable individual compelled to promote her work on social media. Yet perhaps due to the well-designed nature of Chi Min's website, or perhaps coincidentally aligning with the preferences of undergraduates for new PIs, on the third day after the website went live, a fourth-year undergraduate from the biology department emailed Chi Min, inquiring about the possibility of conducting his graduation project in her laboratory. Upon seeing the email, Chi Min felt a flutter of excitement. This should be the first student to come to her lab purely out of interest in her research, right? After all, Wang Xin and Chen Linyu were merely borrowed from their supervising professor. Though their own willingness was undoubtedly considered, there was still a significant element of arrangement involved. However, as a PI, she could not appear too elated. Chi Min replied to the fourth-year undergraduate named by Rome, scheduling a meeting in her office on Thursday afternoon. Since Wang Xin and Chen Linyu's arrival, Chi Min had seldom utilized her office. Yet, to avoid the potential teasing of the junior by the two of them, she felt it necessary to make use of the office space for this meeting. On Wednesday night, Chi Min pondered for quite some time about what tasks to assign to this undergraduate if he came. The undergraduates at Zhongji University were quite competent, and since they were required to take C programming, they would likely be capable of handling some experimental work. However, this also depended on the students' personal preferences, as many biology majors were reluctant to engage in dry experimental work. If he had focused on wet lab experiments during his first 3 years, it would be inappropriate to force him into dry experiments for his graduation project. Ultimately, after Anong returned to the master bedroom with Mitsai, sound asleep, Chi Min suddenly realized that the graduation projects of undergraduates at Zhongji University were often rather lax. This fourth-year student likely wouldn't invest too much effort in her lab. In essence, a graduation project was merely an experience for undergraduates to get a taste of future research life, right? Thus, she thought it best to take him to the Rain Cloud Computing Center a few times. This way, the young man could appreciate the enormous costs associated with supercomputers, experience the arduousness of having to run back and forth due to experimental space constraints, and also observe the complexities involved in conducting primate model experiments. If he witnessed all this and still chose to pursue graduate studies after graduation, that would demonstrate remarkable determination on his part. Given the high investment and low returns, pure theoretical research often involved laboriously conducting experiments while having to navigate the opinions of others. When seeking funding from the government, they would complain about the lack of applied results. When asking companies for assistance, they would grumble about insufficient funding and negotiate aggressively. Even if they managed to find a kind collaborator like researcher Zhou Xiaoshan, there were still limitations to physically relocating two labs together. To speak frankly, running back and forth within the same city is manageable. However, if a collaborator is overseas, sending a sample may take at least a week. Chi Min lay on her bed, with the television flickering in front of her, yet her thoughts were consumed by matters concerning the laboratory, rendering her unable to focus on the screen. Anton removed the latex hair tie from his hair and casually inquired, "Why are you lying down so early?" "There's no urgency, and I'm too lazy to move," Chi Min replied tersely. "Want to play some games?" Anton asked. "Forget it." Chi Min yawned, playing with her phone, which slipped from her grasp and landed with a thud, causing her nose to ache. Anton settled at the edge of her bed, observing her for a moment before suggesting, "How about I give you a back massage?" This proposal took Chi Min by surprise. During her doctoral studies, she would often spend 12 hours in the lab, returning home utterly exhausted, and would demand Anton to cater to her needs, serving her tea and giving massages. Yet, back then, Anton was even more fatigued from work and would pay her no mind. Now, however, he had spontaneously offered to massage her back, which left Chi Min feeling astonished. "Do you have an ulterior motive?" She turned and asked. "Not really. After sitting all day in the lab, doesn't your back get stiff?" Anton queried, puzzled. "I'm actually fine. I rarely spend several hours hunched over doing experiments anymore." Chi Min hesitated, then added, "But it's a bit strange that when I genuinely needed a massage before, you wouldn't help, and now you're the one offering." Anton retorted, "I was much more tired back then. Taking care of Mimi was exhausting enough, let alone tending to you." It dawned on Chi Min. "So, you're quite idle now, aren't you? Feeling restless?" Hearing this, Anton rolled his eyes at her. Are you looking for trouble? I'm kindly offering to massage you. And somehow that translates to idleness? No, Chi-Min realized her phrasing had gone awry. What I meant was, don't you find it unusual to be at home all day? Do you think I enjoy scooting around aimlessly? Anton frowned. Finally, I can have a proper rest. Why would I feel out of place? Do you think I have a masochistic tendency? Chi-Min suddenly recognized that she couldn't apply gender stereotypes to Anton. Upon reflection, his original plan had been to lead a life as a sous chef, waking up at 10 in the morning and working 8 hours, with 2 or 3 of those hours free due to a lack of customers. But instead, he had been forced into the role of a delivery person, running around from dawn till dusk. If he were to find honor in working for capitalists under such conditions, he would indeed have masochistic inclinations. Of course not, Chi-Min laughed, but with Mimi off to kindergarten, what do you do at home? I prepare ingredients for lunch in the morning, dinner in the afternoon, and breakfast at night. Anton replied matter-of-factly. Otherwise, do you think what you eat is conjured by magic? Chi-Min found herself momentarily stumped, realizing that even with Mimi away, there were indeed numerous tasks to attend to. Although Anton claimed to be resting, he could hardly lounge on the sofa all day as she sometimes did. Noticing her lack of movement, Anton asked again, do you still want a massage? A massage isn't necessary. Chi-Min replied languidly, I think we could engage in something more delightful. Oh, all right. Anton began to untie his loungewear, but then paused, standing up to secure the door latch. Unlocking the door doesn't enhance soundproofing, Chi-Min pointed out. However, Anton replied, as long as Mimi doesn't come in unexpectedly, it's fine. Well, that works. Chi-Min thought to herself that their parenting methods were rather lax. Yet, she considered that perhaps she could use this as an excuse to stuff a towel into Anton's mouth, which only heightened her excitement. Chapter 56. The following the next day, Chi-Min arrived at the laboratory, spending the morning liaising with the company regarding the crab-eating macaque research group's experiments. At noon, she shared takeout with Wang Xian and Chen Linyu. As soon as they finished eating, the two hurried off to attend to their experiments, while Chi-Min waited in her seldom-used office for a fourth-year undergraduate student to arrive. At the appointed time of 2 o'clock, a senior named by Rong indeed appeared. This young man had a distinctive style, wearing a baseball shirt and jeans in the dead of winter, his hair curled, but looking rather unkempt as if he hadn't had a haircut in months. Chi-Min invited him to sit and began to inquire about his background. He was a biology major in his 4th year, which was already known. At the technical university, the undergraduate program did not have specialized tracks, but the courses he had previously taken were mostly in cellular and molecular biology, with limited knowledge of bioinformatics. Chi-Min asked, why do you want to join a bioinformatics lab for your thesis? Rong responded, I just want to understand computer technology. Are you looking to transition to computer science? Chi-Min speculated casually. The young man hesitated, but eventually nodded. It was quite common for biology students to want to switch to computer science. After all, the biology field was labor-intensive and not particularly lucrative. Chi-Min had no strong objections. She simply remarked, I'm not entirely sure what the requirements are for switching to computer science, but having only taken C language, isn't it a bit challenging to transition now? Rong contemplated for a moment before saying, I want to first explore bioinformatics to see if I can handle research related to computer science. Chi-Min considered this. Although he wished to engage in experiments, the core experimental work of her project could not be handed over to someone else. Besides, for the remaining wet lab experiments, Wang Xian and Chen Linyu had sufficient manpower for the EPS cell work, and Rong had no experience with animal experiments, making it unsuitable to assign him any tasks there. Therefore, she decided to stick to the original plan and introduce this young man to the Cloud Computing Center. Well, here's the thing. Our lab's informatics work is quite complex, and it's unlikely we can teach you how to do it in a short time. However, we collaborate with researcher Zhou Xiaoshan at the Cloud Computing Center, and we need someone to liaise with them. I've been handling that lately, so you can accompany me a few times to observe, Chi-Min explained. Our school's bioinformatics program is still relatively weak, but the Cloud Center has numerous projects in this field. I think it could be beneficial for you to familiarize yourself with it. Chi-Min's reasoning was sound, and as the principal investigator, it was within her authority to assign tasks to undergraduate students for their thesis work. Rong likely felt that shadowing a teacher on a project wouldn't be too difficult and would provide him with valuable experience, so he agreed. They quickly reached an understanding, and Chi-Min added Rong on WeChat, including him in the lab's group chat before sending him on his way. The following afternoon, the company representatives from Yunnan arrived in Beijing to scout the Cloud Computing Center. Chi-Min summoned her new undergraduate, Rong, and together they exited the campus to take the subway. After leaving the lab, they rode their bicycles to the campus entrance, then switched to shared bikes to reach the subway station. This entire process took over 10 minutes. Upon reaching the subway station, just as Chi Min was about to enter, Bai Rong mentioned that he didn't have a transportation card. Chi Min was puzzled. How could you not have a card? Given that a lesser-known institution, like the Technical University Wun Ti, attract many out-of-town students. And Bai Rong was a local. She never anticipated that a local student would lack a local transportation card. Teacher Chi, I haven't taken public transport since graduating high school, Bai Rong replied candidly. Chi Min casually pondered why they did not take the bus or subway, only to suddenly realize that it was likely because attending university no longer necessitated daily commutes. When she returned home, it was either because she lived nearby and could ride a bike, or she had someone to drive her. Yet, looking at her, it was evident that she had already become a principal investigator, renting a place several kilometers away, while still hesitating to purchase a car. Can I borrow your card? She asked. Chi Min intentionally bypassed the question of why they didn't take public transport. Bai Rong took her card and, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Then how do you travel? You can scan the QR code on the subway app, Chi Min replied, pulling out her phone to open the Beijing subway Yaitongxing app and scanning it at the turnstile. Note, the original Yaitongxing app had updated to Yaitongxing, something I only discovered today. Usually, I overlook such updates while taking the subway. Having ridden the subway daily, she naturally mastered various methods for purchasing tickets. Bai Rong swiped her card to enter the station, following Chi Min down to the platform. After a considerable wait, they boarded the subway, naturally without seats available. Standing beside Chi Min, Bai Rong could not help but ask, Teacher Chi, does it take long to get to the Yun Computing Center? About an hour and a half, Chi Min responded. Why not drive there? Bai Rong continued to inquire. Chi Min, feeling shy about admitting she could not afford a car, simply fabricated a response, driving is quite troublesome, and besides, I don't know how to drive. Not knowing how to drive was a valid excuse. It wasn't particularly surprising for a young female PI to lack driving skills. After all, this unique group of scientists often had their peculiarities in the eyes of the general populace. Even if Chi Min claimed she simply enjoyed riding the subway, it was unlikely anyone would doubt the authenticity of her statement. Bai Rong resigned himself to standing on the subway. Chi Min was uncertain whether this young man could drive. But even if he could, she wouldn't dare treat an undergraduate as a temporary chauffeur. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward, especially given the extended duration of their ride. Chi Min felt that she and Bai Rong were not particularly familiar with each other, and due to their differing statuses, there was little to discuss. Prompting her to seek some distraction, she awakened her phone screen and, inexplicably, opened a Battle Royale mobile game, soon discovering that Zhang Zhiyong was still online. It seemed this promising young talent from the chemistry department spent his days hidden away in his office, likely to sneak in some mobile gaming. Chi Min casually clicked to spectate Zhang Zhiyong and, out of the corner of her eye, noticed Bai Rong glancing at her phone screen. Playing a game in front of an undergraduate felt somewhat inappropriate, yet the absence of alternative activities made it hard to resist. Chi Min believed maintaining a silent, awkward atmosphere was more detrimental than playing a game. So she asked Bai Rong, Do you play Battle Royale? Perhaps the question sounded too much like baiting. As the young man hesitated and replied, sometimes. I guess. If you're interested, shall we team up for a match? Chi Min suggested calmly. Bai Rong looked at her in surprise before decisively pulling his phone from his coat pocket. Chapter 57. Subway teaming up. In addition to bringing Bai Rong along, Chi Min certainly wanted to include Zhang Zhiyong in their team. Both she and Bai Rong donned their headphones and opened the voice chat. As soon as they connected, Zhang Zhiyong inquired, Oh, who is this? Letting loose freestyle, that is quite a wild name. This is our lab's new undergraduate, Bai Rong, here for his senior thesis, Chi Min introduced. Cough, cough. Zhang Zhiyong cleared his throat and shifted to a serious tone he reserved for addressing students. Pleased to meet you. However, despite his attempt to sound aloof, the mere fact that he was teaming up to play games with other PIs and undergraduates during work hours indicated he was far less serious than he appeared. Chi Min also introduced Bai Rong to their teammate. Bai Rong, this is Associate Professor Zhang Zhiyong from the chemistry department. Aware that Zhang Zhiyong preferred to keep a distance from students, she included his title as a sign of respect. It was noteworthy that while Zhang Zhiyong was the same age as Chi Min, he had already attained the rank of Associate Professor, whereas she had just begun her tenure track. Bai Rong, upon hearing this, expressed surprise. Oh, you're Professor Zhang? I took your physical chemistry course last semester. Zhang Zhiyong clearly couldn't recall him. It was understandable. His class likely had 50 or 60 students. and Zhang Zhiyong was not one to pay much attention to lecturing. Hence, he wouldn't remember the names of ordinary students. Nonetheless, he asked, "How did you do on your final exam?" "I got A.B." Byron replied somewhat sheepishly. While A.B. was generally considered average, Zhang Zhiyong responded, "That is not too bad. Students from your department often overlook physical chemistry. The highest grade I've seen is an A. I've already brought this up with the department head." Then, seemingly to cut off any further speculation, he added, "Of course, grade adjustments are out of the question." This suggested that Zhang Zhiyong harbored some one-sided grievances against the biology students in his class. However, it made sense regarding physical chemistry. Its relevance to the biology specialty was minimal. Students in the biology department likely only chose the course to fulfill credit requirements. It was surprising that a young PI like Zhang Zhiyong would hold students' grades against them. Yet even if he had marked down grades, it did not imply any bias against undergraduates from the biology department. Before the game began, Zhang Zhiyong teased Byron, "I hope your skills in this game aren't limited to AB." Byron's gaming skills were decent. At his age, he likely played shooting games like CS during elementary and middle school, making him relatively adept. Moreover, many people played Battle Royale games nowadays, even if they hadn't previously been gamers, as they were often introduced to them by classmates. What surprised him was that his lab supervisor and the professor, who taught their physical chemistry class, were even better at the game than he was. With only one stranger in their four-person team, who initially didn't parachute with them, Chi-Min and Zhang Zhiyong landed in an isolated area, thoroughly looting houses and exchanging supplies before moving to another area to find a vehicle, executing the entire operation seamlessly, clearly demonstrating their experience. Byron, following his lab supervisor in the game, felt hesitant to speak too much. Initially, he considered pretending to be less skilled to appear dedicated to studying and not gaming much. However, upon observing Zhang Zhiyong and Chi-Min playing earnestly, strategizing over winning and losing, he had no choice but to adjust his attitude and cooperate with their tactics. However, the subway was indeed not the most suitable place for gaming. When they reached the transfer station, Chi-Min reminded Byron to disembark, but he inadvertently exposed half of his body from behind cover, failing to retract in time, resulting in being shot in the head by an enemy from afar. Fortunately, this shot revealed the enemy's position, and Zhang Zhiyong seized the opportunity to fire 2 shots at the one who had eliminated Byron. Perhaps due to his lack of a sniper scope or simply a slip of the hand, his first shot missed the head, and the second shot failed to hit due to the enemy's movement. While he was aiming at the distant enemy, one of the nearby foes circled around and eliminated Zhang Zhiyong. Seeing that she was the only one left and caught in a chaotic battle involving at least 3 teams, Chi-Min decided to find a spot to remain concealed, redirecting her focus to the subway transfer. Upon arriving at the transfer platform, she checked her phone again, realizing she was still within the safe zone and her position had not been exposed, with only 2 players remaining alive. Thus, she moved to the opposite corner, threw a smoke grenade, and quietly crouched down. Moments later, enemy footprints appeared on the map, and as Chi-Min nestled by the window, she aimed for a headshot and successfully secured a victory. In this match of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Byron witnessed Chi-Min's almost divine skills. However, in the subsequent match, due to a poor choice of parachuting location, they failed to survive the early game and lost 3 members before even breaking into the top 10. Chi-Min, accustomed to conserving resources and gathering equipment in the early stages, was able to later secure a suitable weapon and find an advantageous position. Although engaging directly based on skill was not out of the question, psychologically, she habitually avoided direct confrontations. Yet, if an early melee broke out and their positions were already compromised, the more one shied away from conflict, the quicker their demise would be. This pattern mirrored her reality. Social anxiety in formal settings was, in essence, a rejection of confronting difficulties head-on. Nevertheless, Chi-Min felt that during her 6 months as a principal investigator, she had undergone considerable change. At the very least, she could now engage in lighthearted banter over the phone with the personnel from the Yunnan-based crab-eating monkey experimentation company. Recalling the ongoing crab-eating monkey project, Chi-Min bid farewell to Zhang Zhiyong and, after exiting the game, turned to Byron, saying, "We are almost at our destination. Once we arrive at the Rain Cloud Center, please refrain from tampering with anything there. This visit is primarily for you to observe. You won't need to engage in any specific tasks." Byron nodded, realizing that his lab supervisor was indeed quite approachable. Chi-Min succinctly briefed him on the current situation. She had invited the company conducting the crab-eating monkey experiments from Yunnan to perform animal trials here. The experimental facilities at the Rain Cloud Center were ready, but they still needed the company to transport the necessary equipment and monkeys. This marked the company's first visit to the Rain Cloud Center, mainly to assess if the prepared laboratory could meet their needs. Chi Min, the principal investigator of the Brain-Computer Interface project, along with her collaborator, researcher Zhou Xiaoshan, was to be present to discuss relevant matters. To secure a favorable discount, they might also need to treat the company personnel to a meal. However, Zhou Xiaoshan had informed Chi Min that as a benefit for employees at the Rain Cloud Center, their meal cards could be used at many nearby restaurants, which not only provided discounts, but also simplified the reimbursement process. Thus, Chi Min was relieved that she would not have to cover the meal expenses, even if the savings were modest. Chapter 58. Engineer Chi Min brought by Rome to the Rain Cloud Computing Center, where the personnel from the Yunnan crab-eating monkey experimentation company had already arrived. Researcher Zhou Xiaoshan was leading them to view the laboratory that had been allocated for the experiments. Upon seeing Chi Min ascend the staircase, Zhou Xiaoshan paused and introduced her to the two company representatives. This is our project leader, Professor Chi Min. Although they had enjoyed light-hearted conversation over the phone, Chi Min felt a twinge of awkwardness in their presence and hurriedly approached to shake hands with the guests. She noted that the younger man wore a visitor badge that read Sales Manager, Lu Jingtian, likely the individual with whom she had communicated. The older gentleman's badge identified him as Engineer Yu Qinglong, presumably the expert responsible for the laboratory equipment. Behind Zhou Xiaoshan stood a tall young man, likely a doctoral student or another staff member from her lab. However, as Zhou Xiaoshan did not introduce him, Chi Min remained unaware of his identity. Yet, it mattered little. What was crucial was to ensure that the company representatives, particularly the engineer, were well taken care of. Chi Min accompanied Zhou Xiaoshan as they guided the sales manager and engineer through the laboratory. Upon reaching the designated lab at the Rain Cloud Center, sales manager Lu Jingtian remained silent, while engineer Yu Qinglong surveyed the room and remarked, "It looks adequate. How do you plan to conduct this? Brain-computer interface?" Just as Chi Min was about to respond, Zhou Xiaoshan interjected, "The experimental procedures should have been sent to you already, correct? I have reviewed the procedures, but I still lack clarity on how you plan to execute the experiment based solely on the written materials," the engineer replied. "Would you like to see a demonstration of the specific experimental operations?" Chi Min inquired. "That won't be necessary," the engineer replied briskly. "Since I am unsure of the precise surgical procedures involved in your experiment, I cannot arrange the placement of the equipment accordingly. A brief overview will suffice." Zhou Xiaoshan turned to the tall young man accompanying her and instructed, "Xu Jiang, please fetch Ko Li." Chi Min initially thought a brief explanation would suffice. However, since Zhou Xiaoshan was calling for Ko Li, it would indeed be more beneficial to have the individual responsible for the operations present. The Rain Cloud Center's laboratories were designed for dry experiments, which could be halted easily, so Ko Li arrived promptly. Zhou Xiaoshan briefly explained the situation to him, and he proceeded to detail the procedure for connecting the corpus callosum interface to the rat's brain, interspersing the explanation with discussions and clarifications. Ultimately, the engineer stated, "This laboratory alone will not suffice. The monkey must be connected in a separate surgical room, and then brought to another room for the experiment. Otherwise, you will not be able to differentiate between the sterile and non-sterile zones." "Yes, it seems that way." Chi Min hesitated, glancing at Zhou Xiaoshan. Zhou Xiaoshan replied, "Behavioral experiments have relatively low requirements for renovations, so we can conduct them on the public platform in the basement. You should assess whether this laboratory can be transformed into a surgical suite." "That should be manageable," the engineer quickly responded. "I'll arrange for our equipment to be transported." "When will the instruments you ordered arrive?" Zhou Xiaoshan looked at the young man beside her, who replied, "Oh, most of them have already arrived. Only some imported supplies are still clearing customs. They should arrive by next Thursday." The engineer nodded. "Once our technicians arrive, we can begin moving the equipment into the laboratory." He glanced at Zhou Xiaoshan, then at the young sales manager accompanying him, and suggested, "Shall we proceed in this manner?" Zhou Xiaoshan replied calmly, "Yes. Let's leave it at that for today. It's nearly mealtime, and there are several excellent restaurants nearby. I have already made reservations." Chi Min, along with Byron and Zhou Xiaoshan's small group, arrived at a Yunnan cuisine restaurant near the Rain Cloud Computing Center. Yunnan cuisine is not particularly popular in Beijing, likely a consideration for the engineer's palate. However, during the meal, Chi Min learned that engineer Yu Qinglong was not from Yunnan, but from Shaanxi. He had transitioned to the Yunnan project due to his previous work within the Chinese Academy of Sciences system, where the local research team had established a company. Regardless of their origins, Everyone could appreciate Yunnan cuisine. Nevertheless, since there were outsiders at the table, Chi Min felt somewhat uneasy during the meal, which in turn made Bai Rong, her subordinate, even more anxious. As an undergraduate male, Bai Rong typically had a robust appetite, but observing his supervisor's meticulous eating habits, he hesitated to indulge, spending nearly 20 minutes on a single scoop of pineapple rice. At the table, only Zhou Xiaoshan engaged in conversation with the engineer regarding the experiment, while even the younger sales manager remained silent. The tall young man accompanying Zhou Xiaoshan turned out to be her lab's administrator. Due to the hierarchy, he too merely ate quietly. Chi Min was already unaccustomed to such settings, responding only when Zhou Xiaoshan addressed her. Halfway through the meal, Chi Min excused herself to the restroom for a brief escape. Once inside, she opened her phone to find a message from Ko Li on WeChat. Are the people coming to see the laboratory the ones you invited for the crab-eating monkey project? Yes, what's the matter? Chi Min replied. The experiment has yet to commence, yet the setup seems rather ambitious, Ko Li responded. Chi Min initiated a WeChat voice call, and when Ko Li answered, he asked, do you need any assistance? No. I just wanted to mention, Chi Min hesitated. The crab-eating monkey experiment may require your oversight. Why? Do you think the company is unreliable? Ko Li inquired. No. They are quite professional, but they likely have their own experimental methods. I fear that the technicians may alter the processes themselves, Chi Min elucidated. So it might be necessary for you to clarify that certain aspects cannot be modified. That is no problem. Ko Li promptly agreed, jokingly adding, if you succeed with this project, you must include my name, right? Then I shall certainly pay great attention to it, wouldn't I? Chi Min genuinely felt that Ko Li had been immensely helpful with the project, although she certainly intended to ensure her position as the first author among the co-authors, while also being the last corresponding author. Perhaps she could offer Ko Li the position of second co-author. However, since this was merely an idea without any solid foundation yet, Chi Min refrained from disclosing it to Ko Li at that moment, to avoid any potential embarrassment should it not come to fruition. She simply replied, that is indeed the case, and added, by the way, we have a new undergraduate in the lab, a senior working on their thesis, who might visit the Ian Center a few times. Would you be willing to help guide the junior? Ko Li proactively suggested, that is fine with me. I truly appreciate your help. Chi Min expressed her gratitude immediately. It's no trouble at all. After all, you've treated me to a meal, Ko Li replied with a smile. Chapter 59. Late-night snack. When Chi Min and Bai Rong departed from the Yuyuan Computing Center, they found themselves in a state of mild hunger. Chi Min noticed that her companion had not consumed much at the dining table, so upon exiting the subway station, she directed him towards a nearby McDonald's. Bai Rong, you didn't eat enough, did you? The cafeteria is likely out of food by now. Let us grab some fast food. Bai Rong was somewhat surprised that his supervisor would treat him to a meal, initially considering declining, but his hunger ultimately led him to accompany Chi Min into McDonald's. He ordered the most basic spicy McChicken meal, with a cola without ice, while Chi Min merely opted for a medium fries. As they settled down in McDonald's, Bai Rong observed Chi Min leisurely consuming her fries and could not help but inquire, Teacher Chi, why are you only having fries? I'm not particularly accustomed to fast food, and I have other food waiting for me at home, Chi Min replied, having already messaged Dong to prepare some late-night snacks. She had had her fill of fast food while in America, and the current cold weather made her long for something warm to drink upon returning home. Hearing that his supervisor had food awaiting her at home elicited a tinge of envy in Bai Rong. However, as an undergraduate who could not simply return home, he had to settle for fast food, bowing his head to quietly consume his spicy McChicken. While Chi Min munched on her fries and observed Bai Rong sipping his cola, she suddenly heard someone call out to her from her right. Number 2? Recognizing the voice, she turned to see Hua Weiming approaching. Oh, what a surprise to see you here, Chi Min greeted him. Hua Weiming, also carrying a tray, appeared to have just finished purchasing a late-night snack and was looking for a place to sit. He approached Chi Min's table and casually inquired, who is this? This is Bai Rong, an undergraduate working on his thesis in our lab. Chi Min introduced them to each other, adding, this is Hua Weiming, a fourth-year doctoral student from the medical department. Bai Rong was puzzled as to why his supervisor was so familiar with a doctoral student from the medical field, but he still politely greeted, hello, senior. Hua Weiming merely nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Chi Min and asking, it's quite late. Why are you taking him out for a meal? And what brings you here? Chi Min countered. The school cafeteria has run out of food, Hua Weiming replied. I just finished some work. We're in a similar situation, Chi Min chuckled. This exchange suggested that their meeting was not due to any personal connection, which seemed to lighten Hua Weiming's mood somewhat. Would you mind sharing a table? He asked. Please, go ahead, Chi Min replied nonchalantly. Hua Weiming sat beside Bai Rong, took a sip of his cola, and asked, how is your project progressing? It's going all right, Chi Min answered lightly. The experiments are increasing in number. While an increasing number of experiments could indicate progress, it could also imply setbacks, such as previous experimental plans failing, necessitating a complete restart, making it feel as if the experiments would never conclude. Chi Min then asked, how is your project faring? The experimental phase is mostly complete. I am currently writing a paper, Hua Weiming stated calmly. So, you'll be graduating next year? Chi Min inquired with a smile. Not necessarily, Hua Weiming replied. My supervisor likely wishes to keep me for another year, which would feel like a wasted year. Perhaps you could manage to publish another paper in that time. Chi Min consoled him. I'm not lacking in publications, Hua Weiming responded with confidence. Chi Min couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Although her own paper during her doctoral studies had received high marks, who would prefer to rely on others for publications upon graduation? As Hua Weiming and Chi Min discussed various research-related topics, Bai Rong remained focused on his meal. Once the two gentlemen had nearly finished eating, Chi Min announced, shall we take our leave? Then she remembered something and said to Bai Rong, by the way, Bai Rong, you should return with this senior. I'll head directly to the subway station. Where else are you going? Hua Weiming asked in surprise. I'm going home, Chi Min replied with a smile. Oh. Be careful on your way, Hua Weiming said, initially taken aback, but then following up with, are you going with your boyfriend? Yes, why? Chi Min inquired. Oh, nothing. Hua Weiming deflected, averting his gaze, and then asked Bai Rong, do you have a bicycle, Junior? If not, you might want to rent a shared bike. With Hua Weiming accompanying Bai Rong back to campus, Chi Min felt a sense of relief. Although a young man in his 20s should theoretically face no danger walking less than a mile back to school at night, Chi Min primarily worried that Bai Rong might take the opportunity to venture outside the campus, which would make her responsible should anything happen. Watching Hua Weiming and Bai Rong ride away, Chi Min set off towards the subway station. As she walked, she pulled out her phone to check WeChat and noticed that Ndong had called her via WeChat. Though she had missed it, Chi Min returned the call, and Ndong asked, haven't you finished eating? I've eaten. But not enough, Chi Min replied. How can you not be full? Ndong expressed disbelief. In his mind, Chi Min could eat anything when hungry. This could also be due to his somewhat inflated expectations of what constituted normal food. I felt awkward eating when someone else was treating. Chi Min clarified, what do we have to eat at home? Quite a bit. What would you like? Ndong inquired. Chi Min considered ordering something, but realizing it was already past 9, she felt it would be rather inconsiderate to ask Ndong to prepare a whole meal for her. Just something simple will do. Of course, you're always easy to please, Ndong remarked. Is that how you speak to me? Chi Min silently grumbled. She was merely trying to lighten Ndong's load, not implying that he was easy to satisfy. Did he expect her to force him to prepare an elaborate feast just to make him happy? Upon returning to her rented apartment, which was nearing 10 o'clock, Chi Min walked in to find Ndong wearing cotton gloves and bringing out a large plate. Glancing at the plate, she was astonished to see it filled with dumplings. I suddenly felt like having some noodles this afternoon, so I made some dumplings for you, Ndong explained. Pork and fennel filling, give it a try. Wow, I am so lucky, Chi Min exclaimed, already famished and without washing her hands. She pinched one out and took a bite, chewing as she said, call Mimi to come out and eat too? Sure. Ndong gestured for silence. Mimi has already fallen asleep. He then teased Chi Min, you're even worse than your daughter. You feel embarrassed to eat in front of others. Chi Min feels a sense of restraint in formal occasions, and she is too apathetic to explain to Anton what this feeling truly entails. After all, in his previous work, he had never genuinely encountered such formal settings. She set down her computer bag, removed her outer garment, washed her hands, and within half an hour consumed nearly 20 dumplings. Chapter 60. The little ball. The arrangements for the crab-eating monkey experiment were still being methodically organized. However, a chance encounter with her cousin Ding Wen-jing at the flower supermarket added another task to Chi Min's already busy life. On the weekend, when the kindergarten was closed, Chi Min and Anton took Mimi out for some fun. Conveniently, there was a free outdoor sports area not far from their community, equipped with table tennis tables. Thus, they brought paddles and balls, along with a small stool, to teach Mimi how to play table tennis. Mimi was still too short. She could only reach the height of the table by standing on the stool. Nevertheless, Anton remained dedicated to teaching her how to receive the ball, hand in hand. The little girl had previously practiced on a lower coffee table and had already learned how to serve, so learning to receive the ball with her forehand did not seem too arduous. Across from them, Chi-Min fed high balls one by one, landing them at fixed points, allowing Mimi to return them using the techniques her father had taught her. After more than half an hour of practice, Mimi began to feel bored. Teaching a child to play with a larger ball was indeed somewhat tedious. Anton said to the little girl, Mimi, "Why don't you take a break and watch how I play with Mommy?" Upon hearing this, Chi-Min couldn't help but smile provocatively. Your courage in seeking punishment is truly touching. Who punishes whom is still uncertain. Anton retorted, "How long has it been since you last played?" It had probably been more than a year. During her doctoral studies, Chi-Min occasionally played table tennis with Anton. After all, it is somewhat of a stereotype that Chinese people can play table tennis. However, since Chi-Min began writing her article that had been rejected multiple times, she had hardly dedicated any time to sports activities. After returning to the country, she had not even considered it. Yet, the truth proved that even though Chi-Min had not touched a table tennis paddle for a year, she still found it relatively easy to win against Anton, despite an increase in her errors. After one game, Anton was left questioning his life. "Did you practice specifically after coming back?" "No," Chi-Min calmly replied. "You must have practiced in private, right? Table tennis is a skill-based sport. Casual play is vastly different from targeted practice." While playing with Anton, Chi-Min could sense that he had indeed practiced his techniques specifically, unlike before when he relied solely on his reflexes to receive the ball. "Of course I practiced. I have to teach Mimi too," Anton admitted. Initially, Chi-Min did not quite understand why he felt it necessary to teach Mimi table tennis, but upon reflection, it suddenly became clear. Mimi's legs would not recover like those of a healthy child, and her future athletic abilities would undoubtedly be affected. Given her condition, it was unlikely that Mimi would be able to play sports like soccer or volleyball in the future. Even badminton, which requires significant leg mobility, would be challenging. Thus, table tennis seemed the most suitable option. To ensure that Mimi could hold her own among other healthy children, she would need to excel in some aspect of sports, surpassing her peers to earn their respect. This thought made Chi-Min feel a pang of sadness and guilt. Although Mimi appeared to be happy now, some things could never be compensated for. However, Anton was not concerned about that at the moment. "You really haven't practiced since you returned?" "I truly haven't," Chi-Min explained somewhat helplessly. "Do you think my ball returns are trickier?" "That's normal," she continued. "Because you finally learned to return the ball by the book, I can finally employ a more advanced strategy." Indeed, Anton's previous style of play was such that even during her university table tennis classes, Chi-Min had little opportunity to apply her backhand spin techniques. "You are indeed too by the book," Anton remarked, having also learned to use that term. "This is the way," Chi-Min said with a sense of pride. "Without a doubt, when the time comes, I will teach Mimi a few spin techniques. I guarantee my daughter will trounce you with ease. Even if she can, it's only because my daughter is clever." Anton turned to Mimi, who was watching nearby, and asked Mimi, "Do you understand?" The little girl, holding her children's paddle, innocently inquired, "Is this what you mean by trouncing?" This inadvertently mocked Anton, although Chi-Min's continuous errors did not exactly make her seem formidable. Mimi, a proper match is not about trouncing. Yet, Chi-Min felt compelled to convey something sensible to her daughter. As long as one adheres to the rules and gives their all, winning is a glorious achievement, while losing should be met with dignity. The little girl did not fully comprehend, but nodded nonetheless. Anton continued to teach her the forehand return, while Chi-Min fed the balls as her practice partner. Just as Mimi finally began to grasp the mechanics of swinging the paddle to return the ball, Chi-Min's phone, which she had left in her outer garment pocket, suddenly vibrated. Distracted, she missed catching the ball Mimi had returned, causing the little girl to raise her paddle in triumph. Chi-Min set down her paddle and took out her phone, only to see that the caller ID displayed her mother's number. Taking a deep breath, Chi-Min praised Mimi, then turned to answer the call. "Hello, Mom. What is up? Lele, you've been back for quite some time. How are you doing?" Chi-Min's mother, Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiu, inquired with concern. "I'm all right," Chi-Min replied. She had already informed her parents via WeChat about her job search and mentioned that her salary was sufficient to support herself, alleviating their concerns for the time being. "Are you very busy with work? It's nearing the end of the year. When will you come home?" Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiu remarked. Chi-Min struggled to find another excuse and merely replied, "I'm quite busy." "Even so, you need to come home, right?" Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiu insisted. When told me she ran into you. It seems you're not as busy as you claim." Chi-Min knew that Ding Wenjing had surely reported back to her parents. However, there was little she could do since Ding Wenjing was unaware that Chi-Min had not returned home for such an extended period. Chi-Min glanced at Anton and Mimi at the table tennis table. despite her boyfriend's handsome appearance and their daughter's undeniable cuteness. Neither could be mistaken for entirely Chinese, based solely on looks. It seemed unlikely that Chi Min's parents would readily accept her American boyfriend and their American daughter. Arranging a meeting unceremoniously would be inappropriate. Thus, Chi Min responded to Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong, "Mom, I'm quite busy this semester. How about I find some time to come home? That would be great. Are you free tomorrow?" Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong immediately replied, "Come home for a meal. We would like to see how you're truly doing." Chapter 61. The gift. Chi Min agreed to return home for dinner with Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong on Sunday, but she had yet to devise a way to inform Anton of this arrangement. If she directly stated that she intended to visit her parents for dinner without taking him along, it would inevitably hurt his pride. Whether she explained it as her parents disapproving of mixed heritage or expressed concerns regarding Anton's current unemployment, or simply noted that her parents were not yet ready to meet their adorable granddaughter, it all boiled down to Chi Min's parents looking down on him. In truth, they might indeed hold such views, but she could not allow Anton to think that way. Over his 25 years, Anton had already faced enough misfortunes. There was no need to add the burden of being discriminated against by his girlfriend's parents. Consequently, Chi Min refrained from informing Anton of her Sunday plans the day before. Instead, she intended to feign surprise when the time approached, pretending she had just received notice from her mother that she must return home. Due to the inconvenience of Mimi's mobility, it was not suitable to make impromptu travel plans. Consequently, Anong, in order to keep an eye on Mimi, was compelled to remain at home. As a result, Chi Min pretended as if nothing had transpired and took a nap. Upon awakening the next day, she noticed a reminder on her phone, which prompted her to feign surprise at being informed by her mother. However, before she could rise from bed to seek out Anong, he, who typically awoke earlier to prepare breakfast, noticed the bedroom door ajar and entered with a plastic tray in hand. The enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, and as Chi Min sat up, she beheld a tray containing congee, soy milk, steamed dumplings, and even a golden, fluffy youtiao. "Ah, there's youtiao." Chi Min instinctively reached out to grab it, only to be handed a pair of chopsticks by Anong. "Just fried, it won't burn you," he chuckled. His command of Chinese had become increasingly localized. Chi Min picked up the youtiao, dipped it into the bowl of sweet soy milk, and took a bite. It was truly crispy and delectable, with a flaky exterior and tender interior, perfectly complemented by the sweet soy milk. She then picked up a steamed dumpling and savored it with some soy sauce. While eating, she inquired, "What day is it today? You actually encouraged me to eat in bed." It should be noted that Anong had previously disdained Chi Min eating in bed. Not only breakfast, but even consuming potato chips while reclining had earned her his disdain for the crumbs left behind. Moreover, if Chi Min were to have breakfast in bed, it would require Anong to personally deliver it, a task no one relished. "It's not a special day," Anong remarked, pulling a small box from the pocket of his loungewear. "Just bored. Thought I'd get you a gift." Chi Min accepted the box and opened it to discover a lipstick. The brand was not particularly well known, though it had advertised on television. Perhaps Anong had seen it by chance. The shade was a classic red, nothing unusual. However, while it was common for Anong to bring her breakfast with a flair, presenting lipstick so early in the morning certainly suggested deeper intentions. Chi Min's mind raced. What day was it today? Valentine's Day? That was still far off. Her birthday? Impossible. She couldn't possibly forget her own birthday. Was it Andong's birthday? He was unaware of his own birth date. Could it be Mimi's birthday? Although they had fabricated a birthday for her, why would Anong gift her something? After eliminating other possibilities, Chi Min deduced that today must be their 5th anniversary. Chi Min said, somewhat awkwardly, "I remember what today is." "Forget it. I know you can't keep track," Anong replied, seemingly unconcerned. "What do you remember, anyway? I just thought this one looked nice." It must be said that Andong's taste was rather commendable. In contrast to the online jokes about boyfriends only recognizing Barbie pink in cosmetics, Andong's color perception was refreshingly normal. "This is indeed quite lovely. Your aesthetic is genuinely commendable," Chi Min assessed objectively, adding sincerely, "By the way, I really do need a red one for formal occasions." Although Andong's color sensibility was spot on, he teasingly retorted, "I think this color suits you perfectly. Someone as quirky as you definitely needs to wear a clown's red lips." Chi Min felt an urge to retort, yet found herself at a loss for a clever comeback. Resorting instead to a pretentious tone, "Oh, your understanding of lipstick is still rather superficial." To her surprise, Anong shot back, "Superficial understanding, but I have talent. How about a bet? Let us both do our makeup, wear the same lipstick, and don matching women's clothes. My rate of attracting attention will surpass yours." Chi Min envisioned that scene and promptly adjusted her demeanor. adopting a serious tone. "Enong, please don't go out dressed as a woman just for fun. You have no idea what kind of people lurk on the streets. If some sleazy guy were to make a move on you, I might not be able to restrain myself from causing harm." During her time in America, Chi Min lived near a poor neighborhood, which meant that when she had to go out at night, she often carried a gun. However, she couldn't bring her weapon back home, so her threats were merely rhetorical. Yet if it came to using a knife, she might very well follow through. "Calm down," Enong said, somewhat taken aback. If the other party didn't take action, it wouldn't count as legitimate self-defense. Perhaps in an attempt to divert the conversation from its violent undertones, he joked, "Even without dressing as a woman, I would still attract plenty of female attention." To which Chi Min waved her hand dismissively. "So what if women look? What does it matter? You're a grown man. It's not like a little girl could overpower you." While this statement held truth, Enong still felt a bit irritated and found it somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, Chi Min's earnest declarations about defending her boyfriend were rather touching. Although Enong felt a degree of satisfaction from Chi Min's reaction, it did not erase her own inner turmoil. After getting dressed and ready, she idly played with Mimi, who was watching television at the dining table, while contemplating how to sneak back home on their anniversary. This sounds like asking for time off from a boss. Chi Min suddenly realized that Enong was not her employer, and this wasn't an obligatory celebration. Previously, when she was busy, she could hardly celebrate her own birthday, let alone ponder such matters. Ultimately, it was only because life had improved that she had the leisure to indulge in these domestic sentiments. Therefore, her mother's sudden summons to return home seemed not so significant after all. After finishing breakfast, just as Enong mentioned that it was calm today and they could take Mimi further afield, Chi Min pretended to receive a WeChat notification and picked up her phone, saying, "My mom wants me to come home for dinner." Enong glanced at her, showing no particular reaction. "Then you should just go directly. Do you need to prepare anything?" His words made Chi Min realize she had been overly suspicious of his intentions, and she quickly replied, "No, I'm just going home for a meal." Chapter 62. Returning home without bringing anything along, Chi Min made her way to her parents' house. Prior to her undergraduate studies, her family resided in the city center, primarily for the sake of her schooling, given the early hours of primary and secondary education. However, after she entered university, her parents relocated to a larger home in the suburbs, where they could enjoy a bit more comfort. This change resulted in Chi Min needing to embark on a nearly 2-hour journey by subway just to have lunch at her family home. Upon finally reaching her destination, she walked an additional 2 to 3 kilometers to arrive at her residential complex. The area was rather clean, with European-style architecture that appeared quite upscale. When the property prices in the far suburbs had yet to fully rise, Chi Min's parents purchased this house, initially intending it as an investment. However, as the housing market in the suburbs cooled, they found themselves stuck with it. Fortunately, the complex was well maintained, making it a decent place for them to live. Similar to Chi Min's parents, many residents in the complex were individuals who had moved from the city to buy homes. As Chi Min traveled, she noticed numerous middle-aged individuals and young couples with children. However, it was evident that this location was not like the old houses in the city. She knew no one here. Following the path etched in her memory, Chi Min located her family's building and retrieved her access card, which she hadn't used in quite some time. After swiping the card to open the door, she entered and pressed the elevator button. Upon entering the elevator, she heard the sound of the door unlocking, and after a moment, an elderly woman, seemingly in her 70s, stepped in. The woman regarded Chi Min with curiosity, noticing her unfamiliarity, and asked, "Dear, are you the daughter of the family on the 7th floor?" Chi Min did not recognize the elderly lady, but it appeared she was a neighbor, so she replied yes. "Have you returned from studying abroad, or are you back for the new year?" the lady inquired. "I have returned from studying abroad and have graduated," Chi Min responded. "That's wonderful. Quite an achievement." The elderly lady replied with a smile. "My grandson also wishes to study abroad. What do you think? Is it safe overseas?" Chi Min understood that her notion of overseas essentially referred to Europe and America. So she replied, "Europe is relatively safe, but in the United States, it depends on the location." "What?" the elderly lady inquired, raising her voice, perhaps due to her hearing difficulties. Just as Chi Min intended to explain further, the elevator reached the 6th floor. The doors opened, and the lady stepped out, prompting Chi Min to bid farewell to her neighbor. As the elevator ascended to the 7th floor, a delightful aroma of cooked food wafted in, and Chi Min felt a profound sense of stability and comfort, a feeling she had not experienced in 2 years. Chi Min had not entirely ceased returning home since embarking on her doctoral studies. Before the onset of the Sino-American Trade War, She would return home whenever the laboratory was closed for holidays. However, the year she graduated, she refrained from returning due to fears of visa denial causing delays. Thus, she could not claim to have missed home excessively. Previously, she had returned as a student studying abroad, but now as a university principal investigator with a respectable position. Her mindset had undergone subtle changes. Although it could not be termed as returning in glory, securing a teaching position as a PI was no small feat. Consequently, Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong and Mr. Qi Zhiguang took considerable pride in her achievements, akin to a long-term project spanning nearly 3 decades finally bearing fruit. In a bid to indulge her parents' desire to showcase their daughter's accomplishments, Qi Min intentionally shared details about her current role as a PI in the bioinformatics laboratory at Zhongji University, while also boasting about the significance of her research topic to the advancement of neuroscience. Ultimately, she added with a touch of pretentiousness, unfortunately, pursuing fundamental scientific research does not yield substantial financial rewards. But that's just how it is, isn't it? Earning money isn't the most important thing, Mr. Qi Zhiguang reassured her. One's contribution to society cannot merely be measured in monetary terms. Qi Min relished such sentiments. Although her family was not wealthy, they were not lacking either, which explained why her parents had supported her decision to study biology. Regardless, your attainment of a teaching position truly exceeds our expectations, Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong remarked candidly. Qi Min had never been a particularly studious child. She had been rather lackadaisical in her studies since junior high, only to experience a stroke of luck during the college entrance examination, performing surprisingly well. Yet, during her university years, she continued to coast along. Even while pursuing her doctorate, she managed to graduate without publishing any papers, merely riding on the coattails of others. For someone with such a background to secure a teaching position, one could argue it was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Nevertheless, despite recognizing the inadequacy of her own experiences, Qi Min felt compelled to boast to her parents. You have underestimated me. Securing this teaching position was a breeze, and I will soon publish my work next year. All right, you will publish your work soon, Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong interjected, halting her boasting. Let's eat. The stir-fried dishes are getting cold. Qi Min picked up a piece of stir-fried lamb with scallions prepared by Ms. Zhu, chewing it for a considerable time before swallowing. It was evident that the lamb was overcooked, its texture resembling that of shredded, overcooked fabric. Qi Min was aware that her mother seldom cooked, but she could not help but comment, Mom, this lamb is quite tough. As long as it's edible, what does it matter? Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong replied. TCH, you can even eat boiled leather, Qi Min muttered under her breath. In her youth, Ms. Zhu had never cooked, yet now, in her later years, she began to feign an interest in culinary skills. However, her cooking left much to be desired. Both Mr. Qi and Qi Min would fret whenever she entered the kitchen, while Ms. Zhu lamented that they did not dutifully serve as her taste testers. Indeed, in response to Qi Min's lighthearted criticism, Ms. Zhu playfully retorted, Hey, you girl, with your lack of cooking skills and your laziness. You should be grateful someone is cooking for you. Once you establish a family, you may not have such luxuries. Qi Min thought to herself that she was practically at that stage already, and acquiring properly cooked stir-fried lamb was merely a matter of communication. If Anong overcooked the lamb, he would have to redo it without her input, showcasing a professional dedication to his craft. Of course, there were times when Qi Min wished to condemn such wastefulness. Her Engel S coefficient had never dropped below 0.5 while living with Anong. However, this presented an opportunity to subtly gauge Ms. Zhu's perspective. Qi Min casually remarked, such luxuries may not be entirely absent. In this day and age, finding a partner who can cook isn't particularly difficult, is it? Oh? Are you now looking for a partner? Ms. Zhu inquired. Oh no, not really. Qi Min quickly replied, I'm merely stating an objective fact. The objective fact is that most people can find partners, so you should hurry up and find one too, Ms. Zhu countered. With your lack of cooking skills and your laziness, you really ought to address that, Ms. Zhu continued. Qi Min nodded perfunctorily, internally defending herself. How could one label her as lazy for not cooking or doing housework? She had been immersed in her research, tirelessly working in the laboratory, which was already quite exhausting. Chapter 63. The academic partner, however, Qi Min did not anticipate how significant the matter of finding a partner would be for Ms. Zhu. After lunch, Qi Min lounged on the sofa, enjoying some sweet tangerines while watching the ultra-widescreen LCD television. Their cat, Sanhua, sauntered over, prompting Qi Min to scoop her up and shower her with affection. Just as she was delighting in this moment, her phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. Reaching for the device, Sanhua seized the opportunity to escape her grasp. Upon answering the call, she discovered it was Kuli. "Hello? What's the matter?" she asked. The team mentioned that the crab-eating macaques are difficult to control. "We might need to use general anesthesia for the corpus callosum interface." Kuli explained from the other end of the line. "General anesthesia?" Chi-Min frowned. "That won't do. If we're implanting the interface in the macaques, we must conduct tests while they are awake, right?" "I agree," Kuli said, sounding troubled, "but they insist that if we don't use general anesthesia, the macaques will be challenging to manage." Chi-Min pondered this dilemma and reluctantly acknowledged the validity of the concern. In rat experiments, they were effectively under general anesthesia, primarily due to the smaller size of the rat brains, which provided relative consistency. Slight deviations in placement would not result in significant differences. However, the macaques' brains were considerably larger, and individual variations could be substantial. Reaction tests should ideally be conducted when installing the corpus callosum interface. Otherwise, the experiment's design could easily be called into question. Yet, for such large animals, conducting the experiment without general anesthesia could indeed be risky. "What should we do?" Chi-Min leaned back on the sofa, contemplating the situation. "Perhaps you could first check if increasing the electrode density would work? Well, how about we try pre-installing the corpus callosum interface as a chip before the surgery, doubling the electrode density and coverage area? Then we could simply place it on the macaque's head, ensuring that the surrounding neurons are sufficiently covered, right?" "Ah, like that." Kuli sounded hesitant. "All right, I'll first discuss it with the technicians of the company." After hanging up, Chi-Min looked up to see Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong approaching. She picked up an orange, peeling it while asking Chi-Min, "Were you on the phone with your colleagues?" Chi-Min nodded. Kuli was not from the same institution, but they collaborated on experiments, so she considered him a colleague. Chi-Min initially thought her mother was merely making casual inquiries. But Ms. Zhu spoke earnestly. "Lei, you should speak more slowly with your colleagues. There's a saying, noble people speak slowly. When you rush your words, it makes you seem unreliable." Chi-Min pondered that one could not truly gauge someone's reliability merely through conversation. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to explain, "It's not a formal dialogue, so it doesn't matter." Yet, Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong shifted the conversation and remarked, "Among your colleagues, there must be some young, unmarried men, right? Have you taken a liking to any of them?" Was she subtly urging her to find a partner? Chi-Min felt a twinge of annoyance. She was in a relationship, yet due to certain reservations, she couldn't introduce Anong to her parents at this time, which was indeed a source of frustration. "Oh dear, Mom, please don't worry about this." Chi-Min waved her hand dismissively. "I haven't been at this school long, and I don't know anyone well yet. If you haven't found anyone there, perhaps you could take a look at the new young man in our unit," Ms. Zhu suggested. "He also holds a doctorate, albeit from a slightly lesser-known institution than yours. However, he is quite handsome and possesses a pleasant character, at least far better than that little Qin you dated before." Upon mentioning the name Qin Jinjuan, Chi-Min felt something in the depths of her memory stir violently. The little Qin Ms. Zhu referred to was indeed Qin Jinjuan, her former boyfriend from her undergraduate days. Back then, she had adopted a somewhat laid-back approach to life, her criteria for a partner being rather conventional. Qin Jinjuan was a classmate from her department, whose looks could be described as moderately handsome, but he was charmingly humorous and extroverted, enjoying a good reputation among the girls in their department for his talents in both soccer and piano. Chi-Min had no particular reason for dating Qin Jinjuan. She merely felt a sense of comfort as he was also a local, with an accent she was accustomed to, and they shared similar interests in leisure activities. In fact, during their sophomore and junior years, they got along quite well. Even when Chi-Min occasionally skipped classes, Qin Jinjuan would casually remind her to keep up. Before exams, when Chi-Min was reluctant to study, he would share his compiled past exam questions with her. However, as they entered their senior year and began preparing for doctoral applications, Qin Jinjuan seemed to realize that Chi-Min's academic performance lagged significantly behind his, leading to his disappointment and resulting in a quarrel. During this tumultuous period, he chastised her for lacking intelligence and ambition, accusing her of coasting through life, waiting for a partner to support her. Chi-Min felt an intense surge of anger. Though she had been somewhat indifferent, she had never intended to mooch off Qin Jinjuan. In fact, she had been unaware that her boyfriend ranked among the top 10 of their class, believing their academic performances to be comparable. His scornful remarks filled Chi-Min with a profound sense of shame. It was then that she first realized that some individuals, while merely seeking a tranquil existence, could still be labeled losers by those deemed successful, much like how Qin Jinjuan had branded her. From that moment on, Chi Min was determined to make Qin Jinjuan regret his words. She was convinced that, while not a genius, she possessed no intellectual shortcomings compared to ordinary overachievers. As long as she applied herself, she could be as accomplished as Qin Jinjuan. To this end, she even dedicated 2 months to intensively studying English for her applications to schools in the United States. After being accepted into a doctoral program, Chi Min felt she had achieved a significant milestone, thus paying little heed to Qin Jinjuan's circumstances thereafter. However, now that her mother had brought him up, Chi Min still experienced a flicker of resentment. How dare he call her a loser and malign her as both foolish and malicious, implying that she was merely waiting for a partner to save her? What a petty individual he was! Damn it, she was now a principal investigator at a technical university, no longer a loser, yet she still cared about his opinion. The thought that Qin Jinjuan might be faring better than her ignited an unnameable fury within her. No. Chi Min suddenly realized that she needed to inquire about Qin Jinjuan's current situation. If he truly was doing better than her, she would have to be cautious around him, lest he discover that she was still struggling and mock her as a loser who couldn't even secure a partner despite being an academic overachiever. To hell with that idea of an academic partner. Chi Min was acutely aware that when it came to relationships, she should avoid anyone with an overwhelming drive for success. After a long day, being told that her shortcomings were due to a lack of effort could push her to the brink of despair. In comparison, Enong seemed like an angel. Chapter 64. The slacker Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong's mention of introducing Chi Min to potential partners was merely a casual remark, and she did not pursue the topic further. After lunch, Mr. Qi Zhiguang and Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong took Chi Min along to the supermarket, which had once been one of their family's most common activities. Perhaps feeling that their child had grown up and reached adulthood a decade ago, Ms. Zhu and Mr. Qi only shared some anecdotes about events at home, while Chi Min selectively recounted snippets of her current life. Lele, when does your winter break begin? Ms. Zhu inquired. Your grandmother has gone to Hainan to visit friends. Perhaps we could also take a trip there during the new year. To be honest, although Chi Min had frequently flown across oceans in the past, she had never properly visited Hainan. She was quite eager to go, but was held back by commitments involving Anong and Meet Sai. We, at the lab, Chi Min hastily fabricated, our lab is short on equipment, and we plan to borrow some from others during the winter break to conduct experiments. Why so busy? Ms. Zhu remarked, somewhat helplessly. You become the boss, yet you're still working over the holidays? Chi Min forced a wry smile. Calling me boss is just a joke. The lab's assets belong to the state, not me. In essence, I'm just working for the school. Hearing this, Ms. Zhu could only offer a few words of consolation. Who isn't working for someone else nowadays? Even civil servants work for the state and still have to follow orders from superiors. Chi Min took the opportunity to grumble about the meager salaries at the technical university when her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up to find it was Anong calling, and she quickly answered before her parents could curiously lean in to listen. Hello? What's up? Are you coming back for dinner? Anong inquired. Probably not. Chi Min glanced at Ms. Zhu, whose demeanor suggested she was preparing to serve her one of those culinary disasters. It's taking so long? Anong mused aloud. Chi Min was about to explain that these were her parents, but then she remembered that Anong was an orphan, lacking any memories of time spent with parents. Therefore, he might find it hard to fathom Chi Min's feelings about returning home to see her family. She pretended the supermarket was particularly noisy, raising her voice. Hello? What did you say? It's too loud here. Chi Min wished to protect Andong's fragile sensibilities, but he seemed unfazed. You're at the supermarket? Then pick up a mop. Ours is broken. Confused, Chi Min acknowledged that a new mop was indeed necessary and agreed. After hanging up, she looked around and momentarily failed to find where mops were sold. Mom, where do they sell mops? This supermarket was renovated last year. Mops and brooms have been moved to the second floor, Ms. Zhu explained, then asked, why do you need to buy a mop? Oh, the mop at the place I'm renting is broken, Chi Min added, remembering at that moment. Wow, you're living on your own and still mopping the floor. Not bad, Mr. Chi chuckled teasingly at his daughter. In truth, Chi Min was quite lazy at home. Her bedroom was rarely tidied by her own hand, relying instead on her parents to clean the common areas. Consequently, Mr. Chi often remarked that her room resembled a doghouse. Even now, if Chi Min were to have her own room, she would likely neglect to clean it. However, Anong could not tolerate the disarray in his sleeping quarters. Thus, whoever could no longer bear it had to tidy up. The floor still needed mopping, Chi Min boldly declared, though she clarified that she wouldn't be the one doing it. Upon arriving at the second floor of the supermarket, Chi Min retrieved a mop and soon stumbled upon the confectionery aisle. She noticed an array of assorted flavored lollipops on the shelves, which reminded her of her childhood fondness for such treats. Now, she thought they could serve as a playful ruse to tease Mimi. So she casually picked up a bag. Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong looked at her with mild astonishment. Lele, how old are you now? Still indulging in lollipops? Caught off guard, Chi Min realized that, as a single adult woman, purchasing a large bag of lollipops might seem a tad peculiar. She forced a smile and replied, I'm just a bit addicted to them. Perhaps you should cut back on the sweets, Ms. Zhu admonished, her expression one of mild disapproval. Are you just snacking all day by yourself? Not at all, Chi Min immediately denied. Then I suppose you're eating takeout every day? Ms. Zhu shot back, a knowing look in her eyes. Not really, there's hardly anything good about takeout, Chi Min retorted. I'm quite healthy. No need for you to worry. Perhaps we should just come stay with you, tidy up your place, and cook for you, Ms. Zhu continued, though it may be tiring. At least it would ensure my daughter isn't living in a dog's den. Chi Min quickly rejected the idea. No, I'm perfectly fine living there by myself. I'm not a dependent child. I've graduated with a PhD, and I can manage these things on my own. Ms. Zhu cast her a skeptical glance. But recognizing that Chi Min was indeed an economically independent adult, she refrained from further comment. Despite her parents' concerns regarding her personal life, Chi Min had managed to placate both Ms. Zhu and Mr. Qi Zhiguang. However, her mother's earlier mention of Qin Jinjuan left her somewhat unsettled. Though Chi Min acknowledged that her lackadaisical attitude during her undergraduate years was problematic, she couldn't shake the memory of Qin Jinjuan's bluntness, practically accusing her of being a loser. The very thought ignited her frustration. Subsequently, she had discreetly inquired with Yan Zhaolan about Qin Jinjuan's current situation. Yan Zhaolan's voice on WeChat sounded somewhat teasing. Oh, why are you thinking of Qin Jinjuan again? As a fellow undergraduate, she was well aware of the history between Chi Min and Qin Jinjuan. However, she was still unclear about the reasons for their breakup and found it hard to comprehend why Chi Min had deleted all contact with him afterwards. From Yan Zhaolan's perspective, Chi Min's reaction seemed rather excessive. Suddenly recalling the situation, Chi Min asked, how is he doing? Has he switched majors or already become a PI? I'm not quite sure, but I can ask in our class group, Yan Zhaolan replied, adding reassuringly, don't worry, I won't reveal your inquiry. Chi Min silently wished for Qin Jinjuan's doctoral graduation to be more arduous than her own, though she rationally understood that this was unlikely. Based on what she later learned about Qin Jinjuan's GPA, she had to concede that he far surpassed her in academic performance. Thus, Chi Min felt that Yan Zhaolan's findings would likely confirm that Qin Jinjuan had indeed become a so-called winner in life. To avoid ridicule, she resolved to keep a low profile moving forward. However, as Chi Min sat before the computer in the laboratory, idly scrolling through WeChat on Jupiter, she was taken aback to find a friend request with a note. Qin Jinjuan, let's grab a meal? Surprised that Qin Jinjuan would directly message her, she wondered if he had somehow deduced her inquiry's purpose in the class group, leaving her feeling embarrassed. Yet, it was also possible that he simply wished to catch up. After all, not many people transition directly from a doctoral program to a PI position. Given that she was currently managing a significant project, her standing was not as diminished as she had initially thought. Moreover, if her ex was extending an invitation, declining might come off as overly anxious. Chi Min was aware that Qin Jinjuan was considerably more active among their university peers, and if word got out that she was struggling to the point of avoiding him, it would only solidify her reputation as a loser. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she promptly replied, sure, where shall we meet? Qin Jinjuan sent an address and added, are you free tomorrow? I'm leaving the day after. Pondering his words, Chi Min speculated that his departure could indicate either a business trip or a return to Beijing. Given that a prestigious university had recently hosted a structural biology forum, the latter seemed more plausible. Since Qin Jinjuan was from Beijing, it stood to reason that he would seek a teaching position there, suggesting he was still engaged in postdoctoral work elsewhere. This realization eased Chi Min's apprehension. With Qin Jinjuan in a large research group and her at a second-tier university as a PI, direct comparisons were unwarranted. After all, securing a faculty position often hinged on luck and timing, as not every postdoc in a distinguished lab would inevitably land a role at a top-tier institution. Yes, let's meet at noon, Chi Min decisively responded. Although she typically refrained from eating out during weekdays, she informed Anton, by the way, I'm meeting someone for lunch tomorrow. Go ahead, I wasn't planning on lunch anyway, Anton replied. I hope you can join me, Chi Min hesitated, considering that this person was, after all, Her ex hearing this, Anton looked up from his chopping board. Oh, the one who ate grasshoppers raw? The friend who indulged in such peculiar dietary choices was actually a high school acquaintance of Chi Min's, and their shared geekiness had led to some unfounded rumors. No. Chi Min waved her hand. It's Qin Jinjuan, remember? The one who called you a loser? Anton bluntly repeated her words, accurately mimicking her dialect. Yes, Chi Min affirmed. If he brings his current partner, we have no reason to feel less than. If he doesn't, just keep an eye on me from a distance. If I can't help myself, you must intervene. The latter statement was clearly bluster. Chi Min, who valued her pride, held disdain for retaliating physically against emotional slights. Nevertheless, Anton nodded in agreement. All right, no problem. The following morning, Chi Min received a call from an engineer, notifying her that the laboratory at the Rain Cloud Center was ready for inspection. However, since her lunch with Qin Jinjuan was scheduled in the city, she postponed the lab visit until the afternoon. By 11 o'clock, Chi Min emerged from the laboratory, informing Wang Xian and Shen Linyu that she would be heading to the Rain Cloud Center later and would not return. Yet, instead of proceeding directly to her lunch appointment, she first sought out a restroom in another department's building to check her appearance in the mirror. To be fair, Chi Min possessed an unremarkable visage, her features neither strikingly beautiful nor unattractively flawed, which perhaps emphasized her geeky demeanor during high school. When someone lacks distinctive physical traits, the most lasting impression tends to be derived from their habitual attire, such as her one signature plaid shirts. Now, gazing at her reflection, though clad in a black turtleneck rather than her iconic plaid, her naturally fair complexion still appeared somewhat pale and austere. With this image before her, Chi Min found it hard to declare herself a traditional success in life. Yet she engaged in a bit of self-affirmation, convincing herself that she was faring decently. Perhaps to illustrate this point, she adorned herself with a 108-bead necklace made of star and moon bodhi, striving to cultivate an aura of detachment from worldly desires. As a justification for her nearly 30 years of age without a car, relying instead on the subway to reach the restaurant. Though she felt somewhat inadequate when it came to directly competing with Qin Jinjuan, she believed that in the matter of partners, Chi Min was a more stable choice. It was highly unlikely that Qin Jinjuan's current girlfriend could surpass Dong in terms of attractiveness. After all, not everyone prioritizes looks in the same way Chi Min does. As they approached their destination, Chi Min called Dong, instructing him to keep his distance from the restaurant until she arrived to formulate a plan. Upon the subway train reaching her stop, Chi Min disembarked and made her way to the surface. Given the proximity to her undergraduate institution, she quickly located the restaurant where she was to meet Qin Jinjuan, which, rather than being a grand establishment, was merely a dining venue within a shopping center. Soon, Chi Min spotted Dong, who appeared to have put in some effort to dress up, sporting a new brown jacket purchased the previous month. His long hair, prone to disarray due to its curls, had been neatly styled and tied back. Taking advantage of the throngs of shoppers in the center, Chi Min discreetly pulled Dong aside and peered through the glass window of the restaurant, where, as anticipated, she saw Qin Jinjuan seated alone at a table in the corner. Given the emphasis on engineering at their alma mater, it was customary for individuals to arrive ahead of time, and even those who arrived late would not cause undue delays. Thus, it seemed that Qin Jinjuan was indeed by herself. Chi Min remarked to Dong, "She's alone, so there's no need for you to join. Just wander around for a bit. You should eat quickly." Dong reminded her, "But I haven't had lunch yet." To which Chi Min replied, "Then go have your lunch. Do you really need to watch me eat?" Dong patted her shoulder, insisting, "I promise to keep an eye on you, and I intend to do just that." Chi Min thought Dong was overreacting. Surely, there wouldn't be any conflict with her ex in the restaurant. But if Dong wanted to wait, she might as well let him, especially since she probably wouldn't indulge in much food at this Thai restaurant anyway. Confirming that Qin Jinjuan had not glanced in their direction, Chi Min feigned nonchalance as she approached the restaurant entrance. Upon formally meeting Qin Jinjuan, she greeted her as one would an old friend and took a seat opposite her. After several years apart, Qin Jinjuan had changed somewhat since their undergraduate days. To Chi Min, it seemed that Qin Jinjuan's appearance had diminished. Particularly in the presence of Dong, it made her question her previous standards of beauty. However, objectively speaking, Qin Jinjuan had adopted a shorter, neater hairstyle, exuding a more mature and composed demeanor, which was likely more advantageous for a man's career. "Have you been studying biology to the point of baldness?" Chi Min mockingly thought to herself as a defensive measure, then casually inquired, "So, how have you been these past few years? Where are you working now?" Chapter 66. violence as a solution. Chi Min believed that she and Qin Jinjuan were on par. Yet after exchanging a few remarks, she was taken aback by the considerable gap that had emerged between them. Both aged 28, alumni of the same university and holders of doctoral degrees. The difference was stark. Qin Jinjuan had graduated early from a prestigious American institution and was now a postdoc in an esteemed research group. Although he was back in Beijing for a conference, he had already secured a position as a principal investigator at a top 5 university, bringing along his doctoral students for the trip. When Qin Jinjuan learned that Qi Min had also become a principal investigator, he inquired about her institution. Qi Min felt embarrassed and managed to deflect the question. Qin Jinjuan further probed into her current research focus, casually mentioning his advancements in structural biology and his plans to publish 2 papers that day, including at least one in CNS. This left Qi Min feeling increasingly humiliated. After all, despite being a new PI herself, she had yet to publish any of her doctoral work, let alone in a prestigious journal like CNS. In an effort to highlight her inadequacies, Qin Jinjuan animatedly recounted his experiences of publishing in Science and Nature. Qi Min struggled to contain her mounting shame, yet she managed to maintain a semblance of respect as a fellow colleague, offering perfunctory compliments. However, when Qin Jinjuan began to inquire about her own publications, Qi Min sensed the discomfort rising within her. What can I even say? Our research directions are so different. She forced a strained smile, realizing that it was inherently difficult to publish significant articles in her niche field. Her words essentially amounted to a reluctant admission of her shortcomings, hoping for Qin Jinjuan to provide an out. If he agreed that publishing in neuroscience was challenging, the conversation could be redirected, allowing their superficial camaraderie to persist. Yet, Qin Jinjuan feigned ignorance, remarking, "In recent years, it seems neuroscience has been quite fruitful for publications. Just this week, Science published 2 studies on fMRI in neurology. Our fields don't quite align, do they?" Qi Min could no longer maintain her composure. The truth was, her work was far too niche for editors to recognize. Using fluorescence to measure neuronal activity is a common method in cellular studies. How could it not be recognized? Qin Jinjuan chuckled. "Your second author paper had a decent impact factor, didn't it?" It dawned on Qi Min that Qin Jinjuan had likely researched her background beforehand, deliberately intending to belittle her. Given the rarity of her name in the biology field, it was easy for him to ascertain her position and publications. She regretted not having looked into Qin Jinjuan's achievements sooner. Previously, she had assumed he was still abroad as a postdoc, never considering that he had graduated early and returned to become a principal investigator. Determined to mock Qi Min, Qin Jinjuan continued, "I suppose it was to be expected. Lacking talent and diligence, even studying abroad won't guarantee success. Ultimately, one must rely on others' work to graduate. Returning to a second-rate institution to be a PI, just coasting through. That seems quite fitting for you." Upon hearing this, Qi Min felt a surge of anger. Yet, beyond her indignation, she couldn't help but reflect on the truth in his words. Although she considered herself reasonably intelligent, she had only managed to secure a mediocre doctoral position. Despite believing she had worked diligently during her PhD, her projects had been repeatedly rejected. Even after finally securing a teaching position, she felt she had exhausted her luck over the past few years. But in the eyes of true experts, this was merely a meager existence, a way to scrape by without any real prospects. She was just an ordinary person, someone who, despite utilizing every ounce of talent and energy, still found herself unable to catch up to the true elite. In a society that idolizes elitism, countless individuals who fall outside the top 1 are often reduced to being labeled as losers. Qi Min sat in silence, staring at her empty plate, a single tear rolling down her cheek. Ironically, she had belittled her own ordinary self to the point of viewing it as failure. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame and powerlessness regarding her mediocrity. "Shall we order?" Qin Jinjuan asked with a light laugh. Qi Min merely replied, "I don't want to eat anymore. You can go ahead." Perhaps Qin Jinjuan hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from her, but he felt justified in his remarks, seeing no reason to apologize. "Then I'll take my leave. I have a meeting this afternoon," he said as he stood to depart. Behind him, Qi Min finally broke down, collapsing onto the table in tears. And Dong, waiting at a nearby store, rushed over upon seeing her distress. Initially, Qi Min had been very conscious of others witnessing her pain from feeling like a loser. On the surface, it appears that Anong is particularly sensitive to such derision due to his profession. However, in reality, Qi Min is acutely aware of Andong's psychological state, which reflects her own heightened sensitivity. Throughout her life, she has been unable to tolerate being labeled a loser, not merely because of the derogatory connotation of the term, but rather because, deep down, she reluctantly acknowledges that she feels akin to such a classification. Initially, Chi Min had no intention of disclosing the reason for her tears to anyone. Yet, when Anong gently patted her back and inquired about what had transpired, the anxiety stemming from her career seemed to dissipate somewhat. A sudden realization struck her. Even if she were a loser, Anong would still be her boyfriend, and Mimi would remain her daughter. This was one of the few relationships, apart from those dictated by blood ties, that would not fluctuate based on her future prospects. Andong's choice of her was not predicated on her capabilities. Even after years of residing in Andong's apartment without contributing financially, it did not diminish her standing in his eyes. "What's wrong, Min?" Anong asked again, concern etched on his face. "Did he bully you?" At that moment, Chi Min regained her composure, dabbed her tears with a napkin from the table, and replied, "Anong, can you see if he has walked far enough? If not, could you please go give him a thrashing?" "All right." Without hesitation, Anong rose from his chair and exited the restaurant, spotting Qin Jinjuan waiting for the elevator not far away. Just as Qin Jinjuan was about to step into the elevator, Anong called out to the unfamiliar man with whom he had no direct grievances. "Qin Jinjuan, wait." Hearing his name, Qin Jinjuan halted and turned around, only to be seized by a tall, slender young man with long hair, who appeared to be of mixed descent. As a civilized individual, he was taken aback by the audacity of Anong and Chi Min, who seemed to embody the savagery of those living in impoverished districts, and was unceremoniously thrust against the wall beside the elevator, causing a painful thud that left him dizzy. "So, you think being a researcher makes you impressive?" Anong gripped his collar and threatened. "Don't think you can bully others just because everyone else is a coward." Qin Jinjuan was rendered speechless, and as soon as Anong released him, he hurriedly boarded the next elevator, promptly pressing the close door button in his haste to escape. Chi Min watched from a distance, feeling unexpectedly liberated by the use of violence to resolve conflicts. She began to realize that her career was not the sole criterion by which to judge her worth. Sometimes, even if it seemed undignified, employing a bit of force to alleviate her own distress was not entirely out of the question. Most importantly, while Anong could not assist her with experiments, write project proposals, or alleviate financial pressures at the moment, he still provided her with timely support in his own way. Chapter 67. Balancing work. Chi Min wiped her tears and made her way to the Rain Cloud Computing Center that afternoon. Although Anong had observed her distress caused by Qin Jinjuan, as a member of the proletariat, he had no right to refrain from working, so he silently watched her board the train in another direction. Fortunately, the crab-eating macaque experiment was progressing smoothly. The laboratory's renovations and equipment setup had been completed on schedule, and soon they could invite the company's technicians to bring the monkeys over. However, once the crab-eating macaque experiments commenced, Chi Min would need to oversee the process daily at the Rain Cloud Center, which required nearly 2 hours of commuting, an exhausting endeavor. Although, in theory, it would not be a problem to let Kuli monitor things there. As the project leader, she could not be too lax with the company's technicians. After all, they were genuinely being paid to perform tasks, and according to capitalist principles, management must routinely check on progress to ensure that workers do not slack off. Of course, the technicians being scrutinized daily was undoubtedly burdensome, a necessary evil of the research system's hierarchical structure. Regardless, the launch of the crab-eating macaque project indeed placed considerable commuting strain on Chi Min. She would typically head to her laboratory at Zhongji University early in the morning to address issues faced by Wang Xin and Chen Linyu, before hastily boarding the subway to the Rain Cloud Supercomputing Center. By the time she arrived, it was already lunchtime, and she would eat at the Rain Cloud Center before attending to the macaque experiments. The primate experiments extended beyond Chi Min's existing knowledge. Despite having designed the protocol beforehand, many uncertainties arose during the actual experimental procedures. Particularly during her initial attempt to install the corpus callosum interface, she discovered that the integrated interface chip, crafted according to her specifications, lacked the strength to withstand the pressure required to penetrate the skull of the crab-eating macaque. Thus, the materials for the interface would need further refinement. Chi Min had initially considered consulting the research group at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris, but Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan suggested that it would be too cumbersome. Instead, they could first reach out to a laboratory specializing in biomaterials. Fortunately, Ms. Zhou had numerous acquaintances within the Chinese Academy of Sciences system and quickly connected with a group studying graphene carbon fiber tubes. The materials P.I. Benhui proposed that replacing the previous titanium steel microneedles with carbon fiber tubes could enhance the interface's strength while allowing for a finer needle design. Since they possessed this technology and were acquaintances of Ms. Zhou, collaboration was swiftly established. After substituting carbon nanotubes for titanium steel, the integrated interface chip finally became functional. However, this also resulted in Chi Min spending even longer hours at the Rain Cloud Center. Previously, after finishing breakfast at Zhongji University, she could return home to have dinner with Anong and Mimi, and even spend some time playing with the little girl. Now, due to the extended duration of each experiment and the excessive time spent commuting, Chi Min often returned home past 10 o'clock. During her doctoral studies, she would also come home late, but at that time, Mimi was too young to remember. Now, however, the little girl was in need of companionship, and only her father was unwilling, insisting that her mother should return to play with her. Mimi clamored for Chi Min to come home earlier, leaving Chi Min feeling utterly helpless. Such a small child could not grasp why the proletariat needed to work, and both Chi Min and Anong did not wish to burden her with too much awareness of life's pressures at this time. Chi Min hoped that Anong could entertain Mimi, thinking that as long as her father played with her until she grew tired, the little girl would cease seeking her mother. However, on this issue, Anong did not reach a consensus with her. Can't you invest a little more effort into Mimi? I'm already this busy. Do you really expect me to stay up late to play with her? Chi Min frowned in dissatisfaction. Even if she could manage to stay up late, Mimi certainly could not. There's always a way to resolve it, Anong insisted. Nonetheless, don't you think your sense of responsibility is a bit lacking at the moment? Chi Min also felt she was leaning toward being somewhat neglectful. While she claimed to be busy, it was not entirely insurmountable. During her doctoral studies, Anong also had to work, and he was even busier then, yet he still managed to carve out time. However, that was when Chi Min had Anong take Mimi to work. If that were the case, she could also attempt to bring Mimi along to her workplace. Of course, this did not mean she would always take Mimi to work in the future. It was merely a way to satisfy the little girl's curiosity while fulfilling her desire for her mother's company. What if I bring Mimi to work tomorrow? Surely this extended time together will suffice? Chi Min proposed. But Anong offered her an important reminder. Tomorrow is Saturday. You don't have to work. Although, according to certain traditions, the biology laboratories at universities typically did not observe weekends. Chi Min, as the principal investigator, was not obligated to be in the lab on Saturdays. She was also displeased with such disregard for labor laws and thus did not force Wang Xian and Shin Linyu to conduct experiments on weekends. Furthermore, at the Rain Cloud Center, aside from taking turns for duty, weekends were also officially off, meaning the technicians would undoubtedly not be conducting experiments on the weekend. What if I bring Mimi to work next Monday? Chi Min suggested. She had a rather good idea. The next experiment was arranged to instantly connect the interface of the corpus callosum with a full-size brain-like body and a crab-eating macaque. This particular task did not require excessive precision, and it was unlikely to extend late into the night. Chi Min believed that managing Mimi for 4 to 5 hours should pose no significant challenge. However, Anton doused her enthusiasm with cold water. You intend to take Mimi to the lab? It's not that I distrust you, but how many floors are you on? Mimi previously fell from the lab balcony, and even though Anton had regained his confidence in Chi Min, he could not objectively feel at ease with her taking Mimi to the lab again. Although he believed in Chi Min's sense of responsibility, he did not trust her ability to manage a child effectively. I can assure you that Mimi will not come to any harm on the second floor. There are too many people watching, Chi Min promptly replied. There were plenty of people watching last time as well, Anton retorted coldly, especially your friend Yelena. During Chi Min's doctoral studies, Anton seldom engaged in her professional matters. In her lab, he was only acquainted with Yelena Andreevna Sakharova, who shared a close relationship with Chi Min, and he had clashed with her since their first meeting. Chi Min was unsure why, but she sensed that Yelena looked down upon Anton. Yelena regarded Anton as merely a beach boy. It was hardly surprising, given that her family ran a modest business, affording them a more favorable economic condition than Chi Min's, and she had been exposed to various temptations. However, Yelena could not comprehend that, in the eyes of those fixated on appearances, beauty could overshadow numerous flaws. Subsequent circumstances revealed that Anton had merely fallen into misfortune, leading him to a job delivering takeout. Yet, despite Yelena's biases against her boyfriend, Chi Min felt compelled to clarify. This has nothing to do with Yelena. She was denied her visa and was not even in the United States at that time. Chapter 68. Taking care of children, that sounds splendid, Anton replied, seemingly relieved. Since we are in the country, I'll be straightforward. Your friend is a queer pedophile. You should cease all contact with her. What? Cheemin exclaimed, bewildered. She was aware of Yelena's bisexual inclinations, leading her to believe that Anton's disdain stemmed from jealousy over a potential rival being close to his girlfriend. Yet to label her a pedophile seemed excessively severe, especially given that revealing such tendencies in America could invite trouble. Noticing her disbelief, Anton paused for a moment before continuing. Do you recall the time I brought Mimi to visit you? You weren't in the lab, and I borrowed her phone to make a call. I noticed that her phone's wallpaper featured a little girl in a tank top lying on a bed. Think about it. What kind of woman in her 20s would set a picture of a little girl as her phone background? Cheemin momentarily froze, suppressing a laugh. That was Yelena's niece. She is indeed quite adorable. Ah, so admiring your niece's cuteness warrants taking risque photos? Anton scoffed. Cheemin couldn't help but feel that he was overly sensitive, having been a victim of childhood exploitation himself. Although the girl was lying on a bed, what was there to see of such a small child? Furthermore, it wasn't unusual for an aunt to share a sleepover with her niece. At least in Cheemin's experience, Yelena had never exhibited any inappropriate fantasies regarding minors. You're overthinking this. It was merely an innocent photograph, Cheemin sighed. Yelena simply adores children. This is quite common among women. She even mentioned wanting to marry and have kids after graduation, and she has already found a boyfriend in Petersburg. How could she possibly be a pedophile? Well, one can never be sure. Perhaps her intention to marry is merely a means to bear children? Who can guarantee that such a person wouldn't harm her own daughter? Anton harbored significant malice towards anyone he suspected of pedophilia. If that's the case, how can you assure that I wouldn't harm Mimi? Cheemin expressed her frustration over his baseless assumptions. Upon hearing this, Anton looked deeply into her eyes for several moments before stating, You are a normal person. Besides, I am with Mimi all day. Any incident would be impossible to conceal. Wait, you genuinely suspect me of being a pedophile? Cheemin asked in astonishment. What's the matter? I suppose you don't have an official good person certificate either? Anton half-joked, his accent becoming increasingly localized. Stop with the nonsense, Cheemin interjected, attempting to steer the conversation away from the absurd topic of pedophilia. You're just worried about me taking Mimi to work, aren't you? How about I take Mimi out for a day of fun tomorrow? That should demonstrate whether I can manage. Cheemin envisioned an outing to the zoo with Mimi as a manageable task. After all, Anton had been delivering takeout with Mimi all day without issue. She figured that concentrating solely on her should prove no challenge. Anton doubted her capability, arguing that she usually indulged Mimi and that the little girl would not listen to her outside. Cheemin was unconvinced. Although Mimi often spent time with her father, the little girl still seemed to cherish her mother more, as her mother's presence was less frequent. Logically, Mimi should be more obedient when her mother took her out for a rare outing. However, once she took her daughter on the subway to the zoo and spent an hour wandering inside, Cheemin truly understood the meaning of physical and mental exhaustion. This little rascal was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she would vanish, requiring Cheemin to search for her for 10 to 20 minutes each time. Just when she thought she had found her, Mimi would disappear again while she turned to buy a drink. Cheemin was uncertain whether Mimi had even seen any animals. All she knew was that this outing had turned into an exhausting game of hide and seek, one that she was losing. Fortunately, although Cheemin could not locate Mimi, the little girl knew where her mother was. After playing in a corner, Mimi would emerge, claiming victory. Mommy, couldn't he find me again? I won. Cheemin had no idea where she had learned this behavior. However, it soon became clear when Mimi insisted on purchasing a toy gun from the zoo's gift shop and then hid in a corner with it, prompting Cheemin to realize that the little girl had been watching her parents play video games too often. Fine. I suppose playing PUBG has turned into an obsession for me. It's no wonder Mimi has picked up on those sneaky moves at such a young age. Yet while Mimi reveled in her antics, Cheemin felt utterly drained from searching for her. Finally, after yet another unsuccessful attempt, Cheemin grabbed Mimi, who was limping and declaring her victory, and said helplessly, Mimi, stop hiding, will you? Do you want a lollipop? Upon hearing about the candy, Mimi immediately stood at attention. Yes. Well, if Mimi can behave and follow Mommy to the crawling center, Mommy will give you a lollipop, all right? Cheemin negotiated. No, Mommy has to give me a lollipop first. Mimi has already won 5 times. Mimi argued her case. With no other option, Cheemin pulled a lollipop from her pocket, tore open the wrapper, and held it out to the little girl without giving it to her immediately. Instead, she changed tactics. If you want a lollipop, then no more running around. Let us go to the crawling center and see the snakes, okay? Once the candy was involved, Everything fell into place. Mimi finally agreed to walk closely beside Chi Min. Chi Min let out a sigh of relief, took a sip from her water bottle, and before she could set it down, someone called out to her. Hey, Damin? Chi Min lowered her bottle to see a young woman with neatly shoulder-length hair, dressed in athletic attire, and for a moment, she failed to recognize her. Once her poor eyesight adjusted, she realized it was her high school friend, Zhang Songxue. Song Song, Chi Min exclaimed, pulling Zhang Songxue's hand and spinning her around, then added with a hint of regret, Why did you cut your hair short? Zhang Songxue has indeed transformed from her former self. She pursued a degree in architecture and secured employment immediately after graduating with her master's, shedding some of her youthful gentleness and shyness, while gaining a considerable degree of decisiveness and competence typical of a young architect. Zhang Songxue also noticed that Chi Min had changed, but before they could exchange stories about the events of the past few years, she spotted a mixed-race little girl of about 3 or 4 years old by Chi Min's side. Oh, is this your? Zhang Songxue found herself torn between guessing whether the child was a niece or a daughter, only to hear Chi Min say, This is my daughter, Mimi. She took Mimi's small hand and bent down to her, saying, Come, call Aunt Songxue. Aunt Songxue, hello. Mimi obediently removed the lollipop from her mouth to utter the greeting. Chapter 69. Former girlfriend Zhang Songxue gazed at her high school girlfriend's daughter, momentarily taken aback. The little girl was undeniably adorable, yet evidently not of pure Chinese descent. Could it be that her friend had studied abroad and had a daughter with a foreigner? This notion was somewhat shocking. Instinctively, it felt inconsistent with Chi Min's image. But Zhang Songxue feigned ignorance and smiled at the little girl, saying, Mimi is so well-behaved. Encountering Zhang Songxue by chance, Chi Min would have normally engaged her in lively conversation, but at that moment, she was mentally exhausted from tending to Mimi. Instead, she simply asked, Why did you come to the zoo all by yourself? What, is that not allowed? Zhang Songxue raised her eyebrows in her signature smile and explained, I live nearby now. With Dayue? Chi Min inquired, having long accepted the fact that her friend had been taken by a fellow comrade. So, have you two gotten married? Not yet. Zhang Songxue shook her head, admitting that she was too preoccupied with work on construction sites to think about marriage. She tentatively asked, So when did you get married? You didn't even invite us? I'm not married either. Chi Min replied, feeling awkward about the reason behind her single status. Nonetheless, in contemporary society, the inability to afford a home in Beijing made marriage feel somewhat humiliating. After all, children were expected to establish their own households separate from their parents. Chi Min's financial situation had yet to reach that level. However, she overlooked one crucial point. Returning from studying abroad without being married, yet having a mixed-race daughter, inevitably led to misunderstandings. But you're already a university PI. You shouldn't really care about that, Zhang Songxue remarked, observing that Chi Min seemed somewhat out of sorts. Hey, Damon, did you not sleep well last night? Are you feeling tired? It's just that this child is quite a handful. Chi Min sighed, lowering her voice to lament Songxue. Let me tell you, taking care of a child is incredibly challenging. If you ever consider having kids in the future, you ought to think it through carefully. Zhang Songxue sympathetically patted her shoulder and, as in the past, linked her arm with Chi Min's, joking, Then I guess I'll have to support you a bit. With a beautiful girl holding on to her, Chi Min's mood inevitably lifted, and she feigned profundity, saying, Alas, life is truly difficult. How about we head to the aquarium and see the jellyfish? Zhang Songxue proposed, recalling Chi Min's fondness for jellyfish, which touched Chi Min's heart. However, wandering the zoo with an old high school girlfriend might seem innocuous. Yet visiting the aquarium sparked a fleeting sense of infidelity and the moral dilemma of flirting with a married woman. Yet this thought quickly dissipated. Chi Min reasoned that there would be no hint of ambiguity, especially with Mimi present, as caring for her left little room for other thoughts. Upon hearing about jellyfish, Mimi looked up at her mother and asked Mommy, What is a jellyfish? Chi Min explained, A jellyfish is a type of primitive, invertebrate aquatic animal. She further elaborated, Jellyfish, along with hydra and corals, belong to the phylum Cnidaria. Do you know what Cnidaria means, Mimi? No, what is that? Mimi inquired. Cnidarians are a very primitive group of diploblastic protostomes, meaning they possess only 2 embryonic layers. And the blastopore that forms during early embryonic development becomes the mouth in the adult form. Chi Min attempted to explain to her daughter, realizing suddenly that discussing the anal opening with a girl as young as Mimi might be inappropriate, especially after having recently sparked discussions on certain sensitive topics. She feared if Mimi learned that term and mentioned it to Anton, explaining it would become quite complicated. Just as Chi Min hesitated, Zhang Songxue cleverly interjected, Mimi. Let us put it this way. Before animals are born, they are like a little ball, and initially, there is a small opening on the ball. In protostomes, this small opening will eventually become their head, whereas in deuterostomes, it will become their tail. While this explanation contained inaccuracies, it effectively avoided terms related to the digestive system. Qimin immediately agreed. Yes, just like that. She leaned closer to Zhang Songxue and praised, You're amazing. Oh, it's just about entertaining a child. Zhang Songxue chuckled softly, adding, But discussing animal biology with such a young child is a bit intense, isn't it? This inadvertently revealed that Chi Min didn't often narrate stories to Mimi. Although she found jellyfish beautiful, her instinct was to focus on the scientific aspects. As Zhang Songxue linked arms with Chi Min and led her toward the aquarium, she quickly noticed that Mimi's walking posture seemed off. Hey Damon, isn't it concerning that your daughter walks like that? At this, Chi Min felt a wave of shame wash over her and reluctantly admitted, Mimi has a leg issue. It was from a fall. Sigh. It's all my fault for being too busy back then. Zhang Songxue instinctively thought to question why the little girl's father was absent, but then reconsidered. After all, Chi Min was unmarried and raising a child alone, so it might be inappropriate to bring up Mimi's father. Well, at least she can still walk now. That's fortunate, right? Zhang Songxue said cautiously, adding, and I see she is still quite young. With some correction, she should. Chi Min had considered taking Mimi back to a hospital in China for rehabilitative treatment, yet she hadn't even sorted out Mimi's residency registration or any necessary documentation. At this point, seeking medical treatment would not be reimbursable. It wasn't that Chi Min was unwilling to spend money. Rather, she realized that Mimi's leg might not fully recover, and rushing to spend would be of little significance. However, if money were not an issue, acquiring a pair of custom exoskeleton legs for Mimi could indeed resolve the problem. Being a neurobiologist, Chi Min understood that while there were differences between peripheral and central nerves, it was conceivable that extracting signals from motor neurons to drive mechanical legs might enable Mimi to walk like any other child. Yet, she truly wasn't in a position of financial ease. Let's not dwell on it. Chi Min sighed. If only having money could solve everything, but alas, I am not wealthy. Hearing this, Zhang Songxue tightly wrapped her arms around Chi Min's, stopping to pat her back gently. She may have thought Chi Min's despondency stemmed from concern for her daughter's leg, but Chi Min's deep understanding of her friend genuinely moved her. Reflecting on how her girlfriend remained so perceptive, Chi Min raised her hand and gently embraced Zhang Songxue, resting her chin on her shoulder. The fatigue from playing hide-and-seek with Mimi fading slightly. However, when she lifted her head again, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure darting behind a nearby sign. Chapter 70. Educational Methods. Although her nearsightedness may have impaired her ability to discern details, Chi Min's motor vision remained quite sharp. Before the figure vanished behind the sign detailing polar animals, she faintly discerned that the individual was wearing aviator-style sunglasses and a gray mask. Most importantly, the long down jacket he donned increasingly resembled the one Chi Min had seen her last time at the outlet mall. A primal instinct for survival compelled her to dart away from Zhang Songxue, hastening 3 steps and a 2 to conceal herself behind the sign. There, she spotted Anton, instantly recognizable despite his sunglasses and mask, shoving his phone into his pocket. What on earth was happening? Had he been caught cheating while taking his daughter out? But, for heaven's sake, this was hardly infidelity. Though he had once been a close friend, and despite their relatively intimate physical contact, from a distance it might have appeared suspicious. Yet in reality, nothing had transpired. However, Chi Min would never concede her mistake on the spot. Instead, she inquired of Anton, what are you doing here? Wasn't it agreed that I would take Mimi for the day? Your sudden appearance doesn't constitute a failure on my part. How dare you say that? Anton, clearly irate, retorted, Why did you insist on bringing Mimi to the zoo in the first place? Was someone waiting for you? Are you out of your mind? Chi Min laughed at his absurdity. If I wanted to meet someone, would I really bring Mimi along? I could simply say I was on duty and go wherever I pleased. She pointed out the flaw in Anton's reasoning, but armed with photographic evidence. He could still accuse her. Then why are you here with someone? He was about to utter the word queer, but upon noticing Zhang Songxue approaching, he hastily changed his wording. This lady has engaged in overly intimate contact. You must certainly have a point. Note, while the term queer has evolved to possess less of an offensive connotation, its use still carries a hint of disdain. Chi Min felt utterly wronged. This is my sister whom I've known since middle school. We happened to meet, and I was quite excited. Are you overthinking this? In truth, Anton had begun to realize he had indeed overreacted. Yet he still struggled to find a graceful exit. Excited for over 20 minutes? Can you really? Of course. What is the problem? Chi Min was also indignant at his lack of trust in her ability to manage Mimi, yet she felt somewhat guilty and sought an escape route. Listen, don't argue with me in front of Mimi. Who wants to argue with you? Anton huffed, and seeing others watching, he could only concede, fine, maybe I overreacted. Chi Min took this as a sign of peace and introduced Zhang Songxue. This may seem sudden, but this is my boyfriend. Anton, concealed behind his sunglasses and mask, extended his gloved hand for a brief handshake with Zhang Songxue, who wore knitted gloves. Truth be told, Anton harbored no concerns over Chi Min's relationship with her previous boyfriend, as he understood her to be quite superficial. His worry regarding Yelena's influence on Chi Min stemmed from this same reason, given that Yelena, as a Slavic woman, possessed a certain genetic beauty. The young lady who had linked arms with his girlfriend, though dressed modestly, was undeniably attractive, which raised his suspicions. Yet, Anton's thoughts extended beyond mere appearances. Hey, where has Mimi gone? It was only then Chi Min recalled that in her quarrel with Anton, her attention had drifted from Mimi, and upon glancing back to the spot where she had last stood, she could no longer see the little girl. Despite her exhaustion, Chi Min immediately commenced yet another search for Mimi. Mimi, where are you? Stop looking. The more you search, the more she'll play hard to get, Anton interjected. Just wait a moment. If she feels bored, she'll return on her own. Your daughter is just like that. Anton had been observing the mother-daughter duo, feeling exasperated. Yet, as Mimi was still a child, it was unreasonable to blame her for not considering her parents' concerns. However, Chi Min's willingness to indulge Mimi's playful antics, even when the child deliberately hid as a prank, left Anton speechless. He even suspected Chi Min was intentionally playing such games with her, which seemed a bit foolish, given the potential dangers of playing hide-and-seek in such a crowded place. Nevertheless, he had misjudged Chi Min. She was aware of the risks involved in public play, but genuinely struggled to manage Mimi and worried about her daughter getting lost. But we can't just ignore it. Can we? What if we can't find Mimi? What do you mean you can't find her? That little girl navigates better than you do. Anton mocked her. Who else to blame but you for indulging her every time? If I had corrected her the first time, I wonder if she would dare to be so disobedient. Chi Min had to admit that although Anton spoiled Mimi in daily life, he remained firm on matters concerning safety and public behavior. She now realized that her constant searches for Mimi inadvertently endorsed the child's games of hide-and-seek, even implying that her victories were commendable. This not only exhausted Chi Min in her attempts to manage Mimi, but also left the little girl with a misguided impression of public conduct, proving to be counterproductive. However, Zhang Songxue, who had previously underestimated that a girl with a disability could run so swiftly, failed to grasp Anton's educational philosophy and instead deemed his approach irresponsible. Wait, the little girl is missing. We must search for her regardless. Upon hearing this, Chi Min felt a twinge of doubt. While she shouldn't spoil Mimi, it seemed imperative to find her before any necessary reprimand could take place, right? All right, then I'll check over there. So you choose not to listen to me, do you? Anton replied, displeased, implying that if she heeded this woman's advice, she might as well consider her a girlfriend. Yet he could not express this openly, so he said, if that's the case, your daughter will soon become what is the term? A little brat. Under the mistaken impression that Mimi was Chi Min's child born in America, and with Anton's northern accent revealing his character, it seemed illogical for him to be associated with someone who had studied abroad. Thus, the scene appeared more akin to that of a new boyfriend rather than a father figure. Zhang Songxue shared this reasoning, and thus regarded Anton with disdain. Despite any grievances he might hold against the little girl, he certainly could not sit idly while she went missing. Yet, as a typically quiet girl, Zhang Songxue did not intend to confront her friend's boyfriend publicly. She merely urged gently, please, let us focus on finding the child first. Chapter 71. Not related by blood, Zhang Songxue's intention was to encourage them to swiftly locate Mimi. Yet to Anton, her words seemed to occupy the moral high ground. You should not concern yourself with this matter, he warned her. He believed that Chi Min and this woman shared no inappropriate relationship, but that did not mean he would tolerate anyone meddling in their personal affairs. I'm not trying to interfere, but De Min's daughter is missing. We can't just stand here discussing principles, can we? Zhang Songxue grew a bit anxious. At this moment, Anton merely wished to pull his girlfriend and her daughter away, responding somewhat unfriendly. What does this have to do with you? Chi Min, observing Anton's insistence on clashing with Zhang Songxue, could not help but lament why harmony among loved ones could not prevail. Yet while she could not control Zhang Songxue, she could address Anton. Just calm down for a moment. As her words fell, she spotted Mimi peeking out from behind the door of the crawling area. Look, Mimi is right there. Anton also noticed Mimi's spontaneous appearance, but beyond expressing that the little girl's actions were inappropriate, he needed to make it clear that it was wrong. He called out to Mimi, "Come here." Mimi hesitated behind the door, half of her body concealed, seemingly fearful of Anton. She could not help but cast a pleading glance towards Qimin. Yet, this time, Mimi miscalculated her little scheme. Today, she had thoroughly exhausted her mother, and even if Qimin had the inclination to rescue her, she lacked the spirit, perhaps even wishing for Anton to give her a good scolding. Seeing her mother unresponsive to her silent plea, Mimi reluctantly emerged with her toy gun in one hand and a lollipop in the other, only to be immediately intercepted by Anton, who demanded, "Hand over everything you have." Mimi obediently relinquished her lollipop and toy gun to Anton, before swiftly darting behind Qimin, peeking out to observe Anton. In front of the little girl, Anton callously tossed the half-eaten lollipop into the trash and slung her toy gun over his shoulder, proceeding forward without uttering a word. Zhang Songxue watched in disbelief, feeling that this adult bullying a child was excessively cruel, especially since Qimin, as the little girl's mother, showed no intention of intervening. She began to question whether her friend, Qimin, was still the resolute person she once knew. If not, could she still consider Qimin her friend? Just as Zhang Songxue contemplated subtly reminding Qimin again, she noticed the previously tearful little girl suddenly darting out from behind Qimin, limping as she pursued the indifferent and unloving man in black, tugging at his sleeve. "Daddy, please don't be angry, okay?" Zhang Songxue thought to herself. What? At that moment, Anton was on the verge of breaking down, his heart brimming with affection for his daughter, recognizing that she was indeed his child, albeit a bit mischievous, yet still capable of discerning right from wrong. Nevertheless, he continued to impartially guide her. "I am not angry at all. I was merely searching for you the entire time." He removed the toy gun from his shoulder and handed it back to Mimi, instructing her to apologize to her mother. Mimi dutifully clutched the toy gun, limping back to Qimin, and said sweetly, "Mommy, I'm sorry, I'll give you this gun." Qimin accepted the gun, slightly taken aback. She had previously assumed that this playful behavior was a new idea from Mimi, but it seemed that Anton had long since corrected this habit. It was merely a relapse. Then Mimi uttered the most significant truth. "Daddy told me to listen to Mommy, but I forgot." Qimin had not anticipated that this was the result of Andong's prior admonition to Mimi. Had he said nothing and handed Mimi over to her, she might not have managed to raise her at all. "It's all right," Qimin said, squatting down to gently pat Mimi's little head. "Mimi, my dear, you will have plenty more lollipops in the future." Anton unexpectedly remarked, "Too many will give you cavities." At that, Mimi swiftly turned her head and stuck out her tongue at her father. Qimin felt a tinge of regret that Anton was wearing sunglasses and a mask, hiding his expression at that moment, which she found truly unfortunate. After Andong's appearance, Qimin's issues were significantly alleviated. However, due to the excessive energy spent searching for Mimi earlier, her current mental state was less than optimal. Upon entering the aquarium, she merely followed behind as Anton guided Mimi to touch the starfish. Zhang Songxue, walking beside Qimin, remained puzzled about the nature of Qimin's relationship with her boyfriend and daughter. This father-child dynamic was quite intriguing, yet based on Mimi's mixed features, it was evident that at least one of them was not her biological parent. However, her curiosity leaned towards another aspect. Zhang Songxue whispered beside Qimin, "Hey Qimin, isn't this quite good? Why not get married?" "Marriage seems too troublesome," Qimin replied vaguely. This only deepened Zhang Songxue's suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, she firmly grasped Qimin's arm and asked seriously, "Is your daughter biological?" This question took Qimin by surprise. To both her and Anton, Mimi felt as if she were their own flesh and blood, and they had no intention of revealing the truth before she came of age. Qimin believed she was raising Mimi in the capacity of a biological mother. Could anyone truly discern any clues regarding this? "Why do you ask that?" Qimin attempted to deflect, but given Zhang Songxue's steadfast friendship, there was no need for concealment. After all, it sufficed for her to regard Mimi as her own. Zhang Songxue scrutinized her, hesitating slightly. "I've noticed quite a change in you over the past few years. Weren't you not fond of children before?" Indeed, Qimin had previously felt indifferent towards children. In fact, she found them rather bothersome, particularly infants who knew nothing. Had it been Chimin discovering a baby under the bridge instead of Anong, it was highly likely that there would be no Mimi in existence today. In moments of solitude during Mimi's infancy, Chimin would occasionally ponder whether her life would be considerably easier without her. Without the responsibility of raising a child, Andong's salary combined with her doctoral stipend would suffice for a comfortable middle-class lifestyle. However, now that Mimi was her daughter, such contemplations no longer held weight. As a normal person, I can certainly dislike other people's children, but I would undoubtedly love my own daughter, Chimin replied in a tone reminiscent of her high school bravado. That was an entirely truthful statement. Even now, she still disliked all other children except Mimi. But you aren't married yet? Zhang Songxue queried, perplexed. Chimin found this equally puzzling. No, I may not be Mimi's biological mother, but I am her legal mother. That has nothing to do with marital status. Oh! Zhang Songxue finally grasped. So your boyfriend has no blood relation to your daughter? Does that mean the child is adopted? Well, sort of, she was picked up. Chimin replied nonchalantly. Zhang Songxue contemplated how to respond, ultimately exclaiming, an adopted child who looks this beautiful? You are truly fortunate. Chapter 72. Refusing to marry, watching Anong guide Mimi to touch the bred starfish in the experience pool. Chimin's heart was filled with tranquility and serenity. Zhang Songxue stood beside her, seemingly empathizing with the nurturing instincts inherent in maternal beings. Once again, she expressed her sentiments. Chimin, you truly are fortunate. And you are not? Chimin smiled. If you were to marry and have a daughter, she might even surpass Mimi in beauty. My brother Du's looks are not to be trifled with. Truth be told, during their middle school days, Wei Siue was not the most handsome among his peers, but his gentle demeanor was rather distinctive. And he was quite popular with girls, unlike Chimin, who was more of a geek at that time. Now, Chimin was unsure of his current appearance. The photos she saw in Zhang Songxue's social media were quite decent, yet in the group photos he posted, he appeared rather ordinary. Nevertheless, being a friend, she felt compelled to say something positive, even if he had taken her friend. Dayue, he probably wants to remain childless, Zhang Songxue commented lightly. Ah, why? Chimin asked, puzzled, although her curiosity was not about Wei Siue's desire for childlessness, but rather whether they had not discussed it thoroughly. At this, Zhang Songxue hesitated. She rarely fell silent, but after a moment, she replied, I wanted to discuss it with him, but it seems Dayue is not very keen on marriage. What happened? Chimin inquired anxiously. Songxue, please don't joke with me. What is going on between you and Dayue? Zhang Songxue turned to face Chimin, her fair complexion almost glowing in the dim, cold light of the aquarium. It appeared that this question was difficult for her to answer, but she finally spoke. I'm not sure what is wrong. I asked him about marriage. He didn't refuse at the time, but it just trailed off after that. Perhaps he thinks there is no rush? Chimin attempted to analyze. Isn't there a rush? Oh my, it's been over a decade. Zhang Songxue couldn't help but add an exclamatory particle. Besides the two of us, have you ever encountered anyone who has been in a relationship for more than 10 years without getting married? Chimin pondered for a moment. She had not seen others, but she had not delved deeply into the lives of many couples. Moreover, Chimin did not think there was anything commendable about those who married right after graduation. During college, devoid of any material ties, many individuals could showcase their most intriguing selves. Yet once graduation approached, when matters concerning their futures came into play, their utilitarian nature would emerge, such as the so-called successful individual Qin Jinjuan, who served as a principal investigator at a top 5 university. Not getting married isn't necessarily a bad thing, Chimin reassured her. According to the origins of the institution of marriage, it merely exists as part of private ownership. You and Dayue are not lacking in finances and do not keep score. Living this way hasn't caused any issues, has it? Zhang Songxue found some sense in her words, yet she still inquired, Damin, why don't you get married? Chimin was reluctant to admit it was due to a lack of money, yet aside from that, she genuinely had more reasonable grounds. I simply feel that I shouldn't hastily increase my immediate family ties. What do you mean? Zhang Songxue asked. When it comes to having your immediate family make decisions on your behalf, would you prefer your parents or your boyfriend to represent you? Chimin replied, of course, I believe that if something were to happen to you, Dayue would undoubtedly choose to save you without hesitation. But how should I put it? I think having fewer individuals meddling in my fate might actually be a good thing. From an evolutionary biology perspective, for a young human under 30, parents have nearly lost their reproductive capabilities, thus possessing lower genetic value. Convincing elderly parents to rescue their young adult child is relatively easy. However, a spouse is different. A spouse also holds significant genetic value. It is well known that one should not place all their eggs in one basket. If one possesses high genetic value, preparing for contingencies aligns better with maximizing genetic interests. In such circumstances, most people would likely prefer their parents to have priority decision-making power during a crisis, especially when they are incapacitated and require life-saving surgery. Of course, human decision-making is not solely influenced by genetics. Ideological factors, or what is termed memes, also play a role. Otherwise, no one would consider non-biological children as their own. The name meme that Chi Min and Anton chose for Mimi was intended to reflect this. Zhang Songxue understood what she was saying, but was quite certain that Wei Siyue's reluctance to marry was not due to this. She simply asked, "So, Demin, don't you trust your boyfriend?" "I do trust him," Chi Min replied without hesitation. "At least when it comes to matters concerning life." Anton would resolutely choose to save a life. Yet, conversely, he may not be as concerned about his own future or Chi Min's. "However, I do not wish to entrust my fate to mere belief. After all, I can be certain that my parents would unflinchingly save me, and that does not require belief." Then, conversely, if something were to happen to your boyfriend, would you resolutely save him? Zhang Songxue asked again, according to the logic of selfish gene theory. This question does not seem easy to answer. Yet Chi Min immediately responded, "Of course I would. After all, he has no parents. If I do not save him, what does that make me?" Upon hearing this answer, Zhang Songxue was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Demin, you truly are a good person. This is basic morality." Chi Min sighed in resignation. Zhang Songxue felt that her friend's sense of morality had progressed too quickly, but then again, it made sense. She had adopted a biracial little girl as her daughter. Perhaps she was on the path to sainthood. At that moment, Mimi came bouncing over, tugging at Chi Min to touch the sea stars in the experience pool. Unable to refuse her, Chi Min reluctantly touched the sea stars a couple of times. "Mommy, why aren't sea stars soft?" Mimi asked. "Because sea stars have a layer of hard spines on their surface, which is why they are classified as echinoderms. They are called sea stars because they resemble bread in shape, but they are actually not related to bread at all." Chi Min began to share her knowledge of zoology. "Mimi, remember jellyfish are protostomes and humans are deuterostomes. So, can you guess whether sea stars are protostomes or deuterostomes?" "They are protostomes." The little girl guessed immediately. Generally, radially symmetrical organisms are often lower in complexity, while bilaterally symmetrical ones are typically more advanced. Lower organisms are protostomes, whereas higher ones are deuterostomes. This is a general rule. Usually, animals without a notochord indeed belong to protostomes, but echinoderms are an exception, being deuterostomes. Chi Min explained, although sea stars may resemble jellyfish in some ways. Being round and lacking a distinct head, their radial symmetry is a secondary characteristic. Mimi tilted her small face up toward Chi Min, nodding in a somewhat confused manner. Nearby, Anton deliberately removed his sunglasses, displaying a look that conveyed, "You are such a nerd." Chapter 73. Mimi gets into a fight. The endeavor to prove that she could independently take Mimi to the zoo finally concluded. Yet upon returning home, Anton casually remarked during dinner, "Well, you have nothing to say now, do you? Still lecturing Mimi about protostomes. What's wrong with that? This is basic knowledge in zoology." Chi Min felt there was nothing inappropriate about sharing this. At least it was not inferior to fictional tales. "Mimi at her age doesn't understand those concepts," Anton stated. "Even if you explain, please discuss something macro, okay? Don't delve into such abstract topics. Little kids simply cannot grasp it." "What macro? Sea stars expelling their stomachs to digest food?" Chi Min asked impassively. "How do they expel their stomachs?" Mimi interjected, "Isn't the stomach inside the body?" "Ah, the stomach of echinoderms is different from ours. It cannot be described that way." Anton reassured his daughter, then shot Chi Min a glare, indicating that one should not speak while eating. Chi Min had no choice but to remain silent. Nonetheless, she still believed imparting some scientific knowledge to Mimi, even if temporarily incomprehensible, would be beneficial. As a child, she had no interest in anything else but animals, later moving on to illustrated encyclopedias. Not to mention, the illustrated encyclopedia at Chi Min's home was nearly worn out from her constant flipping. In truth, this may not significantly aid in systematic scientific learning, but at least this knowledge was quite useful for impressing others. In fact, Mimi had already learned to show off at such a young age. when her kindergarten teacher called Chi Min while she was observing the installation of a modified callosum interface chip on a crab-eating macaque. The phone in her pocket, ringing in the sterile environment, was somewhat awkward. Chi Min, for the first time, dismissed the call through her lab coat, but within 2 seconds, it rang again. A technician preparing the macaque's head stopped his work and said to her, "Teacher Chi, why don't you go answer the phone? We've done this experiment hundreds of times. There's nothing new to see." Chi Min awkwardly smiled, even though the mask concealed her expression. She said nothing, but took the incessantly vibrating source of sound away from the sterile area. Once in the living quarters, Chi Min removed her gloves and pulled out her phone, discovering it was Teacher Zheng from the kindergarten. The small private kindergarten located in the community had only a few teachers, and this Teacher Zheng was likely a subordinate of the principal. "Sorry, Teacher Zheng. It was inconvenient to answer the phone just now. Is there something you need?" Chi Min addressed the teacher of her daughter with a degree of courtesy. "Is this Chi Mi's mother?" Teacher Zheng inquired. Chi Min pondered why the kindergarten had chosen to contact her instead of Anong. She recalled that initially, out of concern for Andong's proficiency in Chinese, they had retained her contact number. Thus, she acquiesced. Yes. What has happened to Mimi? It is so Ms. Zheng interjected promptly. Today, Mimi had a minor conflict with another child in the class. But you need not worry. We have already disinfected the child's injury. What happened to Mimi? Chi Min immediately inquired. Mimi is uninjured. It was merely another child who fell and scraped their arm, Ms. Zheng hastily clarified. Chi Min exhaled in relief and then asked, "Isn't it normal for children to quarrel? What was the cause?" The kindergarten teacher succinctly recounted the incident. Mimi's temperament had always been somewhat peculiar. She often ignored certain peers, maintaining amiable relations with those she chose to engage with, while scarcely communicating with others. Today, while playing on the slide, she encountered a boisterous little boy who had cut in line, prompting Mimi to push him aside in an assertive manner. This boy, likely from a difficult background, retaliated by insulting her, calling her a cripple, and telling her to get out of the way. In response, Mimi retorted, as Ms. Zheng accurately recounted, "If I'm a cripple, then you are akin to a echinoderm. Though a mouth-breathing creature, you possess no brain." Though the boy may not have comprehended the words, the tone of derision was unmistakable. Consequently, the boy shoved Mimi, but she, being taller and quite robust from Andong's nurturing, retaliated by pushing him down the slide. Upon hearing this, Chi Min couldn't help but chuckle, feeling an inappropriate pride in her daughter's spirited nature, reminiscent of her own youthful bravado, even amidst scuffles and insults. Nonetheless, she inquired, "Is that child all right?" "Just a scrape," Ms. Zheng replied, but his parents insist that Mimi apologize. "What do you think about this matter?" Chi Min felt a laugh bubbling within her. "Ms. Zheng, you mentioned that it was that child who cut in line first and insulted Mimi. Afterward, Mimi merely defended herself. There are no significant consequences here. This is simply children squabbling. Who should apologize?" Yet the boy was indeed injured. Ms. Zheng hesitated. In such a community kindergarten, they could hardly afford seasoned educators, and Ms. Zheng was still quite young. In conflicts among children, both parties bear some fault. "If you have the time, it would be best for you to come in," she suggested. "I fear my schedule does not permit," Chi Min replied, "and as for this situation, it is evident who instigated it, and we have already shown leniency by not demanding an apology. If that child were severely injured and required hospital treatment, your proposition of equitable punishment might hold merit. However, under no circumstances should the instigator expect an apology from the one provoked. Wouldn't you agree?" Ms. Zheng was taken aback. She had not anticipated Chi Min's calm demeanor, yet she was clearly no pushover. Most parents, concerned for their children, would fear being pressured by the kindergarten to the detriment of their own child, thus rushing to address such incidents. Yet Chi Min would never consider returning for such a trivial matter, not only due to the distance from Yuyun Center to the community, but also because, having grown up amid conflicts, she regarded children's quarrels as utterly commonplace, nothing to make a fuss about. Mimi's mother. The other child's mother has already arrived on our side. Would you still prefer to come? Ms. Zheng awkwardly urged. Does she not have work? How could she arrive so swiftly? Chi Min remarked, then added earnestly, if she demands my return, does that imply my dignity holds no value? Ms. Zheng, I trust your judgment regarding this matter, and I believe you can guide both Mimi and the other children effectively. Moreover, you are a trained educator in early childhood development. Why should you heed the opinions of certain uninformed parents in every instance? To be candid, I am also a teacher, and I understand the challenges of this profession. However, If today you concede to a particular parent, tomorrow you may find yourself yielding 100 times. Positioned between numerous parents, your job will only become more arduous. As a fellow educator, I advise you to establish boundaries with those parents who are overly demanding. Given the current challenges in enrollment, the kindergarten does not lack for students. Besides, you are receiving a salary, so the difference of one child is inconsequential. Why burden yourself at work? After concluding her remarks, she hung up the phone, donned a new pair of gloves, and returned to her experiments. A few days later, Chi-Min learned from Mimi that the boy who had called her a cripple had not returned to kindergarten. Chapter 74. New developments. The experiment involving the crab-eating macaques and the brain-like apparatus achieved a breakthrough on Christmas Eve. While everyone appeared to be working, their minds preoccupied with celebrating the holiday, the Union Center's macaque experiment unexpectedly yielded new findings. Chi-Min's previous approach of inserting rigid electrodes into the macaque's brain indeed enabled memory transmission akin to that observed in rats. However, complications arose when the macaques, having been connected for an extended period, fell into a coma and failed to awaken upon disconnection. They discovered that, after the connection and subsequent extraction of memories, if no memory reinfusion occurred, the macaques did not regain consciousness as rats did. Instead, they remained unresponsive. Furthermore, if the interval between the two connections exceeded 2 hours, the macaques could not be awakened even upon reconnection and would ultimately become akin to vegetative primates. This revelation led Chi-Min to realize that the transition from rats to macaques was not a simple linear progression from rudimentary to complex. The increase in neuronal quantity must reach a critical threshold to induce qualitative changes. This presented a new avenue for exploration. And should she fail to resolve the issue of the macaques becoming vegetative post-connection, her research could face scrutiny. How could she address the problem of the macaques failing to awaken after disconnection? Chi-Min stood at the surgical table in the ultra-clean room, contemplating for several seconds before formulating a straightforward hypothesis. If the connection at the corpus callosum resulted in organic changes in the macaque's brain, could reducing the dosage mitigate this effect? This dosage could refer to either the total number of connections or the strength of the connections. After discussing this with Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan, she opined that since the structure of the connections themselves was difficult to replace, decreasing the total number of connections might be feasible. However, Ms. Zhou countered, saying, "I don't believe that's the case. You see, if, as you suggest, the increase in neuronal quantity from rats to macaques leads to qualitative changes, then the connections, which serve as the channels for information gathering, reflect the effective number of neurons actually interface with the brain-like apparatus. If you reduce the number of connections, the effective number interfaced will diminish, and while you might achieve results similar to those seen in rats, they may not accurately represent the macaque scale." That is indeed a valid point, Chi-Min acknowledged. If reducing the quantity is not an option, how can we diminish the intensity? Ms. Zhou furrowed her brow in thought before suddenly stating, "The current connections do not correspond strictly to single neurons. If we consider them as a combination of signals, then if we apply a Gaussian transformation on the chip, the difference between high-resolution and relatively low-resolution signals might not be significant. Since each connection does not strictly correspond to a single neuron signal, but can be viewed as a composite of multiple neurons. Applying a Gaussian transformation to all connection signals could yield a distribution of neuronal excitation and inhibition hotspots, with a precision surpassing that of the connections themselves. According to the principles of information theory, if there exist infinite interfaces, yet the interfaces themselves suffer from mutual noise interference leading to a decline in resolution, the ideal outcome after undergoing an identical Gaussian transformation would yield a hotspot distribution that is entirely congruent with its prior state, and it would precisely correspond to the authentic distribution of neuronal activity, provided the encoding method is lossless. Thus, the information itself remains unaffected. However, given that the number of interfaces they utilize cannot be infinite, the resultant hotspot distribution after Gaussian transformation will inevitably diverge slightly from its previous form. Yet its essence remains a lossy compression of the signals emanating from the brain and should fundamentally remain unchanged. Chi-Min comprehended. You are suggesting the feasibility of non-invasive electrodes? Non-invasive seems implausible, Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan remarked. While ensuring signal reception, one must also guarantee signal transmission. Perhaps we could experiment with subcutaneous electrodes that do not penetrate the skull. This notion is quite straightforward and relatively easy to implement. Yet, the experiment is somewhat costly, necessitating the acquisition of a new batch of crabs, which is not inexpensive. Nonetheless, the expenditure appears justified. After Chi Min and the technicians labored throughout the night to modify the corpus callosum interface chip until December 26th, followed by 3 consecutive days of experimentation, the trials involving crabs with diminished interface strength ultimately achieved success, albeit partially. With the weakened interfaces, the crabs did not succumb to unresponsiveness after prolonged connection. Rather, they no longer lapsed into a comatose state. Furthermore, upon disconnection and subsequent memory tests, these crabs retained complete recollection of previously learned material, unlike rats subjected to prolonged connection who seem to have forgotten their memories when tested in a water maze. This suggests that through the utilization of weakened interfaces, the neuroprosthetic device appears incapable of extracting the memories of the crabs. However, the patterns of data alteration within the neuroprosthetic device did exhibit certain similarities to those observed during connections established with high-strength interfaces. Chi Min speculated that this issue may not stem from inappropriate interface strength. The logs from the execution of the partition-clearing code within the neuroprosthetic device revealed that the data traces generated while connecting the crab's brain with a low-strength interface were akin to those produced in a brief interval with a high-strength interface. However, during several instances when timely data clearing was not performed, delays of a few hours caused the traces generated by the high-strength interface to spontaneously diffuse, leading to fluctuations in data across all regions of the neuroprosthetic device. This evoked a peculiar sensation akin to the crabs having lived within the neuroprosthetic device. Suddenly, she contemplated that if one were to hypothesize that the neuroprosthetic device extracts not the working memory of the crabs, but rather their consciousness, then everything could be elucidated. If crabs truly possess a form of consciousness, then such a complex primate surely must. The prolonged connection via high-strength interfaces would thus channel the crab's consciousness into the neuroprosthetic device. Hence, if no feedback occurs within a short time frame, the crab's bodies would be rendered incapable of generating new consciousness autonomously, resulting in their becoming akin to vegetative monkeys. Conversely, the low-strength interface might not fully transfer consciousness to the neuroprosthetic device, resulting merely in the creation of data traces during the connection, which would naturally prevent the crabs from losing consciousness. However, should this whimsical hypothesis hold any merit, how might one explain the inability of the crab's consciousness to return after more than 2 hours? The issue likely does not reside within the crab's bodies, but may arise from alterations in consciousness occurring within the neuroprosthetic device, a structure distinct from the brain, rendering it incompatible with the linear brain. Perhaps this is akin to a piece of modeling clay that once filled a conduit, being extracted and spreading out in an unconstrained environment, making it difficult to reinsert into the conduit. This conjecture is indeed audacious, yet the question remains, how to substantiate it? Chapter 75, Written Warning. However, before Chi Min could ascertain how to validate her new hypothesis, a phone call from the Academic Affairs Office of Zhongji University summoned her back to the campus from the center of her contemplations. The content of the call seemed trivial to Chi Min, bearing no relation to her academic pursuits. The sole connection to her role as a newly appointed PI was the undergraduate intern, Bai Rong, currently in her laboratory. The Academic Affairs Office informed Chi Min that Bai Rong had been reported by another student from the same year and department, potentially facing disciplinary action. However, the intern's misconduct bore little relevance to the laboratory itself, and the notification seemed merely procedural, not requiring Chi Min's personal confirmation. Nevertheless, she casually inquired about the nature of Bai Rong's complaint. The response from the office staff was rather nonchalant. Oh, it was from another class's student who accused him of harassment. What? Chi Min was taken aback. Bai Rong appeared to be a somewhat introverted and unremarkable young man, making it difficult to imagine him engaging in such behavior towards female classmates. What kind of harassment? To be candid, he has been quite well-behaved in our lab, the office staff clarified. It hardly qualifies as harassment. It is merely, he is pursuing a male classmate which may not reflect well. Just for that, Chi Min found it hard to believe Bai Rong is gay. Although it was unexpected, it seemed somewhat alarming for ordinary boys to feel threatened by a gay pursuit. Yet it hardly warranted disciplinary action for being inappropriate. Isn't that sufficient? The office staff murmured, then continued, Professor Chi, do not worry. Such matters typically result in a written warning with a recommendation for a leave of absence, primarily to rectify the behavior. It was because he might not continue his internship in your laboratory that I felt it necessary to inform you. To be frank, Chi Min had no pressing tasks for Bai Rong. Yet the notion of a regular gay student being deemed to require correction for simply pursuing a classmate, resulting in a written warning, was disconcerting to her. After some contemplation, she suggested over the phone, I am currently away. Could you please wait until I return to decide on Byron's punishment? I will return shortly. She hung up before the office staff could respond, hastily making her way back. On the subway, Chi-min attempted to call Byron, but there was no answer. She then called Wang Xin, inquiring whether she was aware of Byron's situation. Oh! A senior from the doctoral program came by this morning to ask if there were any peculiarities regarding Byron in the lab. He seemed to be Byron's advisor. Wan Xin Thikan. He expressed concerns about Byron's mental health, though I could not discern any issues, as he does not frequent the lab often. Did he mention anything about disciplinary action? Chi-min inquired. Disciplinary action? Not exactly. However, he did suggest Byron take a leave of absence. Wang Xin quickly asked, what happened to Byron? Nothing serious. Chi-min surmised what this situation might entail and reassured her that it was likely just a misunderstanding. After hanging up, she found the entire affair quite astonishing. Byron's pursuit of a male classmate from another class had escalated to such a degree that it warranted a written warning and possibly a leave of absence. If there had been persistent harassment, it might indicate some psychological issues, but the office staff claimed it was hardly harassment. The more she contemplated, the more it seemed to reflect discrimination against gay individuals. Upon arriving at the Academic Affairs office, Chi-min found not only the staff responsible for student affairs, but also Byron's homeroom teacher and advisor, along with the dean of the College of Science, Wang Xinghai. The four were originally deliberating on how to discipline Byron, and their expressions revealed a hint of surprise upon seeing Chi-min, the newly appointed lab PI with less than half a year's tenure. Dean Wang. Chi-min had not anticipated the rumored gay dean would also be involved in the adjudication of Byron's case. I am the PI of the laboratory where Byron is interning. Earlier, the office staff, Mr. Ho, informed me that, well, your student Byron has some significant psychological issues. The dean of the School of Science, Wang Xinghai, interjected, stating, personally, I recommend that he take a 6-month leave of absence. Thus, he may no longer be suitable to undertake his graduation project under your guidance. May I inquire as to the reasoning behind this? Chi-min politely asked. Teacher Ho from the Academic Affairs office glanced at Dean Wang, and upon receiving a nod of approval, he replied, yesterday, we received a report from Zheng Anrong, a senior male student from the biology department, claiming that Byron had slipped a love letter under the door of their dormitory. He found this behavior to be inappropriate and subsequently lodged a complaint with the Academic Affairs office. Do you also consider this behavior inappropriate? Chi-min retorted, unable to restrain herself. Teacher Ho was momentarily taken aback by her question, unsure of how to respond. It was Dean Wang who spoke again, saying, the internet is rife with harmful ideologies, and students may indeed engage in erroneous behavior under their influence. Byron is likely still in a phase of imitation. Halting this behavior and providing corrective education would ultimately benefit him. Chi-min found the identity dissonance in this scene quite astonishing. Dean Wang, who was evidently a closeted gay man, was now defending homophobic viewpoints, equating homosexuality with a pathological condition. Byron's homeroom teacher and counselor maintained a tacitly accepting stance, while the laboratory supervisor, who had no formal administrative ties to Byron, stood in his corner. Dean, I wish to understand how being gay constitutes erroneous behavior. Chi-min exclaimed, the national laws no longer prohibit homosexuality. Why must our university still contend with it? The absence of legal prohibition does not imply that the institution can condone such behavior. Dean Wang stated sternly, even issuing a rather harsh warning. Moreover, Chi-min, this matter in principle does not concern you. While Byron and I do not have an administrative relationship, you cannot force him to take a leave of absence simply because he is gay if he has committed no other transgressions, Chi-min argued, finding the situation utterly surreal. Regardless, he was nearing graduation and merely needed to complete his final project. Forcing him to take a leave now would only extend his academic journey. A leave of absence is for his own good. If he remains under the influence of harmful ideologies for the rest of his life, the consequences would be far more severe than merely delaying his graduation, Dean Wang replied, his tone softening as he continued. Chi-min, you are still young and fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chi-min began to understand that Dean Wang, as a closeted head of the School of Science, had seemingly resolved to distance himself from homosexual behavior. To her, this appeared akin to a self-destructive addiction. However, he might have believed that by severing Byron's connection to homosexuality now, he could spare him the anguish of remaining in the closet for over a decade, much like himself. Yet, homosexuality is merely a sexual orientation. It is not something that can be cured. Persuasion alone would not suffice. After leaving the academic affairs office, Chi Min directly contacted Bai Rong's emergency contact number. The emergency contact was Bai Rong's roommate, and Chi Min requested that this young man reach out to Bai Rong's parents. Chapter 76. Seeking parental assistance, Chi Min's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the news of Bai Rong's situation. After contacting Bai Rong's roommate, she found herself lacking the motivation to return to the Union Center. She informed Kuli via WeChat that she had matters to attend to at the university before heading back to her bioinformatics laboratory at Zhongji University. The lab was empty. The verification experiment for EPS cell differentiation into nerve cells, overseen by Wang Xian and Chen Linyu, was nearing completion. They had been intermittently visiting the Union Center, but their frequency paled in comparison to Chi Min's. As the Gregorian New Year approached, the two young individuals likely returned home for the holidays. At that moment, nearly all the instruments in the laboratory were powered down, save for the refrigerator emitting a barely audible hum, creating an atmosphere of solitude. Feeling lethargic, Chi Min hesitated to turn on her computer, opting instead to take out her phone for a brief gaming session when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Looking up, she saw Bai Rong entering. He had evidently come to find her, rushing over with labored breaths. "Teacher Chi, I heard. You spoke with the dean?" "I went to see the dean myself." Chi Min quickly stood up and reassuringly patted his shoulder. "This matter might affect your ability to graduate next year. It is best to have your parents involved." She articulated this delicately, implying that as a mere principal investigator, she lacked the authority to influence departmental decisions and could not jeopardize her relationship with the administration over an undergraduate student. No, I think. Bai Rong hesitated for a moment before continuing. "It's better if my parents don't find out." "Find out what? That you are gay?" Chi Min paused, then added, "Bai Rong, you need to recognize the urgency of the situation. Concealing this from your parents is not the priority. What matters is ensuring that this does not lead to any disciplinary action that could affect your graduation." Upon hearing the term disciplinary action, Bai Rong appeared bewildered. "What disciplinary action? Teacher, why would I be subjected to punishment?" "I find it perplexing as well." Chi Min sighed. According to Dean Wang, being gay equates to having psychological issues. If discovered by other students, it necessitates intervention. Naturally, this argument is utterly unfounded. So if your parents can engage him in a proper discussion, it should be manageable. Bai Rong fell silent for a moment, unconsciously running his fingers through his excessively long curly hair, seemingly contemplating his next steps. Ultimately, he inquired, "Is there any way to keep my parents uninformed?" Chi Min genuinely felt he was being overly earnest. "Why emphasize your sexuality when you speak? If your narrative contradicts the department's stance, your parents will undoubtedly believe you." She cautioned further, "Even if you claim it was just a joke, is it not absurd for the department to deem sending a love letter as indicative of psychological issues?" Her words resonated with Bai Rong, who nodded vigorously before hastily exiting the laboratory, presumably to make a phone call. After Bai Rong departed, Chi Min returned to her seat, opened WeChat, and noticed yet another message from her mother inquiring whether she would return home for New Year's Eve. Chi Min felt a twinge of longing to return, but ultimately replied to Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong, "Perhaps not." After being embroiled in this matter, Chi Min returned home earlier than usual, something rare for her to do, before 6:30. Anong had just picked up Mimi and was preparing dinner. Feeling mentally drained, Chi Min shed her outerwear and shoes upon entering the house, collapsing onto the sofa in her bedroom to watch television until Anong, clad in an apron, approached her and asked why she wasn't playing with Mimi. "Can you let me have a moment of peace?" Chi Min replied somewhat impatiently. "But you said last time that you would spend more time with Mimi." Anong expressed his irritation. If she returned home late and simply awaited dinner, it would be one thing. But today, she had come home early on New Year's Eve, and yet lay there without engaging. "So what if I do?" Chi Min retorted thoughtlessly, "I've been busy all day. I'm not like you, with nothing to do." Only after the words left her mouth did Chi Min realize how inconsiderate it was to mock Andong's lack of employment. Indeed, Andong's current situation was far more leisurely compared to his previous job delivering takeout in the United States. Ultimately, pursuing a higher degree and seeking better employment was meant to afford more leisure time, was it not? Since Anong found it challenging to secure a suitable chef position in the country, she had no intention of forcing him to work. That is not what I meant," Chi Min murmured, attempting to clarify, "but I genuinely feel exhausted." As the primary financial provider, Chi Min felt justified in expressing her fatigue. In truth, today was no more taxing than usual. It was merely the peculiar sentiment associated with December 31st, the last day of the year, that led her to feel a sense of self-pity for still being at work. Anton likely understands the situation as well, yet he removes his apron and sits beside Chi Min, gently tucking the stray strands of hair behind her ear, and says softly, "Indeed, it must be quite frustrating to leave the last day of the experiment unfinished." In truth, Chi Min's irritation primarily stems not from the experiment itself, but from the chaos surrounding Rome, which makes her feel that the School of Science is utterly nonsensical. However, upon hearing Anton's calm response, she experiences a wave of reassuring comfort. It must be said that Anton's capacity for empathy is commendable. It is this very trait that makes it relatively easy for him to look after Mimi, which can indeed be considered a form of talent. Chi Min takes Anton's hand and leans against his shoulder for a moment. Being this close, she can detect a faint scent of cooking oil on him, a fragrance that lingers even through the apron. "It's not too bad," Chi Min says nonchalantly. "Let me prepare a glass of apple juice for you. You look rather worn out." Anton jokes, "Aside from apples, do we have anything else?" Chi Min's interest is piqued immediately. "How about a smoothie?" With a delightful fruit smoothie in hand, Anton successfully pulls Chi Min up from the sofa. After standing, Chi Min finds herself feeling less fatigued, and even explains to Mimi the origins of the solar year and the distinction between solar days and sidereal days, as well as why leap years consist of 366 days. Nonetheless, it is evident that compared to astronomical and geographical knowledge, the little girl remains far more captivated by the smoothie. When it is time for dinner, Mimi begins recounting the day's events at kindergarten. She mentions how her teacher stated that they had all aged another year today, to which Chi Min explains the concept of age calculation based on counting systems. Mimi then shares that her classmates, who are a year older than her, have already moved on to preschool, prompting Chi Min to suddenly realize that Mimi cannot remain at this small private kindergarten indefinitely. Her residency and enrollment issues must be addressed sooner or later. However, to resolve Mimi's residency issue, she will inevitably need to return home to retrieve the household registration book. It becomes unavoidable to inform her parents about Mimi and Anton. Previously, she thought that bringing the two back to the country would resolve everything. But when it comes to these processes, it truly becomes quite challenging. Chapter 77. Yelena. Though the New Year's holiday is merely 3 days long for the average office worker, it is the sole glimmer of hope amidst the bustling year-end workload. Chi Min initially planned to spend 3 days lounging at home, but noticed a suggestion in a WeChat group from her high school classmates to gather for New Year's. She is not accustomed to organizing events, yet as per tradition, the few who enjoy taking the lead quickly discussed arrangements for the gathering. This year, they planned something novel, starting with ice skating at Shikahai at 1 in the afternoon, followed by finding a place to eat nearby. Chi Min informs Anton of her intention to attend the gathering, to which he merely expresses a mild complaint. Having grown up influenced by the previous restaurant owner's emphasis on celebrating the Spring Festival, he does not particularly value New Year's Day. However, when she is about to have breakfast the next day after washing up, she receives a call from Yelena. Chi Min initially assumes it is a routine New Year greeting and answers with her rudimentary Russian. "S Novim Godom, Lena. Happy New Year, Min." Yelena's voice sounds quite excited. "I'm in Beijing. Sorry I didn't inform you in advance. I actually decided to come to China on a whim." "What? Where are you now?" Chi Min cannot help but be astonished. "I'm at Capital International Airport," Yelena cheerfully replies. "I was wondering when we could meet." "Wait a moment." Chi Min glances at Anton and quickly steps out onto the balcony, saying, "Lena, have you booked a hotel in Beijing?" "No. I just suddenly remembered that there's a visa-free travel arrangement between Russia and China, so I signed up for a tour group," Yelena explains, self-guided. "Ah." Chi Min thinks Yelena is rather thoughtless. Is this typical of Russians? Is someone meeting you in Beijing? "No," Yelena states matter-of-factly. "I'm just here to have fun during the holiday." Chi Min feels compelled to say then, "Shall I come and pick you up?" "Sure," Yelena readily agrees. After hanging up, Chi Min looks up to see Anton gazing over at her with a bowl of congee. She suddenly feels a twinge of guilt, but then remembers that Anton and Yelena have no inappropriate relationship, and Anton's concern about Yelena being a pedophile is merely his imagination. Thus, she has no reason to feel guilty. Chi Min steps back indoors, serves herself a bowl of congee, and helps Mimi peel an egg. "So, when are you leaving?" Anton inquires. Chi Min is about to explain that she needs to pick up Yelena in the morning, but his question makes her realize she had forgotten that her gathering is in the afternoon. She responds, "I'm leaving shortly." "Aren't you going ice skating at 1? Anton asks again. So he remembers. Chi Min thinks, is he trying to catch her off guard? Yet, It is evident that Anton cannot possibly foresee Yelena's arrival. It is merely her own guilt. I need to stop by the school first, Chi-min offers evasively. There's a safety inspection in the lab at year-end. Are you not coming back for lunch? Anton asks. I won't be back, Chi-min murmurs, drinking her congee with a hint of guilt. Meeting Yelena takes place at Terminal 3 of the capital airport, where Chi-min spots a slender young Slavic girl clad in a gray parka and denim pencil pants, carrying a large hiking backpack, stepping out. Behind her follows a large group of overweight American senior citizens, clearly part of a tour group. Yelena sees Chi-min and quickly jogs over, embracing her tightly, nearly knocking Chi-min off her feet. In truth, Yelena is about the same height as Chi-min, but the weight of her bag has significantly increased her momentum. Lena, have you had breakfast? Chi-min feels uplifted at the sight of the beautiful girl. Would you like to grab something at the airport? They serve breakfast on the plane, Yelena responds, also pleased to see Chi-min. Of course, if you're treating me, I wouldn't mind at all. Chi-min glances at the time. It is not yet 10 o'clock, making breakfast feel too late and lunch too early. Let me help you book a hotel first. We can leave your things there, and then I'll treat you to lunch. By the way, Lena, is there anything in particular you want to eat? Yelena ponders for a moment, somewhat shyly stating no. What local specialties does Beijing have? Chinese pelmeni? What are pelmeni? Chi-min asks. It's a type of dumpling. Yelena gestures with her hands to mimic a pinching motion. You mean dumplings? Chi-min realizes, understanding that dumplings are too common in China to be considered a local specialty of Beijing. First, let us find a place to drop off your bag, and then I'll take you to enjoy something truly unique. Yelena is quite straightforward, immediately booking an Airbnb not far from Chi-min's school and then taking a taxi to drop off her luggage. In the car, Chi-min asks her what prompted her sudden visit to Beijing, and Yelena candidly replies, I submitted my thesis, and with the holiday, I had nothing else to do. So I decided to travel. Congratulations. Chi-min smiles and pats her shoulder, but she refrains from inquiring about the submission's outcome. Their friendship is purely one of indulgence, focused solely on enjoyment rather than serious matters. Hey, why didn't you stay in Petersburg to celebrate Christmas? Note, Orthodox Christmas falls on January 7th in the Russian calendar. I didn't want to stay there. Yelena waves her hand dismissively. I broke up. Why? Chi-min cannot help but be surprised. She recalls that Yelena's boyfriend was a classmate from her undergraduate studies, coming from a family with some wealth, and would have been considered a decent marriage prospect in Russia. Sigh. I now realize you were right. Yelena sighed, lamenting the absence of financial prospects, yet was equally vexed by the unattractive appearance of her partner. Upon hearing this, Chi-min could not suppress a chuckle, though he remarked, physical appearance is not everything. You know, this doesn't sound like something you'd say. Yelena shot him a playful smile before earnestly stating, after much contemplation, I believe it would be better to seek a girlfriend of Asian descent. Don't misunderstand, Min. You are one of my most cherished friends, and I would never tarnish our friendship. Furthermore, I am inclined to find someone younger. Were such sentiments to escape the lips of a Caucasian man, Chi-min would undoubtedly feel a visceral discomfort, perceiving it as a slight against Asians. Yet, Yelena's words, as a friend, were more readily comprehensible to Chi-min. After all, Yelena had always been forthright about her preferences and partners. While her desire for a young and beautiful Asian girlfriend may seem superficial, it could be argued that she and a beauty like Yelena would indeed make a fitting pair. Chi-min teased her. How young are you aiming for? A college graduate? Perhaps? Do you think it's feasible to find someone younger? Isn't 18 the age when one graduates high school? Yelena, however, posed a counter-question. But isn't it true that many Asian women appear youthful well into adulthood? Chapter 78. Ice Skating. Adult women appearing youthful? This could perhaps be attributed to the thicker dermis of Asians or their petite stature, which renders them seemingly younger. Yet, uttering such a statement carries an unsettling hint of pedophilia. Chi-min cautiously inquired, why emphasize this point? What do you mean? Isn't it said that China has less stringent regulations regarding relationships with young women? Yelena boldly affirmed. Shit, Chi-min exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that Anton was right? I assure you, I am not a pedophile and will not break the law. Yelena hastily clarified, I merely wish to find a girlfriend who appears youthful within legal bounds. Is that so unreasonable? Chi-min fixed her with a serious gaze for nearly 10 seconds before responding. In theory, that is permissible. However, I still harbor doubts about the practicality of such a pursuit. Well, I don't necessarily have to find a girlfriend in China, Yelena interjected. I simply came to Beijing for leisure after my breakup. It's not as complicated as you think. Thereafter, Yelena refrained from further discussing her desire for an Asian girlfriend. Min took her to enjoy Beijing barbecue at Hohai, and along the way, they engaged in conversation about their doctoral research lab. The weather was splendid, and on Yingning Bridge, which separates Hohai from Qianhai, young women donned in Lolita-style dresses were taking photographs. As they passed, Min noticed Yelena observing the two girls with keen interest, glancing back at them even after they had moved on. Once they had distanced themselves, Min asked, "Do you find that appealing?" "Those girls seem rather young." Yelena hesitated, replying, "They do seem quite youthful." Hearing her response eased Min's mind. Although the girls were indeed young, they appeared to be around 20. If Yelena considered them sufficiently youthful, it implied that the legally permissible options in China would align with her preferences, ensuring no legal impropriety was involved. This revelation provided a sense of relief. While Yelena explored Beijing, Min could not be her constant guardian, and he could not guarantee she wouldn't mingle with locals. Dining with Yelena was a straightforward affair. After years of exposure to American fast food and supermarket quick meals, even the most delicate Russian palate had been conditioned to appreciate a variety of cuisines. After their meal, Min led Yelena, who was still photographing the traditional Chinese architecture of Hohai, out of the restaurant and checked his phone for navigation. "Shall I summon a ride for you? Where would you like to go next, Yelena? Any sites you're interested in?" "Oh, I thought this was the attraction you recommended," Yelena replied, surveying her surroundings. "What is this place called?" "This is Shichai, which is a lake." Min struggled to articulate the essence of Shikahai in English. There were many old buildings in the vicinity. "It looks lovely here," Yelena remarked. "To be honest, I have no idea what attractions Beijing has to offer. Let me think. There's the Great Wall, right?" "Yes, but it's a bit far," Min replied while searching for directions. "I'll check how long it takes to get there. If it's too far, we can skip it." Yelena remained unfazed, saying, "Min, where do you want to go? I'll follow you, and then I can explore the area." Min glanced at the nearby ice rink and pointed. "I'm headed there to skate." Upon noticing Yelena's golden curls and brown eyes, and recalling her Slavic heritage with Mongolian ancestry from St. Petersburg, he suggested, "Why not join me?" "Sure." Yelena immediately agreed. "I've never lost at hockey." "Ah, there's no hockey. We're just skating," Min awkwardly clarified. "Oh, okay." Yelena nodded. Thus, when Min appeared before his high school classmates, he was accompanied by the golden-haired Slavic beauty, Yelena. Upon seeing her, his classmates shared knowing smirks, as if the fondness some had for Russian girls during high school had been validated. However, since Zhang Songxue and Wei Siyue were absent this time, no one explicitly inquired about Min's relationship with this captivating companion. Such gatherings typically involved bringing partners, leading many to assume Yelena was Min's girlfriend. In recent years, the prevalence of such preferences among the youth had indeed surged. Since Yelena did not speak Chinese, her accented English made it challenging for anyone other than Min to comprehend her. Initially, as they entered the ice rink, few dared to jest with her. However, once they stepped onto the ice, many of Min's former classmates showcased their varying levels of skating prowess. Some glided effortlessly, while others clung to the railings, hesitantly inching forward, and those who were somewhat adept assisted each other in their wobbly progress. Yelena's skating skills were at a level suitable for playing hockey, far exceeding the capabilities of these Beijing youngsters who seldom skated. Yet Min, having only dabbled in roller skating as a child, felt apprehensive as Yelena pulled him forward, fearing he might be toppled by this amateur hockey player. "Yelena, maybe you should let go of me." Min grasped her arm tightly to maintain his balance, feeling as though he were becoming the hockey stick of this athlete. "I really can't. It's nothing. You're merely out of practice," Yelena said breezily. "Don't worry about falling. Everyone falls while skating." "Oh, hey!" Min exclaimed as she spun him around. Once he finally managed to stop, he quickly added, "I just wanted to skate casually. There is no need to take it so seriously. With me to protect you, you won't fall," Yelena assured him. "Just focus. Min, are you all right?" After his head made contact with the ice, Yelena finally helped him to a nearby wooden bench where several of her classmates, all lacking balance, were seated. Among them was Zhao Ruiding, who had once excelled in mathematics but had mistakenly enrolled in law school. "Hey, Min, want some water?" Zhao Ruiding offered a bottle of mineral water. "You should drink quickly. Otherwise, it'll freeze." "Oh, thank you," Min replied, taking the water, twisting off the cap, and taking a sip. Suddenly, he recalled that he had previously gotten along well with Zhao Ruiding, so he engaged in small talk. "Hey, buddy, What have you been up to lately? I'm working as a public interest lawyer. Zhao Ruiting offered her a faint smile. A public interest lawyer? The title exuded a sense of righteousness. However, judging by his current attire, it was evident that he was not as financially prosperous as those practicing in lucrative firms. Yet, for this very reason, Chi Min found her old classmate rather admirable. I am still engaged in research. Chi Min shrugged as she passed a water bottle to Yelena. Yelena, would you mind? Not at all, Yelena replied, taking a sip from her own bottle. Such exchanges were commonplace among close friends during their social gatherings. Zhao Ruiting observed the two with a smile and, in somewhat halting English, inquired, "Did you meet in America?" "Indeed," Yelena replied. "I am from Petersburg, St. Petersburg. To be precise, Chi Min and I worked in the same lab in the States." "What a twist of fate," Zhao Ruiting exclaimed. "Well, it certainly is fate," Yelena nodded, adding, "It's not as if we were at Caltech. The probability of encountering a genuine Marxist there is exceedingly low. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 79, Friendship. "Ah, indeed," Zhao Ruiting responded, somewhat perplexed, yet continued, "If one were to seek a romantic relationship with a true Marxist, it would indeed be a challenge to find. Of course, one need not limit oneself to romance." Chi Min suddenly realized that her relationship with Yelena had been misconstrued in that direction. Ideology was merely a facet of their criteria for companionship. Moreover, Yelena and we are simply friends. Yes, an untainted friendship. Yelena patted her shoulder and added, "Besides, genuine Marxists are a rarity. Many who incessantly tout the principles of scientific socialism are merely leveraging it for personal gain. To be honest, Min, I am truly glad you left that beach boy behind. Look at you now. You seem to be doing well." Chi Min was taken aback by her subtle jab at Anton and awkwardly replied, In fact, Anton and I didn't." "Blin," Yelena interjected with a Russian exclamation. "Was your last trip to America to see him?" "Ugh, I was genuinely happy for you." "Hey, Yelena, that's not entirely incomprehensible, is it?" Chi Min felt a headache coming on. While Yelena had been a significant figure in her life in the States, at that time, Anton and she were not particularly fond of each other. Now that she and Yelena were no longer working together, Chi Min hoped to maintain a cordial relationship. "I can understand your desire to find a beautiful partner, but that guy is just an unambitious loser," Yelena asserted. "Perhaps beauty and ambition cannot coexist," Chi Min merely suggested. "I think it's fine, and at least in China, I want to be kicked out of my own home, right?" As soon as she uttered those words, she realized it was an inappropriate jest. Being evicted, even from a rented place, was not a trivial or acceptable matter. For most normal individuals, having one's belongings unceremoniously tossed out during a quarrel is a source of great embarrassment, and few would reconcile after such treatment. However, Chi Min's situation was rather unique. After all, most people could not fathom experiencing the misfortune of their daughter, breaking her leg due to a mishap. In such circumstances, Anton's emotional outburst was entirely understandable, although he did not genuinely wish to break up with Chi Min, who could remain composed in such a heated moment. "Is that something to celebrate?" Yelena remarked. "What should I say? Thankfully, otherwise, I wouldn't have a spare apartment in Beijing to lend you." At that time, Chi Min had been forcibly removed from her apartment by Anton and, busy with submitting her paper, had no time to negotiate with him, thus taking refuge in Yelena's apartment. At that moment, Yelena was also stuck in St. Petersburg due to visa issues. Fortunately, her apartment was on a yearly lease, allowing her to provide temporary shelter for Chi Min. Chi Min truly ought to be grateful for Yelena's loyalty. Yet she did not wish to revisit her past misfortunes in front of an old classmate. Although Yelena spoke with an accent that most might not comprehend, Zhao Ruiting, being so close, could decipher a few words. "Yelena, you are certainly the most loyal friend. I owe you so much," Chi Min said reassuringly. "But that incident is in the past. I hope neither of us encounters such situations again." Her words were indeed pleasing to the ear, prompting Yelena to pout slightly before responding, "You truly are so upright and kind. However, I am different. Should anyone dare to throw my belongings, I assure you they shall find no peace in their slumber henceforth." Afterward, Chi Min and Yelena refrained from discussing personal matters. A dozen individuals, having finished skating, began to disperse for their individual affairs, leaving behind 7 people, including Yelena, who wandered along the banks of Hohai and Yandexiji. With the presence of the beautiful Russian Yelena, Chi Min's male classmates appeared notably more assertive. Similarly, Cui Zichuan, who had also returned from studying abroad and possessed a superior command of English, approached Yelena to recount the history of Shikahai. Yelena listened intently while snapping photographs, indulging in various local snacks that her companions had purchased. Several locals took it upon themselves to care for an outsider, suggesting they were doing quite well in their hospitality. Cheemin felt no resentment towards her male classmates' attempts to impress Yelena. After all, Yelena was not her girlfriend, and as a connoisseur of beauty, she could certainly appreciate the allure Yelena held for ordinary young men. Nevertheless, not all in their company grasped this attraction. While walking alongside Yelena, Cheemin overheard Zheng Xiaonan mutter in displeasure, "Look at our male classmates, such sycophants. They don't even spare their fellow classmates' partners. Sycophants shall not have a house." Guo Meixin chimed in jest. Cheemin couldn't help but chuckle at their banter, glancing at Yelena, who was clearly enjoying herself as Cui Zichuan entertained her, prompting her to pause and join Zheng Xiaonan and Guo Meixin in their conversation. "I think it's a bit flattering, but calling them sycophants seems a stretch. Demin, you don't worry about being green-headed, do you?" Zheng Xiaonan teased. "Well, sycophants are hardly superstitious. How could a LES possibly be swayed by a man?" Cheemin, weary of clarifying that Yelena was not her girlfriend, simply replied, "That is certainly the case. Yet I suspect these gentlemen are not single, right?" "The love for beauty is a universal trait," Zheng Xiaonan sighed. "Human nature is to feast on what is in front while eyeing what is in the pot. If that's the case, I should hasten to find another appealing pot," Cheemin laughed. However, the notion of looking at what is in the pot while savoring what is on the plate ultimately reflects a spiritual pursuit that transcends mere survival needs. A level Cheemin felt was still beyond her reach as she grappled with her research topics and the impending spring festival. After attending her classmates' gathering, Cheemin found herself escorting a tipsy Yelena, whose blood alcohol content was at 80 milligrams 100 milliliters, onto the subway. Fortunately, the subway regulations did not prohibit the transport of humans along with alcoholic beverages. After much effort, she managed to get Yelena back to her hotel room and stepped out shortly after 11. With the subway already ceased operations and the last bus having departed, she stood in the January chill for over 10 minutes before finally hailing a night taxi using a mobile app. Shortly after getting into the cab, Cheemin fell asleep, only to be roused by the driver at their destination. Groggy, she alighted from the car and bid farewell to the driver, but after taking a few steps, she realized something was amiss. Looking up, she found herself in the neighborhood where her parents lived. Cheemin thought to herself, no wonder the journey felt so long. It turned out she had traveled from the city center to the outskirts of Beijing. However, she was truly exhausted at that moment, her mind foggy and sluggish. She had to groggily make her way to the entrance and ring the doorbell, completely forgetting that she had brought her keys with her. Chapter 80. A Night Out. The following day, when Cheemin woke up, she found the surroundings rather unfamiliar. Sitting up hastily, she was amused to realize that she was in her independent bedroom at her parents' house. It then dawned on her that after last night's gathering, her classmate Yelena had been overly exuberant, and after escorting Yelena back to the hotel, she had mistakenly taken a cab back to her parents' home. Perhaps it was due to the default information on the ride-hailing app still indicating this location. Cheemin couldn't help but reflect that since her graduation and return to the country, she had seldom taken cabs to save money. Dressed in her old pajamas, she stepped out of her room and habitually sat at the dining table to peel an orange while waiting for breakfast. Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong, who was busy frying eggs, turned around and, spotting her daughter lounging like an old man, couldn't help but remark, "Are you just going to sit there and wait for your food?" "Well, what else am I supposed to do?" Cheemin replied, somewhat perplexed. "Can't you lend a hand? Do something?" Ms. Zhu suggested. "If you're not keen on cooking, your father is going to the supermarket. You could help him carry some things." Cheemin, having not engaged in such mundane tasks for quite some time, couldn't help but complain. "Isn't they're saying about specialization? I'd rather not get involved. Besides, I have a terrible headache." Ultimately, Ms. Zhu felt sympathy for her daughter. Noticing Cheemin feigning a headache and recalling that she had indeed returned home reeking of alcohol, she gently chided. "I told you not to drink. Aren't you the one with that acetaldehyde dehydrogenase mutation?" Cheemin was indeed unable to tolerate alcohol, which is why she had barely drunk anything the previous night. However, Yelena, once she started, couldn't stop, and Cheemin had picked up quite a bit of the scent herself. Concealing it was unnecessary at this point. Cheemin dramatically slumped onto the table and said, "It was a class reunion. I had to drink." In the past, if she had been at home, the moment Mimi saw her sitting at the table, she would have rushed over to play with her. Yet now, with no young girl around to pester her, Cheemin found herself quite enjoying the tranquility. However, that peace was fleeting. Suddenly, a A familiar ringtone emanated from the coat rack at the entrance. Chi-min looked up to find her phone, which she had neglected to retrieve from her coat pocket. Just then, Mr. Chi Jiguang, who was about to head out, casually picked up Chi-min's phone and chuckled upon seeing the caller ID. "Hey, Lele, why is your old phone calling you?" Chi-min's heart sank. She hadn't returned home the night before and had failed to leave a message for Anong, which was quite irresponsible. She hurried over to answer the call. "Hello? Why did you take so long to answer?" Anong launched into a tirade. "You didn't come home last night, and didn't bother to explain where you went. I even asked about your school, only to find out you hadn't been there at all. Are you out of your mind? Or are you hiding something from me?" "It's not like that. I just drank a bit at the class reunion." Chi-min replied defensively, feeling guilty. "What? You were drinking? Where are you now?" Anong pressed. "I'm at my parents' house." Chi-min quickly replied, "I'll head back shortly. I swear if you do this again without a word, don't even think about coming back next time," Anong declared ominously before abruptly hanging up, not even allowing Chi-min a moment to promise she would be more responsible. Staring at the disconnected call, Chi-min froze for a moment, suddenly realizing that even though she paid the rent, Anong could still prevent her from returning home. He could simply refuse her entry. Moreover, she had to admit that sometimes she was indeed in the wrong, and it was no wonder Anong would say such harsh things. "What is the matter, Lele?" Mr. Chi Jiguang inquired. "Who was on the phone?" "Oh, that." Chi-min quickly thought of an excuse. "It was my old number. A friend is in Beijing, and I lent it to them." "A friend from America?" Mr. Chi Jiguang asked. "Huh?" Chi-min nearly panicked, realizing she might have slipped up, but then recalled that domestic calls and mobile data were now universally applicable, so borrowing a number wasn't necessary. "Ah, yes. Are you leaving soon?" Mr. Chi Jiguang asked. "Yes." Chi-min fabricated an excuse. "I just remembered I need to take them somewhere. I forgot amidst the excitement of last night's gathering." "Then you should at least have a meal before you go," Mr. Chi Jiguang suggested, "or take breakfast with you." Chi-min nodded, quickly gulping down a piece of fried egg from the kitchen and hastily packing 2 buns in a plastic bag before changing into her clothes and rushing out. As she stepped outside, the cold winter wind of Beijing hit her, chilling the buns in her hands. She quickly finished half of one bun, stuffing the remaining half into her pocket to eat on the bus. Battling the biting cold wind, Chi-min pulled her hat down tightly, tucked her hands into her coat pockets, and kept her head down as she made her way to the entrance of the community. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice ahead. "Hey, are you blind? Can't you see?" Chi-min looked up, squinting against the wind, and saw Anong standing at the entrance, clad in a long down jacket, wearing a ski cap and a black mask, holding a scarf and a thermos. "Dong, what are you doing here?" Chi-min exclaimed in surprise, momentarily forgetting any mix-up. "My app synced with your taxi ride," Anong explained, his tone less than pleasant. "Oh, I didn't realize it had such advanced features." Chi-min chuckled awkwardly, but then suddenly grasped the implications. "Wait, doesn't that mean you already knew I was here? If I hadn't known, I would have called the police by now." Anong shot her a look, reluctantly tossing the scarf over her shoulders. "You really shouldn't drink." Obediently, Chi-min tied the scarf around her neck, but due to her cold hands, she did a rather sloppy job of it. Seeing her casual attempt, Anong took the thermos from her and neatly re-wrapped the scarf for her. "What is this?" Chi-min asked, lifting the thermos, which felt quite heavy. "Kanji." Anong replied with exasperation. "You can drink it once you're in the car. We wouldn't want you to get a stomachache." Chi-min felt a swell of gratitude. Even though Anong had every right to be upset about her unannounced night away, he had still made kanji in the morning and come to fetch her. Objectively speaking, Anong had indeed been quite conscientious in their relationship. However, Chi-min couldn't help but think that Anong likely believed she had returned to her parents' house due to drinking too much. If he knew she had scarcely drunk anything and had merely set the wrong destination before succumbing to fatigue, he would probably think she was out of her mind. Chapter 81. Politely declining dinner invitations. On the bus back, Chi-min reflected carefully. She had previously thought it unwise to introduce Anong to her parents, but upon closer analysis, it was clear that she subconsciously felt he did not meet her standards. This is a common sentiment. Yelena looked down on Anong. Although she had begun to acknowledge the importance of appearance, beauty alone could not sustain one. However, the notion that Anong himself was unsatisfactory stemmed from the belief that he possessed nothing beyond his looks, which was, in essence, a form of prejudice. Although Anong lacks advantages in terms of education, income, and family background, it is important to note that educational qualifications and cultural literacy are not synonymous. He has at least taken several AP courses, A lack of income does not necessarily indicate a lack of ability. Andong's years of experience in the Chinese restaurant have certainly not been in vain. While he may not have had the most supportive family background, Andong does not suffer from any serious psychological issues. His extreme aversion to inappropriate content involving children, stemming from childhood trauma, can actually be viewed as a positive trait. Considering this, it seems that Andong's objective qualifications are not as lacking as they might initially appear, and there may be little reason to worry about introducing him to one's parents. The only aspect that might cause a slight discomfort for Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong and Mr. Qi Zhiguang is Andong's appearance, which does not conform to the traditional image of a pure-blooded Chinese. However, Qi Min's daughter, Mimi, is also of mixed heritage, and her father shares the same background, making this concern seemingly trivial. As for Mimi, even if she is not biologically related, it is unlikely that any parent would be so heartless as to abandon their daughter. Thus, it appears that bringing a partner and daughter home should not pose significant issues. Qi Min contemplated further advancing her project during this period and considered introducing Andong and Mimi to her parents during the new year. While she was lost in thought, Andong inquired, "Aren't you having porridge? I've already had a bit of breakfast." Qi Min was brought back to reality and suddenly remembered something. She pulled out the remaining bun from her coat pocket and asked, "By the way, do you want a bun?" Andong took it, peering through the plastic wrap with some interest. Did you make this at home?" "No, I bought it from outside," Qi Min explained. "Is it from that place you mentioned that makes delicious Beijing-style shredded pork?" Andong asked again. Qi Min's initial appreciation of his culinary skills lay in the sauce for the shredded pork, which is why Andong remembered her mentioning a homey restaurant nearby that made it well. "No, that restaurant is from where I used to live. After I started university, my family moved to the suburbs," Qi Min replied. "So, is this bun any good?" Andong asked once more. "It's probably just fast food, nothing particularly special." Qi Min chuckled. "As long as it's edible, that's all that matters." Andong remained silent for about 10 seconds before half-jokingly saying, "Hey, I really don't understand why it's so hard for you to compliment me." "All right, it's not as good as what you make," Qi Min quickly replied, then added thoughtfully, "Though it is a fast food place, it must be well received to be located next to a residential area. The dough is well risen, and the filling is seasoned appropriately. Overall, it's quite decent. Of course, it can't compare to your professionally acquired skills." With her serious praise, Andong felt satisfied. However, while he was internally boasting about his culinary prowess, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, even pouring a half-cup of hot porridge for Qi Min from the thermos. Although Qi Min was not particularly hungry and had no hangover effects, she accepted the porridge and took a sip. It was indeed quite good. Andong did not inquire about why she had stayed out so late the previous night, perhaps believing that such gatherings were not solely within her control. In truth, Qi Min was not fond of this time-consuming socializing over meals, and not everyone from her class was particularly close to her. After graduating high school, they all went their separate ways, and Qi Min did not anticipate needing anything from her former classmates in her future work life. From a pragmatic perspective, such gatherings were essentially ineffective socializing for her. Ironically, ineffective socializing was quite mentally draining. After spending an entire afternoon and evening in frivolity with old classmates, Qi Min found herself uninterested in any entertainment today. She slumped on the sofa of her small apartment, just as she was about to continue sleeping when Mimi clung to her. After much effort in entertaining the little girl with cartoons, she received a call from Yelena. To avoid Andong overhearing, Qi Min had to stand up and walk to the balcony to answer. "What's up, Yelena?" "Min, are you on holiday today?" Yelena's voice did not sound particularly lively. "How about we have lunch together?" Through the glass door, Qi Min glanced at Andong, who was preparing ingredients in the kitchen, and said somewhat helplessly, "I'm afraid I can't. Andong has already started cooking." "Oh, you don't plan to invite me over for a meal?" Yelena asked bluntly. Qi Min thought that given her friendship with Yelena, it was only natural to visit each other's homes for a meal. She didn't feel that her rented small apartment was beneath consideration, but Yelena seemed a bit of a Lolita complex type, and bringing her home would likely irritate Andong. Qi Min could only say directly, "I would like to invite you, but Andong might not be willing." Yelena fell silent for 2 seconds before responding, "All right." Although she did not think highly of Andong, she was not at the point of dictating Qi Min's personal life. After hanging up, Qi Min walked back inside to be met with Andong's inquiry. "What was that about?" "Nothing." "Really?" Qi Min deflected. "Just someone from yesterday's gathering checking in on me." "Was it Yelena who called you?" Andong directly pierced through her pretense. Qi Min was somewhat surprised. "You could hear that through the glass?" "This glass door is not soundproof." Andong replied, not appearing offended by her evasion, but instead asking, "Is Yelena in Beijing?" Since he could clearly hear Yelena's name, he was also able to deduce from Chi Min's response that she had declined the invitation to lunch with Yelena. Chi Min felt relieved at her straightforward rejection. "Yes. It's a holiday, so she's just here to have some fun. So, you're not going to have lunch with her?" Anong inquired. Chi Min was somewhat taken aback by his question, as it seemed he held no objection to her seeking out Yelena for lunch. "Do you want me to go have lunch with her?" "She asked your friend. I can't dictate that," Anong replied calmly, as long as she asked not a pedophile. Chi Min couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Yelena had just mentioned wanting to find a little girl. It was unclear whether having a Lolita complex could be considered a mild inclination towards pedophilia. But Chi Min knew very well that Anong had a strong aversion to such tendencies. "She is definitely not a pedophile," Chi Min insisted. "But I don't have to go have lunch with her today. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet." Chapter 82. An Unexpected Discovery. Warm reminder. This text is not intended to encourage studying biology. Rather, it serves as a cautionary tale. Young individuals interested in life sciences should read this and recognize that there is no need to experience the arduous reality of research firsthand. From a comrade in agrobacterium who has failed experiments for 2 consecutive months, Chi Min awoke at her desk. Reflexively reaching for the water cup she typically kept under her bed. When her hand brushed against the keyboard, she realized that she was no longer the aimless loser who had been staying at a friend's house 3 days ago. At 28 years of age, Chi Min was now a research scientist. To put it grandly, she could be considered a neurobiologist. Conversely, she identified more as a hapless biology PhD who had faced numerous rejections and almost did not graduate, followed by more rejections in her pursuit of an academic position. Fortunately, she had finally found a school willing to accept her, though it did not assign her to a neurobiology lab, but rather to a bioinformatics lab. That was of little concern, as Chi Min had endured far worse than being forced to change her research direction. 5 years ago, while pursuing her PhD in the United States, she had met a diverse array of intriguing individuals from around the globe. Handsome men, beautiful women, homosexuals, bisexuals. All kinds of people. It was truly a peculiar place. However, Chi Min encountered her longest-standing boyfriend to date, Anton, in that very place. A seemingly ordinary mixed-race boy who delivered takeout for a Chinese restaurant. No, Anton was not the one who inflicted harm upon her. In fact, it was Chi Min who had caused him pain. Initially, Chi Min was simply captivated by Anton's exquisitely angelic visage. His features leaned more towards the east, yet he possessed large, slightly downturned European-style eyes, and his skin was fair and flawless, as if naturally filtered. As time passed, Chi Min learned that Anton had been trafficked to the United States by a human trafficking syndicate during his childhood, nearly forced into the illegal child exploitation industry. Fortunately, he managed to escape and was taken in by the owner of a local Chinese restaurant due to his East Asian appearance, where he worked in the kitchen and honed his culinary skills. Later, when the restaurant owner had to return to his homeland due to family matters, he transferred the establishment to a newcomer from Southeast Asia. The new proprietor ceased to offer traditional Chinese cuisine and instead opted for a modified version of fast food, resulting in the dismissal of half the kitchen staff. Although Anton retained his position, he found himself relegated to delivering takeout on the streets. Nonetheless, he had indeed acquired culinary expertise during his tenure at the original restaurant. To Chi Min's astonishment, this young man, who had learned to cook Chinese dishes in America, was able to replicate the flavor of the home-style Peking-style shredded pork from the restaurant just outside her door. Yet, the Peking-style shredded pork could not stave off the eventual dissolution of their relationship. 3 years ago, while delivering food, Anton stumbled upon a newborn baby girl beneath a bridge, likely the product of an unwed mother unable to terminate her pregnancy due to religious beliefs. Out of a shared sense of empathy, Anton brought the little girl home to raise alongside Chi Min, naming her Mimi and affectionately calling her Mimi. Although the costs of caring for an infant were substantial, Chi Min's stipend as a doctoral student ensured that they were not overly burdened financially. However, misfortune struck a year ago when Chi Min was preoccupied with submitting her research papers. Since Mimi was still quite young, Anton took her along during his deliveries. At that moment, the restaurant owner whimsically decided to expand the delivery radius, compelling Anton to venture several kilometers away, leading him to temporarily leave Mimi in Chi Min's laboratory. While Chi Min was engrossed in revising her thesis, she neglected to notice that Mimi had wandered onto a balcony, which was undergoing renovations and lacked guardrails. Consequently, Mimi fell from the 4th-floor balcony, resulting in paralysis of her lower limbs and a life confined to a wheelchair. This incident not only severely affected Chi Min's motivation to publish her papers, but also led to the dissolution of her relationship with Anton. At that time, Anton accused her of being solely focused on her academic pursuits and intent on abandoning both him and Mimi to return home alone, without any consideration for Mimi's future. Those words seemed to cast a curse upon her. Indeed, following that moment, Chi Min's submissions were repeatedly rejected, leaving her to rely on others' work to barely graduate. Upon returning to her homeland, she faced numerous obstacles in securing a teaching position, as she found herself depleted of funds, relying on the hospitality of friends. She contemplated whether her perceived callousness in leaving Anton and Mimi had resulted in this so-called karmic retribution. Yet, as a researcher, Chi Min's trajectory was meant to unfold in such a manner. Had it not been for Mimi's fall, she might have succeeded in bringing both of them back to her homeland. Anton's biological parents likely included at least one person of Chinese descent, and Mimi appeared to possess at least half Asian heritage. However, unless Mimi could walk independently like a healthy child once more, it seemed Anton would never forgive her. Fortunately, Anton's curse did not linger excessively long. A month ago, Chi Min finally secured a position at a university willing to accept her, contingent upon her engaging in research within the field of bioinformatics. For someone who had been without an income for nearly half a year, the specific research focus was of little consequence. Moreover, the university boasted a commendable national ranking, a stroke of luck Chi Min could hardly believe. Thus, she became a newly appointed principal investigator in the biology department, equipped with only a few discarded computers from other laboratories, a refrigerator, and an empty room containing a PCR machine. Fortunately, upon further examination of her previously rejected research topic, she discovered that with some expansion, it could indeed relate to bioinformatics. Her original project aimed to use molecular biology techniques, such as antibody in situ hybridization and FRET, to study the typical connectivity patterns of cortical neurons, thereby establishing a genuine neuronal connectivity model. This method, however, was less convenient than those employed by other research groups utilizing electrophysiology or fMRI. Thus, despite the precision of her data, it was often dismissed by journal editors due to the insufficient volume of raw data. Yet, if she could mathematically model this representation of true neuronal connectivity and use it as a foundation to construct a computational model, perhaps it could reflect certain characteristics of a real brain. Chi Min dubbed this project Brain-like Body and worked through the night to draft a project proposal for funding. Those familiar with transcendence would recognize that neurobiologists have long envisioned simulating the human brain within a computer. However, Chi Min's brain-like body did not genuinely possess the mathematical topological structure of a brain. Rather, it was simply an accumulation of digitized brain neurons. The extent to which it could accurately represent the characteristics of a real brain remained uncertain. Nevertheless, with this project in hand, Chi Min could apply for funding to sustain herself. Now that the neuronal connectivity model was established, the supercomputing resources at her new institution would provide ample computational power, allowing Chi Min to merely input her data into the supercomputer. As for what results would ultimately emerge, she was not particularly concerned. Regardless of the outcome, she merely needed to incorporate the findings of this brain-like body into her results, thereby allowing her to resubmit the paper that had been rejected numerous times. Consequently, last night, Chi Min sat atop a pile of unpacked cardboard boxes in her office, dedicating 5 hours to complete the code for constructing the brain-like body. Afterward, she connected to the internet, activated her VPN, and downloaded her previous laboratory's data to the new institution's computational center. At midnight, Chi Min finally uploaded her code and ran a preliminary test with a temporary dataset. As expected, she encountered bugs. Thus, she began the arduous process of debugging. Fueled by countless cups of coffee, only with the dawn of day did she find solace in seeing the test set past the debugging process. Exhausted, she collapsed onto her desk amidst a sea of empty coffee cups, finally succumbing to sleep. Chapter 83. Awakening. However, due to the holiday, neither Chi Min nor Yi Liana had prepared to pull an all-nighter for the experiment. As they caught up on a belated dinner, snow began to fall outside, with winds strong enough to rattle the billboards. In such inclement weather, the two of them had little hope of braving the storm to reach the subway station, so they opted to return to the laboratory for shelter. Inside, Kalu remained, seated at his desk, simultaneously running code and watching the latest anime. Observing his lackadaisical demeanor, Chi Min could not resist teasing, "You're quite unfortunate to be on duty during the New Year's holiday." "Not at all. I actually requested this shift," Kalu replied with a smile. "Oh? Why?" Chi Min inquired. Kalu simply stated, "There's no one else in the lab, and the internet speed is fantastic." Chi-min recalled that for someone like him, a homebody, a quiet space with a good internet connection was indeed a treasure. "Are you not leaving either?" Kalu asked again. "It's snowing outside, and the wind is fierce," Chi-min explained. "We'll stay here for a while." Kuli shrugged, glancing around before pointing to a computer on another desk, saying, "That is the server for our laboratory's website. You can play around with it freely as there is no password." Chi-min initially felt that playing games on Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan server was rather undignified. But as she gazed outside at the relentless snowstorm, she decided to borrow Ms. Zhou's Switch and joined Yiliana in gaming on the server screen. After suffering 5 consecutive defeats, Yiliana put down the controller, went to the laboratory's water dispenser, poured herself a cup of water, and changed the subject, asking, "Has the snow outside stopped?" Chi-min stood up to take a look and replied no. She then teased Yiliana, "You didn't play video games much before, did you?" "Of course not," Yiliana retorted somewhat disgruntledly. "Aren't these things meant for boys?" Chi-min couldn't help but chuckle, regardless of the reasoning. The fact remained that Yiliana simply could not best her. "Hey, should we go check on that monkey again?" Yiliana suddenly suggested. The crab-eating macaque, whose consciousness was trapped within the brain-like body, should still be unconscious in the animal room. "Sure," Chi-min nodded, "I think. If it hasn't woken up yet, we can disconnect it now. We need to leave time for the clearing procedure. The rest can be handled by the technicians." Chi-min greeted Kali, who was engrossed in a show and did not accompany them. Chi-min led Yiliana back to the animal room, and upon reaching the cage of the second crab-eating macaque, she was astonished to see the animal, still connected by an interface to its head, had awakened, albeit still quite weak. This was truly astonishing. Chi-min hurriedly accessed the surveillance footage from the animal room. Although the non-specialized camera did not capture the individual cage clearly, it was indeed possible to discern the moment when the crab-eating macaque awakened, approximately 3 hours and 18 minutes after the experiment concluded, which meant it had been connected to the brain-like body for nearly 6 hours. Previously, when using the original corpus callosum interface chip, the longest connection had lasted 3 days without the macaque awakening, leading them to assume it was impossible for it to do so. Yet unexpectedly, this crab-eating macaque, utilizing the modified interface, had spontaneously awakened after nearly 6 hours connected to the brain-like body. Chi-min quickly called Kuli and then disconnected the interface between the brain-like body and the second crab-eating macaque. The poor creature finally freed from the supercomputer curled weakly in its cage. Kuli offered it some water and immediately conducted a memory test, discovering that the macaque's short-term memory remained unaffected. "How remarkable," Kuli remarked. "So, it seems the issue has been resolved. With the new chip, even with prolonged connection, the animal's consciousness can still emerge from the brain-like body." Chi-min promptly checked the operational status of the brain-like body using monitoring codes and found that the previous violent fluctuations had indeed vanished, replaced by a uniform and calm oscillation reminiscent of the brain-like body's initial state. It appeared that there was no longer any so-called consciousness within the brain-like body, if one could truly label the special data stream in the animal's brain as consciousness. It seemed there were no apparent issues now. Chi-min found it hard to believe, but then added, "Of course, we still need to conduct repeated experiments, which will have to wait until after the holiday." Yiliana, unable to understand their conversation in Chinese, could still tell that this was a significant advancement, so she suggested, "Hey, how about we go out for a drink?" Knowing Yiliana's penchant for alcohol, Chi-min hesitated, but seeing Kuli also appeared excited, and considering it was the holiday, she finally smiled and said, "All right, let's go." After missing the chance to go out due to exhaustion from an all-night experiment with Kali last time, she decided this would serve as a celebration. The consequence of going out to the bar with Yiliana was waking up the next day at the bar's table. Upon regaining consciousness, Chi-min's first thought was how fortunate she had been to text Anton in advance, warning him that she might not return. Otherwise, repeating such a mistake would surely incur more severe consequences. Being unable to return home could be quite dire. Kuli stood up from the bar's sofa, needing to lean against the wall to reach the restroom to wash her face. In contrast, Yiliana seemed unfazed. After washing her face and rinsing her mouth, she tidied her hair and requested a glass of lemonade from the bartender. Whether it was due to her heavy accent or the fact that there were few foreigners in this bar, the bartender asked her several times before finally understanding what she wanted. The three of them drank lemonade, gradually feeling more alert. Chi-min settled the bill and then led Kuli and Yiliana out to find some breakfast. At the breakfast stall, Kuli, having drunk too much the previous day, lacked an appetite and simply ordered a bowl of tofu pudding. Min ordered a bowl of wontons and ordered a large spread for Yuliana, encouraging her to try a bit of everything. Yesterday was just too much fun, Yuliana remarked while munching on fried dough sticks. This, whatever it is really good. Is there sugar for dipping? You can dip it in soy milk. The soy milk is sweet, Min replied while scrolling through messages on WeChat, when suddenly she received a call from Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiu. Hello, Mom? Lele, what are you doing? Ms. Zhu's tone seemed somewhat cautious, as if Min sensed a hint of apprehension. I'm having breakfast. What's up? Min inquired. What are you eating? Ms. Zhu continued to ask. Just from a roadside breakfast stall. Min was a bit puzzled by the inquiry. Nothing, I was just curious. Ms. Zhu paused before continuing. Aunt Sun told me that Fu Zheng said you found a partner. Fu Zheng was Min's classmate from high school. His mother, Ms. Sun Yuan, worked at the same place as Min's mother. Although Min and Fu Zheng were not particularly close friends, Ms. Sun and Ms. Zhu had a good relationship. However, Min felt that Fu Zheng was being rather nosy. She had no idea how he had learned about her new relationship, speculating that it was likely Song Song who had mentioned it to Diyu, who, being on good terms with Fu Zheng, probably just let it slip. Yet, it was rather unbecoming for a grown man like Fu Zheng to spread such ordinary news, which could hardly even be considered gossip. What business was it of his? Min felt somewhat annoyed, exclaiming, "Why is he so good at spreading news?" Well, if you found someone, then you found someone, Ms. Zhu's voice conveyed a sense of resigned acceptance, as if she had to come to terms with reality. Since you've got a partner, why not bring him home to meet us? Min found this strange. She believed that at the time, Zhang Songxue should not have been able to discern that Anton was not purely Chinese, and she would never casually divulge the matter of her adopted daughter. So what exactly was troubling Ms. Zhu? Min thought to herself, being nearly 30, choosing a boyfriend based on her own should not be so repugnant to her parents, right? Chapter 84. Bringing him home, yet. Min had also mentally prepared herself and decided to take Anton home to meet her parents. It was perhaps better that Ms. Zhu brought it up, all right. Good. You can decide when is convenient, Ms. Zhu said, showing particular respect for Min's wishes. Min initially thought of taking Anton and Mimi home during the new year, but upon reflection, it would probably be better to ease her parents into the idea of Anton before introducing Mimi. However, with only one day left before the New Year holiday, she suggested, how about tomorrow? Huh? Oh, that sounds good. Ms. Zhu clearly did not expect it to happen so soon. All right, let's do it tomorrow at noon. Having settled the plan, Min had to start considering how to lessen the impact of Anton on her parents, and also how to explain to Anton that her parents would inevitably become involved in their lives. Meeting the parents was a significant event. Although it was set in stone, Min still felt a bit conflicted. When she is with her parents, she resembles a quintessential member of the so-called Nejuan generation, firmly entrenched in the comforts of parental support. Although she now has her own income and is no longer entirely financially dependent, she still assumes the role of a child in her parents' presence. However, when in the company of Anong and Mimi, Min takes the reins, decisively asserting her authority, as she is 3 years senior to Anong. And this trifling age difference has already established her dominance. Yet, in practical matters, Min is rather lackadaisical. Under her guidance, Anong and Mimi have yet to resolve their identity issues, let alone tackle the pressing matters of car registration lotteries and Mimi's school enrollment. After much contemplation, Min feels it is imperative to expedite the resolution process. Thus, on her way back to the city from the north, she informs Yelena of her intention to visit the Kaishika department store. Are we going to buy clothes? Yelena, an avid shopper herself, inquires. I'll join you. The Kaishika department store primarily sells jewelry, Min clarifies. I intend to purchase a gift for my mother. Mrs. Zhu Xiaoqiu occasionally invests in a small piece of gold at the end of the year, and Min believes it would be more prudent to buy on her behalf this year, albeit at a higher cost, yet still within her means. Oh, how thoughtful of you! Yelena exclaims. Are there any specialty gems from Beijing? I'd like to buy something for my mom as well. Min ponders for a moment and realizes that Beijing does not possess any particularly renowned gems. It seems there are none, then I'll just take a look. I have nothing else to do. Yelena decides. Upon arriving at the Kaishika department store, Min promptly purchases a small piece of gold weighing 10 grams, spending nearly 4,000 yuan, which stings her wallet. Yelena follows her around for several rounds, each time peering curiously at the counters, only to be warmly greeted by the sales assistants in a charmingly broken English. Concerned that Yelena might flirt with the salesgirls, Min hurriedly pulls her away from the escalator. As they descend, A promotional advertisement for discounted platinum jewelry catches Chimin's eye. She feels compelled to symbolically purchase something, and with the sale, it seems a perfect opportunity to snag a bargain. After investing nearly 4,000 yuan in gold, Chimin spends an additional 1,000 yuan on a pair of platinum rings. Glancing at her monthly bill on Alipay, a wave of melancholy washes over her. Yet, recalling the significant progress in her experiments, she reassures herself that this small expenditure is justified. While Chimin is purchasing the rings, Yelena has been persuaded by a nearby sales assistant to buy a sizable platinum ring set with blue amber. Chimin instantly recognizes that the price must be in the 5-digit range and remarks, Yelena, amber and precious metals are much cheaper in Russia. Buying here in Beijing isn't particularly worthwhile. Why fret over the cost? Yelena retorts, I'm buying this for my mom. She deserves it. Her words make Chimin question whether her own purchase of 10 grams of gold might be somewhat meager. However, considering her monthly bill, she dismisses the idea of buying an additional 10 grams. Upon finally returning home, Chimin realizes she has spent nearly 5,000 yuan in one day and knows that the notification of the deduction will reach Anong. So she hastens to explain the source of her expenses. I spent a bit more today. With the new year approaching, I bought a gift for my mother. In America, Anong earned money to pay the rent. Thus, he primarily managed their finances. Although Chimin now contributes financially, day-to-day expenses like groceries, rent, and utilities are still handled by Anong, necessitating that he keeps track of the accounts. However, within the bounds of not incurring debt, Anong maintains a blind trust in Chimin's spending habits. Perhaps owing to the fact that during her doctoral studies, there had never been a visible instance of financial shortfall, leading him to mistakenly believe in her self-discipline, an illusion fostered by the safety net provided by her parents, ensuring that even if she overspends, she can be reimbursed. Consequently, rather than focusing on the amount spent, Anong is more curious about the gift itself. What did you get? Gold, Chimin replies candidly. My mother has taken a liking to investing in gold over the past few years, so I bought her 10 grams. Gold is the quintessential currency, Anong chuckles. What a splendid idea. I didn't expect you to be so filial. Once again, Chimin receives a compliment, which makes her feel a tad bashful. This former child of privilege, who once wholeheartedly embraced a life of dependency, is now being praised for her thoughtfulness and filial piety, prompting her to reflect on the sheer joy of being able to buy gifts. By the way, I bought you a gift as well, and it wasn't cheap. Chimin suddenly remembers the rings. Come on, extend your left hand. Anong, unsure of what she has purchased and why she requires his left hand, secretly hopes that if she has impulsively bought a mechanical watch, it would be best to return it before it depreciates. However, as he extends his hand, Chimin slips a silver ring onto his middle finger. It's platinum, it won't tarnish, and it should fit just right, she states, adjusting his finger. I'm not fond of ostentatious items, but basic accessories are acceptable. Anong is momentarily taken aback. Oh, by the way, I assume you wouldn't mind if there's no wedding, right? Chimin inquires. No, andon de blaze, some with dust. Splendid, I don't mind either. That saves a significant amount of money. Chimin adorns herself with the other ring, concluding the matter. Wait a minute. Anong suddenly bursts into laughter. Are you proposing to me? No, Chimin exclaims, blushing fiercely, hastily denying it. I just haha. You really were proposing just now, weren't you? Anong cannot help but laugh even harder. What are you laughing at? Chimin, opting for defiance, pulls on his hair. Is my way of proposing so ridiculous that you wouldn't agree? Of course I would. Anong quickly responds. In their situation, the distinction between being married or not is merely a formality. Then that settles it, Chimin states, taking a seat at the table and pouring herself a cup of freshly brewed jasmine tea. My mother wants me to bring my partner home for her to meet, and tomorrow is my last day off. However, Anong interjects, tomorrow? I was just about to say that the club has planned a hiking trip for tomorrow, and I need you to take care of Mimi for the day of the club. Chimin recalls that Anong had mentioned joining a leftist club at Zhongji University, where she had previously borrowed a bicycle for new students. Oh, that? Do you really want to go? After all, I've already told my mother I would be there tomorrow. But if we both go to your parents' house, what about Mimi? The kindergarten will be closed for the holiday, and finding someone last minute to look after her would be quite difficult. Anong points out the crucial issue. It's only then that Chimin remembers the predicament regarding Mimi's care. While holidays are indeed suitable for bringing partners home, the closure of the kindergarten poses a significant problem. Well, I'll reschedule with my mother. Chimin concedes, reasoning that the gold can wait until the spring festival. Chapter 85. An unexpected overtime. Having agreed without considering the coinciding kindergarten closure, Chimin reflects that perhaps the effects of alcohol the previous night contributed to her lack of clarity. She now finds herself compelled to call Mrs. Zhu Xiaoqiong once more. Hello, Mom. I might have some matters in the lab tomorrow, so I may not be able to bring my partner home. Oh, all right then, Mrs. Zhu responds hesitantly, which strikes Chimin as odd. When can you bring him over? Mom, why the rush? Chimin reassures her. My partner isn't going anywhere. No rush, no rush, Mrs. Zhu quickly comforts her. Lele, you're an adult now. We can't control you. But rest assured, whatever decision you make, your father and I will support you. This sentiment is somewhat touching. Yet Chimin cannot help but feel perplexed. Wait, what unusual decision am I supposedly making? Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly recovered, saying, well, it is certainly not unusual for you to seek a girlfriend. It is merely somewhat uncommon, objectively speaking. Chimin thought to herself. When did she ever find a girlfriend? Even if she did, it must have been many years ago. It dawned on her that at the class reunion, she hadn't explained her relationship with Eliana to anyone except Zhao Ruiting. Perhaps at that time, Fu Zheng had assumed Eliana was her girlfriend from America. With that in mind, Fu Zheng wasn't overly boring. After all, it is quite the topic of gossip when a classmate seeks a partner of the same sex. Fu Zheng said, I found a girlfriend? Chimin couldn't help but chuckle, as the only Eliana he had seen was merely a fellow student from her doctoral program. Eliana had just arrived in Beijing 2 days ago. I took her for a stroll around Shikahai and coincidentally attended the reunion. That was all. Oh, that puts my mind at ease. Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong sighed in relief. And your partner? My partner is male, Chimin replied, but in any case, I can't go back tomorrow. Well, there's no rush. Ms. Zhu Xiaoqiong's tone lightened considerably. You focus on what you need to do. After Chimin hung up, she inwardly scoffed. So it's acceptable as long as the partner is male? That standard is rather low, isn't it? Early the next morning, Anton left, and Chimin was awakened by Mimi tugging at her in the bedroom. She had promised to take Mimi out to build a snowman, and the little girl was already bursting with excitement. Chimin heated the breakfast Anton had prepared in the microwave, fried 2 oddly shaped eggs, and after filling the little girl's belly, they headed downstairs. The last time it snowed, Mimi hadn't been allowed to go out, so this time, as soon as they reached the snow-covered ground, she leapt about several times, kicking up the snow beneath her. Chimin rolled a large snowball with her, then made a smaller one to place on top as the head. After crafting a nose, eyes, and arms, Chimin took a picture of Mimi with the snowman. Then Mimi insisted on making a snow cat, and Chimin, unable to refuse her, began shaping the snow. However, before she could form anything, her phone rang from her coat pocket. Chimin took off her gloves, pulled out her phone, and saw it was Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan calling. Hello, Teacher Zhou? Xiao Qi. Kuli mentioned that the crab-eating macaque you had a prolonged connection with yesterday has awakened? Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan inquired. Yes, Chimin answered. Kuli spoke with the people of the company and plans to conduct tests on that crab-eating macaque first. Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan said, I'm not in Beijing at the moment. Do you think you should go check it out? Chimin considered it. While the experiment didn't necessarily require her presence. Given its significance, she felt it prudent to go. I'll go take a look, Chimin stated. After hanging up, she bent down to Mimi and said, Mimi, Mommy has to go to work for a bit. Do you want to come with me? Mommy is going to the lab? Mimi asked. Well, sort of. Chimin nodded. Mimi nodded in agreement. Then I'll go too. At that moment, Chimin forgot how Mimi had injured her leg, but as they boarded the subway, the thought resurfaced. However, it would be awkward to back out now. Chimin reasoned that since Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan's lab was on the second floor, even if she fell, it shouldn't be too serious. Chimin took her daughter to Yuyun Center, where the security guard looked curiously at her as they entered. Upon entering the building, the receptionist asked her to register, a situation Chimin had never encountered before, so she replied, I'm going to Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan's lab. This is my daughter. What are you going there for? The receptionist inquired. Chimin hesitated for a moment before saying, I am a collaborator with researcher Zhou Xiaoshan. I've been coming here every day for over a month. The receptionist scrutinized her, perhaps because Chimin had an unremarkable appearance and dressed like a doctoral student. She left no notable impression in the receptionist's mind. You can go in, the receptionist finally allowed. Chimin found it rather perplexing, but since bringing her daughter into someone else's lab was indeed somewhat against regulations, she thanked the receptionist and quickly led Mimi out of sight. Upon reaching the lab, Kuli exclaimed upon seeing Mimi, Oh, Is this your niece or nephew? It wouldn't be a younger sister, would it? In fact, after the two-child policy was relaxed, there have indeed been couples with children in their 20s who have had a second child. But Chi Min was still taken aback by his imagination. How could a genuine Han person have a younger sister who looked like this? This is my daughter, Mimi. Chi Min held Mimi's little hand and greeted coolly. Mimi say hello to Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Mimi called out obediently. Oh, hello. Cooley was somewhat surprised and, after a moment of hesitation, bent down to shake her hand. Chi Min couldn't help but laugh. She had once been like Cooley, having no fondness for children and unsure how to interact with them. Although she still didn't particularly like other children aside from Mimi, she had at least learned how to handle Mimi. There is no one at home today, so I had to bring her along. Chi Min explained, then asked how is their experiment progressing. I was just about to head upstairs. Cooley said, the macaque has already been taken up, and they're likely still adjusting the equipment. Shall we go together? Chi Min asked. Cooley glanced at the little girl she was holding. How about letting your daughter stay here for a while? Generally speaking, biological informatics labs consist mostly of computers with fewer dangerous instruments, so it wouldn't be a major issue for a little girl to linger there. However, having once been bitten by a snake, one would be wary of ropes for 10 years. Even though the lab was on the second floor and the windows were tightly sealed, Chi Min still didn't dare leave Mimi alone there. I think I'll take her up with me, Chi Min said helplessly. The equipment used for animal behavior studies isn't particularly hazardous. Chapter 86. Experimental accident. Chi Min brought her little girl, along with Cooley, to the third-floor behavioral lab, where the company's technicians had already brought the crab-eating macaque into the observation room with blast-proof glass. Since the external area and observation room were isolated, neither Chi Min, Cooley, nor Mimi wore lab coats or gloves. Operations involving the crab-eating macaque required ethical review, which should have been entirely handled by the company technicians, as neither Chi Min nor Cooley had the relevant qualifications. Yesterday's experiment was merely a haphazard operation on the fringes of ethical review, which in some sense encouraged high-risk innovation. Fortunately, the crab-eating macaque, which had spent nearly 6 hours in the brain-like body, exhibited no behavioral differences from before. It even retained memories from early training, indicating that the macaque's memory had not been damaged by its stay in the brain-like body. This also indirectly confirmed that if the consciousness of crab-eating macaque number 2 truly entered the brain-like body, it would emerge unchanged. Chi Min observed for a while. Subjectively, she believed the hypothesis of consciousness transfer was correct, but objectively, it also needed to be proven that prolonged connection with electronic devices posed no harm to the macaque's brain. Ultimately, she decided to proceed with fMRI. During her doctoral studies, many laboratories in similar fields utilized electrophysiology and fMRI as their primary research methods. But her supervisor specialized in FRET. She had hardly conducted any fMRI herself, but after consulting with the company's technicians, she found it was not too difficult to arrange. However, since researcher Zhou Xiaoshan was not present, borrowing the magnetic resonance imaging equipment from other labs at Yin Center would be somewhat troublesome, requiring Chi Min to personally handle it. Given that the technicians were already there, it was a foregone conclusion that they would receive triple pay. It would be a missed opportunity not to conduct the experiment. Chi Min first took Mimi to the cafeteria for a meal, and afterwards she called the administrators of other laboratories at the Rain Cloud Center to borrow an MRI machine. While she was on the phone, Mimi appeared somewhat bored, as the little girl likely could not comprehend why her mother was preoccupied with conversing with others over the phone instead of engaging with her. Mimi found this situation rather displeasing and thus took the initiative to abandon Chi Min in search of conversation with Cooley. Prior to conducting the fMRI, the integrated chip at the interface of the corpus callosum atop the crab-eating macaque's head needed to be removed to prevent metal interference within the MRI machine. As the technician was extracting the chip, Mimi inquired with Cooley about what it was. Consequently, Cooley provided a rudimentary explanation of the corpus callosum interface to the little girl. Logically, a girl who had yet to turn 4 would struggle to grasp such concepts. However, following the adage that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes, it was plausible that with proper nurturing, Chi Min's daughter might indeed possess some innate talent in this area. Cooley, of course, was unaware that Mimi was not Chi Min's biological child. Yet, to put it another way, was not Mimi's name, which translates to meme, meant to signify that memes are more paramount than genes in terms of inheritance? Chi Min did not notice how long Cooley had been explaining to Mimi, since it proved challenging to quietly maneuver the alert crab-eating macaque into the MRI machine. The company's technicians, after an unsuccessful attempt, inquired through the intercom regarding how to proceed. Chi Min suggested the possibility of using anesthetics, and after some deliberation, the technicians concluded that anesthetics might affect the results. At that moment, Kuli interjected, proposing that by comparing the ordinary crab-eating macaque under anesthesia with the second crab-eating macaque, they could entirely eliminate such effects. However, based on their experience, the technicians asserted that certain critical features might only manifest in an awake state, and that in an unconscious state, the two could be nearly indistinguishable, potentially leading to false negative results. Nonetheless, Chi Min maintained that in order to smoothly conduct the experiment, it was imperative to first anesthetize the second crab-eating macaque. If the dosage could be controlled, it might be possible to minimize the sedative while administering an adequate amount of muscle relaxant, thereby allowing the macaque to be awakened post-anesthesia while suppressing movement and alleviating stress responses, thus maintaining normal brain activity. However, this back and forth would consume a significant amount of time. Given that the technicians could not freely enter and exit the sterile operating area, Chi Min and Kuli had to assist in preparing the anesthetic drugs. Once the anesthetics were prepared, Chi Min donned the experimental garb and full protective gear, entering the glass enclosure to observe their procedures up close. However, just as she attempted to awaken the anesthetized crab-eating macaque, a technician urgently tapped Chi Min on the shoulder, his theoretically sterile gloves brushing against her not-so-sterile lab coat. "Doctor Chi, look at your daughter." Chi Min turned to the glass door, and Kuli, who had been focused on the experiment, also looked back. To everyone's horror, Mimi, with her adorable mixed-race face, yet limping gait, was now sprawled across the adjacent experimental table, with the chip from the corpus callosum interface inserted into her head. Chi Min inhaled sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, dashed out of the operating room. The technicians followed suit in a panic, abandoning all experimental protocols. For this was an incident of grave consequence. Kuli, however, remained relatively composed, refraining from hastily moving the little girl's body or removing the chip connected to the optical cable from her head. He first rushed to the display screen linked to the Rain Cloud supercomputer to check whether the brain-like entity was still connected. Unfortunately, it was indeed maintaining a connection, and Chi Min's monitoring code displayed non-random, extreme fluctuations, indicating that Mimi had entered the brain-like entity. Chi Min stood frozen in place. The tragedy from 9 months prior seemed to replay itself in that moment. On that day, Chi Min had stood on the 4th-floor balcony, which lacked a railing, gazing down at Mimi, who lay on the ground. From such a distance, the scene appeared unreal, leading her to feel as though it was merely a bad ending resulting from an incorrect choice in a game, one that could be rectified by simply reloading the save. Yet now, she stood beside the fallen Mimi, acutely aware that this erroneous choice could no longer be amended. When had this transpired, Kali asked the technicians, "Did anyone see when she put on the chip?" The technician who had first noticed replied, "I only just saw it moments ago," and immediately informed Dr. Chi. "Stay calm. Everyone, stay calm," Kali urged, striving to maintain his composure. "If it has been connected for a while, we must not disturb the interface. If we disconnect now, it could—" He left the thought unsaid. But everyone present understood that a crab-eating macaque that had been directly connected for an extended period would become a vegetative macaque upon disconnection. However, even if they did not sever the connection, there had never been a case of a crab-eating macaque awakening from a coma after its first direct long-term connection. Chapter 87. Connection. In that moment, no one knew how to proceed. Suddenly, Chi Min seemed to break free from the shock of the event and calmly uttered an absurd request. "Connect me." "Dr. Chi?" A more experienced technician voiced his disapproval. "That is not feasible. I'm not suggesting you do it, but this is already a major experimental accident. Adding another person won't change anything." Based on their experience with crab-eating macaque experiments, the next consciousness to enter could potentially squeeze out the previous one. The first consciousness to enter the brain-like entity would not spontaneously exit for hours, as evidenced by the second macaque. Chi Min replied calmly, "But the prior process must be swift. This is the only way." Although they were uncertain when Mimi had entered the brain-like entity, based on the time taken to prepare the anesthetic, it should not have been long ago. If Chi Min's theory held true, connecting the next individual to the brain-like entity as quickly as possible could very well awaken Mimi. The only candidate to be connected next could only be Chi Min. She could not endanger innocent lives by involving them in this risk. Well, very well. The technicians, recognizing the gravity of the situation, reluctantly acquiesced to this outrageous plan. It is easy to propose a theory, yet believing it is another matter entirely. Chi Min did not fully trust her own hypothesis. But she could no longer accept the prospect of causing permanent harm to Mimi due to her own error. Nor could she face the tragic conclusion of being burdened with guilt towards Anton for a lifetime should Mimi become a vegetative state. She had reason to doubt her theory. Yet in this dire situation, she had no choice but to believe it. Anton had left early in the morning, taking the bus to Xiangshan. Given that Chi Min worked at Zhongji University, which was primarily renowned for its engineering programs, the male-to-female ratio was notably skewed, particularly in leftist clubs where the male presence was historically strong. Participating in winter mountain climbing activities typically drew a predominantly male crowd. The young men in the club were quite familiar with Anton from their online interactions, and some had even teamed up with him for a game of chicken dinners, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to engage in outdoor activities together in reality. However, upon encountering Anton in person, the club members were somewhat taken aback. During their online chats, Anton's linguistic proficiency appeared rather average, with frequent punctuation errors and typos. Additionally, he seldom spoke about matters at school, yet he exhibited considerable knowledge when discussing Das Kapital and selected works of Mao Zedong, leading others to perceive him as a blue-collar worker with humble educational background, yet lofty aspirations, self-studying classic literature. Yet upon meeting him in person, they found that Anton did not appear older than them. Rather, he was quite handsome, and his physical features did not resemble those of a typical Han Chinese individual. Not only that, he also sported long hair that was meticulously groomed and spoke with a clear logic tinged with what seemed to be a local accent, making it difficult for others to believe that he had once worked as a delivery driver. To this, Anong could only exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, I have delivered food, but that was merely due to my financial struggles in attending university. The other young men felt a sense of frustration as if they had been deceived. But Lu Kuan, a freshman who had previously borrowed a bicycle and had a pleasant conversation with Anong, inquired with genuine concern. So, is there no longer an economic issue for you? Well, it's manageable. Anong pondered before replying. My partner works at the school, and her income is about the same as what we earned together before. Where did your sister-in-law work before? Lu Kuan curiously asked. Anong thought for a moment and vaguely explained. Also at a school. Another one. A senior member of the club, Guoling Yu, remarked. Working at a school can be quite arduous. By the way, is your daughter staying at home now? Letting her mother take care of her for the day. Anong chuckled. There shouldn't be any problems. He genuinely hoped that Mimi could spend more time with Chi Min. People tend to cherish what they lack, and children are no exception. Given that Chi Min had seldom accompanied the little girl in the past, Mimi had developed a fondness for her mother. Even when she had fallen from the balcony in her mother's laboratory, she did not blame her mother at all. Naturally, Anong would never instill in Mimi a negative image of Chi Min. Even in moments of anger, he had never entertained the thought of parting ways with her. Moreover, Anong absent-mindedly touched the platinum ring on his left middle finger through his glove, as though life had finally fallen into a rhythm, and nothing thereafter would pose a problem. Upon reaching a midway point, the group paused for a rest, and the organizer of the outing provided each person with a bowl of tea soup. The tea soup smelled like thick, sweet porridge, and Anong cautiously took a sip with a plastic spoon, only to be surprised to find it salty, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Not accustomed to tea soup? Lu Kuan inquired. It's my first time, Anong replied. Oh, so you're not a local? Where are you from? Lu Kuan casually asked. Anong, with no recollection of his past before being sold to a children's exploitation company in America, fabricated a response. From the Northeast. Your accent sounds quite local, Guoling Yu commented. Ah, it's my partner's influence on me, Anong said with a hint of embarrassment. During his time in America, his spoken Chinese had not been particularly proficient, and thus, after spending time with Chi Min, he had easily succumbed to her accent. Is your sister-in-law a local? Lu Kuan joked. Your family must be quite wealthy, right? By all logic, this should not have been the case. The young men in the club assumed that Andong's girlfriend was merely doing menial work in a school laboratory, a job typically shunned by local individuals from well-off backgrounds, who generally preferred stable positions, even if the pay was somewhat lower, given their lesser pressures regarding housing and education. To their surprise, Anong thoughtfully considered the matter before responding. I'm not entirely sure. Although we live somewhat far from the city center, I wouldn't say we're impoverished. Upon hearing this, the young men exchanged glances, having initially perceived him as a low-income, self-taught inspiration, only to discover he wasn't as financially constrained as they had imagined, and that he likely found his current situation quite agreeable. Just as they were discussing familial matters, Chimin's old phone in Ondong's down jacket pocket suddenly rang. He pulled it out, saw an unfamiliar number, and, feeling puzzled, answered. A frantic voice on the other end inquired, "Is this Dr. Chimin's family? She has encountered an incident at the Rain Cloud Center." Chapter 88. The virtual world. Chimin had no recollection of how she had been connected to the brain-like entity. Nor did she remember when she had lost consciousness. All she sensed was a breeze beside her, neither cool nor warm, devoid of any scent. As she struggled to open her eyes, she found herself surrounded by an empty void, with nothing but a vast expanse of azure sky. However, upon turning her head to look behind, she realized she was plummeting through the air in freefall. Chimin's heart raced, panic setting in as she spun around in midair. But thankfully, her hand grasped a rope beside her, with a sign hanging above it that read "Open Parachute" in bold red letters. Feeling a parachute strapped to her back, she hurriedly pulled the rope, and with a sudden force from her shoulders, she was yanked upward as the parachute deployed, gradually slowing her descent. Subconsciously, Chimin felt that a genuine parachute jump should not proceed in such a manner. Yet at that moment, she lacked the energy to ponder such details. Once her descent stabilized, Chimin noticed that the distant ground below resembled a circular city, its buildings layered like a labyrinth. Adorned in a cyberpunk palette of blue and purple, with a central hemispherical dome that appeared to be made of high-transparency glass, emanating a warm yellow glow from within. It dawned on her that this was the world within the brain-like entity, or rather, the imaginative realm constructed by Mimi's consciousness upon entering the brain-like entity. Yet, Chimin was somewhat astounded that her daughter could create such an expansive area. However, given the uniformity of the surrounding structures, the scene's intent was unmistakable. It was evidently designed to draw individuals toward the central dome. The logic was simple, and Chimin was uncertain whether Mimi's consciousness had already exited the brain-like entity. It seemed she had no other choice but to proceed toward the central dome. She initially believed that by controlling this aerodynamically unconventional parachute, she could directly land at the center. But it soon became clear that the parachuting skills she acquired in battle royale games could not translate into practical experience. And even the fictional parachute in this imagined world was beyond her control. After much effort, Chimin found herself landing in a rather outer area. Upon touching down, she struggled to extricate herself from the parachute, and after severing the parachute cords with a parachutist's knife, she looked up to discover that the blue and purple buildings were far taller than they had appeared from the air. Perhaps due to the little girl's inability to envision the buildings in detail, these structures featured only dark square windows and lacked any doors. Yet they towered at least 4 to 5 stories high, with a spacing of less than 5 meters between them, making it impossible to walk through such alleys without feeling a sense of oppression. Additionally, this environment exuded a sense of terror. From the onset of her parachuting experience, Chimin felt an ominous foreboding, and the urban landscape she had landed in seemed to be designed to guide her toward the central dome, evoking thoughts of the battle royale game. She was unsure how Ondong's gaming experiences appeared through Mimi's eyes, but if Mimi's inspiration truly stemmed from games, her journey ahead would likely not be smooth. Chimin cautiously navigated through the alleys between the buildings, heading toward the central dome. Indeed, within 10 meters, she spotted an automatic rifle and a magazine lying on the ground. Chimin picked up the rifle and attached the magazine to her back. Having only used handguns during her time in America, she had no concept of how heavy a rifle should be, nor did she know if the weight of the rifle Mimi had envisioned was realistic. Nevertheless, in this world, her physical abilities seemed somewhat enhanced. After traversing the alley, she soon heard clear and slow footsteps approaching from her right. Chimin raised the rifle and crouched beside the wall. Thankfully, she had taken a shooting course in college where she learned to handle rifles, so she managed to maneuver the rifle adequately. However, when the dark purple humanoid creature came into her line of sight, she was taken aback. This creature bore no resemblance to the players from the battle royale game. Rather, it resembled a highly specialized zombie from Resident Evil, possessing only a human silhouette with no discernible facial features. Fortunately, it bore no weapons, and at such close range, Chimin managed to shoot it in the head with a single shot. The head of the humanoid creature was pierced by the shot, the hollow effect rendering it akin to a watermelon smashed by a small trumpet hammer, causing it to detach from its torso. Chimin instinctively took a step back, fearful that the splattering purple blood would land upon her. Although there existed no so-called infectious diseases within the cerebral-like entity, humanity's innate dread of decayed and morbid things was undeniable. Yet, She was somewhat astonished that Mimi could conjure such a vividly realistic zombie upon being struck. This world was indeed troubling. However, it was highly probable that Mimi was still present. The mere thought of her daughter potentially confronting such lethal entities tightened Chi-Min's heart. She needed to find Mimi swiftly. Yet, Mimi might not be within the confines of the central dome. Chi-Min felt that since this was a world generated by data within the cerebral-like entity, there must be a means to locate all players. However, she was unaware of where to access a map or other players' data. Moreover, given the presence of a zombie nearby, it was likely that others of its kind were also around. The immediate priority was to gather information about her surroundings. With this thought in mind, Chi-Min circled to the front of the building, peering through a dark window, and was surprised to see the interior illuminated by yellow sodium lights. She climbed through the window, her mountaineering boots clattering against the metal floor. The square room was exceedingly spacious, lacking even a door. However, in the corner stood a desktop computer equipped with an old cathode ray tube monitor. As Chi-Min approached, she noticed the monitor perched on a decrepit wooden table, displaying what appeared to be a wide-angle black and white view akin to surveillance footage. To her astonishment, the little girl sobbing on the ground in the center of the view was none other than Mimi. "Mimi!" Chi-Min exclaimed urgently, yanking open the wooden drawer, only to find it devoid of a keyboard and mouse, containing only a pair of headphones. Quickly donning the headset, she called out, "Mimi, can you hear me? Mommy!" Mimi responded instantly, standing up and limping about in search of the source of the voice, yet remaining fixed in the center of the view. "Mimi, could you describe what's around you?" Chi-Min implored. "Mommy will come to you right away." The little girl, tears welling in her eyes, hesitated before saying, "I think I'm inside a glass ball." "No, wait, it's half a glass ball, a glass hemisphere, that should be within the central dome." Chi-Min sighed in relief. According to the logic of this game, the central dome should be relatively safe. "All right, stay there. Mommy will be there shortly." Chi-Min reassured her. "Mommy, please don't leave." Mimi cried out. "Mimi, be good. Mommy will come soon." Chi-Min endeavored to soothe her voice. "In 10 minutes, if Mommy hasn't arrived, I'll find another way to contact you." Chapter 89. Finding Mimi, Chi-Min removed the headset, shouldered her firearm, and leaped through the window, heading towards the central dome. Upon exiting the alley, she encountered another zombie. Chi-Min fired, severing its head from its neck, yet felt a dull pain in her shoulder. The recoil of the real rifle felt distinctly different. She realized she had not braced her shoulder against the stock while firing, making it easy to injure herself. As she rubbed her shoulder, she continued towards her destination, only to notice something amiss. She understood the concept of a rifle's recoil, but why did Mimi know? The only logical conclusion was that Mimi was unaware, and the imagery and associated concepts of the rifle were entirely generated by Chi-Min's consciousness. This hypothesis could also clarify the hollow effect of the bullet striking the zombie, and even the existence of the zombie itself. Mimi had never witnessed anyone play Resident Evil. Similarly, it was evident that the room with the surveillance video of Mimi was also a construct of her own mind. The architecture in Mimi's imagined world lacked doors. How could there be details like a metal floor or an old wooden table? Moreover, she could not have seen a cathode ray tube monitor that had been obsolete for decades prior to her birth. This led Chi-Min to question whether the Mimi she saw on that screen was real or merely a figment of her imagination. It seemed she had fallen into a philosophical quandary akin to the brain in a vat dilemma, yet she felt she had no choice. There was no alternative way to ascertain Mimi's location without acknowledging the possibilities of her own imagination. She could not even confirm whether Mimi was still within the cerebral entity. Even if that Mimi were not the genuine article, Chi-Min resolved to find her in the central dome. Along the way, she dispatched 9 zombies. Although she collected 2 magazines, she hadn't even expended the bullets from her initial magazine. The zombies in this virtual realm appeared rather weak, moving slowly and not attracted to living beings. Chi-Min navigated the streets quietly, dispatching zombies with minimal effort, as her physical abilities were evidently enhanced in this virtual world. After running approximately a kilometer, she felt no particular strain. However, just as she considered this an easy mode for a zombie-slaying solo game, she spotted a handwritten wooden sign at the corner. "Caution! Zombie horde ahead!" A zombie horde. It sounded like a trope from some outdated game. Chi-Min's heart sank. She was not particularly afraid of these dark purple creatures, but the presence of a horde near the central area implied that the zombies in this virtual world could potentially attack the central dome, putting Mimi in jeopardy. It seemed she needed to hasten her pace. Holding her rifle, Chi Min attempted to navigate stealthily, listening for the zombies' footsteps to avoid them. However, after passing through 5 or 6 buildings, she heard the distant sound of many feet, accompanied by the sound of limbs striking hard surfaces. Pressing against the wall, she stealthily approached, and upon traversing another alley, she beheld the central dome's exterior resembling high-transparency glass, with a large crowd of zombies relentlessly banging against it, desperately trying to gain entry into that transparent hemisphere. These zombies appeared to be products of Chi Min's imagination. Yet she could not comprehend why she would fabricate such difficulties for herself. Nevertheless, Chi Min deemed it unnecessary to confront the horde head-on. She quietly veered into another alley on her right. Before her, a smaller group of zombies had gathered, significantly fewer in number than the previous crowd. After observing the area, Chi Min noted that these zombies seemed to be concentrating their attacks on the outer wall of the central dome. This could be due to 2 reasons. Either they were assaulting a weak point at the entrance, allowing Chi Min to ascertain the dome's entryway, or they were randomly selecting points of attack, merely forming a group due to a tendency to cluster. Chi Min circumnavigated the building nearest to the central dome, discovering that the distribution of the zombie horde was uneven. She identified 2 locations with relatively fewer zombies and tossed an empty magazine to test the waters. If these zombies were indeed the creatures conjured by Chi Min's imagination from Resident Evil, their intelligence and sensory acuity would likely be far inferior to her own as a player. Sure enough, when the empty magazine clattered to the ground, the zombies became aware of something else and surged towards the inexplicable object. Seizing the opportunity, Chi Min slipped to the glass-like exterior of the central dome, only to find that the exterior was not solid, but rather akin to water constrained by some invisible force, allowing her to pass through effortlessly. Thus, Chi Min entered the central dome, isolated by a layer of water. She turned around, raising her weapon, and observed the zombies, now alerted, rushing towards the point where she had crossed through the layer of water. Yet they merely collided against it with a series of thuds, as if obstructed by a thick glass wall. It was uncertain how much defensive capability this watery barrier possessed against the zombies. Chi Min couldn't help but ponder that if this virtual world were a game conceived by Mimi, its logic and playability seemed somewhat lacking. Certainly, it would be unreasonable to expect a little girl, not yet 4 years old, to conceive of any remarkable game creations. At that age, Chi Min could only engage in literacy games on an old desktop computer. "Mama," came the distant cry of Mimi from behind her. Chi Min turned around, setting down her weapon, and saw the little girl stumbling towards her from nearly the opposite end of the vast central dome. At that moment, she no longer cared whether this Mimi was a figment of her imagination or truly real. She hurried over and embraced her daughter. "Mama, it's so scary here," Mimi sobbed as she clung to Chi Min's neck. "There are so many monsters outside. Mama, I want to go home." All right, we will return home immediately," Chi Min reassured her. "Mimi, do you remember how you got here?" Mimi shook her head, still clinging tightly to Chi Min, saying, "I just appeared here. And then so many monsters came out." Chi Min realized that if this Mimi embodied the consciousness of the real Mimi, then upon entering the brain-like body, she had only constructed a warm and bright central dome along with a series of blue-purple structures surrounding it. The zombies had only begun to manifest after Chi Min entered the brain-like body. This could perhaps explain why. As Chi Min associated the original architectural layout with a survival game, her consciousness autonomously conjured images of guns and zombies. Yet, she found herself unable to control this imagination, nor did she know how to transform it into tangible entities within this virtual realm. Logically, the real Mimi, being the first to enter the blank brain-like body, should possess the authority to construct this world. Chapter 90, Unfettered Possibilities. There was a way to verify this. Chi Min released Mimi and glanced back at the zombies outside. She first reassured the little girl. "Mimi, don't be afraid. Those monsters cannot enter. This protective shield is impenetrable. Only humans can pass through." Mimi nodded, wiping her tears with her arm. She wore the sky-blue dress that Anton had bought her, resembling a charming doll. "Mimi, do you trust Mama?" Chi Min asked, gently wiping her cheek with her finger. Standing up, she patted the pockets of her gray windbreaker. "Shall I perform a magic trick for you? Imagine that Mama has something in her pocket, anything at all, but don't say it out loud." The little girl hesitated, but eventually nodded, seemingly unsure of what Chi Min meant. "Have you thought it through?" Chi Min softly inquired. "I have," the little girl affirmed with another nod. Chi Min reached in her pocket and withdrew a cloud-shaped lollipop, sighing in relief. She had never imagined such a lollipop existed. It was entirely born from Mimi's imagination. It appeared that this Mimi was indeed the real Mimi, and she possessed the ability to consciously transform imagination into reality within the brain-like body. Wow! Mimi exclaimed, reaching for the lollipop. There really is such a lollipop. Indeed, there are many things here that you haven't seen before. Mimi, Chi-Min squatted down and patted the little girl's head, suddenly realizing what to do next. Do you want to go home, Mimi? Let us draw a door to return to the laboratory, and then we can go home, all right? Chi-Min gazed into Mimi's eyes, speaking gently yet earnestly. Now, can you imagine what the door to go back would look like? Like the door at home? Mimi asked. No, it's not that complicated. Chi-Min took a deep breath, needing Mimi to trust her. Only then could she firmly believe in the possibility of drawing a door back home, which would allow her to truly create that exit from the brain-like body. Mimi, do you know what a wormhole is? It's a passage connecting two different points in time and space. The physics behind it is quite complex, but we don't need to understand that, because Mama has a singularity knife in her pocket. It's a small silver knife, much like a fruit peeler. Chi-Min reached into her pocket once more, genuinely pulling out a small silver knife. Look, this is it. It can bend time and space. Do you know what curved time and space looks like, Mimi? When time and space are bent, the energy density increases, producing sparks of light. Shall we give it a try? Saying this, she raised the knife and slowly drew it through the air. However, nothing happened. It didn't work. Chi-Min maintained a calm smile, saying easily, it's all right. We can try a few more times. Look, this time it seems to be working. Quick, look, Mimi. Do you see the sparks? She deliberately said this to provide psychological suggestion to Mimi, and the suggestion proved effective. Where Chi-Min's knife passed through the air, it appeared as though it had sliced through, emitting golden flames. It seemed Mimi did not understand what sparks were, confusing them with the sparks from cooking at home. The subsequent actions unfolded naturally. Chi-Min ostensibly used the singularity knife to carve out a door, while in reality, she was employing psychological suggestion to enable Mimi to create the shape of the door. After completing the gesture, Chi-Min gently opened the door just a crack, allowing brilliant light to spill forth. Shall you step out first, Mimi? Chi-Min encouraged gently. Mimi grasped Chi-Min's hand, seemingly reluctant to leave this place alone. Chi-Min gently nudged her. This door can only let one person through at a time. You're so brave. Mimi, you can certainly go ahead. The little girl nodded, as if to prove her courage, then turned and stepped into the radiant light of the door, disappearing within. Once she exited, the door closed behind her, and Chi-Min watched as her daughter vanished along with it, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Now, this was her world. Though Chi-Min could not be certain she would be able to leave, she nonetheless resolved to enjoy herself in this brain-like realm. Many had played real-life CS, but a real-life Resident Evil was likely a novel experience. She could hardly believe that within the brain-like body, a holographic game-like virtual world could be constructed. How had Mimi initially built this world? She did not know, and perhaps no one would ever find out. Perhaps Douglas Hofstadter was right. Conventional neuroscientists were too focused on the microscopic, thus failing to comprehend the essence of consciousness. Or perhaps those neuroscientists were correct, for the brain-like body was not truly a brain-like body, but merely a storage device for consciousness data. Yet Chi-Min remained unaware of how Mimi transformed imagination into reality. It seemed that only in areas where Mimi's original construction had not fully covered could Chi-Min's consciousness exert some influence, like filling in details. For example, she filled a room that originally contained only a window, randomly generating guns and magazines on the floor, and conjured these zombies from her subconscious. After dispatching another zombie with a shot to the head, Chi-Min decided to test what she could do with this known construct. She stood before a pitch-black window, resisting the urge to look inside, and focused intently on imagining an apple within. When she felt she had concentrated enough, she reached through the window and landed on a floor reminiscent of the wooden floors from her childhood home, spotting a half-green apple on the table by the window. Chi-Min picked it up and took a bite, nearly overwhelmed by its sourness. She couldn't help but scold herself for not being able to imagine something more appetizing. Clearly, she was not a true optimist. What about something a bit more complex than food? Chi-Min pondered, realizing that within the brain-like body, she could do as she pleased. This was the closest she had ever been to a position of a creator in her life. At the very least, she should enjoy it, right? Chi-Min ventured into the room, mentally suggesting that the next room would surely be more intriguing. As she stepped through the adjacent window, a corridor materialized before her. Curiously, She entered and walked a few steps down the hallway, where a door soon came into view. This marks the first appearance of a door within the architecture of this world. It seems that the design by Mitsai has indeed left some space for the existence of the door. Upon pushing it open, Chi-Min was astonished, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say, feigned astonishment, upon discovering that it led to a lecture hall, reminiscent of the library auditorium in her high school that could accommodate 300 individuals. As Chi-Min entered the hall, she witnessed an audience devoid of distinct features erupting into a chorus of cheers. Raising her gaze, she noticed a banner overhead proclaiming, "Warm congratulations to our comrade Chi-Min for winning the National Science and Technology Progress First Prize." Despite the grandiosity of such an imagination, Chi-Min could not help but feel a swell of pride. A once underachiever, she was determined to shine, even within this virtual realm. Chapter 91. Successfully awakening. It must be said that Chi-Min was thoroughly enjoying herself in the virtual world of the brain-like body. Although the constructs established by Mitsai were beyond her control, and even after Mitsai's departure, she had not acquired full modification privileges. Chi-Min found herself engrossed in picking up ammunition and battling zombies, while casually rummaging through windows for an extended period. She discovered that within this brain-like realm, fatigue seemed to be non-existent, and there was no sign of physical decline. After participating in 2 farcical celebrations regarding the acquisition of the National Science and Technology Progress Award, Chi-Min finally recognized that it was time to seek an exit. However, this proved to be a genuine dilemma. Previously, based on her experiences from the crab-eating macaque experiment, she presumed that the consciousness entering the brain-like body should automatically exit after a few hours. Yet, she had not found a means to leave the brain-like body. And while it was evidently easy to suggest psychological cues to Mitsai, Chi-Min, being an adult with a stable worldview and strong logical reasoning, found it exceedingly difficult to be deceived, let alone deceive herself. After 4 consecutive failures in attempting self-suggestion, Chi-Min contemplated the possibility of trying a different approach. The first idea that came to mind was akin to the method in Rick and Morty, where one runs forcefully in a single direction, preventing the environment from generating in time. The storage space of the brain-like body was finite. According to this theory, if she ran continuously in one direction, the excess data from newly generated scenes might just propel her out of the brain-like body. Thus, Chi-Min shouldered her weapon and began to sprint outward. With little effort, she burst through the outermost circle of the violet-blue structure, only to find herself in an expanse of endless sandy terrain devoid of any distinctive features. Stretching uniform in every direction, Chi-Min realized that if the automatically generated scenes were all like this, then even if she ran to the point of exhaustion, it would be impossible to break through the rain cloud supercomputer. However, she simultaneously considered that since she had already exited the original construct of Mitsai, there might be greater freedom here. Perhaps the newly generated scenery could feature new forms of architecture? As she pondered while running, she caught sight of a distant oasis. As she drew nearer, Chi-Min was delighted to discover a clear pond nestled among a thick cluster of reeds, surrounded by lush green grass. Behind the reeds stood a charming wooden villa, with a vast jujube grove stretching out behind it. This truly seemed like a perfect retreat. The scenes conjured by her subconscious had previously been rather extravagant, and at this juncture, a change in style was indeed warranted to balance her aesthetic. Although her consciousness appeared to be immune to fatigue, Chi-Min decided to enter the wooden cabin that had formed according to her thoughts. She set down her weapon, removed her tactical jacket, jeans, and hiking boots. Inside the cabin's bedroom lay a large bed adorned with a sheepskin blanket. Chi-Min reclined upon the bed, contemplating a brief slumber before addressing how to exit the brain-like body. In her dreams, she seemed to hear someone weeping. Wanting to open her eyes to see who it was, she found her body unusually weary, lacking the strength to even open her eyelids. In an instant, Chi-Min realized she was no longer in the brain-like body. A wave of ecstatic joy washed over her. She could hardly contain her eagerness to unveil the virtual world of the brain-like body to the real world, as if the genuine Science and Technology Progress Award and authentic tenure were beckoning her. With all her might, Chi-Min struggled to open her eyes, only to see Anton, hunched by her bedside, seemingly in tears. What could possibly warrant such sorrow? Chi-Min wished to share her experiences within the brain-like body with him, assuring him that she would soon take him along to witness the world constructed by their daughter, battling zombies and participating in the pinnacle moment of her life, the award ceremony. It was not arrogance on her part. Rather, fortune had smiled upon her in an unstoppable manner. Yet, It appeared that she was unable to move. Chi Min exerted herself to sit up, yet it felt as though she had forgotten how to muster strength, despite envisioning this simple action dozens of times. Her back and leg muscles remained utterly unresponsive. She heard those around her declare that she had awakened. She heard Anton joyfully call her name, but she found herself unable to respond. Even when a simple utterance could have sufficed to maintain her facade, the words refused to form. This was truly dire. After closing her eyes once more, when she reopened them, it seemed she had instantaneously returned to her former state. She sat up from the hospital bed, removed the chip from her head, and embraced Anton, who was overwhelmed with joy. "I have discovered a new world," she whispered into his ear. "Truly. I'll take you to see it shortly." "Min, you are incredible, truly incredible," Anton exclaimed, releasing her only to kiss her cheek and lips. Chi Min cradled his head and kissed him deeply, but her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of her reflection in the glass window opposite her. She was clad in a hospital gown, with her former long hair. It dawned on her that something was amiss. In preparation for the installation of the corpus callosum interface, her hair had been shaved prior to her entry into the brain-like body, and the Rain Cloud Center could not possibly provide her with a hospital gown. Chi Min relinquished her imagined Anton, reclined back onto the hospital bed, and closed her eyes again. The fatigue and sense of helplessness surged back. With effort, she opened her eyes once more, finally beholding the real Anton, along with Ko Li, Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan, and the technicians from the company. She had truly awakened. While Chi Min lay in a deep coma, anyone remotely connected to the matter had been summoned. Due to the severity of the experimental incident, even the laboratory at the Rain Cloud Center had been temporarily sealed, yet the news was suppressed to avoid drawing excessive attention and causing further chaos. Since the emergency contact number Chi Min had left was an old phone number for Anton, her parents had not been notified. The university had refrained from making any hasty announcements, which proved to be the correct decision. Shortly after Anton arrived at the laboratory, the initial subject to enter the brain-like body, Mitsai, also awoke. The young girl appeared to be unharmed, her mental state normal. However, upon waking, she clung to her father, recounting a dream in which her mother wielded a gun to rescue her from monsters. The more she spoke, the more it pained Anton. He couldn't help but feel that his initial harshness towards Chi Min during Mitsai's fall had led her to take such risks for their daughter. While it was true that Chi Min bore responsibility for Mitsai's fall and the subsequent entry into the brain-like body, in terms of maximizing objective benefits and subjective emotions, it was irrational for Chi Min to endanger her life to rectify that mistake. If she had indeed chosen to risk herself this time, because of the previous incident and Anton's resolute attitude, it left Anton feeling that he had harmed Chi Min. Despite his anger, he had never envisioned putting Chi Min in a position to trade her leg for a leg, or her life for a life. From a certain politically incorrect perspective, one could argue that Chi Min's individual value objectively surpassed that of Mitsai. After all, a healthy, highly educated adult in their youth certainly holds greater societal value than a child, even if Mitsai is their daughter, a fact Anton never sought to deny. For Chi Min to awaken filled him with a sense of relief, making him feel that no matter the cost, it was worthwhile. Chapter 92. After effects. Despite Mitsai awakening as if nothing had transpired, Chi Min's complete revival was accompanied by a myriad of issues. She first noticed an overwhelming weakness in her arms and legs, rendering her almost entirely immobile. Subsequently, when Anton offered her water, she experienced a wave of indescribable nausea. These symptoms strikingly resembled those of the crab-eating macaque number 2, leading Chi Min to suspect that her prolonged consciousness within the neural-like entity might have induced changes, resulting in her body being ill-suited for her return. However, Chi Min was reluctant to disclose the troubling reality of her condition to others. Should they conclude that entering the neural-like entity could inflict sequelae, it would likely deter future approvals for brain-machine integration experiments. Furthermore, if they determined that Chi Min had sustained an injury, she would be barred from entering the neural-like entity for at least a year or two. Nevertheless, having just endured a severe experimental mishap, it was reasonable that her recovery would take time. Chi Min turned her head and spat out the water Anton had offered her. Yet she spoke with fervor in a hoarse voice. "I succeeded. Do you know? I succeeded." All right, you succeeded," Anton gently reassured her. "How do you feel? What about Mimi?" Chi Min inquired. "She is being watched in the adjacent room," Anton quickly replied. "Mimi is fine, don't worry. I saw Mimi in the neural-like entity." Chi Min inhaled deeply, only to be seized by a fit of coughing. "No one dares to believe what I'm saying. My daughter built a city in a neural-like entity. None present truly believed her. For Chi Min had just awakened from a stupor, and her mental state seemed rather unstable. Enough, Xiao Qi, don't dwell on those thoughts for now, Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan said as she approached, testing Chi Min's forehead with the back of her hand. It's good that you've awakened. We'll remove the chip from your head shortly. For now, just rest well. Wait, Teacher Zhou. Chi Min interjected urgently, her voice still hoarse yet insistent. Don't remove the interface. It's inserted deeply, and I fear it may cause issues. Just disconnect it and suture the wound. This way, I can retain the corpus callosum interface for future experiments. All right, Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan replied with a gentle smile. Removing it hastily does indeed carry risks. Your daughter's interface hasn't been extracted either. We can assess her recovery before proceeding. She glanced at Chi Min and inquired, do you feel any discomfort now? No. I'm quite well. Chi Min forced a smile despite the discomfort coursing through her body, adding, I'm just a bit tired. You should rest, but don't fall asleep again, Ms. Zhou Xiaoshan advised, then turned to Kuli, saying, Kuli, check if the neural-like entity is still operational. If everything is fine, disconnect the connection as soon as possible. Ultimately, Chi Min feigned normalcy as Anton helped her into a taxi, which then transported her home. Upon disembarking, Mimi burst out joyfully as the door opened, but Chi Min could hardly move and relied on Anton to pull her out gently. The driver had already discerned that this passenger was not in a normal state, so he alighted from the vehicle to assist Chi Min, inquiring, Are you unwell? Yes. Undergoing chemotherapy. Chi Min replied weakly, attempting to joke, Didn't you notice? My hair is all fallen out. To keep warm, Chi Min wore a thick woolen hat, but from the side, it was evident that she had no hair at her temples. Oh dear, do take care, the driver said with sympathy. In this day and age, with all the formaldehyde and dioxins, pollution is far too severe. It's tragic for someone so young to suffer from this illness. Chi Min smiled weakly as she was half supported by Anton and the driver to the curb. After bidding farewell to the driver, she told Anton, You don't need to support me. I'm not truly undergoing chemotherapy. However, just as she finished speaking, her legs spasmed intermittently, and had it not been for Anton's hold, she might have collapsed on the spot. You should take it easy. Let me carry you, Anton said, wrapping her arm around his shoulder and bending down to lift her. Ouch! Chi Min felt pressure on her stomach, nearly retching but managing to suppress it as she said, It's nothing. Mom, what's wrong with you? Mimi returned, looking up at her mother with concern. It's nothing. Just a bit fatigued. Chi Min replied with difficulty. Mimi, could you open the door for me, please? The little girl scampered to the door, and Anton carried Chi Min back to their rented apartment, expending considerable effort to settle her onto the sofa in the master bedroom. Mimi perched beside Chi Min, unable to comprehend why her mother appeared so weak. Mom, are you tired from fighting monsters? Have all those monsters been defeated? Yes, they've all been vanquished. Chi Min reassured her, but they were all illusions. Were they in my dream? Mimi asked. But how could Mom be in my dream? It wasn't a dream. It was within a vast computer-esque world. Chi Min smiled as she explained. Yet, in the end, it was all mere illusion. What dream? Anton, still perplexed, did not fully grasp their conversation. Before Chi Min could respond, an excited Mimi recounted their adventure in the neural-like entity once more. Anton had heard it several times already, but patiently listened until she finished, then said, So, Mimi, you mustn't tamper with the equipment in the lab anymore. You can't return to that place without Mom to rescue you. But that place is quite fun. The little girl was entirely unafraid, adding, Mom said it was a magical place. Didn't you, Mom? Although Chi Min appeared to have narrowly escaped being trapped in a neural-like entity, from her perspective, everything within that realm had progressed smoothly, making it difficult for her to understand why others saw it as perilous. Indeed, it was quite enjoyable. Chi Min smiled at her daughter, then turned her gaze to Anton, saying, Of course, I want to go there casually again. Her subtly ambivalent attitude caused Anton to question why he had wept by Chi Min's bedside for nearly 3 hours. Was it truly a lack of awareness? Or had she long desired to embark on a half-day excursion within the neural-like entity? Regardless, Chi Min's evident weakness upon emerging from the neural-like entity was undeniably real. Anton didn't fully understand her pretense of normalcy following her experience, but her current state was genuinely concerning. He sent Mimi to play in her own room before returning to Chi Min, asking Min, How are you feeling now? In the absence of outsiders, Chi Min candidly replied, Entirely fatigued, dizzy and nauseous. It must be the after effects. Anton felt an urge to chastise her for hastily deciding to connect herself to the computer. But what did it matter now? He merely inquired, "So, what is the plan now?" Chi Min reclined on the sofa, closed her eyes, and smiled faintly. "I need some time to recover. Then I'll reveal to others just how remarkable my endeavors were."